This guy is Ye Ning, the one who possesses the greatest god. While monsters were tearing through Wuxia on the capital's final battlefield, he sliced one to pieces in a single blow, saving 3 Tier 3 awakened ones. They were already prepared to accept their deaths. Honestly, you can't afford to let your guard down for a second here, especially with a mutant beast lurking right above their heads. It was a mutant species Ye Ning had never even seen before. Yet the Tier 3 Divine Archer and the Tier 3 Heavy Hammer Warrior foolishly charged forward, ready to throw their lives away. Before they could even touch a single hair on the beast, it wiped them both out with a single strike. The Tier 3 psychic support couldn't bear to watch her teammates die such a miserable death, so she immediately charged in, risking her own life. She spread her arms and unleashed a non-stop barrage of fire, but it didn't do a single thing. Just as she was about to get vaporized, Ye Ning stepped in to block the devastating blow for her. Any monster that can take out 2 peak Tier 3 fighters in a single hit is definitely no ordinary Tier 3 mutant. Ye Ning ordered the support girl to fall back, knowing she would only be a liability, and decided to face the beast alone. But the moment he blocked its next attack, Ye Ning's sword snapped right in half. It turned out to be the very threat the military had theorized about countless times, a monster thought only to exist in legends, a Tier 4 mutant. To fight a beast like this, he had to go all out. Ye Ning leaped into the air, putting everything into his strongest strike yet, but he failed. A blade pierced straight through his heart, and he collapsed completely. Was this the true power of a Tier 4 mutant? It seemed humanity still knew absolutely nothing about the sheer power of Tier 4. I failed to protect the world. I really can't accept this. But then, out of nowhere, the familiar sound of a news broadcast suddenly rang in Ye Ning's ears. He woke up with a splitting headache, dazed and confused. Wait, didn't I just die? Seeing him wake up, 2 guards approached. It turned out someone wanted to make sure he couldn't take the test, claiming he had been infected with the virus and fell into a coma. But with the testing currently underway outside, they knew they'd be screwed if he caused a scene. Desperate, they started looking for a way to finish Ye Ning off. One of them whispered, "Let's do it now. After all, he's just an ordinary human, not the descendant of some powerful awakened, just a complete nobody. If he dies, we'll just say he turned into a mutant." That was when it hit Ye Ning. He had actually regressed 3 years into the past, right to the day of his talent awakening test. Everything finally clicked. The reason his talent went undetected in his past life was because someone had rigged the test. But this time, there was no way he was going to let them get away with it. Instantly, Ye Ning snatched the gun from the guard in front of him and dealt with them one by one. In his previous life, missing this test had forced him to survive by scavenging corpses in sheer misery. He had struggled for 3 long years before the military finally discovered his god-level talent. But by then, the Wuxia war zone had already fallen, leaving him with absolutely no time or resources to grow stronger. Ye Ning had reached Tier 3 in just 7 months. But he was still far from his true peak when he was forced onto the battlefield to fight that Tier 4 mutant. He carried the deep, painful regret of failing to save his mother and his little sister, Xiaoan. But this time, things would be different. There was still time to change everything. If he could just pass the test and become the strongest, he could protect the people he loved and put an end to this apocalypse once and for all. Right at that moment, a system prompt chimed in his head. The Apocalyptic Sword God System has been bound. Bound user, Ye Ning. Mission details. Touch the testing crystal within 30 minutes to unlock and activate the system's full functions. If you fail to touch the testing crystal, the system will permanently disappear at the 31st minute. Complete this mission to unlock and activate the system. Upon activation, any sword skill will receive a 100-fold boost, transforming you into a taboo swordsman. This was totally different from the basic survival systems every awakened person had in his past life. Ye Ning wondered if this was his unique golden finger, or if his regression had triggered this change. After thinking it over, he decided that as long as he could get stronger, it didn't matter what kind of crazy system it was. He needed to get to the testing ground immediately, and then hunt down the mastermind behind this setup. The 31-minute countdown began. Just then, a group of guards rushed out and blocked Ye Ning's path, shouting, "An infected person has escaped! Stand down and freeze!" Putting his hands behind his head, Ye Ning stood still to analyze the situation. Their leader was just a low-level awakened. The rest of them were just ordinary humans. The best move right now was to take the leader hostage and force him to lead the way out. In the blink of an eye, Ye Ning snatched the captain's gun and held him at gunpoint, shouting, Don't move. Take me to the testing square. You have 3 seconds to decide. If you hesitate, I shoot. Everyone stared at Ye Ning like he was some kind of absolute psycho. The terrified captain yelled out, "What the hell are you planning to do there? An ordinary human trying to take the awakening test? Look, there must be some kind of misunderstanding here. Let's just talk this out." But Ye Ning just pressed the barrel harder against his temple, demanding he move. The captain broke out in a cold sweat again. He muttered, "Kid, you better pray to God you actually awaken. But even if you do, you're still as good as dead." Meanwhile, over at the testing square, the tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife, and everyone's nerves were on edge. Half a century ago, back in 2042, the apocalypse struck, plunging the world into an era of total ruin. Out of tens of billions of people, not even a tenth survived. That was when the very first awakened emerged. Teaming up with the military, they managed to save Huaxia from the brink of extinction. Today is Judgment Day, the big test to see if anyone has what it takes. Pass, and you become a combat-type awakened, a hero protecting the people. Fail, and you're kicked out to live a completely ordinary, powerless life. The man on the mic right now is Liao Tian, the military commissioner's representative for the Tianfeng safe zone. He announces that the testing will begin with the descendants of the awakened first. But as everyone lines up waiting for their turn, a soldier rushes in a panic, shouting that an infected person has taken a hostage and is breaking into the testing area. Chaos erupts, and everyone panics until Ye Ning walks right in, dragging a hostage along with him. Liao Tian immediately orders him to drop his weapon and surrender, warning that any resistance will get him executed right on the spot. The surrounding guards draw their weapons, ready to fire, but Ye Ning couldn't care less. He looks around with supreme confidence and bluntly declares, "I am not infected, nor am I here to mess up the ceremony. I came here to take the test." Liao Tian completely loses his cool, screaming at the guards to take him down immediately. Ye Ning drops his gun but speaks up loud and clear, citing Clause 137 of the Safe Zone Charter, which grants special privileges to the awakened. According to the rules, disobeying military orders is punishable by death, but any past offenses can be completely wiped clean if a person makes a significant enough contribution to the zone. The moment the captain is freed, he snaps. He charges forward and lands a brutal punch right to Ye Ning's face, sending the kid rolling across the floor. But he doesn't stop there. He pins Ye Ning down, snarling in his face. "You think anyone cares about your stupid clauses right now?" Liao Tian barks out orders again, demanding they execute Ye Ning immediately. Just as a blade is about to pierce his chest, a helicopter, or what they call a supersonic spirit energy fighter, comes roaring out of the sky. Leaping straight out of the chopper is the Supreme Commander of the Tianfeng Military District, a Level 3 awakened, named Grand Commander Xiao Hai. The sheer energy radiating from this man suffocates the entire room. The pressure is absolutely insane. The testing hasn't even begun. "Why is the Grand Commander here?" With a deadpan expression, Xiao Hai says, "Our military district has plenty of high-level awakened. Since this kid is willing to bet his life on this, why not give him a shot? But if his awakening fails, execute him on the spot." Ye Ning grins like a maniac, absolutely thrilled. "All right then, let's get this test started." The crowd reluctantly parts, letting him cut right to the front of the line. The bystanders scoff, looking at him with pure disgust. An ordinary nobody dreaming of becoming an awakened? Talk about delusional. He's at the very bottom of the food chain, yet he keeps bragging about his talent. It's honestly pathetic. Ye Ning completely tunes them out, confidently walking right up to the center of the testing platform. In his past life, he was framed, making him miss his chance and forcing him to live a life of endless regret. But in this life, he is taking back control. He reaches his hand out, ready to grasp his own destiny. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupts and envelops Ye Ning's entire body. The onlookers gasp, their eyes practically popping out of their heads. Once again, Ye Ning feels that familiar sensation of spirit energy flooding his body. He decides to push his limits and see how far he can go. The system chimes in, checking talent. Current talent, D rank. System update, talent upgraded to C rank. Checking talent. Now B rank. The system's notifications just keep rolling in. Liao Tian is utterly speechless. He never expected the rank to keep climbing. Is this kid actually some kind of high-tier prodigy? His talent hits A rank. Spirit energy floods every fiber of his being, making him feel absolutely incredible. He smirks, "Bring it on. Give me more energy." The power spikes even harder, with absolutely no signs of stopping. Liao Tian's jaw hits the floor. An ordinary kid walking away with an A-rank talent? The odds of that happening are literally 1 in tens of thousands. Even Xiao Hai is starting to pay close attention, visibly surprised. The test isn't even finished yet. Could his talent be even higher? Unbelievably, it is. His rank is still climbing. Ye Ning drops to one knee as the energy intensifies. The system announces he has reached S rank. Xiao Hai's eyes widen. No, wait, this can't be. The testing crystal hasn't stopped glowing, which means the evaluation is still going. Ye Ning is already at S rank, a prime candidate to become a level 3. Awakened. Xiao Hai realizes they cannot afford to let anything disrupt this critical moment. He immediately barks out emergency orders. Deploy the underground armored division to set up a defensive perimeter outside the city. We can't risk any mutants attacking right now. Scramble the spirit energy fighters for aerial patrols. Lock down every single road leading here. Nobody passes unless they're military. As the airspace above is completely locked down, Ye Ning lets out a savage roar, his body still undergoing massive transformation. While the fighter jets roar across the sky, the intense testing process finally comes to an end. Xiao Hai is so shocked that he drops his tablet. This kid is actually a pureblood SS rank. If an S rank is a potential candidate for a level 3 awakened, then an SS rank is practically guaranteed to reach it. Looks like the entire Thien Fong zone is about to change. Tu Hai was so thrilled he couldn't stop grinning with pure joy. Overflowing with excitement, he exclaimed, "Excellent, absolutely brilliant. My Thien Fong safe zone has finally produced a true genius." The crowd waiting for their awakening below looked on in sheer awe. To receive such high praise from the commander-in-chief himself was truly something to envy. It was a once-in-a-lifetime dream come true. This sudden face turn even prompted a young guy standing nearby to make a sarcastic remark about how incredibly fast people change their tunes. A second ago, you were calling him trash and a total loser, so stop being so bitter and jealous now. Who knows, he might end up being our boss one day. While everyone else was completely losing their minds, Danin actually felt a little disappointed. His talent was clearly triple S rank, the absolute highest tier in human theory. He never expected the testing crystal's limit to only go up to double S rank. Oh well, the sheer influence of a double S rank was already more than enough to shake things up. The most important thing right now was the Sword God system's quest. The system had finished loading, binding itself directly to Danin. Its current effect boosted his skill power by a staggering 10,000%. Once he learned any sword-type skill, it would automatically receive a massive upgrade. It would unconditionally upgrade any skill to triple S rank. Every 48 hours, he could use any skill once with zero cost, completely ignoring any level restrictions. Danin breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he had finally completed the quest. But as he took a closer look at the system details, his eyes widened in shock. Wait a second. In his past life, even top-tier national forces only had 2 S-rank individuals and 1 person with an A-rank skill. But now, the Sword God system could casually upgrade any skill straight to triple S rank. Danin's active quest was to learn a sword skill, which would reward him with 4 free attribute points. A warning popped up, revealing any information about the system would result in instant obliteration. Danin steeled his resolve, knowing he had to get his hands on a skill book as soon as possible. Tu Hai walked over to strike up a conversation, his face beaming with excitement. Danin, congratulations on awakening a double S rank talent. Just name it. Whatever reward you want, your uncle here will make it happen. While the commander was practically bursting with excitement, Danin just stood there, staring blankly ahead. His eyes were completely glazed over because his focus was entirely locked onto the system interface. Finding himself completely ignored, Tu Hai laughed to break the awkward silence. The kid wasn't even reacting. He had probably just awakened his powers and was still trying to process the overwhelming shock. Haha, don't worry about it, kiddo. Years ago, your Uncle Tu was just as stunned as you are. Come on, snap out of it. Let's head to my office so we can talk. The moment they stepped into the private office, Danin received a VIP welcome that was light years ahead of how he was treated before. Regarding how you were framed and delayed from taking the test, I have already dispatched my men to detain everyone involved in those departments. We will get to the bottom of this and get you the justice you deserve. Furthermore, I have decided to make you our top priority for the SEED initiative. As soon as higher-ups approve it, a professional level 3 awakened will be assigned to guide you personally. Resources and gear will be entirely prioritized for you. Now, tell me more about your talent so your Uncle Tu can map out a perfect training plan for you. Danin remained quiet, thinking to himself that he could absolutely never reveal the existence of the sword god system to anyone. Sharing his original base talent would be more than enough. He looked up and replied, "It is a psychic type, specializing in telekinetic object control." Tu-hai stroked his chin, falling deep into thought. "A psychic type, huh? That is incredibly rare. We will likely need specialists from the capital to draft up a customized plan for you. Oh, by the way, what reward did you want again?" "Commander Tu, if it is possible, I would like a sword skill book." Tu-hai agreed instantly, thinking this request was way too modest. He immediately ordered his subordinate to bring their absolute best one. After a frantic search through the vault, the guard finally returned with the book. "Commander Tu, this is the highest tier skill book in our entire inventory." Without a moment of hesitation, Tu-hai handed it straight to Danin. "Thank you, Commander Tu. If there is nothing else, I would like to head back home for a bit." "Heading back in a rush to share the good news with your family? I completely understand." Tu-hai immediately ordered an elite squad to escort and protect Danin 24/7. "You must guarantee his absolute safety. If anything unusual happens, bypass the chain of command and report to me immediately. As for the incident where Danin was nearly stripped of his testing eligibility, I want a full report on my desk within 24 hours. I don't care who was behind it. Arrest them first and ask questions later." Once the order was issued, Danin was treated like absolute royalty, guarded and escorted every single second. Finding their extreme overprotectiveness a bit too dramatic, he told the guards to just stay put while he walked the rest of the way home by himself. The moment he showed up, the local neighbors began to whisper in excitement. Look over there! Isn't that Danin? Did he become some kind of big shot? He even got a ride home in a military vehicle. Keep your voice down. He is surrounded by so many awakened guards. He is definitely a big deal now." As soon as he reached his house, he saw his little sister carrying the trash out. This sweet girl was Tu-an, Danin's younger sister. Danin suddenly froze as a wave of terrifying memories rushed back to him. "Tu-an, in my past life, I failed to protect you. I am so sorry. In this life, I swear I won't let anyone lay a single finger on you." With that thought, he rushed over and pulled his little sister into a tight, protective hug. She giggled and gently patted her brother's back. "All right, silly, come on. Let's go inside. It's already been a year since we last saw each other. Weren't you supposed to be at the training camp? When did you get out?" Still deeply moved, Ye Ning's eyes welled up with tears as he replied, "I already took the test. Then why are you crying?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just overjoyed to see you again." Xiao An obediently held her brother's hand and said, "Let's hurry home. After you left, Mom was constantly worrying about you. Look at this. I got lucky today and found some spare parts. We can trade them for a few buns on our way back. You can finally eat your fill today." Hearing how heartbreakingly mature his innocent little sister was, Ye Ning smiled and said, "Silly girl, we're actually going to have a feast today." Xiao An's eyes lit up. "Really? Do we get to eat meat today?" "Of course, you can eat as much as you want." In no time, he whipped up a feast for his mother and sister. Honestly, their family had never eaten a meal this good before. His mother gently asked, "How did the awakening test go, son? A lot of our neighbors have been asking about it." Ye Ning excitedly told his mother, "I passed. I'm officially an awakened now." His mother burst into tears of joy, and Xiao An was just as emotional. "That's my brother for you. I'm so proud of you. Wait, now that you're an awakened, does that mean we can eat like this every day?" Ye Ning felt a sharp pang in his chest, but he forced a nod anyway. Once his mother and sister were fast asleep, he quietly slipped into the kitchen and opened his system. System skill book learned. Prompt. Mission accomplished. You have received 4 free attribute points and unlocked the C rank skill, Assault, a rare skill type. Skill upgrade successful. The sword skill, Assault, has been enhanced into the SSS-grade skill, Blade Storm. A sphere of intense, radiating energy began to materialize in Ye Ning's hand. By consuming 4,500 spirit energy points, Blade Storm summons a torrent of sword chi, delivering a devastating attack on the target area in the blink of an eye. This skill comes with attributes like extreme speed, armor, penetration, destruction, slicing, and cleaving. Please note that the destructive power of this skill has been amplified 10,000 times relative to your current rank, so use it with extreme caution. Ye Ning still couldn't believe his eyes. He had actually upgraded a C rank skill to SSS grade. Even with all the insane things he had witnessed in his past life, he had never seen anything this unbelievable. Ye Ning read it over again. A single cast required 4,500 spirit energy points. Without any stat boosts from gear, using Bladestorm just once should theoretically be impossible until he reached at least mid-tier rank 3. Fortunately, Ye Ning's talent allowed him to cast any skill once every 48 hours. Otherwise, even if he drained every last drop of his spirit energy, he wouldn't be able to pull it off even once right now. But the catch is, the Sword God system strictly forbids him from revealing any information about it. He couldn't explain the source of his power and skills to anyone, which meant that until he advanced to rank 2, he had to avoid using Bladestorm in front of others. The young man sighed. Now is a critical moment. The Grand Marshal has already submitted the name list for the Spark project, so it's best not to cause him any unnecessary trouble. But having never possessed such a high-level sword skill in his previous life, he was dying to test it out right now. Then, it hit him. Oh right, doesn't the military base have that? Ever since the apocalypse began, the world has been flooded with spirit energy, causing random dungeons to pop up everywhere. Over time, as people explored, conquered, and trained in them, humanity gradually gathered critical data on these dungeons. In particular, the military poured massive resources into developing trial dungeons for real combat training. Unlike natural dungeons, trial dungeons allowed participants to exit instantly if their lives were in danger, making them incredibly safe. With that in mind, Ye Ning decided to head to a trial dungeon to test his new skill. He arrived at the Tianfang Safe Zone's trial dungeon. Ye Ning requested a solo dungeon run, stating that any type would do. The dungeon receptionist stared at Ye Ning, wide-eyed. He realized this was the psychic type awakened who had just tested with a SSS-grade talent. Since the Grand Marshal had already given the green light to let him in, the staff member reluctantly agreed. Still, he looked at Ye Ning with concern and asked, "Are you really planning on going in alone? Someone should really be accompanying you. At your current level, going into a dungeon by yourself is just too dangerous. I'm just going in to test a few things and I'll be right out, so don't worry." With that, he stepped into the trial dungeon. He spawned in a ruined cityscape with a low difficulty rating. It was a simulation set shortly after the start of the apocalypse. The dungeon provided Ye Ning with a basic dagger. He reached into his virtual inventory and pulled it out, finding it perfect for his needs. The weaker the weapon, the better it was to test the skill's raw power. Just then, he noticed a strange sound nearby. The first mutant made its appearance, lunging straight at him. Ye Ning made his first move, leaping back to dodge its attack. "Did you seriously come here just to deliver a free kill, you freak?" He drove his dagger straight into its bulging eye. In an instant, the monster collapsed. Taking down just one wasn't satisfying at all. His hands weren't even warmed up yet. So, the young man decided to pick up the pace and start the hunt. The door only led to the fire escape, with a few eerie red lights flickering outside. The moment he opened the door, a multi-eyed monster waiting in ambush immediately lunged at him. It opened its mouth wide, ready to devour him alive. He focused his gaze on the creature, surprised to find there was yet another one. As he closed in, with its drool literally flying onto his face, he slashed its throat with a single sweep. Even though his physical stats weren't great right now, relying on his combat experience from his past life made dealing with these zombies a breeze. It looked like to really test his skills, he had to go after the boss mutant in the boss zone. He decided to head down the stairs to exit the building first, then cross the street to the boss zone, which was located to the right of the plaza ahead. The moment he opened the door, he was surprised to find the zombies here had already reached mid-tier 1. The dungeon was starting to ramp up the difficulty. Ye Ning had no intention of wasting time on them. Sensing human presence, they howled with wide-open mouths and rushed toward him in a frenzy. Ye Ning slashed his blade in a sweeping arc to clear a path and took off, aiming to find the boss as fast as possible. "I need to get out of here fast." The number of zombies noticing him was growing exponentially. What a shame that no matter how many of these zombies he killed, it wouldn't grant him any psionic experience points. Ye Ning decided to head straight for the boss zone anyway, shaking these guys off first before dealing with anything else. He used his leaping skill to bounce across the car roofs, successfully making his way into the boss zone. The young man raised his guard as the system alerted him that a peak tier 1 mutant, the Corpse Shredder, was launching an attack. It moved so incredibly fast that even Ye Ning could barely react in time. Since the trial dungeon boss, the Corpse Shredder, was a peak tier 1 mutant, he immediately leaped backward to dodge its strike. Under normal circumstances, taking down a peak tier 1 mutant would require at least 3 awakened of the same level fighting together. If he weren't here for a skill trial, Ye Ning would actually only be at level 0 right now. No matter how powerful his talent was, he shouldn't have been able to face this peak Tier 1 mutant head-on. On top of that, countless ordinary zombies were swarming in alongside the corpse shredder. Even an elite tier, one squad would find it hard to get out alive. Still, Ye Ning decided to charge ahead. If his skill wasn't as strong as he hoped and he suffered a crushing defeat, his only option would be to exit the dungeon. He activated his skill, preparing to strike, unleashing the power of the Tempest Sword Storm. A massive explosion erupted, sending dirt and rocks flying through the hazy smoke. Looking closely, the young man realized this move was a complete wipeout. If he hadn't come to test it out, he never would have imagined the sheer destructive power of the Tempest Sword Storm. With this kind of power, even a slightly weaker peak Tier 2 mutant could be obliterated in an instant. And yet, he was only at level 0, having defeated the peak Tier 1 mutant. Ye Ning received 5 psionic experience points. Though 50% had been deducted because it was an artificial dungeon. All the experience in artificial dungeons came from the psionic stones provided by the Warzone. Plus, the drop rates couldn't compare to normal dungeons. In his past life, he had never heard of anyone getting gear from a trial dungeon, yet here he was, actually getting a drop. What Ye Ning received was a piece of white-grade gear called the Agility Gloves. It granted him 1 extra point in agility, while boosting his attack and shooting speed by 15%. In this apocalypse, even Tier 2 Awakened might not possess a full set of white-grade gear. Getting 1 piece now was a solid start. Since he had tested his skills and gotten a lucky drop, there was no point in lingering any longer. Ye Ning immediately exited the dungeon. Upon returning, the young man calmly handed the token back to the tech department. The tech department staff let him out quickly, probably because they were spooked by the sight of the rampaging zombies inside. Just then, a white-haired man rushed over in a panic and demanded to know who allowed a Tier 1 squad into the dungeon. Haven't I told you already? Solo dungeons are not meant for large groups. Maintaining these dungeons is extremely difficult. How many times do I have to tell you before it actually sinks in? The confused young tech officer replied, but I didn't let any squads into the solo dungeon. No one? Seriously, no squads? Then how on earth did the Tier 1 mutant in that solo dungeon just get obliterated? Even the unique gear dropped. It's not like some Tier 2 Awakened has nothing better to do than run a solo dungeon. The tech officer broke into a cold sweat, his face pale. Just moments ago, only Ye Ning had entered that dungeon. He said he was just doing a trial. Could he really have soloed the dungeon boss all by himself? On his way back, Ye Ning saw people struggling to get by everywhere. Guns for sale, get your guns here. 15 kilograms of flour for 1 gun, with 2 free bullets. Mantis meat, half a kilogram for 1 credit, get it while it's hot. Ye Ning thought to himself that although he could easily handle peak Tier 1 mutants, the overall situation was far from optimistic. This wasn't even mentioning the cataclysm a year down the road. More immediately, the Tianfeng safe zone would be hit by a massive swarm of Tier 3 mutants, leaving corpses scattered everywhere. And that was just 10 days away. In the near future, a massive zombie riot will break out in Tianfeng City, forming a terrifying zombie horde that will lay siege to the Tianfeng safe zone. Ye Ning couldn't help but worry, since the danger surrounding Xiaoan and his mother hadn't been resolved yet. He absolutely had to power up as fast as possible. Meanwhile, at the capital safe zone base, the Central Army Command was holding an emergency meeting. We just received urgent intel from the Tianfeng safe zone about a newly awakened SS rank talent. Has everyone reviewed the file? A SS rank, and he is a pure blood. This is incredible potential. With so many of our Tier 3 fighters falling recently, having a talent like this join our ranks is exactly what we need. Indeed, we must fast-track his training and get him all the resources he needs immediately. Why don't we bring him straight to the capital military district so the commander-in-chief can train him personally? Wait, do you actually think he can break past Tier 3 and reach Tier 4? Bridging that uncrossable gap? As of right now, none of our high-tier awakeners, not even the 4 great commanders, the dozens of peak Tier 3 fighters in our military, or even our commander-in-chief have been able to reach Tier 4. And that's because none of us had access to elite training resources right from the start. After a brief silence, everyone nodded in agreement. Focusing on resource allocation from day 1 was a solid strategy, and it was definitely worth a shot. Then it is settled. Ye Ning, our new SS rank talent, will be drafted into the Spark Plan as our top seed. Transfer him to the capital military district immediately. But just as a unanimous decision was about to be made, someone spoke up in opposition. This objection immediately caused a stir in the room. Why on earth would anyone oppose cultivating such a genius? 4th, military district. Are you guys seriously going to start your usual contrarian routine again? A man wearing glasses scoffed, staring down his colleague. It looks like you guys didn't bother to read the end of the report. He's a spirit-type awakener with a focus on willpower. In the last 70 years, not a single spirit-type awakener has ever made it to Tier 3. Their physical stats are incredibly weak, meaning they always need support. Without other awakeners to protect them, a spirit-type fighting alone is nothing but a liability on the battlefield. Even upgrading from Tier 1 to Tier 2 requires solo trials that are basically a total gamble. And as for advancing from peak Tier 2 to Tier 3, as you all well know, the success rate for spirit types is exactly 0%. Hearing this, the committee chairman pulled a complete 180-degree turn and immediately downgraded Ye Ning's priority level. They couldn't afford to waste vital resources on a dead end. The very next day, Xiao Hai received the official notice. Ye Ning's spot in the Spark plan had been revoked, and his priority rating was slashed. A spirit type can never reach Tier 3. His potential rating has been downgraded to A rank or even lower. Training him is a waste of effort. One of Xiao Hai's trusted soldiers asked, "Sir, should we still honor the arrangements we made for him earlier?" And just like that, the high and mighty turned their backs on him. The higher-ups had officially written Ye Ning off as a lost cause. In that case, cancel all of Ye Ning's special privileges and recall the guards we sent to protect his family. What about the investigation into the guards who sabotaged his awakening test? The suspect committed suicide, so the trail went cold. Should I keep digging? Xiao Hai let out a helpless sigh. They only agreed to investigate because of his potential. Now that he was deemed useless, there was no point wasting any more time on it. Shortly after, military officers arrived to break the news to Ye Ning. Ye Ning, we just received the final evaluation from the capital's top experts. Your potential is capped at Tier 2. The safe zone has officially canceled all of your special benefits. You've also been removed from the Spark plan. That's all we were sent to tell you. Goodbye. Ye Ning stood there, completely stunned. How could his potential be capped at Tier 2? He knew for a fact that his true talent was SSS rank. Even if the test only registered it as SS, that should have been more than enough to prove his unlimited potential. After taking a moment to process, it finally clicked. In this current timeline, the Tianfeng safe zone was constantly under attack by waves of mutated beasts. At this stage in history, spirit-type awakeners were still widely dismissed as absolute trash. Nobody knew yet that the secret to breaking past Tier 3 to Tier 4 actually required a high willpower attribute, which could only be achieved by cultivating spirit-type abilities. Things had certainly taken an unexpected turn. He never thought an oversight like this in his second life would prevent them from realizing how crucial he actually was. Was he seriously going to have to travel all the way to the capital, just to convince them that he possessed a SSS rank talent, and explain that a spirit-type awakening was the actual key to breaking through to Tier 4? After a moment of thought, the young man shook his head. Without any concrete proof, absolutely no one would believe him anyway. The smartest move right now was to focus on reclaiming his Tier 3 strength as quickly as possible. Once he reached that level, the truth would speak for itself. Armed with the Doomsday Sword God system and his overpowered Blade Storm skill, his starting point in this life was already miles ahead of his past self. There was no time to lose. He needed to head out and start hunting mutants immediately. Deep inside the wild forest, he was immediately approached by two cocky young guys. "Hey, kid with the gun, you looking to join a squad? We're putting together a team to hunt some low-level Tier 1 mutants. If we pull it off, we'll give you a cut of 1 credit. Stick with us, and we'll keep you safe." But Ye Ning shut them down without hesitation. A party? Low-level Tier 1 mutants barely gave any experience points as it was. With a group that size, how much EXP is even left to split? "You guys go ahead, I'll pass." "Wow, you've got some nerve, kid. We saw you out here all alone and tried to throw you a bone, and this is the attitude we get? Talk about ungrateful. Don't think that just because you've become an awakened being, you can look down on everyone. We were nice enough to invite you. Are you tired of living, acting like this? All your constant babbling is giving Ye Ning a headache. Shut your trap and get lost." The moment that loudmouth met Ye Ning's gaze, he instantly backed down. They were terrified. That icy stare made them feel like they were being targeted by a savage beast. Could only someone who has survived countless life and death situations have eyes like that? This kid is definitely hiding something sinister. Ignoring them completely, Ye Ning walked straight inside. He stopped at the rotting corpse forest, one of the most dangerous areas outside the Tianfeng safe zone. If I remember correctly, the deepest part of this forest has 2 Tier 1 mutants, one of which is at peak Tier 1. To rank up from level 0 to level 1, an awakened needs to eliminate 3 tier 1 mutants. I already took down 1 peak tier 1 mutant back in the trial dungeon. Even though the experience points were halved, it is still equivalent to a regular tier 1. Taking out 2 more in this rotting corpse forest should do the trick for a level up. Right on cue, a monster appeared. Deciding against using his Stormflow sword, he opened fire with his gun instead. He didn't just need spiritual energy experience. He also needed to strengthen his physical body. Suddenly, monsters began rushing at him from all directions. Ye Ning knew that the physical strength of mental type awakened was considered the weakest. He absolutely had to change the higher-ups' perception of them. It wasn't just him. All capable level 3 awakened had to find a way to achieve mental awakening. If they dragged this out until level 4 arrived, it would be too late. He had to make the higher-ups realize just how crucial the mental path really was. As Ye Ning's gunshots rang out, scattering the birds into a frenzy, the group from earlier grew anxious. Did you hear that? Gunshots. Could it be that kid from earlier? The sound is coming from the Treant's territory. It sounds like it's not too far from here. Hurry up, everyone. We can't let that kid snatch the spiritual fruit before we even find it. Meanwhile, Ye Ning was busy dodging a barrage of heavy attacks. The Treant, a peak tier 1 mutant, was unleashing its full fury on him. It wasn't just one, but 2 of them attacking together, opening their massive mouths, ready to tear him apart. But Ye Ning was completely baffled. No matter where he looked, he couldn't find the second mutant. Right now, he could only see and sense the one right in front of him. But looking closely, something seemed off. Dozens of its massive vines slammed straight into the ground at lightning speed. Ye Ning bolted, dodging every strike he could. When he turned around, the beast was gone. In reality, it had jumped right above his head. It lashed its tentacles with immense force. Who would have thought such a massive, heavy creature could actually jump? On top of that, the second mutant still hadn't shown itself. Ye Ning suspected it was waiting for the perfect chance to ambush him. Meanwhile, the monster before him was growing more furious by the second. There was no time to dodge now, let alone think of a strategy. All he could do was brace himself and block the blow. He slammed his gun hard against its body, suddenly noticing a strange, eye-like object right in the center. The impact sliced Ye Ning's wrist open. He was sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Even the suppression team for mid-tier 2 mutants was highly skilled. Yet, facing just 2 tier 1 mutants had left the entire squad heavily injured and claimed 2 lives. If the second one hadn't hidden so well, they wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. In his past life, both the Treant and the Disturber here were wiped out by an elite military squad. Their report back then had misled him. In reality, there was always one hiding deep within, and now, the truth was staring him right in the face. The Disturber was actually on the Treant's body, which was now starting to swell up. Ye Ning finally connected the dots. The Disturber's screech was a buff that empowered the Treant, but it looked like this boost wouldn't last very long. Moreover, when the buff activated, the Treant deliberately took one step back. Nothing has changed yet. It is still using the exact same attack pattern as before. If my guess is correct, its next move is to jump right next to Ye Ning. Sure enough, it did exactly that. Ye Ning instantly lunged onto its tentacles. Your biggest weakness is that, Disturber, you monster. This was his moment to shine. Leaping high into the air, he channeled all his strength and plunged his sword straight into the center of the Disturber. The Treant let out a deafening screech as green slime oozed out. Right in Ye Ning's grasp was the Disturber itself. Separated from the Treant, the Disturber was incredibly weak, and he crushed it with one hand without a second thought. Seeing this, the Treant went absolutely wild, thrashing its vines defiantly. Now, it was its turn to go down. Ye Ning drew his blade, chopping its tentacles into 100 pieces in just a few quick slashes. Without the Disturber's buff, this Treant didn't have the strength of a peak tier 1 mutant at all. Decisively, the youth charged forward once again. The louder it roared, the more he wanted to tear it apart and leave it completely broken. Now, the Treant was left completely helpless, its once terrifying tentacles chopped clean off. Ye Ning said softly, "Come on now, stop struggling. Farewell, darling." Instantly, he drove his blade straight into the center of its face. Green fluid splattered everywhere as its entire body exploded. The system announced, "You have successfully eliminated the mutant Disturber. Mid-grade tier 1 mutant killed. Psionic experience gained. Peak tier 1 mutant tree demon defeated. Psionic experience gained. You obtained white tree demon bark material and a piece of white withered wood armor. In addition, You obtained white giant claw material and one psionic fruit. Ye Ning was quite pleased with it. Although it had side effects, it was still an excellent item for normal combat. However, the truly rare prize was still the psionic fruit. Consuming this psionic fruit permanently increases constitution by 1 point and boosts health regeneration speed by 20%. Ye Ning decided to use it right away. For an awakened, rising 1 major rank only grants 4 attribute points. He had defeated 2 bosses, so gaining 1 point was a pretty good harvest. Meanwhile, his 3 teammates, who had been staggering around, stood there completely dumbfounded because the boss's psionic pressure had suddenly vanished. Could that gunshot mean a Tier 2 awakened took action? But there's no one else here besides us, and that useless kid from earlier. We already felt that kid was creepy, but it couldn't really be him, right? This is just too hard to believe. Half an hour later, at the mutant materials purchasing station in the downtown area of Tianfeng Safe Zone, Ye Ning arrived with the scavenged loot he had gathered. Seeing a huge bag, the owner immediately welcomed him. Do you want to sell all of these materials? I'll sell everything. What's the estimated price? Although Ye Ning could list them directly on the system's trading channel, at this stage, he couldn't afford to waste a single resource. Every penny had to be spent where it mattered most, so a direct face-to-face deal was the best option. After inspecting the items, the manager cheerfully announced, "Hello there. These 4 peak Tier 1 mutant materials can be used to craft a set of armor and offensive gear. The value is around 697 credits. It looks like this is your first time here. So, we'll use our new customer discount to round it up to 700 credits. What do you think?" Ye Ning paused, thinking that in the apocalypse, 700 credits could buy over 200 kilograms of meat or hire 3 to 8 mercenaries to risk their lives. This was actually a pretty high price. Ye Ning had no reason to refuse. He agreed immediately and asked the owner to settle the bill. "All right, the credits have been transferred. Please check if you've received them. We also sell equipment, supplies, firearms, and can even do custom orders. Is there anything else you need, esteemed guest? Do you have any skill books, specifically sword skills?" The owner hesitated. "We do have sword skill books, but their ranks are a bit low. Actually, it's not just our Chamber of Commerce, but the entire Tianfeng Safe Zone is like this. Sword skill books are only at D rank." Right after, an employee brought out 3 books and asked if Ye Ning was interested. He picked them up to take a look. One was the D rank skill, Furious Slash, a sword technique. The skill's effect consumes a portion of stamina and mental strength to unleash a charged forward attack, dealing 1.2 times the strength attribute damage. The second book was the D rank skill, Draw Sword Slash, which is also a sword technique. It consumes a set amount of stamina to boost attack speed, dealing 1.2 times agility attribute damage on the first strike. The third book was the D rank skill, Continuous Slash, which demands high stamina and mental strength. Upon activation, it unleashes 3 quick slashes, with each hit dealing 0.6 times strength attribute damage, with a chance to inflict a bleeding effect. These were all the 3 lowest tier books, and they were all pretty garbage. Although the power of the skills modified by the Sword God system was nothing to worry about, the final effects were still closely tied to the original skill, so he couldn't just pick one at random. Just like Sword Breath Torrent, though its power was terrifying, it had a short casting delay and lacked flexibility due to its massive coverage area. In the future, if he encountered high-level, high-agility mutants, they could easily dodge the Sword Breath Torrent. When that happens, the enemy could attack right during Ye Ning's skill cooldown. The owner kept up his salesman grin and coaxed. "Our esteemed guest doesn't like any of these? Actually, if you're not in a hurry, I can request skill books from other safe zones. You just need to pay a handling fee, and we can find a C rank skill. If you don't specify the type, we might even get a B rank." Ye Ning didn't think twice and immediately made his choice. "No need, I'll take this Draw Sword Slash." Honestly, he really wanted to see how much an attack speed boosting skill could be enhanced. The owner thought to himself, this guy has the strength to sell peak Tier 1 mutant materials. Yet he's eyeing such a trashy skill. Is he just rich and foolish? Oh well, a sale is a sale, no need to overthink it. He put on his overly enthusiastic face again. Draw Sword Slash is 600 credits. Package this skill book for our esteemed guest. Selling this book felt like hitting the jackpot for them. Ye Ning strolled back home, thinking that with his remaining 100 credits, he should buy some delicious food for Xiao An. As soon as he got home, he brought out the food he had just bought. His younger sister was stunned, unable to understand how her brother had managed to bring home so much food. The young man confidently explains, "I'm an awakened, Xiao An. Didn't I tell you that before? From now on, we're only going to eat the good stuff." Ye Ning even bought some extra snacks. In the apocalypse, simply surviving is hard enough. Snacks are an absolute luxury. The moment Xiao An sees them, she squeals with joy. "Wow, I heard only government officials get to eat snacks. No one on our streets has ever even seen snacks before." He pats his little sister's head encouragingly and says, "Go ahead and eat. I promise you, Xiao An, you will have plenty of things like this from now on." 2 hours after eating, the little girl happily heads to bed. Their mother is working overtime today and will be home late. With no one left to disturb him, he can finally learn the skill book. He begins to open it. In an instant, he successfully learns the D-tier skill book, Draw Sword Slash. His current skill slots are now 2 out of 4, and the skill mutates into the triple S-tier Heavenly Rift Flash. Ye Ning closes his eyes, feeling the sheer force of this skill, which consumes 4,000 points of spirit energy. It unleashes a single slash, boosting both power and agility by 600% for 1 second. The attack carries a destructive sword energy that inflicts chaotic limb-severing damage on the first target hit. It also has a chance to trigger an instant death effect. He can't believe it increases his agility by 600%, even if it's only for a single second. This will easily make up for any delay in the skill's execution. He definitely made the right choice. Now, he just needs to find a place to test his new sword skill. Suddenly remembering something, he opens a cabinet and pulls out a gas mask. I remember now. If I want to test my speed, only that place is suitable. 2 hours later, on the outskirts of Yuantianfeng City, a thick, eerie fog hangs in the air, and monsters crawl all over the place. He has arrived at the Jinyuan residential area. It seems that whether in his past life or this one, Jinyuan remains a completely unexplored zone. Ye Ning recalls his past memories. In his past life, he accidentally discovered that this area was home to a Tier 2 mutant with absolute maximum speed and agility. What's more, it carried a piece of rare blue-tier gear of immense value. Looking down carelessly, he realizes he has stepped into its sticky slime. The creature has been stalking Ye Ning from behind, and the moment he turns around, it pounces. Its gaping maw stretches wide, trying to bite his head off. Fortunately, Ye Ning draws his sword just in time, bringing it down with a few basic slashes that collapse the beast. Luckily, it was just a regular zombie. If it had been the climber, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Fighting that thing in this swamp would be worse than hell mode, so he immediately moves to another spot. In the blink of an eye, he is inside a desolate warehouse. The moment he steps inside, monsters are already lurking in every corner. In his past life, when he fought this thing, he was already at Tier 2 and fully decked out in blue-tier gear. Even then, he was severely injured. With his current physical stats, being even a fraction of a second too slow means he'll be torn to shreds by the climber. If I remember correctly, the climber should be somewhere close by. Looking at, say the work call if this was here in his past life, but he decides to use the iron rungs to his advantage. I probably didn't notice it back then, but this could make a perfect trap. Ye Ning bends the metal bars so they point outward. Now shaped into sharp, jagged spikes, it seems his plan is to lure the monsters over and impale them. Suddenly, an elite monster bursts out from a murky puddle. Spotting Ye Ning, it charges at him with extreme speed, but he swiftly dodges the incoming strike. This sends the monster crashing headfirst into the wall. He needs to eliminate it quickly, because if the climber shows up now, he's done for. The elite monster shrieks in agony. Getting hit that quickly proves his trap was incredibly effective. Suddenly, something moves with incredible speed behind the building. The one thing he feared most has finally shown up. A system notification pops up, warning him that the mid-tier, Tier 2 mutant, the climber, has arrived. He is in serious trouble now. The young man never expected to end up in a one-on-two showdown like this. Standing right between two massive monsters, Ye Ning starts to feel the pressure. He can swear the climber is moving even faster than it did in his past life. Because of the blind spot effect, the distance between him and the creature is dangerously close. While the climber's next move might be easy to dodge, predicting where the elite monster will strike next is a completely different story. There is no time to overthink this. He absolutely must dodge the climber's incoming attacks. But as he dodges one, the other immediately pounces, leaving him with no choice but to block. His brief moment of excitement quickly fades into frustration. Setting up that trap was a terrible mistake. Now I'm taking even more damage. Damn it, I played myself. Although he only came here to test his skills, The situation has become too dangerous. Using Tempest Swordstorm would be a much safer option right now. Unfortunately, he doesn't meet the requirements to unleash Tempest Swordstorm and wipe them both out. The climber is simply too fast for Tempest Swordstorm to connect, especially while he has to dodge attacks from 2 mutants at once. His Tier 0 physical stats just aren't cut out for it. In that case, his only option is to use Heavenly Rift Flash. But just like Draw Sword Slash, Heavenly Rift Flash is a single target attack. With no other choice, Ye Ning sheathes his sword. The 2 monsters suddenly go wild and charge at him simultaneously. But then, the young man suddenly remembers, wait, I recall the skill description saying the attack. The Sky Rift Flowing Light attack naturally comes with its own sword energy. I have no idea how far that energy actually reaches, but to be safe, I should just assume the absolute shortest distance for my calculations. If everything goes as expected, combining the reach of my arm, the length of the blade, and the range of the sword energy should be more than enough to strike both monsters at once. And that is, even though Sky Rift Flowing Light is supposed to be a single target skill. Without missing a beat, Ye Ning unleashes his Sky Rift Flowing Light Draw Slash, striking them both simultaneously. The sheer force of the impact causes energy to erupt in all directions, instantly blasting chunks of the monsters' bodies to pieces. Standing dead center, Ye Ning takes out both monsters with a single, devastating blow. And it is even better than the skill description. Not only does it trigger random limb shattering on the first target hit, but the sword energy itself also comes with a powerful splash effect. If he had known this beforehand, he would not have taken the risk of pulling both of them at once. But as he thinks it over, he starts to have second thoughts. Actually, scratch that the secondary effect is not guaranteed to trigger every time. This skill definitely needs more testing. Just then, the system alerts start flooding in, announcing that he has defeated a higher-level enemy, the Climber, a mid-tier Tier 2 mutant, earning a massive amount of spiritual energy experience points. You have defeated the Hyenren, a high-tier Tier 1 mutant, receiving spiritual energy experience points along with a white-grade mutant material, Climber's Leg, a blue-grade mutant material, Swift Core, and a blue-grade equipment, Wind-Tearing Claws. Even though that fight was a huge gamble, the payoff was absolutely worth it. Meanwhile, over at the Tianfeng military outpost, they just detected a massive energy wave rippling across the entire sector. What on earth is this? This kind of abnormal energy spike has never happened before. Sound the alarm, now. As the alarms blare, everyone in the base panics, wondering what the hell is going on and why the alarm suddenly went off. We have detected abnormal energy fluctuations on the outskirts. Could a Tier 3 Awakened be fighting out there? None of the Tier 3 Awakened from our Tianfeng military zone are registered as being deployed out there today. Could it be some VIP from another military zone paying a visit, or maybe some secret operation by another country? We need to send a team to investigate immediately. 20 minutes later, the squad arrives at the scene to check out the aftermath. One of the investigators admits he has never seen battle damage like this before, and he cannot recall any Tier 3 Awakened in their district who can pull off a move like this. But then, another soldier stops him, telling him to look closer. Based on the residual energy, the spiritual power used for this single skill was at least over 4,000. To unleash 4,000 spiritual power without collapsing from exhaustion on the spot and still be able to move. Only a mid-tier, Tier 3 powerhouse could pull that off. Taking a closer look, the investigator is shocked once again. This is urgent. It is way above our security clearance. We need to report this to the Commander-in-Chief immediately. After cleaning up the battlefield, Ye Ning casually strolls back into the Tianfeng safe zone. He is incredibly hyped because he can now both teleport and unleash massive burst damage. It definitely lives up to its reputation as a god-tier gear that easily sold for 60,000 credits in his past life. He just hopes he can get a similarly great price for it in this lifetime too. Since it is already way too late and all the physical stores are closed, Ye Ning decides to list it online. The split second he hits submit, someone instantly messages him to ask for the price. Talk about lightning fast. The buyer messages, "Hi, I am interested in those wind-tearing claws. Can you give me a good deal on them?" Ye Ning replies bluntly, 60,000 credits. Non-negotiable. The buyer desperately pleads, "Come on, brother, can I offer other resources like gear, skills, or food to cover part of the credits?" Seeing that Ye Ning is taking his sweet time to reply, the buyer panics, thinking he might miss out. "Are you still there, boss? Can you please do 30,000 credits? I am begging you." In reality, Ye Ning is just highly amused. With so many people fighting over it, he does not have to worry about selling it at all. He decides to initiate negotiations, replying, "Add me as a friend, brother, and we can discuss the details. I will make sure the final price satisfies you. But if you really want it, the credit amount cannot be lower than 30,000. I can accept other items, even white-grade gear, but I only want sword-type skills. If you have spiritual fruits, that would be even better." The guy on the other side of the screen is practically salivating, completely determined to get his hands on it. Even if he has to sell everything he owns, he absolutely has to get this god-tier equipment. He immediately orders his subordinates. "All right, take an inventory of all the gear in our clan, especially anything related to the swordsman class." The lackeys quickly comply, and after half an hour of sweeping through their inventory, they return with the results, presenting all the gear they could find. After thinking it over, the leader still feels it is not enough, realizing they need to send a deposit first to secure the deal. He yells, "Go gather the credits immediately." After a short wait, the deposit credits are successfully transferred to Ye Ning. Our protagonist feels extremely satisfied, thinking to himself how much this guy must really love this gear. In his previous life, up until his death, his mother and Xiaoan always lived in constant fear, never getting to experience a single peaceful day. Now that I've been reborn with all these resources, there's no way I'm letting them suffer again. Otherwise, what was the point of coming back? I have to give my mom and Xiaoan the best life possible. The leader texted back, "Boss, we're still gathering the rest of the stuff. It'll definitely be delivered tomorrow." The next morning, the Tianfeng real estate office was packed. The second we stepped inside, a sales representative greeted us with a massive smile. "Welcome. What kind of home are you two looking for today? Have you had a chance to browse our listings yet?" Ye Ning led his little sister inside, who was completely overwhelmed by how fancy the place was. He spoke up, "I want to buy your absolute best property, and as fast as possible, because I'm in a hurry. Do you have anything we can move into right away?" Hearing this, the female agent couldn't help but look down on them. She sneered to herself, thinking, "A level 0 awakened actually has the nerve to come house hunting here? You two couldn't even afford a single brick in this place." Snobbishly, she replied, "Well, our premium properties start at 40,000 credits. It is incredibly expensive. Why don't you go over there and check out the 2,000 credit options? I have other, actual clients to attend to." Ye Ning didn't bat an eye. "No need. 40,000 credits is fine. Let's do the transfer right now." The agent scoffed, "If you really have that kind of cash, then transfer it. Do that, and you can move in today." "Deal?" She spoke with a smirk, but inside, she was filled with utter disgust. She figured this guy was just some broke loser who came in to talk big. "If you don't have the money, get lost and stop wasting my time." Ye Ning just pulled out his phone and calmly told her to wait a moment. Suddenly, a notification popped up showing his balance was only 13,000 credits. The transaction failed due to insufficient funds. This made the agent even more furious. "Hey pal, if you don't have the money, are you seriously here just to play games with me? Oh, so a few minutes of your time is worth tens of thousands of credits now? How convenient." Meanwhile, poor Xiaoan stood there looking completely lost and confused. But just as she finished mocking him, a new message flashed on his screen. It was the contact he had been trading with. "Boss, time was a bit tight, so I could only pull together 39,375 credits. But I've added some gear and spirit fruits to make up for it. Would you be open to trading?" The trade offer popped up, including a tactical armor crafted from white mutant beast hide and 2 white shoulder guards. There was also a white bracer, tactical leather pants, a white ring, and 6 white spirit fruits. Ye Ning immediately clicked accept. As the transaction chime rang out, the female agent froze in sheer disbelief. A message flashed on her screen. 39,375 credits have been deposited into your account. In an instant, her attitude did a complete 180. She spun around, showing him her screen with a beaming, fake smile. "Handsome, you're seriously young and successful. To be this wealthy at your age is just incredible. I'm honestly just blown away by how amazing you are." Ye Ning looked at her with pure disgust and asked, "So, can we finalize the transaction now? Because if you can't, I'll gladly find another agent." The woman practically threw herself at him. "No, please. I can do it. I can absolutely do it. I'll do whatever you need. My dearest valued customer, it is my absolute pleasure to serve you. I promise to make you completely satisfied." Once the payment cleared, Ye Ning and his sister were led straight to a breathtaking, luxurious mansion. Xiaoan stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what she was seeing. "Brother, are we?" Are we really going to live here? That's right. From now on, you never have to go digging through the trash yards again. Here, take the keys. In a little bit, go ahead and bring Mom over to our new home, okay? After letting his sister handle the move, he headed out to take care of some business. As night fell, the young man made his way up to the rooftop of a tall building. The resources he got from taking down the crawler were running low, so he needed to restock. And fast. The military had already cleared out all the high-level mutants around Tianfeng, leaving behind only a few automatically refreshing training zones. Those areas were only good for low-level awakened to practice. Right now, his only real option was the Corpse Academy. That dungeon was located outside the Tianfeng safe zone, and it was the only place that dropped spirit fruits. Plus, it was crawling with Tier 2 mutants. On top of that, clearing the dungeon with a high rating would net a special reward. Since no one had achieved the top rating yet, that special reward was still up for grabs. Besides, with my SSS class skills, clearing the Corpse Academy will be a walk in the park. The young man did a few quick flips and leaped off the edge. Do you wish to enter the Tier C dungeon, Corpse Academy? The level cap for this dungeon is currently set at Tier 2. Ye Ning quickly hit confirm, and the system notified him that matching was successful. There were currently 14 other players inside the dungeon. The Corpse Academy dungeon will launch in 1 minute. The current scenario is a standard environment, with no paranormal or special anomalies. Enemies in this dungeon consist of mutated zombies and a handful of survivors. The timeline is set to 7 days after the initial outbreak. The school is overrun by those who have already turned into zombies. Once you complete the basic mission, you will be allowed to exit the dungeon. Ye Ning opened his eyes to find himself inside a classroom alongside several other players. His eyes were glued to the floating system panel. Your primary mission is to survive inside the academy for 12 hours. You cannot leave the premises during this time. The reward for completion is a random piece of white-grade gear and 4 spirit energy experience points. You may also select any of the following side quests. Eliminate the headless female zombie, difficulty tier D. Eliminate the mutated butcher, difficulty tier C. Eliminate all zombies within the academy, difficulty tier C. Just then, a blonde guy named Gao Yun was standing behind some rubble. Has anyone here ever run this Corpse C dungeon before? I actually cleared it once. If none of you have ever beaten it, I can nominate myself as your leader. Seeing this, a bald guy immediately speaks up to support him. I heard the academy's difficulty is insane. If you have the experience, please lead us. Gao Yun smirks, acting like a total badass. The difficulty of this place is considered extremely high among Tier 2 dungeons. If we don't work together perfectly, it's an easy team wipe. While he keeps rambling, Ye Ning stands there with his back turned, looking completely uninterested. Annoyed, Gao Yun has to call him out. Hey level 0 kid, what is a level 0 scrub like you doing in a place like this? Are you just looking to get killed? Kid, you're in the wrong place. Did nobody tell you this is a Tier 2 dungeon? Ye Ning doesn't say a word, he just throws a cold glare backward, instantly freezing the guy in his tracks. Holy crap, this level 0 kid looks creepy as hell. What can a level 0 even do here? We don't have time to baby you. If you can't handle it, stay out of our way, and don't hold us back. After complaining, Gao Yun waves his hand dismissively. Fine, whatever. Just trail behind us to leech some experience points. After all, even a level 0 needs a chance to grow. But listen up everyone. The basic reward for this dungeon is just a piece of common white tier gear. I'm sure you all came here for the high difficulty quests. So, you must remember my warning carefully. Absolutely do not take on any quests on your own, got it? Last time I ran this dungeon, I didn't know any better and ended up aggroing 2 bosses at the exact same time. As a result, most of our teammates were wiped out. We had to rely on 2 peak Tier 2 allies, risking their lives just to barely make it through. I was absolutely terrified back then and walked away with nothing. I still get nightmares just thinking about it. Meanwhile, Ye Ning is staring intently at his system screen. If that's the case, my stats are still a bit low. Looks like I can't afford to save my spirit fruits. As far as I know, many Tier 2 awakeners don't even have a total stat count of 18, but my strength stat alone has already reached 17. My stat sheet is basically on par with a Tier 2 awakener. With these stats and my 2 SSS rank skills, sweeping the Corpse C Academy will be a piece of cake. Ye Ning feels power surging through his entire body. Acting all high and mighty, Gao Yun instructs the group. The protective barrier is about to drop. Everyone, accept the headless female corpse quest first. This boss is only a mid-tier 2 monster. With 14 of us working together, we can take it down with minimal casualties. Captain, we're all counting on your leadership. The only attractive girl in the group speaks up, using her feminine charm to manipulate him. Hey, Captain, if things get dangerous later, you'll protect me, right? The group immediately sets off as the protective barrier around the academy fades away. But before they can even make a move, Ye Ning suddenly bolts straight ahead. They all stare in absolute bewilderment. What the heck? Isn't that the level 0 guy? He's charging in completely alone. Damn it, what is he doing? Does he have a death wish? What do we do now? Is this going to mess up our run? Gao Yun raises his hand and shouts, he's just a level 0 scrub, ignore him. Everyone, stay behind me and keep your formation tight. Focus up, we're moving out. As they advance, the surrounding area grows colder and more desolate. As Ye Ning dashes up the stairs, a desperate cry for help echoes from nearby. Mister, please save us. We're trapped in here. Can you help us get out? They look completely human, but Ye Ning easily sees right through their disguise. He casually sprints past, giving each of them a solid kick in the face. In my past life, my teammates thought you guys were side quest NPCs and stopped to save you, only to get ambushed and brutally torn to pieces. I can still see that horrific scene every time I close my eyes. In this dungeon, the butcher monster has the best gear drop rate. I'll head to the rooftop to hunt it down first, then lure out the hidden boss. Then, I'll just wipe them all out in one shot with my flowing wind sword storm. Meanwhile, the other group is still sneaking around like cowards. This junkyard is where the headless female corpse spawns. Before we engage, try to avoid fighting any minor monsters. The group moves cautiously, following Gao Yun's lead and obeying his every command. At the start, the more mobs we kill, the more enraged they'll get later on. Going straight for the boss is actually our safest bet. Once we take down the first boss, the rest of the monsters will go into a collective frenzy. That's when we hide. We'll wait out the frenzy buff before pushing deeper inside. A black-haired girl in the group immediately showers him with flattery. With you leading us, Captain, clearing this dungeon will be a breeze. But a guy behind her snaps, "Shh, shut up. Look, is that the boss?" Suddenly, a system alert flashes. A mutant, mid-tier 2 headless female corpse is attacking. Standing right on top of a ruined car is the beast itself. Clutching a bloody skull in its hands, the horrifying headless female corpse glares straight at Gao Yun. Hiding behind his incredibly cheap-looking shield, he takes a trembling step forward and stammers, I'm a defender class. I can do this. I've got the monster pinned down. Everyone, attack now. This team seriously couldn't get any more dysfunctional. The archer took the lead to initiate the attack. The bald guy yelled out in panic, "Leader, step to the right a bit so you don't get hit by the stray magic attacks." Once his shield temporarily blocked the female corpse's magic, Cao Van thought he saw a golden opportunity. He leaped up to counterattack, but in the blink of an eye, the female corpse completely vanished. After disappearing for about 3 seconds, it suddenly popped up right above the archer's head. "Leader, what is going on? Why did the boss target us?" Cao Van stammered awkwardly. "Sorry, I couldn't hold it back just now." Cao Van tried to activate his shield once again. "All right, we're good now. Everyone, keep attacking just like before." Meanwhile, Dan Nin was standing off to the side, quietly observing and deep in thought. The butcher mutant should be right here. Why isn't it? Let me check the quest. Wait, what? Hold on, the quest to defeat the butcher is gone. I didn't accept it, so who did? Back with the other group, everyone stood there completely dumbfounded, having no idea why a second boss had suddenly spawned. As it turned out, Cao Van had secretly taken the quest on his own without consulting anyone. He secretly thought to himself that as a defense class awakened, he naturally lacked the means to deal high damage to monsters. When the quest rewards are calculated, it would be extremely hard for him to get priority on the top-tier gear. But if his teammates got wiped out right when the boss was low on health, the sole survivor would get the best gear, even if their clear rating was low. Cao Van immediately put on an Oscar-worthy performance, pretending to know nothing and even shifting the blame. Who took the quest? Could it be that level 0 guy who ran away earlier? Damn it, is he trying to get us killed? Cao Van, I'm definitely not letting that bastard scheme succeed. He fake heroically charged at the monster, raising his shield to make it look real. Let me hold off the monster. Don't worry about anything else. Just hit it with everything you've got as fast as possible. Seeing Cao Van risk his life and charge forward, the rest of the team was once again completely brainwashed. Leader, you're literally the best person in the world. Watching from above, Danin overheard everything. He smirked. Oh, so you want to blame me and hog all the gear? Not a bad plan. Too bad you picked the wrong target. There are 2 hidden bosses in this dungeon. He decided to accept the C-rank quest to eliminate the Withered Bone mutant, and then took on the B-rank quest to slay the Lord of the Corpse Sea. The 2 monsters were summoned in an instant. Showing zero fear, Da Ning drew his weapon. "Don't just stand there dazed. Come over here and play with me." As they lunged at him all at once, Da Ning executed a flip and jumped down. Just as he planned, they seemed to have chased after him, and they were all in a state of rage. "Very nice." Cao Van looked up in sheer confusion. "Wait, isn't that the level 0 guy?" Da Ning landed right next to him. Cao Van's face instantly went pale. "Him? Why is he here?" Right at that moment, the 2 monsters crashed down from above. Cao Van froze up completely. Seeing him paralyzed with fear, Da Ning even patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. "Don't you love playing games? Let's have a blast with all 4 of these bosses." Cao Van's eyes widened in sheer panic upon realizing Da Ning had accepted all the quests. Da Ning leaned in and whispered in his ear, "My bad for setting you up like this. Hope you don't mind." Cao Van was so angry he could spit blood. He had planned to use these awakened idiots to deal with the boss, but his entire plan was ruined by this level 0, nobody. With no other choice, he ran for his life as fast as his legs could carry him. "Everyone, run to the rooftop, now." Seeing their leader flee, the rest of the team bolted right after him. Da Ning smirked. "Perfect. Getting them all in the lecture hall will make cleaning up much easier." The moment they ran inside, one of the guys lost his mind and vented all his rage on Da Ning. "You useless drag, I'm not letting you get your way." The guy launched an attack, but Da Ning casually dodged it with ease. "What the hell? I'm a level 2 slasher, and he's just a level 0. There's no way he should have been able to dodge that." Da Ning finally spoke up. "Your teammate died at the hands of the butcher, right?" "I wasn't the one who accepted that quest." Everyone's jaw dropped. "Wait, what?" They immediately turned around and glared at Cao Van. "Earlier, you intentionally let that savage female corpse loose to kill Truong Dao, didn't you? You wanted to use us as shields and hog all the experience points for yourself?" Cao Van stammered, at a complete loss for words. "Now is not the time for infighting. That punk has accepted all the remaining quests. The mutants will be here any second. We have to hold this position if we want any chance of surviving." "Hold my ass. There are 4 buffed tier 2 mutants out there. We can't possibly hold them off. And don't even get me started on the Lord of the Corpse Sea. That's a peak tier 2 boss." Annoyed by the shouting, one of the party members screamed, "Stop fighting. This building can't be destroyed unless it's a tier 3 monster. That savage female corpse and the other 3 are pretty massive, so they can only climb up from the outside. We'll split into 2 teams and block all their attacks. Ranged players, snipe the 3-headed mutant. The rest of you, block that crippled schoolgirl coming from the main entrance and hold off the zombies. If we actually make it out of here alive, I am absolutely going to chop off Cao Yun's head, along with that trashy telekinetics. As monsters swarm up in endless waves, this guy sure is talking a big game." Ye Ning silently thinks he should focus on surviving first before running his mouth. The entire party unleashes their attacks in perfect sync. Radiating flames and icy tentacles clash, and the volatile fire magic triggers a massive explosion. But in the blink of an eye, 4 boss monsters have already scaled the walls. No one expected them to be this fast, and panic quickly starts to set in. Even our full power attacks can't stop them. We're dead meat at this rate. Our stamina is completely gone. Cao Yun finds himself cornered, facing several beasts all at once. Damn it, he has no choice but to fight, even though everything seems completely hopeless. Once the crowd gathers, Ye Ning suddenly makes a bizarre offer, shouting, "If you want to live, jump down with me." Everyone watches in absolute shock as he bends his knees, preparing to leap. What the hell? Is he giving up first? What a lunatic. What a useless piece of trash. Ye Ning executes a series of mid-air flips, followed by a colossal explosion that shakes the entire area. Looking up, they feel an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. Wait, did that trashy telekinetic just detonate himself? How is this even possible? Well, we've come too far to back out now. Deciding to bet their lives on it, they charge forward and leap down right after Ye Ning. Now, only Cao Yun is left standing there, frozen in fear. He's terrified that jumping down will only lead to an even more brutal death. Besides, with his defensive class, staying put might actually give him a chance to survive. Watching from below, Ye Ning smirks, thinking, "Cao Yun, not jumping is the best mistake you'll ever make." Ye Ning immediately triggers his Tempest Sword Storm, completely blowing up the rooftop. Cao Yun desperately tries to block the blast with his shield, but the sheer force is way too much for him to handle. As they free fall through the air, the party members still can't wrap their heads around the fact that a mere telekinetic is pulling off something this insane. Thick white smoke fills the air. Under the force of such a devastating blast, the bosses are wiped out in an instant, and Cao Yun is completely vaporized along with them. At this moment, the truth finally dawns on the group. No wonder Ye Ning was so confident about taking on this fight. This level of power has to be at least Tier 3. With the battlefield cleared, Ye Ning emerges looking incredibly cool, completely unscathed without a single scratch. He casually asks, "Is everyone all right?" One of them steps forward, bowing deeply to apologize. "Great One, we were blind not to recognize your true power. We deeply apologize for being so disrespectful to you earlier." The archer stammers, trying to make excuses. "When I said the telekinetic class was trash at level 0, I swear I wasn't talking about you. Forget it, that doesn't matter right now. Next, I need you all to hunt down any stray zombies that manage to slip through and wipe them out. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" They immediately bow in unison, eager to follow Ye Ning's orders without hesitation. The moment he walks away, the praise starts pouring in. They can't stop talking about how handsome, young, and incredibly powerful he is. Honestly, one of the guys might have just had his preference bent by Ye Ning's charm. Meanwhile, Ye Ning remains fully focused on his goal. In his past life, he heard rumors that the headless female corpse carried a hidden piece of rare blue-tier gear. The moment he stops, his eyes catch sight of half a shattered skull lying nearby, though he has no idea where it came from. The battle was so intense that it completely devastated the area, making the search extremely difficult. Suddenly, a faint gleam of light catches his eye. He hurries over to check it out, and finally, he finds it. You have received a blue-tier item, Skull of Resentment. The item has two main functions: telekinesis and mental probe. To activate its power, you must place it against your forehead. This skull is incredibly useful for psychic-type classes. Up until now, the psychic class has always been looked down upon and treated like trash. That's mostly because psychic users struggle to channel their power into concrete, high-impact ultimate skills like other awakened classes can. On top of that, their attacks lack raw destructive power. But with this buff, the rise of the psychic class is finally within arm's reach. The moment Ye Ning places it on his forehead, a surge of violent energy courses through him, causing his entire body to throb with intense pain. Well, as they say, no pain, no gain. With telekinetic energy now coursing wildly through his veins, he decides to test it out on a massive falling boulder nearby. With just 1 second of intense focus, he completely shatters the boulder to pieces. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, he commands a strike. Smoking, jagged craters are carved into the ground. Ye Ning nods in satisfaction, thinking, "The destructive power is pretty impressive. Once I level up, this is going to be absolutely insane. Now, time to try out the mental probe." Placing both hands on his forehead, he scans the area to see what the other group is up to. Instantly, a real-time feed of everyone's movements pops into his head, including their exact locations and how far they are from him. It looks like the maximum search range is 29 meters. Still, for his current situation, that's more than enough. The moment he finishes his thought, a system notification rings out, announcing that all zombies in the Corp C Academy have been completely eliminated. All missions are successfully cleared. The option to exit the dungeon has been unlocked. Upon leaving, rewards will be calculated based on dungeon performance. As for Ye Ning, his completion rate is a jaw-dropping 100%, earning him a legendary SSS-grade rating. His random draw rewards consist of 1 blue-tier equipment, 6 white-tier equipment, 3 free attribute points, and 1 B-grade skill book. For defeating over-level bosses like the Headless Corpse, the Bloody Butcher, and the Skeleton King, he receives an additional 2 attribute points. These rewards are incredibly generous. Once he gets back, he can easily list all the white-tier gear online for some quick cash. Ye Ning's level has also climbed to peak level 1. He'll need to quickly take on his advancement quest to complete his class promotion. Eager to see what he got, he excitedly checks to see what kind of blue-tier gear he drew. As soon as he opened it, the blue-grade gear he received was the Spike Thunder Boots. Gear attributes: Agility +2, Movement speed increased by 20%. Explosive power increased by 20%. As for its passive effect, equipping them inflicts paralysis, and this effect never wears off. Regarding its gear skill, Thunder Dash, once activated, boosts agility by 10 points for 2 seconds and grants a charge attack. An attack that adds 10 agility? Doesn't that basically make me an agility type now? The young man decided not to sell it. Instead, he put on the spike thunder boots and headed off to accept the advancement quest. Shortly after, he arrived at the Tianfeng Quest Center and asked the receptionist to let him accept the advancement quest. The young girl yawned. Level 0. And you're advancing to Tier 1? After reading through the quest list, the guy decided to take them all. He wanted to take all 4 Tier 2 quests. The receptionist's jaw dropped, thinking she had misheard. What did you say? Accepting all 4 quests? Are you insane? Or am I dreaming? After double-checking Ye Ning's profile, the girl let out a silly laugh. Seriously, level 0? Haha, turns out you're the one dreaming. Even putting that aside, taking 4 quests at once? Have you lost your mind? Aside from dual system awakeners, everyone takes quests one by one. Don't you know the penalty for failure is brutal? Ye Ning calmly replied. Failing a single quest deducts 50% of my main attribute. If I fail them all, I'll end up a cripple, or even dead. But yeah, I can handle that consequence. Ye Ning placed his hand on the power evaluation machine. After the scan, the results showed he was at the peak of Tier 1. Can you register the quests for me now? The receptionist, now wide awake, had no reason to refuse. Just then, a man walked up. Oh? Well, if it isn't Ye Ning, the guy with the double S rank talent, this man was Huang Xiao, the captain of the scouting squad in the Tianfeng safe zone. It's this late, and a level 0 like you is still coming here to take quests? Why be so reckless? No matter how hard you struggle, what kind of waves can a mental type even make anyway? The receptionist stammered, Officer, actually, Ye Ning. Before she could finish, a squad gathered behind them, reporting, Captain, assembly complete. We've detected suspected traces of a Tier 3 awakener fighting at the Corpse C Academy. Higher-ups ordered us to investigate immediately. Everyone, move it, let's go. Ye Ning stood there with a faint smile. He hadn't expected the path of destruction he left behind to reach their ears so quickly. The former zoo was now the corpse paradise. Commander, are we really not going to say a word to the Tianfeng safe zone? I've seen Tianfeng deploying troops everywhere these past few days. It looks like they're searching for something. Could they be looking for us? The man clad in iron armor and a heavy cloak, wielding a massive blade, was Hong Gang, a Tier 3 awakener and the commander of the Zhenjiang zone. Hong Gang boasted confidently, My son, Hong Xing, was just selected for the Tinder project. I'm just here to grab some blue-grade gear for him. It's no big deal. Besides, the Tianfeng zone has been completely miserable lately because they got rejected by that double S rank talent, Ye Ning. Talking to them now would just be rubbing salt in their wounds, wouldn't it? Yes, Commander, you are absolutely right. Hong Gang turned back with a scowl. But is your intel accurate? Is there really only one peak Tier 2 creature about to break through to Tier 3 here? I didn't travel all the way from Zhenjiang to Tianfeng for nothing. His subordinate replied confidently, Don't worry, Commander. The intel is absolutely solid. That corpse tiger will definitely drop blue-grade gear. With that, the group set to work. Meanwhile, Ye Ning stood high above, surveying the entire area. A system quest panel popped up in front of him. Strength type advancement quest. Eliminate a peak, Tier 1, mutated creature, a corpse dog. Agility type advancement quest. Retrieve a wing feather from the Tier 2 mutated wind condor. Constitution type advancement quest. Form a team to eliminate the Tier 2 mutated blood bear. Willpower type advancement quest. Survive a low-level paranormal event for 24 hours. 2 of these advancement quests were located in the corpse paradise. Ye Ning figured he could find a way to handle them both at the same time. He activated his mental probe to scan the surroundings, only to suddenly detect another squad of ability users planning to steal his targets. Among them, he spotted Hong Gang, a Tier 3 awakener. For some reason, the man suddenly looked up. That sharp gaze gave the young man quite a scare, making him immediately retract his mental probe. That was close. He was almost spotted. Ye Ning was filled with anxiety. This was bad. If they stole his quest targets, he would definitely fail. No, he had to move fast. He immediately leapt down. At that moment, the corpse dog and the blood bear emerged, surrounding the ability users. They scrambled to fight back. Everyone immediately split up to draw them away from the commander to buy time. A young man and a girl named Aru volunteered to handle the corpse dog, while the rest took on the blood bear. Ye Ning boldly taunted the monster, yelling, "Come here, little puppy, daddy's got a bone for you." Hong Gang suddenly panics as he senses an overwhelmingly powerful aura. It seems the corpse tiger has arrived. The moment he turns his head, the massive beast is already looming right behind him, but Hong Gang quickly calms down and even smirks in excitement. It came at the perfect time. With just a single sword in hand, he is fully prepared to take on the corpse tiger in a one-on-one duel. Ye Ning, hiding in the bushes, realizes there is an 80% chance this rank 3 fighter is here for the blue tier gear dropped by the corpse tiger. I have to complete this mission, no matter what. As for that blue tier gear, even though I really want it, stealing a kill from behind is pretty cheap. There is no need to pick a fight with a rank 3 over this. Of course, if he can't defeat the corpse tiger, that is a whole different story. Right now, these monsters aren't lined up, and the distance between them is over 100 meters. Since I only have one shot at using Skygap flowing light, if the distance is too great, something might go wrong. I have to wait for the perfect, absolute opening before launching it. Meanwhile, the corpse tiger is in a state of wild fury, roaring as it charges. Honggang repeatedly unleashes his wind slash. Looking at how things are unfolding, Ye Ning decides he absolutely has to steal this kill. Focusing his energy on them, he activates Skygap flowing light. An overwhelming surge of power instantly floods the area, leaving everyone utterly dazed and confused. Is this a mid-tier or high-tier rank 3? Honggang is also thrown into a panic. Before he even knows what happened, the corpse tiger is completely obliterated. The squad of awakened fighters is absolutely furious. Who dares steal my kill? But Honggang quickly snaps back to reality. Knowing his limits, he realizes this mystery fighter's strength is far above his own, making a direct confrontation extremely foolish. Instead, he decides it is better to talk to Commander Xiao Hai of Tianfeng first. Meanwhile, after pulling off the perfect kill steal, Ye Ning happily skips away, grinning from ear to ear. The system announces, "You have defeated Corpse Dog, Blood Bear, and Corpse Tiger above your level. You received 3 attribute points. Additionally, you obtained mutant materials, Dog Fangs, Bear Paws, and Tiger Eyes. You also received a white tier item, Enhancement Blood. You obtained a white tier Giant Bear Helmet and blue tier Wrathful Tiger Gloves." The moment his feet touch the ground, Ye Ning opens the stat panel for the blue tier gear, Wrathful Tiger Gloves, an offhand weapon that grants +3 strength, +2 agility, and a 30% boost to attack speed. Using these gloves inflicts a single instance of mental damage on the target, briefly stunning them, with a chance to trigger a fear effect. The cooldown is 24 hours. Item description: a pair of gloves filled with burning resentment. Anyone facing them will suffer the terrifying fear of a ferocious tiger. Seeing this, Ye Ning finally understands why that rank 3 commander wanted them so badly. Without wasting a single second, Ye Ning immediately equips them. Over at the Tianfeng Investigation Office, Huang Xiao, the captain of the Tianfeng Safe Zone Investigation Unit, is yawning endlessly because they still haven't found any leads. They spent the entire night investigating the Corpse Academy, but it turned out to be just as dead of a dead end as the putrid corpse forest from before. There is absolutely no trace of that mysterious rank 3 fighter, and they can't even tell if it is the same person. Right then, an officer rushes in, completely out of breath. "Captain, the scouting team just detected 2 surges of rank 3 soul energy over at Tianluo Garden." "What? Again? And there are 2 of them? Has our Tianfeng safe zone turned into a breeding ground for rank 3 fighters?" Huang Xiao can't afford to waste another second and heads out to investigate immediately. "Quick, tell everyone to cancel their break and gather immediately. If we don't clear this up, the commander will skin us alive when he gets back." At that exact moment, Honggang storms in, looking for Xiao Hai to stir up trouble, yelling, "Xiao Hai, get your butt out here right now. What is going on here?" "Well, if it isn't Commander Hong of the Zhenjiang zone, our Commander Xiao is currently busy at the defense line. What could have possibly made you this furious?" Honggang glares at Huang Xiao, with a look of pure confusion, asking, "Who the heck are you? Is it okay if I speak to you instead?" "I am Huang Xiao, captain of the Tianfeng Investigation Unit, and Commander Xiao's right-hand man. Since Commander Xiao is away, you can tell me what's on your mind, and I will see if I can help you resolve it." Honggang aggressively begins to rant. "This morning, I was slaying a corpse tiger in Tianluo Garden to get gear for my son. Right when I was about to succeed, a rank 3 from your zone snatched it right from under my nose." Huang Xiao is shocked. It looks like Honggang was indeed one of the 2 rank 3 fighters from earlier. Honggang continues to fume, yelling, "I'm telling you, that rank 3 fighter from your Tianfeng zone has absolutely no honor. How dare they steal my kill? Do you hear me?" "Haha, you must be joking, Commander Hong. Everyone knows that our Tianfeng zone only has 1 rank 3 fighter, and that is Commander Xiao." Honggang gets even more irritated, grunting, "I knew talking to you was a waste of time. I'm heading straight to the defense line to demand justice from Xiao Hai. Let's go." Huang Xiao begins to panic. realizing things have taken a serious turn. He knows he must report this to Commander Xiao immediately. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Hai is completely stunned, exclaiming, "You said what? Another mysterious rank 3 is active in Tianfeng, and they actually stole a kill from Honggang? Could there be multiple rank 3 fighters hiding in Tianfeng? This is going to be a major headache. This is a massive hidden threat. Investigate this thoroughly for me. Now is not the time to worry about causing a public panic." "Understood, Commander. I'll send men to search the entire city immediately to gather clues regarding the obtained gear." Meanwhile, Ye Ning was chilling and eating snacks at the youth training center. He only had 2 quests left. To promote to Tier 2, all he needed was a feather from a Gale Eagle, and to complete the supernatural dungeon. Finding a Gale Eagle feather online wouldn't be too hard. Even though Gale Eagles are rare, their feathers are basically low-level materials. Anyone lucky enough to find one has no real use for it, so they're usually sold off. Just like that, Ye Ning's trade request for a Gale Eagle feather was accepted by the system. Right after posting, someone contacted him. "Hey, looking to buy? Make an offer." I went through hell to get my hands on this. Ye Ning stuffed his face with snacks but stayed sharp, immediately realizing this seller was a total scammer. But with time running out, there was no need to waste words. Ye Ning cut straight to the point and gave his offer. "Oh, is that so? I'll give you 800 credits. How about it?" On the other side of the screen, the seller was absolutely thrilled. 800 credits. For a Tier 1 C rank like him, that was more than he could make in an entire year. Clearly, the guy on the other side was a big spender, and it'd be a waste not to rip him off. The seller immediately countered with 900 no. "Make that 1,000 credits, and it's a deal. I seriously risked my life to get this feather." Ye Ning was completely done with this guy's utter nonsense. Swallowing his snack, he immediately clapped back. "Are you kidding me? If I'm not mistaken, you're only Tier 1, right? How exactly did you risk your life against a Gale Eagle? You probably just stumbled upon it somewhere outside, didn't you? Since I made a straightforward offer, you got greedy and tried to rip me off. It's not like you don't know the market price for these feathers. I was in a rush, but I'm not anymore. If you don't like it, keep it for yourself." After getting utterly roasted, the seller quickly backed down. All right, stop nagging me. Cough, cough. Let's just go with the 800 credits you offered." Even though the deal was going through, Ye Ning was still annoyed by how bottomless human greed could be. Deciding to teach him a lesson, Ye Ning said, "Well, I've changed my mind. I'm only paying 400 now. If you don't sell, someone else will." Regretful and whining, the guy had no choice but to accept. Okay, it's yours." With the trade finalized, only the supernatural dungeon at the youth training center remained. Rumor had it, this dungeon was completely different from combat dungeons. In all of history, no one had ever achieved a SSS rating here. That was because this place didn't test physical combat power, it tested mental willpower. Now, Ye Ning was entering the youth training center, planning to use this opportunity to see just how strong his willpower truly was. As soon as he stepped inside, the sky shifted. The young man was stunned to find that several other people were challenging the dungeon at the exact same time. However, they didn't look like they were doing very well. A girl named Huang, he was clutching her head in intense pain. A man named Fang Yuan had collapsed, completely silent, while another guy named Liang Dengfei looked utterly exhausted and miserable. This supernatural dungeon really is bizarre. Even the teleportation is completely different from normal ones. A mature, white-haired man wearing glasses remarked, "Everyone, I am Li Jibing, a peak tier, one of the willpower class. I assume you all are willpower, awakened as well?" Liang Dengfei snapped, "Is that even a question, man? Who else but the willpower class would choose this bizarre advancement quest?" Huang he nodded in agreement. "Seriously, our willpower class has such weak combat capabilities. Usually, we can't compete with other awakened teams in fighting wild mutants, so we always get rejected. Come on, guys, we might not be fighters, but I'm confident we can easily clear a dungeon that tests mental strength. Besides, I've run 2 other supernatural dungeons before. How about I lead the team this time?" The others cheered excitedly. "Uncle Li has experience? That's amazing." Seeing Ye Ning stay silent, Li Jibing turned to him and asked, "Young man in the back, you've been quiet. Do you have a better idea?" Ye Ning simply offered a faint smile. "No objections here. I'm just in a bit of a rush, so can we get this quest started?" Quest triggered. Locate the hidden ghost inside Fenghua High School and seal it. Hint, you can deduce who the ghost is by gathering clues. Warning, do not trust a ghost's words. Once the sealing talisman is activated, The quest will fail if you miss the target. Just hearing the word ghost made everyone's faces turn pale. Li Jibing tried to reassure them, telling them not to panic. They call them ghosts, but in reality, they're just humans who mutated after being corrupted by spiritual energy before losing consciousness. Essentially, they're willpower-type mutants. Though, ghosts are still quite tricky. They're immune to physical damage and can even manipulate human minds. According to the first clue, we should head to the school building first to look for leads. If you run into a ghost, don't try to fight it. Just run and call for help. I've got a secret weapon to handle them. All right, here is the plan. We will split into 3 groups to search the classrooms, the records room, and the teacher's office. The girls are physically weaker, so she will pair up with me. Dang Fi and Fuang Wen will form one group, while Ye Ning goes solo. If anyone finds anything, make sure to share it in the group chat immediately. Do not keep any info to yourself. And just like that, Ye Ning headed to the records room alone, shining his flashlight on a piece of paper lying on the floor. The room was practically empty, except for this single newspaper clipping. It read, Homeroom teacher Dao Kwok Sin suspected of abusing Vuong Phuong, driving her to do something drastic. Right at that moment, a demon lunged down from above, trying to bite Ye Ning's head off, but she missed. He instantly froze her in place. A female ghost? Could this be Vuong Phuong? Unleashing his full willpower, his intent materialized. This energy slammed directly into the female ghost. And just like that, she fled. She ran? Was that just a mental projection sent to test me? Right then, the group chat blew up with messages. Hong Ha texted, Uncle Lai and I found a piece of a report. The report says that 1 year ago, a fire broke out in the teacher's dormitory, leading to a tragic end for several teachers. A text from Luong Dongfi read, I found a contract demanding mental damages from the school. The only signature on it is from Vuong Phuong's family. Phuong Wen messaged next. I found out that after the fire, the school uncovered records of Taoist masters drawing sealing talismans. Ye Ning texted back. A female student was harassed at this school 1 year ago. The victim, Vuong Phuong, was suspected of taking a tragic step. The culprit was believed to be the homeroom teacher, Dao Kwok Sin. Li Qibin nodded and agreed. The clues seem pretty obvious now. Vuong Phuong was abused by Dao Kwok Sin, and her family's demand for compensation failed. After she died, Vuong Phuong turned into a vengeful spirit and started the fire to seek revenge on the teachers. Later on, a Taoist master sealed her away. Now that the talisman's seal has weakened, our mission is to find it and seal her back up. Hoang Ha, tell everyone my analysis and have them meet at dormitory room 2011, where the fire happened. I bet the sealing talisman is there. But Ye Ning thought otherwise. He felt this deduction was too simple and straightforward. Besides, how did he even guess it was room 2011? Luong Dongfi immediately followed the order to gather, fully convinced that the ghost was indeed Vuong Phuong. Right at that moment, something was tailing them, lurking in the shadows with extremely long hair. Phi, I think something is following us. Dang, Phi shrieked. It is Vuong Phuong, run. They ran for their lives, screaming for help. Meanwhile, Ye Ning, Uncle Li, and Hong Ha had already arrived at the teacher's dormitory. The other 2 had not shown up yet. I will wait outside. You 2 go in and look for the talisman first. This iron gate is jammed. Let me try to open it with my willpower. Seeing them struggle for so long and not wanting to waste time, Ye Ning walked right up and kicked the door open with a loud bang. Uncle Lai and Hoang Ha froze in shock. That raw strength? Is he really from the willpower class? Ye Ning had no intention of showing off. He just wanted to save time. After searching for a short while, Hoang Ha shouted, Uncle Lai, we found the talisman. Ye Ning, however, kept shining his flashlight on a strange human-shaped outline on the wall. Hoang Ha, did the clues you found earlier mention any teachers being burned alive in this room? No. Why do you ask? Just then, Dang Fi's group came running like crazy, screaming, Save my friend. The female ghost is right behind us. Moments earlier, Phuong Wen had been caught and possessed by the ghost. He lunged forward, biting straight into Dang Fi's neck. Lai Qibin yelled urgently, The ghost is possessing Phuong Wen now. I will hold him off. You 2, activate the talisman and get ready to seal it. Before Hoang Ha could even react, Ye Ning brought the talisman to his lips and activated it himself. Lai Qibin summoned his chains of willpower, trying his best to restrain the demon. It struggled violently, making it clear he could not hold out much longer. Hurry up. I can't hold it back much longer. Seal it now while you have the chance. With a cold, calculating look, Ye Ning dashed forward, but in a shocking twist, he slammed the talisman straight onto Li Qibin's back and declared, "Found you, Mr. Dao Kwok Sin." Li Qibin froze, breaking into a cold sweat. He never expected his cover to be blown so easily. With everything finally settled, Ye Ning successfully completed the dungeon. The system announced a completion rate of 100%, awarding him a SSS rank evaluation. He received the exclusive item, the Bead of Wrath, which boosts his spiritual energy recovery speed by 20% and increases his mental attack resistance by 25%. When targeted by a supernatural attack, it can block one fatal blow. Once the damage is blocked, the item will disappear. This Bead of Wrath, forged from pure resentment, would essentially serve as Ye Ning's second life. The young man seemed highly pleased with this reward. Not bad at all. This will definitely keep me alive during the next supernatural event. Meanwhile, over at the Tianfeng Safe Zone Mission Center, it was already the middle of the night when Ye Ning returned to hand in his quests, leaving the staff completely dumbfounded. Didn't you just take on 4 Rank 2 advancement quests last night? Don't tell me you already finished them? This fast? After checking the system, the female employee was even more shocked to find that all 4 were indeed completed. With a tense look on his face, Ye Ning urged her. "Could you please hurry it up? Wait, this actually works?" The girl rapidly clicked the keys on her keyboard. Ding! For the first time, the Strength Advancement quest was complete. You have received +1 Strength and bonus credits. Ding! For the second time, the Agility Advancement quest was complete. You have received +1 Agility and bonus credits. Ding! For the third time, the Constitution Advancement quest was complete. You have received +1 Constitution and bonus credits. Ding! For the fourth time, the Willpower Advancement quest was complete. You have received +1 Willpower and bonus credits. In total, he earned 7,300 credits from the 4 quests. Ye Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't even take a week to reach the second stage. Having the Sword God system really made advancing a lot faster than in his previous life. The moment Ye Ning left, the staff member immediately made a call to report to the higher-ups. Looking at his stats, Ye Ning currently has 19 Strength, 18 Agility, 15 Constitution, and 35 Willpower. Even without counting the bonus stats from his gear, his base stats are actually pretty good for someone in the second stage. However, to learn the B-rank sword skill book he bought last time, his stats are still 25 points short. Before any stat hits 20, a single spiritual fruit can raise it by 1. But once it passes 20, he will need a lot more. Adding it all up, he needs at least 35 fruits. Since one fruit costs 6,000 points, he has to scrape together at least 210,000 credits. Right now, he is still way short on credits. Plus, he has already cleared all the decent dungeons in the Tianfeng safe zone. Now, the only thing left is the Death Factory bordering Zhenjiang. If he remembers correctly, there is a top-tier blue-grade gear inside that should fetch a pretty penny. Without wasting a single second, the young man hops onto his heavy motorcycle and roars off. Just then, a massive red vortex begins to swirl in the sky, blanketing the entire area, a clear warning of an impending zombie outbreak. Although the major zombie apocalypse didn't start until a year later in his previous life, the Tianfeng safe zone was actually hit by a devastating zombie horde before then, causing massive casualties. If he remembers correctly, everything is set to go down next week. Deciding to be helpful, Ye Ning decides to quickly warn Xiao Hai so he can prepare in advance. Meanwhile, Xiao Hai is flying in his helicopter when he suddenly receives a text from Ye Ning. Within the next week, the Tianfeng safe zone will face 3 zombie horde attacks. Please set up defenses immediately to prevent any casualties. Xiao Hai is stunned for only 3 seconds, but then he immediately assumes that Ye Ning is just acting out to get attention because he didn't receive double S-rank treatment. He scoffs with contempt and completely ignores the warning. The kid's strength is still way too low. Nothing about him seems right. Ever since the final war between humanity and the zombie hordes 40 years ago, the post-apocalyptic world has been at peace for a very long time. The zombies are all sealed off in the quarantined cities from back then. There is no way an outbreak could happen so easily. Instead of wasting resources on some groundless warning, the most important task right now is finding the hidden third-stage powerhouse of Tianfeng. Back at the Tianfeng Safe Zone's conference hall, Xiao Hai rushes in after receiving an urgent report. Huang Xiao, did you say you found a major lead on that mysterious third-stage powerhouse? Is that true? Yes, Commander. Our investigation shows that the prime suspect is Ye Ning. Hearing this, Xiao Hai is completely caught off guard. Wait, how is that even possible? Huang Xiao continues to explain, We had our doubts too, and thought it was impossible. But after looking into it, the exact materials Ye Ning has been selling lately perfectly match the timeline of when the third stage powerhouse made his move. On top of that, we found out he recently bought a spiritual energy mansion. That is definitely not a place an ordinary person could ever afford. Now, it is actually starting to sound plausible to Xiao Hai. Could that third stage powerhouse really be Ye Ning? But how is that even possible? Liao Tian, a military representative of the safe zone, agrees. Ye Ning only awakened a single week ago. Even with a double S-rank talent, there is no way he could level up this fast. Look at Zhang Lin, General Zhang's son. He is also a double S-rank awakened, and a dual type in strength and agility with endless resources, yet he only recently managed to reach the first stage. Liao Tian confidently asserts, "In my opinion, it is highly likely that there is a third stage powerhouse secretly backing Ye Ning." Xiao Hai ponders for a moment, and finds it quite reasonable. You might be onto something. That could be it. Even if the military doesn't think highly of Ye Ning, that third stage powerhouse clearly sees something in him. After all, double S-rank talents are extremely rare. It is not out of the question that they are secretly grooming him. If that is the case, we don't need to worry. We just need to track down this third stage powerhouse and find a way to get them on our side. Just then, Huang Xiao receives another notification from the quest center. Commander Xiao, urgent news just came in. Ye Ning has completed 4 advancement quests and reached the second stage. Hearing this, everyone in the room completely loses their minds. What? Ye Ning again? 4 advancement quests to reach the second stage? That's impossible. Xiao Hai's mind immediately starts spinning with wild theories. Wait, old Liao. Based on your theory earlier, that third stage powerhouse must have carried Ye Ning through those quests. After stepping in to help, he let Ye Ning take all the credit, even though Ye Ning just promoted to Tier 2. Doesn't that prove Ye Ning isn't a Tier 3? Huang Xiao, send 2 people to keep watch outside Ye Ning's house and find out who is really backing him. Also, send more men with me to inspect the nearby infected cities to prevent a zombie horde outbreak. Xiao Hai suddenly believed the warning about the zombie horde. If Ye Ning really has a Tier 3 powerhouse backing him, then this warning might have come directly from them. Better safe than sorry. Huang Xiao immediately accepted the task. Xiao Hai also didn't forget to remind him to buy that bastard Wang Badan a piece of blue equipment to keep him from causing trouble. This place is the junction between the Tiangong safe zone and the Zhenjiang safe zone, the Death Factory. After a brief wait, Bladestorm was finally off cooldown, and it was time to enter the dungeon. In the blink of an eye, Ye Ning stepped into the Death Factory. With the lowest rank being Tier 2, there were 15 Tier 2 players present. The Death Factory is a competitive dungeon with no specific quest. The dungeon has a total of 7 rounds, and surviving each round grants corresponding rewards. At the end of each round, there will be a 3-minute voting period to decide whether to continue or exit. If more than 70% of the players vote to withdraw, everyone will exit together. Otherwise, they will automatically exit after clearing all 7 rounds. The first round will begin in 5 minutes, and all players are preparing themselves. Ye Ning scanned the crowd, realizing the players here this time were far from simple. Not only were there evenly matched teams, but even a Tier 3 awakened, Lin Lan, had made an appearance. This Tier 3 powerhouse gave off an unsettling vibe, bringing a bad premonition. Just then, another young man stepped forward to make an announcement. Listen up, everyone. I'm Zhang Lin, a high-level Tier 2. As we all know, a war dungeon requires a unified command to survive multiple rounds. I originally planned to nominate myself as captain, but we have a Tier 3 powerhouse among us. The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Lan flew into a rage for some reason. She lunged forward, throwing a punch straight into Zhang Lin's face and sending him spitting blood. This female Tier 3 was incredibly fast, putting Ye Ning on high alert. To make matters worse, Lin Lan walked over, stepped right on Zhang Lin's head, and issued a cold warning. Move again, and I'll end you. Nobody understood what Zhang Lin had done wrong to make this Tier 3 woman so furious. Lin Lan ordered her lackeys, pin these people down. If anyone steps out of line, take them out. If you want to stay safe, huddle up and don't make trouble. Despite being high-status figures, everyone here was terrified of Lin Lan. The young man carrying the shield was Songgang, a peak Tier 2, while the white-haired guy was Lin Deng, also a peak Tier 2. We might have just run into a legendary shepherd team. What do we do? We're only peak Tier 2. There's no way we can stand up to a Tier 3. Ye Ning remained silent, lost in thought. He had heard that shepherd teams specialized in trapping other awakened. They would force other awakened to act as cannon fodder while they reaped all the rewards and hunted the main bosses. While awakened and mutants fed on each other, these shepherd squads simply preyed on their fellow humans. Song Gang decided to speak up, whispering, "Jiang Lin is definitely not dead yet. Our best option right now is to vote together and escape this dungeon immediately since we have the numbers." Before he could finish, Lin Lan silenced him with a light stomp on the ground, shutting Song Gang up instantly. "Let me introduce us. We are the Blood Wolf Squad, and I am the captain, Lin Lan. I'm in charge of this raid, and right now, your lives are in my hands. But I can guarantee that if you survive until the 6th round and hand over all your rewards and credits, I will spare your lives." Ye Ning saw right through her intentions and her true nature. "Only a fool would believe you. It would be a miracle if scum like you actually let anyone walk out of here alive. It's a shame Sky Rift Flowing Light is still on cooldown. Otherwise, 2 strikes would be enough to instantly wipe them out. Now I only have Blade Storm left. While its offensive power is immense, I can't just spam it without a plan. I don't even have any blue defensive gear on me right now. If I can't take them down in one shot, I might lose my life here. The best move right now is to keep a low profile and play it by ear." Ye Ning decided to stay quiet, secretly formulating his own plan. Lin Lan crossed her arms arrogantly and commanded, "Round 1 is about to start. Report your abilities now so I can group you up." One by one, they introduced themselves obediently. "I'm Song Gang, Peak Tier 2, Constitution type, specializing in close combat. Lin Dung, Peak Tier 2, Agility type, specializing in ranged attacks. Jiang Tao, High-level Tier 2, Strength type, specializing in close combat." When it was Ye Ning's turn, he calmly introduced himself. "I'm Ye Ning, low-level Tier 2, Willpower type, specializing in ranged attacks." Hearing this, Lin Lan walked over and mockingly stroked his face, whispering, "A willpower type in this dungeon? That's really rare. You're quite cute too. Such a shame." "A shame you're just a piece of trash." Ye Ning gave a faint smile and replied, "Fine by me. For the first few rounds, you'd better just treat me as a piece of trash." Just like that, the system announces the start of the first round. There are 100 enemy zombies and 2 Tier 1 mutants. She demands that the peak Tier 2 fighters form a squad to prepare for battle, and everyone must go all out. If anyone is caught holding back their spiritual energy on purpose, Lin Lan will personally crush their skull. Song Gang is fuming with rage. Those bastards are avoiding the fight on purpose just to wear us down. With zombies in front of us and our handlers behind us, do we even have a chance of survival? Lin Deng jumps onto the railing above to survey the situation. There's no other way right now. We just have to survive a few rounds first and go from there. Below, their teammates grip their swords and spears, fully aware of the danger they are in. Sharp-toothed lizard monsters are ready to pounce. He draws his bow, focusing his power to wipe them out. "Song Gang, the 2 of us will take the lickers, one from above and one from below. Everyone else, handle the rest of the zombies." Song Gang raises his hammer, ready to smash them to pieces. "Come on, you damn lickers, get a taste of my hammer." The others behind focus their power to back them up, while Xiao Ba unleashes an ice-type ultimate move. Shards of ice slice toward the monsters, but they barely even scratch them. He quickly turns to Ye Ning. "What a willpower-type loser. One strike can only take down a single zombie." Lin Lan stands on the observation deck, watching the battle with sheer contempt. That Ye Ning is a joke. How did someone like him even dare to show up here? She waves her hand dismissively, as if watching a circus act. If he hadn't teamed up with the other awakened, he probably would have died in the very first round. This is only the first round. Let's see what else he's got. The system then announces that the first round has ended. Dead lickers lie scattered across the ground. Half an hour later, the system announces that the 3rd round is complete. In 3 minutes, they will move on to the 4th round. Ye Ning and his group are currently taking stock of the battlefield. Song Gang swears in anger. "Damn it. The difficulty is ramping up fast. I bet peak Tier 2 mutants will show up in the next round. Is Lin Lan's group still refusing to make a move?" Lin Deng feels equally frustrated. She won't step in. "It's going to be hard for us to find a way to deal with her." "Speak of the devil." Lin Lan struts over, oozing arrogance. "It's only the 3rd round, and you guys are already this exhausted?" She crosses her arms condescendingly, knowing no one dares to defy her. "I can't tell if you Tier 2 fighters are just faking it, or if you're actually this useless. Let me make this clear. I won't lift a finger until the 6th round. So if you want to stay alive, you better stop holding back." Lin Lan turns her attention to Ye Ning, mocking him. "Well, Look who's still breathing. Not only are you alive, but you don't even have a single scratch on you. He smiles awkwardly. Just pure luck. Hearing this, Xiaoba snaps at him immediately. Luck, my ass. Isn't that because we carried you? Other than hiding and throwing useless long-range attacks, what else can you even do? But looking at the situation, Songgang senses that things aren't as simple as they look. No way. This kid must be hiding an ultimate move. Otherwise, there's no way he could have reached Tier 2. It's probably a high-cost skill he can only use once or twice. Still, that's a good thing. It might just give us a fighting chance to turn this around. The system issues the next mission. The 4th round is about to begin. 400 zombies, 1 peak Tier 2 mutant, 2 Tier 2 mutants, and 6 Tier 1 mutants. A massive horde of zombies is released. Songgang charges forward to meet them, shouting orders. Lin Deng, let's focus on that peak Tier 2 zombie king first. You high Tier 2 fighters, keep those 2 Tier 2 banshees busy. Everyone else, handle the Tier 1 zombies. The zombie king's tentacle whips right past Songgang, nearly crushing him. Providing cover from behind, Lin Deng shouts as he fires an arrow straight at the boss. Big brother Song, watch out. Just then, a zombie pounces at the archer, its tongue licking across his face. Caught off guard, he's quickly taken down. Jiang Tao charges in with his spear, delivering a fatal thrust into the bandaged zombie. But the poison spraying from its body leaves Jiang Tao in excruciating pain. Xiaoba rushes over in a panic. Jiang Tao, ice blast! He blasts freezing ice at the zombie attacking his teammate. Xiaoba tries his best to close the distance, but the monster is too fast. He can't even touch it. Huang Yan is dead. Jiang Tao is severely injured, and that other group won't even lift a finger to help. We're completely done for. Ye Ning quickly assesses the situation. It's critical. If they keep taking casualties like this, the entire squad will be wiped out before they even reach the 6th round. If that happens, I won't have the chance to unleash my ultimate move. Ready to unleash his power right in front of the beast, electrical sparks begin to crackle around his feet. Ye Ning hesitates for a second. He has no choice but to step in. Dashing forward, he grabs Xiaoba and pulls him away. Move! Now! Xiaoba is stunned. You? The next moment, a glowing, sword-shaped light manifests in Ye Ning's hand. Channeling his telekinesis, he decisively launches the blade right at the zombies. Ye Ning's attack even redirected to chase down the fleeing zombies, piercing that ugly monster's heart with a single strike. Xiaoba trembled in shock. An instant kill on a Tier 2 mutant with just one move? Was this really the same useless loser from earlier? He then stammered out a thank you. Ye Ning's face remained cold. No need. Just keep your mouth clean from now on. Ye Ning controlled several threads of purple energy, making them dance over the raging horde of zombies. Don't lose focus, there are still plenty of zombies and mutants left. Xiaoba immediately got the message. Got it. I'll take care of the Tier 1 lickers in the back. Lin Lan watched the display with deep amusement. Not bad. The kid actually has a decent trick up his sleeve to stay alive. Look at his speed. Could those boots of his be blue-grade gear? No wonder he had the guts to come here. Her lackeys grew wary. Boss, should we take him out right now? Lin Lan smirked deviously. Don't be in such a rush. We're short-handed right now, so let him clear the next wave for us. His telekinesis is probably his limit. The will system is weak as hell anyway. It'll only take us a few seconds to end him. But keep a closer eye on those 2 peak Tier 2 guys. They're definitely hiding something. Understood, boss. The lackey complied. Half an hour later, the system screen popped up once more. The 4th wave has ended. Wave 5 will begin in 3 minutes. At Songgang and Lin Teng's feet lay the massive, lifeless corpse of the zombie king. Songgang quickly assessed their casualties. This wave, we lost 1 melee fighter, 1 ranged attacker, and another melee fighter was severely injured. I only have 2 uses of my ultimate move left. I just hope I can make it to wave 6. Lin Teng grit his teeth in frustration. Same goes for me. No matter what, I must survive until wave 6. The moment Lin Lan makes her move and lets her guard down, we will join forces and strike her down. Songgang now viewed Ye Ning in a completely different light. Did you see that kid fight just now? Unlike standard will system users who need cooldowns after using their abilities, he was casting them almost continuously. Lin Teng agreed. Yeah, he is definitely special. But let's hope he still has another trump card left in his hand. In the next wave, we have to make sure he survives and gets into wave 6 so he doesn't mess up our plans. The system screen flashed a warning red. Wave 5 had officially begun. 500 zombies, 2 peak Tier 2 mutants, 3 Tier 2 mutants, and 8 Tier 1 mutants. Hordes of hideous mutant ghouls emerged. Among them were a giant two-headed monster, bloodthirsty demon bats, a colossal demon spider, an 8-meter-long centipede, and several other terrifying new species. The giant spider dropped down, initiating the attack. Xiaoba got snatched by the centipede. Ye Ning, watch out. He couldn't even react in time. Damn it, it's a giant creepy crawly. Ye Ning unleashed his skills while dodging the centipede's strikes, desperately trying to formulate a plan to rescue his teammate. Sure enough, dealing with such a massive mutant without using an ultimate skill was simply too brutal. Even after half an hour, he still couldn't find their weak spots. Desperate screams echoed across the battlefield. Help! Someone help me focus fire over here. There are too many melee monsters close up. We can't focus our fire. Damn those handlers. What a bunch of bastards. They have absolutely no intention of letting us survive to Wave 6. Meanwhile, Song Gang was forced to deal with both the two-headed beast and the blood-sucking bat. He quickly called out to Lin Teng, "Lin Teng, we have to use our ultimate skills. Otherwise, we stand absolutely no chance." Lin Teng instantly loosed an icy arrow at the bat, screaming, "Frost arrow." Song Gang charged forward, aiming directly at the two-headed monster's head, shouting, "Take this, you ugly bastard, psionic bastion." Lin Lan wore a wicked smirk. With such pathetic strength, you honestly thought you could save your energy? What a bunch of delusional fools. Suddenly, the massive spider lunged at Ye Ning from behind. Its powerful jaws slammed into the ground, shattering the earth. Song Gang's face went pale. "Oh no, we're too late." Lin Teng was just as horrified. Is the kid dead? But suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, and Ye Ning burst through, completely tearing the giant beast to pieces. The two stood there completely dumbfounded. What on earth is that? Even Lin Lan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. That kid still had a trump card up his sleeve? At that moment, Lin Teng's arrow pierced right through the center of the giant spider's head. "Zombie spider, taste my arrow." Song Gang charged in, shield and hammer raised, as they joined forces. "Quick! Let's take down this zombie spider together, while Ye Ning still has a fighting chance." Meanwhile, Ye Ning was still battling the giant centipede. He unleashed his purple energy, running along its massive body to search for a weak point. He hurled his purple energy sword right near its head. Found your weak spot. With a roar, Ye Ning unleashed a powerful tornado punch, determined to finish it off. The ultimate purple attack whipped up a violent vortex, lifting the massive centipede high into the air, before completely tearing it apart. Lin Teng's jaw dropped. He actually pulled off an overrank counterkill. That was a foul banshee. Previously, we had to focus fire to kill one, but this time is different. Lin Lan stared at him like he was her personal prey. A low-tier level 2 with 2 sets of green-grade gear? Looks like a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. With a cold, ruthless smirk, she barked out her next order. "Send in the next wave. Time to harvest. Don't finish off that brat Ye Lin just yet. Break his limbs and keep him alive so I can make him suffer slowly." His subordinates shout in unison, "Yes, boss." Song Gang's face darkens as he sees the other side starting to make their move. In the next round, it will be just us and Ye Lin. Lin Lan and her people are definitely going to join the fight too. When that happens, we'll take the opportunity to eliminate her. Lin Teng agrees, saying that even if they can't finish her off, they must severely wound her, leaving Ye Lin to deliver the final blow. The quest notification pops up, and the 6th wave begins. The difficulty is peak level 2, 3 stars. This time, the number of mutant monsters has tripled, and they are even more ferocious. Over on Lin Lan's side, the zombies have started their assault, so she charges ahead to lead the attack. It is the final round. Give it everything you have got. She can slice through zombies like paper with just one hand. As long as you guys can handle this, I promise I will only take your money, not your lives. Lin Lan repeatedly punches and kicks the giant zombie as if it is a punching bag in a gym. I will deal with the peak level 2 mutant first. Everyone else, focus your fire and hold back the monsters. The red-eyed, sword-wielding zombie swings its blade, slashing right at her side and forcing her to quickly dodge. Furious, Lin Lan kicks out, preparing to take down the beast. With a single slash, she splits the beast clean in half, but right behind her, another hideous zombie appears. But Lin Lan seems to have anticipated this. Just as the monster is about to sink its teeth in, she deploys a glowing red barrier around herself, her defensive phantom shield. On this side, Ye Ning is busy dealing with a giant scorpion, but he can't help but marvel at her power. Dual spec in strength and agility, speed boosts, burst skills, and an insane defense. She is way stronger now than she used to be. He carefully weighs his options. Besides all this, she must still be hiding another trump card. I can't rush into things this round. Lin Deng, while firing off arrows, lays out their strategy. We need to hold off the Blood Butcher first. Once Lin Lan finishes her fight, they will definitely try to steal our kill. Song Gang does his best to attack the giant wild boar. He replies, "Got it. That will be our chance to hit her back with our ultimate." Lin Lan takes down another monster, but her fighting style makes it look like she's just playing around. The moment she is done, she immediately charges toward Lin Deng and Song Gang. Lin Deng glances over. It's time to put the plan into action. Here she comes. Get ready to charge your energy. But to their surprise, Lin Lan's target is actually the giant wild boar. You hold off the monster. I will take it down. Song Gang frowns deeply. Understood. Instantly, Lin Deng fires a blue fire arrow straight at Lin Lan. Now is the time. Spirit Flame Arrow. Song Gang also swings his shield in tandem. Shield Bash. Both of their attacks slam right toward her. Ye Ning realizes things are going south. This is bad. If they strike now, there's no way Lin Lan won't be prepared. A massive explosion tears through the air. Lin Deng's eyes widen in sheer panic. Brother Song! On the other side, the boar is dead. But Song Gang is also down. His shield shattered into a million pieces. Lin Lan puts her hands on her hips and mocks them. Fools! Did you really think I wouldn't have any defense? But Ye Ning, who is currently severing the scorpion's tail, sees right through her trick. Just now, Lin Lan and Song Gang swapped positions. That was a damage transfer ability. She ruthlessly kicks Song Gang repeatedly, completely wasting my life-saving damage transfer skill. Suddenly, Lin Lan flies right in front of Lin Deng, her eyes burning with murderous intent. You've got guts, Lin Deng. She delivers a devastating punch straight to his gut, then viciously stomps on his right hand. Grimacing in agony, all he can do is gasp for air. I'll ruin your right hand first. Let's see how you'll stand against me now. She casually orders her lackeys, leave the challengers to me. You guys clear the battlefield and start gathering the loot. They immediately reply, yes, boss. One of them quickly grabs Lin Deng, pointing a sharp needle right at his eye. Hand over your gear and credits. Do it and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I've got ways to make you wish you were dead. Ignoring all reason, he grabs Lin Deng's left hand and threatens. Still not speaking? Then I'll ruin your left hand too. Song Gang roars in anger. Kill me if you want. Even if I become a ghost, I'll never let you bastards off. Suddenly, Ye Ning raises his hands in surrender. I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over. Just don't kill me, and please don't torture me. The lackey next to him smirks. Now that's a smart kid. But too bad, boss ordered us to crush your limbs anyway. Ye Ning plays along to buy time. Wait. Even if you want to cripple me, at least let me finish transferring the credits first. But he already has a plan to deal with them. My chance to strike back is in the 7th round. I have to find a way to drag this out until the final round. The system announces, the 6th round has ended. Please vote on whether to enter the 7th round, the final battle. Ye Ning prepares a deadly strike against the thug in front of him. Now's the time. His eyes gleam with pure, cold, murderous intent. Entering the 7th round. Maximum difficulty. Very few people know that if you register for the maximum difficulty, the dungeon will continue without needing a vote. The system displays the voting results. A player has confirmed entry into the next round. The 7th round battle, maximum difficulty, is about to begin. The first lackey gapes in confusion. Didn't boss say we'd disband after gathering the loot? The second one is just as bewildered. What's going on? Don't we need a 70% vote to decide? The third one breaks into a cold sweat. I heard the 7th round can spawn level 3 mutants. Even boss won't be able to handle that. Song Gang laughs heartily, right in front of the lackey standing next to him. It's heaven's will to destroy you all. Let's go down together. Lin Lan's face twists with rage. Song Gang, did you do this? She charges at him with maximum speed. I'll kill you. But suddenly, a giant worm-like monster with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth erupts from beneath the ground. It rises from the earth, blocking her path with its massive, overwhelming size. Ye Ning unleashes a purple strike to take down Lin Lan's lackey guarding Lin Deng, followed by another shot piercing through the one near Song Gang. Standing high above, Ye Ning shouts, Song Gang, Lin Deng, can you still move? If you can, get out of here as fast as you can. Lin Deng supports Song Gang as they quickly run away from the giant worm monster. Ye Ning has undergone a dramatic transformation. Pointing his divine sword forward, he says, Lin Lan, You probably didn't know this, did you? Standing tall with his superior blade, he looks down on them as if they are nothing but insects. Tier 3 mutants are actually intelligent. They prioritize targeting high-level espers first. As long as you keep it busy and can't break free, I'm absolutely certain I can take them all down with one shot. The beast opened its massive jaws wide. Linlan gritted her teeth, glanced back, and quickly swapped her position. She dashed forward at full speed, while Ye Ning calmly kept an eye on everything. Just as I thought, her injury transfer ability has a range limit, so she can't swap with anyone over here. The monster's jaws closed in on Linlan, forcing her to leap into the air to dodge the strike. But the beast was faster, whipping her down hard. Ye Ning instantly grabbed his dagger. Right then, he unleashed a barrage of slashes, creating a violent storm of sword energy. Linlan watched in absolute horror. What on earth is this? This is 10,000 times scarier than any Tier 3 mutant. Is there actually another Tier 3 here besides me? Within seconds, the monster was sliced to pieces. She stared at the remains and shuddered. The range of that attack was so massive, there was absolutely no way she could have escaped it. Right then, a system notification popped up, announcing they had cleared the Death Construction Site dungeon and would be teleported out in 5 minutes. Ye Ning looked down from above, while Songgang stared, unable to believe his own eyes. Did he seriously just insta-kill both a Tier 3 awakened and a Tier 3 mutant with a single strike? Lin Teng's jaw dropped in sheer shock. Could he be a mid-Tier 3? No, wait. Is he a high Tier 3? He looked down with a cold gaze, sensing a faint human presence still lingering below. Could that bitch still be alive? Without hesitation, Ye Ning hurled his dagger straight at her. With his mental scan and telekinesis, he locked onto her. Linlan, now severely injured, saw the dagger flying right toward her. She stared wide-eyed at the blade. Could this dagger actually be made by Ye Lin? No. How is that even possible? He glared at Linlan with chilling eyes. Just as I thought, still kicking. You must have some life-saving gear on you, don't you? Then try taking this hit first. The dagger stopped mere inches from her forehead, blocked by what seemed to be a protective barrier. It didn't pierce through? Then let's try drilling. Linlan broke into a cold sweat as she watched the dagger spin violently against her shield. Thank God I spent a fortune to buy this single-use, Tier A passive defense item. Ye Ning charged forward, gripping his longsword. It looked like basic telekinesis wasn't going to pierce her barrier, but she's completely drained and has no strength left to fight back. I'll just finish her off myself. She stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. That devastating ultimate move, was it really you who unleashed it? You've been hiding your Tier 3 strength all along, haven't you? But even as Ye Ning struck with all his might, his sword still failed to break her barrier. What the hell is this barrier made of? I can't pierce it at all. Meanwhile, Linlan glared up at him, her heart burning with rage. If you want to kill me, just do it. Why do you have to humiliate me like this? Hearing this, Ye Ning was actually a bit confused. Oh, so this bitch thinks I'm trying to humiliate her, rather than the fact that I just can't break her defense? A smug grin crept onto his face. In other words, she's actually more terrified of being humiliated than dying. Well, that makes things a lot easier for me. Even though this is a bit shameless, I've got to play along if I want to squeeze her for loot. He stepped closer and gently lifted Linlan's chin. Oh, so you want a quick death? Tell me, when you were torturing those other awakened espers, did it ever cross your mind that you'd end up like this? Furious, she spat out. You bastard, what do you think you're doing? Ye Ning merely smirked, his eyes filled with dark intent. Breaking down already? Just you wait. In a moment, you're going to learn what real humiliation feels like. She gritted her teeth in desperation. What do you want from me to just end this quickly? Hearing her plea, he immediately laid out his terms. It is quite simple, really. Just do exactly what you demanded of us. Hand over all your gear, items, and credits, and I will grant you a swift, painless death. But Linlan was highly skeptical. Why on earth should I trust you? He slowly ran his fingers along her thigh. You don't have a choice but to trust me. Linlan panicked, shaking with fear. Stop! Don't! I'll hand it over. But if you dare trick me, I swear you'll rot in hell. Right on cue, the system chimed. User A178391 wishes to trade with you. Blood Soul Armor, Blue-grade equipment. User A178391 wishes to trade with you. Frost Flame Gauntlets, Blue-grade equipment. User A178391 wishes to trade with you. Shattered Plate, Blue-grade equipment. User A178391 wishes to trade with you. Transferring 13,000 credits. Ye Ning smirked, quite satisfied with this haul. That is a solid amount of gear. I guess mugging people really is the fastest way to get rich. Lin Lan, completely defeated, resigned herself to her fate. I have given you everything. Now kill me. But he maintained a cold, skeptical tone. Is that really all? Your credits are barely over 10,000. Do you honestly expect me to believe that? If you don't hand over everything, care to guess what I am going to do to you next? Ye Ning tightly gripped Lin Lan's wrist. You bastard! That is literally everything I have. Believe it or not, it is up to you. He quickly pinned her down. Still talking back? Fine. Then I won't play nice anymore. Lin Lan stopped resisting entirely, yelling, Do it, you bastard. If you have the guts, just do it. But seeing her complete lack of resistance, he let go and got off her in disappointment, realizing she really had nothing left. She shrieked, Damn it, if you have the guts, just do it. But he simply sighed and walked away in disappointment, realizing she really was completely cleaned out. Over here, she was still screaming, Why are you standing up? Don't tell me you're chickening out. But then, Lin Lan realized something. Wait a minute, you didn't kill me nor did you touch me. What on earth do you want from me? That ultimate move of yours can only be used once, right? You're only level 2, so you can't even scratch my defense. The system popped up a notification, beginning a 10-second countdown to leave the dungeon. 10, 9, 8, 7. Lin Lan stood up, sneering at him. How stupid of me. To think I actually believed you were level 3. Meanwhile, Ye Ning thought to himself, Damn, she saw right through me. Right now, there's indeed no way for me to kill this woman. Meanwhile, Lin Lan was absolutely seething with rage. You're Ye Lin, right? I'll remember this. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will find you, she shrieked. Just wait. When that day comes, I'll hack you into a million pieces and turn you into a pig. But Ye Ning remained completely silent. He turned back to look at her. She thinks my name is Ye Lin? By the time you find out my real name is Ye Ning, it's anyone's guess who will kill whom. The system notification appeared once again. Exiting the dungeon, calculating rewards. Dungeon clearer. Ye Ning. Completion rate. Basic completion rate 70.3%. Main quest completion rate 20%. Defeated the hardest boss, Sandworm. Total completion rate 90.3%. Rank S achieved. Psionic experience points calculation. 10% bonus for defeating a higher level target. Acquired equipment. White morning mask. White centipede's foot. Blue boss's desire. Obtained items. White corrosive acid. White shed exoskeleton. White sandworm compound eye. Materials obtained. If I sell all of this, plus the loot I got from Lin Lan, it'll be enough to buy a spiritual fruit. On top of that, all of my stats have already increased by 25 points. Ye Ning rode off on a badass motorcycle. Tonight, I need to head to Zhenjiang and find a hotel to practice the B-rank sword technique, Shadow Assault. Then tomorrow, I'll head to the legendary Ruins battlefield to get some gear, and at the same time, get familiar with the battlefield itself. Just then, a man jumped out to block his path, crying out, Help! Save me! The man kept crying out desperately, Please, help me! Our car flipped over. Ye Ning got off his bike to take a look. Oh? Are you absolutely sure this car just flipped over? Suddenly, a group of armed thugs surrounded him, screaming, This is a robbery. Ye Ning remained completely calm. Oh, a highway robbery? The masked leader growled, annoyed. Cut the crap. Hand over all your credit points right now, and maybe I'll spare your life. But Ye Ning immediately drew his blade and cut the bandits down. There was truly no need to waste words on them. Ye Ning glanced at the guy who was trying to flee. One left? Where do you think you're running? He hurled his knife straight at the escaping bandit. Let's see you try to escape this. Swoosh, the blade grazed the man's leg. He tumbled straight to the ground. Ye Ning stared in surprise at the man's leg. There's no blood coming out of the wound? The man slowly stood back up. This was no human, but it wasn't a zombie or a mutant either. He burst into tears and begged, Please spare me, sir. I know exactly where they hide their looted goods. I'll tell you everything. Ye Ning angrily grabbed him by the collar while the man whimpered, I was forced into this, I swear. Please don't kill me. His eyes flared with murderous intent. Spit it out. What on earth are you? Confronted by Ye Ning's chilling glare, the man shook in terror and quickly pulled up his status panel. Don't kill me. I'll show you my stats. You can see for yourself. The system displayed his personal information. Name, Li Fugi. Dungeon NPC. Level, 0. Talent, Evolved Olfaction and Master Merchant. Evolved olfaction allows him to detect any item inside the target's inventory. Master Merchant automatically raises prices by 10% during trades without the other party noticing, until the trade is completed. Membership fee. During a transaction, 5% of the funds will automatically be deducted and kept as your own. This effect is immune to any trading rules. Ye Ning was still highly skeptical. He read the panel while continuing his interrogation. An NPC? How did you even escape the dungeon? Did you already have consciousness the moment you spawned? Fugi replied tremblingly. To be honest, I don't know why I spawned here either. Ever since I gained consciousness, I've been out here. Sir, please spare my life. Despite the pathetic begging, Ye Ning had no intention of simply letting him go. Instead, a plan began to form in his mind. His 3 skills are basically system bugs that awakened players could never possibly learn. If I can force him to handle my trades and business, I'll save a fortune. Having made up his mind, Ye Ning whipped out a blank scroll. He held it right in front of Fugi's face and ordered him in a cold, stern voice. Sign this contract, and I'll let you live. Fugi gasped in horror when he saw what it was, a servant contract, but in the end, he had no choice but to sign. The system immediately issued a notification. Li Fugi has signed the contract. Party interface unlocked. Master. Ye Ning. Ye Ning, rank 2 novice. Servant Li Fugi, unranked, loyalty 60 out of 100. Ye Ning smiled with satisfaction and told him, from now on, you are with me. We are teammates. Unlike him, Fugi could not hold back his tears, crying out, what do you mean, teammates? You practically forced me to be your servant. Why am I so incredibly unlucky? Either I run into wealthy snobs or absolute tyrants. Seeing how miserable he was, Ye Ning made him a deal, saying, all the loot stolen from those wealthy snobs will be yours. Hearing that, his eyes lit up instantly. He happily threw himself at Ye Ning's legs, crying out, really? Thank you, master. You are truly the most generous master in the entire world. Along with his joy, Fugi's loyalty suddenly shot up. Servant Li Fugi's loyalty, +1/+1. Ye Ning could only laugh dryly, thinking, wow, gaining loyalty is way too easy. Fugi, help me sell all the gear except for the armor, the blood soul, and the leg guards. As for buying, get me some stat fruits. Also, buy a larger storage space and find a room for yourself. Normally, you will stay behind and help me manage my assets. In the middle of the massive city, nothing could drown out Fugi's ecstatic scream, Master, you are the best. Leave all the managing to me. In just a short while, the two of them returned home. Ye Ning sat comfortably on the sofa, devouring his food. Seeing this, Fugi could not help but complain. Master, you are honestly the most wasteful person I have ever met. Other people cannot even afford to eat one stat fruit in their entire lives, yet you are eating them like they are everyday meals. Without letting him say another word, Ye Ning shoved Fugi back into his own dimension, saying, go back and finish your bookkeeping. Ye Ning was finally full. The system immediately displayed a series of notifications. Use 25 strength fruits, 25 agility fruits, and 25 constitution fruits. He let out a satisfied burp. Finally, he had gained 25 extra points in everything. He stood up and opened the system panel to check his progress. Upgrading B-rank sword skill, Shadow Strike. The system quickly responded. New sword skill learned, Shadow Strike. Skill upgrade, successful. The Shadow Strike skill has been upgraded to a triple S-rank skill, Dimensional Slash. Dimensional Slash. The skill effect creates a tear in space, granting 1 second of complete invincibility while bypassing all defenses. After reading through the details, Ye Ning chuckled in delight, thinking, Dimensional Slash. Tearing through space and completely ignoring all defenses is just way too overpowered. I should head to the ruined battlefield dungeon tomorrow to test this out. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The system prompted Ye Ning, do you want to enter the ruined battlefield? B-rank difficulty. As soon as he accepted, he was transported to another dimension. As soon as he arrived, a man introduced himself. Hello, I am Chen Yong, and this is my sister, Chen Jiao. We are both rank 2 novices. However, Chen Jiao did not seem friendly at all. She spoke with a sarcastic tone. The system notified us that we had a rank 2 high-level teammate. Which must be you, right? But looking at how young you are you sure the system did not miscalculate your strength? Hearing this, Chen Yong immediately turned and snapped at her. Little sister, do not talk nonsense. Ye Ning had been quietly observing them this whole time, taking note of their high-end gear. They are likely 2nd or even 3rd generation military descendants. I had better remain cautious. After teaching his sister a lesson, Chen Yong turned back to Ye Ning and apologized. Please do not mind her. My sister was spoiled by our family since childhood. Ye Ning replied, You two can just call me Ye Lin. Suddenly, the system chimed in with an announcement, Ruined Battlefield starting. The special event will begin in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. He muttered in confusion. A special event? I only knew that special events, supernatural phenomena, and spreading incidents are considered the 3 great mysteries of the apocalypse. This is my very first time dealing with a special dungeon event like this. Chen Yong quickly reassured him, Brother Ye, do not worry. Even though special events are caused by supernatural forces, from what I know, the ruined battlefield is a relatively safe one. It has no quest restrictions, so you can exit at any time as long as you are out of combat. This special event is actually a recreation of the war that occurred when the apocalypse first broke out. But when he mentioned the enemy, his expression suddenly turned grim. Our enemies are ordinary zombies and mutant zombies. As the countdown hit 0, a horde of mutant zombies began to swarm in. All 3 of them immediately got into combat stances. Chen Yong turned to Ye Ning and his sister, saying, Brother Ye, let us go down and deal with the mutant zombies. Chen Jiao will stay up here. Ignoring his plan, Ye Ning leaped straight down into the zombie horde, leaving them completely stunned. How could he be so incredibly reckless? Brother, this guy is way too arrogant. Without a shred of fear, Ye Ning rushed straight toward the largest mutant zombie, violently swinging the sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the massive creature was hit by 2 clean slashes from Ye Ning, ending its life on the spot. Seeing the massive mutant zombie slain by Ye Ning in just a few seconds, Chen Yong was absolutely speechless with awe. You really are a tier 2 advanced, Brother Ye. You cleared them out so fast. But my crew and I aren't about to back down either. Fired up, Chen Yong swung his heavy axe, sweeping through the surrounding zombies. He yelled out, Brother Yi, let's work together and hold this line as long as we can. If things get too tight and we can't hold them off anymore, I can still summon my undead soldiers to fight in our place. That way, we can maximize our gains. Hearing this, Ye Ning was completely taken aback. Summoning undead soldiers? In his past life, he had only heard rumors that the military kept secrets like this under lock and key. Who would have thought it was actually true? But Chen Yong quickly added, though, this is a top-secret military matter. Raising his voice, he warned, make sure you don't breathe a word of this to anyone when we get back. Just then, a zombie suddenly lunged, aiming straight for Chen Yong. Seeing this, Ye Ning instantly threw a knife at it and shouted a warning. Heads up! Behind you! The moment Chen Yong spun around, the knife had already pierced clean through the zombie's skull. He was left utterly stunned by Ye Ning's sheer power. Telekinesis? He took down a tier 1 advanced zombie in a single move. Once the rest of the zombies were wiped out, a new system notification popped up. The warm-up battle has ended. A continuous, large-scale battle will begin in 3 minutes. Chen Yong walked over and pulled out a pack of cigarettes to offer him, showing his appreciation for the save. Hey, Brother Ye, do you smoke? These are specially supplied by the military. Thanks a ton for saving my skin back there. But Ye Ning politely declined. No thanks, I don't smoke. I hear those are extremely hard to come by in the apocalypse. It seems your background is pretty impressive. Hearing this, Chen Yong waved his hand dismissively, using the chance to show off and recruit him. To be honest with you, Ye Ning, my grandfather is the deputy commander of the Northern War Zone, and my father is the security commander of Sector 191. Both of them are already Tier 3. Right now, I'm building my own squad. Since you're traveling alone, Brother Ye, I assume you haven't joined any faction yet, so, why don't you? But before he could finish, Ye Ning cut him off flatly. Sorry, but I prefer working alone. The sudden rejection completely threw Chen Yong off, making him drop his cigarette in shock. But unwilling to give up so easily, Chen Yong quickly tried to win him over with some major perks. Come on, Brother Ye, at least hear me out before you say no. If you join as my second in command, I'll start you off with full-time officer benefits. That's 3,000 credits a month, and I'll personally throw in another 1,000 credits on top of that. Seeing Ye Ning remain silent, Chen Yong sweetened the deal even further. Plus, I can get you a blue-grade weapon for free, and your family can even secure spots in the military. Feeling that her brother was going way too far, Chen Jiao quickly stepped in to stop him. Are you out of your mind, big brother? I mean, sure, he's strong, but he's not worth all that. Ye Ning, finally having heard enough, simply turned around and walked away. Calling back to them, he said, I'm not interested. Besides, The massive zombie wave is about to hit. You'd better get ready to fight first. But to himself, he thought, you really think you can tie me down with those petty bribes? Just wait until I reach tier 3. I'll easily get all of that and more on my own. Watching Ye Ning walk away, Chen Yong sighed with regret. For a tier 2, those terms were absolute luxury, something countless others would kill for. Yet, he rejected it without a second thought. Chen Jiao, on the other hand, scoffed and spat. What an ungrateful jerk. Who does he think he is? We have plenty of tier 2 advanced hell, even peak tier 2 fighters in our family. Half an hour later, the official battle finally kicked off. Over on Chen Yong's side, a mutated zombie was relentlessly pressure testing him, completely overwhelming his defenses until he had to cry out for help. Brother Ye, I can't hold this side anymore. Let's summon the soldiers and fall back. Slicing off a zombie's head, Ye Ning called back. Hold on just a bit longer. Lure that monster closer to me. Once Chen Yong managed to drag the beast over, Ye Ning leaped high into the air and shouted, Perfect! Get up on the wall, quick! Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Ning dove straight into the massive horde of zombies. His sword flared with a brilliant, blinding light. With a massive downward slash, he tore through the mutated monsters below, clean-cutting their bodies in half. Not a single one survived. Watching from a safe distance, Chen Yong and Chen Jiao stood frozen, completely paralyzed by this terrifying display of power. Jaw dropped, they gasped. What? Is he a tier 3? No, wait. Even an average tier 3 can't instantly obliterate multiple mutated zombies like that, especially since there were peak tier 2 monsters in that group. No wonder he didn't care about our offer. This guy is way stronger than my dad and grandfather combined. Once Ye Ning had finished wiping the battlefield clean, he landed gracefully right in front of the siblings. All right, he said calmly. Go ahead and summon your soldiers now. Still, in absolute shock, Chen Jiao stammered. Wait, why? You're literally a god out there. Why waste the summon when we don't even need a fallback plan yet? Chen Yong held his hand out to stop his sister. If Brother Ye says so, let's just do it. With that, he raised his heavy axe and chanted the summoning spell at the top of his lungs. Maran! Maran! In an instant, the soldiers materialized before them. One of them barked out an order. Prepare for battle. Hold the line. First Artillery Regiment, ready to fire. Take it down. The heroic spirits charged straight into the mutants, turning the area below into a chaotic, fiery battlefield. Seeing this, Chen Yong smiled and said, Sir Ye, at this point, we can just sit back and watch. But these soldiers could only hold out for so long. Once they wiped out this wave of the horde, they would vanish. Ye Ning turned and prepared to head somewhere else. He told the siblings, you two wait here. Then, he ventured deep into the city, navigating through a desolate wasteland of ruins. Ye Ning stopped and activated his search ability, silently calculating his options. I just killed a peak tier 2 monster, but I did not see any of that legendary blue gear. It probably only spawns after the soldiers are summoned. My gut tells me it is definitely somewhere in this area. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as the search finally came up with a result. Glancing over, Ye Ning said, Found it! I knew it was here. He rushed over, finding a glowing green orb and a tattered old diary waiting for him. The green orb suddenly chimed, notifying him of a special quest. Dying Wish. Uncover the cause behind this ruined battlefield and resolve it. Upon completion, you will receive a special reward. Ye Ning picked up the old diary, inspecting it closely. A special quest based on a dying wish, huh? It must be connected to this diary. He began reading, and as the days went by, a tragedy unfolded. On the 25th of the month, the first zombie wave began. I never thought everything would happen so fast. Yan is dead, and we could not even find his body. Fading between the old ink lines in the tattered diary, there was only a weathered photo left behind. In his final moments, the author had written, I asked them if they had any last words. They were normally just a bunch of kids who loved to joke around, yet they only had one thing to say to me. On the very last page of the diary, in the middle of the empty, silent paper, was a single line written in bold. Malin, let us go home. Those were the author's final words. After reading the diary of dying wishes, Ye Ning stared intensely at the jade bracelet in his hand, murmuring, Covenant of Dying Wishes. He clenched the bracelet tightly, whispering, the truth of origin. Meanwhile, the Chen siblings were watching the battle below while whispering about Ye Ning's identity. Brother, is it possible Ye Lin is not even a tier 3? Maybe he is using some kind of gear that only lets him use his ultimate skill once? It is possible, but we have no way of verifying it. If we anger a Tier 3 powerhouse, there is no telling if we will survive. Hearing her brother's warning, Chen Jiao scowled and snapped. Would he even dare? With grandfather backing us, the entire North China region would hunt him down. Sensing his sister's short fuse, Chen Yong sighed. My dear sister, you seriously need to work on that temper of yours, or it is going to get you in trouble sooner or later. Put aside whether he would attack us or not. If he really is a Tier 3 powerhouse, we should be trying to recruit him to our side. I am sure grandfather and father would highly approve of that. Just as he finished speaking, Ye Ning returned. Chen Yong hesitated for a moment before asking, Sir Ye, are we ready to head out? He gestured to the battlefield below to show Ye Ning the situation. These spirit soldiers cannot last much longer. Once the Tier 3 mutants show up, they will only buy us a little more time before they vanish. So, therefore, the next step should be like this. We need to make our move before they disappear. If we get targeted by a Tier 3 mutant, we will be in serious trouble. However, Ye Ning did not look pleased at all. With a grim voice, he asked, Do you know how this battlefield met its end? What happened to these soldiers in the end? Caught off guard, Chen Yong replied. Well, my paper said my father was not even born yet when it happened, but I heard from my grandfather that the battle was a complete disaster. Not a single soul survived, but thanks to their sacrifice, the safe zone behind them managed to evacuate in time. My grandfather was actually one of the survivors from that zone. Ye Ning pressed further. If it was a total defeat, how did the final horde eventually disperse? Chen Yong hesitated, unsure. Well, the exact details are a bit fuzzy, but legend has it that the horde just suddenly vanished. Hearing this, everything clicked for Ye Ning. They suddenly vanished? So that is how it was. That is what really happened. Confused by his strange reaction, the siblings asked, Sir Ye Lin, is everything all right? Yeah. Why are you suddenly asking about things that happened so long ago? He did not answer. Instead, he stared at them and asked, Do either of you know what the word Milan means? Trandung honestly replied. The meaning? Well, it's a secret word passed down internally among our group. Honestly, I don't know what its exact meaning is. His sister chimed in. We only know that as long as we shout this out, the heroic spirits of our soldiers will appear and fight in our place. She then raised her voice and warned him, This is a military secret. My brother only told you because he respects you, so you'd better not let it slip out. Seeing this, Trandung quickly interjected, Calm down, sis. Sis, don't interrupt them. Danin then turned and asked, How many times can you guys actually use this method? Startled by the question, he replied, A few hundred times already. Though, we usually only use it when we want to retrieve our gear. But each person can only use it once. If the same person tries to shout it again, it won't work anymore. Hearing that, Danin's face grew serious as he immediately questioned, Hundreds of times? So, have you guys helped these soldiers defeat the final mutant yet? Trandung calmly replied, No, because normally only Tier 2 people come here. We've never seen a Tier 3 before. You're actually the first Tier 3 to ever come to this place. The moment he finished speaking, Danin suddenly leaped down. Before the siblings could even process what was happening, he was already rushing toward the horde of zombies, constantly wondering in his mind if this was the very origin of this ruins battlefield. Trandao frowned and raised her voice. Brother, what is he doing now? Why don't we just get out of here? In his head, he kept remembering that last wish from earlier, piecing everything together. It was clear that their deep obsession was what turned them into those soldiers, turning this battlefield into a special event. But relying on his sharp combat instincts, Danin quickly reacted, swinging the sword in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, with just a few swift slashes, the zombie's head was cleanly severed from its body. He remained calm, continuously thinking about those soldiers. It was because they knew that once the Tier 3 mutant here was killed, their secret password would no longer work, which meant they could no longer help their descendants reap benefits. Thunder echoed across the sky as torrential rain poured down, making the atmosphere even more gloomy. Danin dashed through the puddles, his heart burning with rage as he realized the deception and exploitation behind this whole scheme. In an instant, his entire body leaped high into the air, gripping his weapon with zero hesitation, bringing it crashing down on the enemy before him, venting all his rage onto them after uncovering the truth. The name Moran held all the hopes of those ancestral spirits, yet the military shamelessly abused it like a cheap pawn, using it hundreds and thousands of times. With a single slash, the zombie's body was sliced clean in half. his eyes filled with fierce determination as he swore to himself that even if it cost him his life, he would bring them home. Terrified by the sight, Trandao said fearfully, "Brother, has he lost his mind? Is he really trying to fight the final Tier 3 mutant?" Trandung was also baffled by Da Nin's sudden shift in attitude. He secretly reasoned, "That's strange. If he wanted to fight the final Tier 3 mutant, there was no need to summon the soldiers so early. There's no point in helping the soldiers fight the monsters right now, is there? Why wouldn't he want to conserve his stamina?" She quickly grabbed her brother's shirt, trying to hold him back. "Brother, the Tier 3 mutant is about to show up. Even if Diep Lam is Tier 3, there is no way he can take it down. We need to get out of here first." Recognizing that his sister had a point, he still couldn't bring himself to abandon someone like Da Nin. Leaving now was definitely the safest option, but if they ran, it would be almost impossible to build a connection with someone as powerful as Da Nin. With that in mind, Trandung turned to his sister and said, "Let's wait just a bit longer. It only takes 10 seconds to escape from here. If he really can't hold his ground, we're up here, so we'll still have plenty of time to run." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the building they were standing on began to tilt to one side. Trandao shrieked in panic. What on earth is happening? In the distance, a colossal figure slowly emerged from the dense fog, each of its footsteps shaking the ground beneath them. Realizing what was approaching, the two of them cried out in terror. "Is it here?" The monster paid no attention to its surroundings, ready to crush anything and everything in its path. Its massive body was monstrously deformed, with incredibly long arms covered in sharp spikes. It took slow, heavy steps, exhaling thick plumes of smoke with every breath. As it drew closer, the siblings finally saw it clearly and screamed in sheer terror. Is this really a Tier 3 mutant? Its size is absolutely massive. The monster tore through everything in its path, heading straight for Da Nin. Standing before it, Da Nin looked like a mere grain of sand compared to its gargantuan size. A brief wave of fear washed over Da Nin, but he quickly shook it off. With a confident tone, he muttered, "I only have exactly one charge of dimensional slash left." He took a deep breath, calculating how to bring it down, but for now, he couldn't guarantee a clean hit. How effective would his slash be? He couldn't afford to rush in blindly. After a moment of thought, Ye Ning let out a soft sigh of relief. Finally, he made his decision. He slowly raised his sword, lowering his stance into a combat-ready position. It would be much safer to wait until it got closer before making his move. Standing there without a shred of fear, he watched the gap close step by step, 70 meters, 59 meters, and finally, 40 meters. The monster had arrived, showing zero mercy. It swung its massive, spike-covered, deformed arm, bringing it down like a living sledgehammer. Yet, Ye Ning stood his ground, making no attempt to dodge. His eyes flared with light as he prepared to counter. Now is the time. In the blink of an eye, the creature's colossal body had already been split right down the middle by Ye Ning's blade. Landing gracefully amidst the swirling dust as if nothing had happened, Ye Ning kept his eyes locked on the beast, remaining fully on guard. He uttered, "Absolute stillness," and everything suddenly ground to a halt. Ye Ning stood alone on the rooftop of a building, surrounded by ruins, and facing a massive, highly dangerous zombie. Is this the awakened space? My timeline is completely different from everyone else's. Ye Ning narrowed his eyes, staring ahead with a cold gaze. He even spotted the bones running through its body, instantly realizing he could see right through it. As Ye Ning moved slightly, a powerful surge of energy began to build up in his legs. I can choose any part of the awakened space to manifest. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, charting a course in his mind to pass straight through the monster's body without any resistance. Suddenly, a brilliant green energy flared from Ye Ning's boots. At this moment, I am invincible. Right then, he drove his sword deep into the zombie, sending blood splattering everywhere. Ye Ning then teleported at an unbelievable speed right through its head. The fatal strike shattered the zombie's skull, sending shockwaves through the entire sky. The massive beast crashed to the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris that spread everywhere. Chen Yong stared in sheer horror. That was a Tier 3 mutant, a monster powerful enough to wipe out an entire safe zone. How on earth did it get killed just like that? Chen Jiao's jaw dropped in disbelief. That was way too fast. I couldn't see a thing. Is it really dead? Suddenly, she covered her mouth and whispered with a frown, "Brother, I was wrong. He really is Tier 3, and he's even stronger than Grandpa and Dad's Tier 3. Sweat dripping down his forehead, Chen Yong agreed. "You're right. We grew up seeing Tier 3 fights in the military district. but we've never witnessed anything on this level. Could Ye Ning actually be an advanced Tier 3? At this level, isn't he basically a national treasure? A moment later, the system updated, signaling the end of the event. You will be teleported out in 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the ruins of the battlefield will vanish forever. The heroic spirits of the soldiers froze for a moment upon hearing the announcement. Everyone was thrown into confusion. The ruins of the battlefield are vanishing? What in the world is happening? Meanwhile, Chen Yang and Chen Jiao rushed over the moment they saw Ye Ning land back on the rooftop. They shouted, "Ye Ning!" He gently raised his hand, revealing a turquoise necklace, and called out, "Moran?" His voice instantly caught the attention of the heroic spirits. They quickly lined up, offered a solemn salute, and spoke in unison. "Thank you, sir." Standing behind him, Chen Yang couldn't help but feel bewildered. "Ye Ning, why are you still using that incantation now?" Ye Ning quietly cut him off. "We'll talk outside. This place is about to collapse." Right then, the system issued a prompt ordering them to exit the dungeon and calculating the rewards for clearing it. Ye Ning achieved a 70% base completion rate and a 30% bonus completion rate. Total completion rate, 100%. Grade, triple S. Rewards granted. Equipment, items, and materials. Despite hearing the news of his level up, Ye Ning sat quietly amidst the ruins of the battle. He murmured to himself, "I really reached advanced Tier 2. I should be thrilled, so why do I feel so empty inside? Besides setting these veterans free, what else can I even do for them?" Moments later, another system notification popped up. This event has ended, and the legacy quest has been updated. You can choose to continue this quest to bring the soldiers home in a special event, or you can end the quest now and claim your special rewards beforehand. Note: continuing the quest will alter the quest rewards and cause unpredictable changes to your skills. Please choose carefully. As he looked over the notification, Ye Ning smiled with relief. That's fine. Even without this quest, it's still what I wanted to do anyway. Chen Yang and Chen Jiao finally tracked him down in a quiet spot. Chen Yang grinned and said, "Ye Ning, you are seriously unreal. Since we entered the dungeon from different directions, I was actually worried we wouldn't be able to find you." Stepping closer, Chen Yang gave him the news. "I just transferred all the loot from this run to you. It's what you deserve." Hearing this, Ye Ning calmly replied, "Oh, thanks." Right after that, the siblings extended an invitation. "We'd like to invite you to lunch, Ye Lin. Would you consider joining us?" But he gently declined, asking instead, "Forget lunch. There's something else I need to do first. Could you help me out?" Chen Yang gladly agreed. "It would be my honor. Please, just say the word, Ye Lin." Ye Ning then made his request clear. "Help me look up the hometowns of the soldiers who fought on this battlefield. I want to visit that place myself." Immediately, Chen Yang got in touch with someone who could help. "Adjutant Shu, help me look up the hometowns of the fallen soldiers from the ruins battlefield. Send me the details as soon as possible." The officer complied. "Right away, Master Chen." It didn't take long before Chen Yang brought back some good news. "I found them, Ye Lin. It's about 300 kilometers from Zhenjiang. I'll have a helicopter fly you over." He replied, "Thanks a lot." As Ye Ning boarded the helicopter, Chen Jiao watched him in silence, unable to hide her regret. "Brother, are you really just letting him leave like this? What are we going to do now that the ruins battlefield is gone? How are we supposed to explain this when we get back? You know how much the military values the ruins battlefield, right? Wasn't Grandpa the one who fought so hard to secure our spots for this summoning in the first place?" Frowning, she glared at Chen Yang beside her and complained, "Giving him all the loot is one thing, but you're actually planning to help him cover this up?" Keeping his eyes on the helicopter, he calmly replied, "Little sister, while this is indeed a serious matter, you're not wrong. Not only am I helping him hide what happened to the ruins battlefield, but I'm also taking full responsibility for it." Moments later, the helicopter began to lift off, but Chen Jiao's doubts still lingered. "Forget about the loot from this run. Even if we gave him 10,000 or 100,000 points, it wouldn't matter." Still puzzled, she asked, "Brother, I know he's incredibly powerful, but he hasn't shown any interest in getting close to us. Is doing all this really worth it?" But Chen Yang just smiled warmly and replied with deep meaning, "Absolutely. Let me tell you something. First of all, there's no running away from what happened. After all, our political rivals are going to find a way to pin the blame on us anyway. Instead of being on the defensive, we might as well take the initiative and use this to build a bridge with Ye Lin." He suddenly tilted his head toward Chen Jiao, pressing further. "Besides, Ye Lin asked me to look up that information. Do you know what that means?" It proves he hasn't aligned himself with any faction in the military yet. The helicopter sped away, leaving bright trails and powerful gusts in its wake, as Chen Yong's words echoed behind. He doesn't say much, but you can tell he's someone who deeply values loyalty. If we want to build a real friendship with someone like him, we have to treat him with absolute sincerity. Inside the cabin, Ye Ning gazed out at the sky through the window, his hand gently grasping the sapphire necklace as he whispered, "To all those nameless heroes, if your spirits are still out there, fly home to your homeland with me." At Wenchan Town, a small settlement nestled in a valley, surrounded by majestic mountains and a turquoise river, a gentle voice spoke up. "Grandma, do you still remember the soldiers who left this place 60 years ago? They were the ones who went to defend Zhenjiang." A pair of calloused hands lifted an old photograph of soldiers laughing and joking together. A white-haired farmer leaning on a cane frowned slightly, trying to search his memory. "This is Ah Yan, and this is Ma Ranzi." Standing up, Ye Ning nodded in confirmation. "That's right. They've all come home. They're finally home." Not long after, Xiao Chen happily led another old man over to report. "Ye Lin, after checking everything, there are only 5 families left who still remember. It happened 60 years ago, but these elders are still alive today. Also, following your instructions, a large amount of supplies has been distributed. They have been handed out to the villagers to help improve their lives." Then, turning to introduce the old man to the tablet he had mentioned, he added, "I've brought the village chief here as well." He smiled and thanked him. "Thank you for your hard work." The village chief sincerely replied, "Please don't mention it, Ye Lin. Master Chen entrusted this task to me, so everything will be done according to your arrangements." After Xiao Chen left, Ye Ning pointed into the distance and asked for his input. "Village chief, I'm going to send you another 4,000 credits. I'd like you to lead the people to build a memorial monument over there. Do you think that's enough?" Hearing the amount, the chief quickly waved his hands. 4,000 credits? That's way too much. We could never spend it all," he gently suggested. "Then whatever is left over, please distribute it to the children in the village." Even though he couldn't convince Ye Ning to change his mind, the village chief was deeply moved. Dong grabbed his hand and said with gratitude, "Officer, on behalf of everyone, I want to thank you. I will make sure to carve each and every one of their names carefully." Ye Ning bowed his head and replied, "Elder Chief, please don't do this." Returning to reality from the helicopter cabin, he kept his eyes fixed on the distant sky and softly whispered, "Seniors, you can finally rest in peace now." Suddenly, the system displayed the results, showing that the last wish quest had been completed, with rewards of 100 reputation points, the covenant completed, and a blue necklace. All attributes +1. Equipment effect. Health and soul power recovery speed, plus 33%. Equipment skill. Unyielding belief for 10 seconds. In an instant, it can rapidly restore 15 points of the will attribute. Equipment rating. The necklace has received a blessing, making it stronger than before. Ye Ning opened his eyes, deeply moved. "Thank you for your blessing, seniors. I will wear it forever, until the day this war is completely over." Looking at the notification panel, he also thought to himself, "As for this reputation reward, it's definitely not something money can buy. Building up my influence within the military would probably be extremely beneficial." Suddenly, Ye Ning thought of Chen Yong. When it comes to military influence, Chen Yong wasn't a bad choice at all. After exiting the dungeon, he hadn't mentioned a single word about the battlefield's disappearance. On top of that, he even agreed to my demands. Even though I don't really like the look of him, when I think about it, he doesn't really understand much about this ruined battlefield anyway. In the end, he decided to head back and test him further, while also squeezing a few more benefits out of him. The scene shifts to a large, exquisitely carved wooden door, set in a detailed patterned wall, exuding luxury, mystery, and solemnity. Inside that room, Chen Yong jumped to his feet when the person he was eagerly waiting for reached out to him first. "Ye Lin, are you looking for me?" Ye Ning went straight to the point. "I want to borrow 2 blue-tier swords from you, preferably ones with short cooldown times. Is that convenient for you?" Thinking he had misheard, the other guy asked, "Borrow?" Immediately after, Chen Yong waved his hands in denial. "No, not at all. That's not what I meant. What I meant to say was, I'll definitely find a way to get them and give them to you as a gift. No need to borrow." Just as the system screen was about to turn off, the other's voice sounded before the connection cut. "Then, I'll be troubling you." Chen Yong clenched his fist in triumph, thrilled that Ye Lin had sought his help so quickly. Looks like he's starting to trust me more and more. When I go back and tell my dad and granddad, they'll definitely be thrilled. At an authentic Lanzhou pulled noodle shop, Ye Ning slurped his noodles while nodding in satisfaction. That kid Chen Yong is surprisingly straightforward. I only got 3 free attribute points from this dungeon run. Excluding the bonuses from the blue equipment, my basic attributes, except for will, are only at 26 points. Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, and Will 31. This blue necklace is definitely not for sale, and the other materials aren't worth much either, certainly not enough to buy soul power fruits. Once my ultimate is off cooldown in 2 days, I'll take the blue tier gear Chen Yong brings me, and then find a way to clear high-level dungeons to rake in as much profit as possible. He suddenly recalled his past life. Once he reached level 3, he would get another chance to double his attributes. In my past life, my tier 2 attributes had only reached 20 points when I leveled up to level 3. Because of that, my base stats were terribly low after level 3. Walking back, Ye Ning slipped his hands into his pockets and thought, in this life, I must raise all my attributes to the maximum tier 2 limit of 31 points, and only then take the trial to level up to level 3. By my calculations, that should line up right when the beast tide breaks out in the Tianfeng safe zone. Suddenly, he sensed something off. A level 3's killing intent? As that savage aura drew closer, it hit Ye Ning. Shoot. My ultimate is still on cooldown. If I fight a level 3 right now, I'm a goner. As Ye Ning walked, his mind raced. Who is it? Who wants to kill me? He fell silent, reasoning that this was the inner city of the Zhenjiang safe zone, and no one except Chen Yong knew he was here. Could it be that level 3 Zhenjiang commander I stole from earlier? Or did Chen Yong have second thoughts? But he quickly dismissed that idea. Chen Yong wouldn't do that. No way. Chen Yong is trying to recruit me, so he has no reason to want me dead. And the Zhenjiang commander doesn't even know I was the one who stole his kill. A thought suddenly flashed in Ye Ning's mind as he recalled Lin Lan's hateful glare. Could it be that woman Lin Lan from the Blood Wolf squad? Has she already tracked me down this fast? Right now, with all his skills on cooldown, he couldn't afford to recklessly go and confirm it. Putting aside his guesses about who wanted him dead, his focus shifted to escaping his stalker. The top priority was figuring out how to get away. Should I activate my thunder boots to make a run for it? No. I need to stay calm first. Since the opponent, to escape this place, should I activate my thunder boots to run? No, calm down first. The fact that they're choosing to tail me instead of making a move right away proves they're still hesitating. In other words, they have no idea my skills are on cooldown. If I panic and run now, it'll blow my cover, and they'll definitely strike to kill. My best bet is to act natural, play it cool, and see if I can find a spot to shake them off. Ye Ning looks around, and his eyes suddenly land on a nearby bar. Ah, perfect. In this day and age, anyone who can still afford to drink at a bar has got to be filthy rich. He smirks to himself. It's time to go in and borrow some big shots influence to back myself up. Inside the bar, Yu Qing sighs in frustration. Why is everyone in this bar tonight such a total Neanderthal? Just then, her bodyguard steps up and asks, Miss, after you finish this glass, are we heading back home? Annoyed, she waves her hand, telling him to get lost. Suddenly, something catches her eye. Yu Qing glances over at Ye Ning. He's sitting nearby with a calm expression, but secretly keeping an eye on her. She looks young, with dyed hair and heavy makeup. This girl is definitely going through a rebellious phase. Yu Qing walks over and says, Hey there, handsome. He looks her up and down, thinking, those earrings and rings she's wearing are just for show. Looking past her, there are 4 guys at the peak of Tier 2. They're clearly her bodyguards, and since no one in the bar dares to mess with her, it's obvious she's got some serious backing. Yu Qing leans in close and asks softly, Are you here alone? Care to join me for a drink? Meanwhile, Ye Ning is still keeping a close eye on the person tailing him. That Tier 3 guy's bloodlust is still lingering just outside. Turning back to her, Ye Ning replies, I'm down for a drink, but I'm completely broke. Yu Qing giggles. Don't worry, I've got you covered. She turns and waves at the bartender. Hey, bartender, 2 glasses of not going home tonight, and put it on my tab. Looking at Yu Qing, Ye Ning apologizes in his head. Sorry about this. But to get out of this alive tonight, I have no choice but to use you. Since my tracker doesn't know my trump card, and now she's got 4 high-level Tier 2 bodyguards with her. Even a Tier 3 expert would think twice before starting a fight. Swirling her red wine, she teases, Hey, little brother. Do you have the guts to get a room with me tonight? Ye Ning hesitates slightly. Well, his eyes turn cool as he looks at her, thinking, if she wants to play the hunter so badly, I might as well play the prey for a bit. A moment later outside the bar, one of the bodyguards asks nervously, Brother Lee, the young mistress is leaving with another guy. Should we stop them? Brother Lee snaps back. Are you out of your mind? Did you already forget what she told her dad about us last time? Hearing this, another bodyguard panics. Then what are we supposed to do? Brother Lee turns and barks. What do you think? Keep up and stay close. Just protect her and make sure nothing goes wrong. Glancing back, Ye Ning analyzes the situation. That threatening aura is still following them, not too far behind the bodyguards. Since the stalker isn't giving up, his only choice is to head to the hotel with her and figure things out there. Soon, they arrive at a lavish hotel, and Yan Yuqing is already passed out drunk on the bed. He takes a look around the room. It's no surprise Yan Yuqing can afford this place. She is, after all, the daughter of Yan Lijun, the leader of Safe Zone 317, and the president of the Astral Chamber of Commerce. A single night in a luxury hotel like this costs as much as a normal person makes in 6 months. It brings back memories of his past life, when he was nothing but a starving refugee. Back then, just to feed himself, he had to scrape by as a low-level guard for the Astral Chamber of Commerce, clearing out zombies. Standing over her, he mutters, Strictly speaking, your dad used to be my boss. Hearing that, Yuqing yells out, Don't talk about that old geezer, he's awful. She suddenly pulls herself close to Ye Ning and whispers, Hold me. Seeing her like this, he can't help but want to tease her. Whoa there, you're clearly just mad at your dad. Going out and acting like this tonight was just your childish way of trying to piss him off, wasn't it? Maybe I should scare her a little, to see how tough she really is. With that thought, Ye Ning pins her down on the bed. Are you really serious about this? Because if you are, I won't hold back. Yuqing gasps in surprise. Looking at his face right in front of hers, she stammers, I can't do this. She shoves him away and bolts toward the bathroom. I need to take a shower first. Ye Ning chuckles to himself. It's true what they say. The easiest prey always tries to act like the hunter. The sound of running water echoes from the bathroom. Ye Ning steps out onto the balcony, figuring a total paper tiger like her won't be coming out anytime soon. Staring down at the alley below, Ye Ning can still feel that Tier 3 stalker's bloodlust lingering nearby. That shadow looks extremely suspicious. But wait, that figure doesn't look like a woman. Could it be someone other than Lin Lan? Then who on earth is it? He wonders. Looking back at his past 2 lives, he still hasn't figured out who knocked him unconscious right before his exam. It makes no sense for a complete stranger to suddenly target him like that. This assassination attempt is seriously bizarre, but if the mastermind behind this really wanted me dead, they could have easily poisoned me back then. So why go through all this trouble with such a complicated plot? Just then, another thought flashes through his mind. Thinking back, Lin Lan was severely injured last time, so she must still be recovering. But I can't rule out the possibility that she teamed up with another hunter squad and hired a Tier 3 powerhouse to take me out. Pushing all the speculation aside, he immediately focuses on finding a way out of here. Forget about who's behind this for now. First, I need to shake off whoever is tailing me, get out of here, and then figure out my next move. With that, Ye Ning summons Fugi. Li Fugi, get me a disguise kit as quickly as possible. Make sure it looks completely realistic, so absolutely no one can recognize me. He quickly replies, Right away, master. He then heads outside. The bodyguards ask in confusion, Wait, why were you so fast? He replies, Your lady is completely wasted. Take good care of her, and make sure nothing happens. Stepping into the elevator, Ye Ning pulls up his status screen. Reading his disguise kit, he instantly transforms into a completely different person. Walking out, Ye Ning scans his surroundings. That Tier 3 hunter isn't tailing him anymore. Looks like the disguise worked perfectly. I got lucky this time and escaped unharmed. Next, I need to push myself to the limit and level up to Tier 3 as fast as possible. Otherwise, I won't stand a chance against enemies lurking in the shadows. As for Yan Wuqing, I hope she takes good care of herself. Back at the hotel, Wuqing sits quietly on the bed, frowning as she stares at the note Ye Ning left behind. On the note, Ye Ning wrote, I didn't want to take advantage of you while you were down, so you don't have to worry. Thanks for tonight. Just like that, time quietly slips away. 2 days later, at a base, Ye Ning's excited voice rings out. Chen Yong, you really are a trust fund baby with some incredible connections. He heaps praise on him, amazed that Chen Yong managed to score blue tier gear so quickly. Holding the 2 blades, he marvels. The Crimson Flame Longsword and the Yu Chang Shortsword are both top-tier blue gear. Ye Ning grips the blazing sword, activating the Crimson Flame enchantment. He swings it, consuming 270 mana points per second, with the blade's peak temperature hitting 2,000 degrees. Having tested the first weapon, Ye Ning moves on to the other, activating the Yu Chang enchantment. He slashes down, draining 240 mana points per second. This blade is as razor-sharp as a laser beam. Once finished, he mutters to himself, "With my current mana pool, I can easily handle a small-scale battle." Looking over his gear, Ye Ning calculates, with these two weapons, plus the lightning attribute from the lightning bolt boots, the protective barrier of the Blood Soul armor, the blade retraction skill of the shattered armor, and the unyielding oath necklace, along with my other skills, plus my 3 ultimate skills currently on cooldown, I should barely be able to pass myself off as a tier 3 hunter and enter the high-level Hell's Gate dungeon. He then mutters about the dungeon he's about to enter. The Hell's Gate dungeon is an underground dungeon where descending each floor brings attacks from zombies or hordes of mutated beasts. Every 7 floors, unique mutated beasts spawn in the middle zones, known as elite monsters, and the final floor means facing a peak tier 3 mutated beast. His voice carries a steady tone. Aside from the rich drops from mutated beasts, there are mana crystals here, which you won't find in other dungeons. If I get lucky and score a large chunk, it'll be worth way more than blue tier gear. Just then, a system notification pops up. Do you wish to enter Hell's Gate? Minimum level required to enter. Mid-tier 2. Dungeon difficulty is extremely high. A party of 3 or more members is highly recommended. Ye Ning shouts, "Enter." The system confirms his entry into Hell's Gate, noting 40 players have entered. As soon as the notification fades, Ye Ning says with fierce determination, "Maxing out my tier 2 attribute points all comes down to this run." Inside the Hell's Gate dungeon, the Awakened are staring excitedly at the mana crystals surrounding them. One of them cheers, "How are there so many mana crystals in this place?" Another nods in agreement, joining him to dig up the crystals. Exactly, just one of these crystals can be worth 7,000 to 8,000 credits. Grab a few of these, and we're set for life. At that moment, another Awakened steps in to stop them. Stop chipping away at those. The only mana crystals you can actually harvest in Hell's Gate are the ones dropped by exploded monsters. Even if you pry those out, you can't take them with you. Mingling with the crowd, Ye Ning scans his surroundings. There are 40 Awakened here in total, and 21 of them are from the military. A stern voice rings out, "Cut the chatter. The military will be leading this Hell's Gate run. You guys are seriously lucky." Standing before the other Awakened, the speaker says sternly, "My name is Wang Yangping, a tier 3 colonel from the 7th Legion." Yang Ping then begins to brief everyone on the situation inside the dungeon. There are 18 tunnels surrounding us, and they are packed with zombies. As long as we make it out alive, there will be a reward. 3-man teams will work in each tunnel to maximize profits. If there are more people, our earnings will drop accordingly, he says calmly. At the 7th floor, the tunnels will converge, and we will fight the elite mutants together. Next, he introduces his military squad. Out of the 21 soldiers in our squad, there are 4 tier 3 warriors and 10 peak tier 2 warriors. So you guys can pair up and follow an Awakened from our squad. Everyone around us starts cheering. Someone says, "That is awesome." Another excitedly adds, "We got so lucky." But of course, nothing in this world is free. Duangbin tells everyone the price of their protection. But first, let us make a deal. If you choose to follow our tier 3 fighters, 70% of your earnings will go to us. If you choose a peak tier 2, it will be 50%. Of course, we will do our best to keep you alive. He shouts, "Tier 3s step forward, peak tier 2s step forward too. Everyone else, back up." The military Awakened line up, their presence overwhelming. "Yes, Colonel," Duangbin shouts. "Everyone, feel free to choose." After hearing him say that, the remaining Awakened start discussing among themselves. Someone says, "Getting carried by the military is great, but it is way too expensive." Another says thoughtfully, "Who enters a dungeon without being ready to risk their life for resources anyway?" Another hears this and chimes in, "But looking at the pressure from those tier 3s, going with them definitely feels a lot safer." Right at that moment, a tall man suddenly steps out from the crowd. He says, "I am Van Min, an early tier 3 from the Demon Hunting Brigade. I will only take 50%, and I am only taking high-level tier 2s. Hearing this, Danin looks over and thinks, "I did not expect to find a tier 3 among the solo Awakened." and from the most famous demon hunting organization among non-government groups too. At the same time, another man steps forward to introduce himself. I am Huang Kai, an early tier 3. I only take 50% and only lead high-level tier 2s. When he appears, Danin is startled. Huang Kai? The aura of this solo awakened feels familiar, like I have met him somewhere before. Meanwhile, Huang Kai spots him in the crowd. His face darkens as killing intent pours out of him. He glares at Danin, thinking, Diep Lam? But thanks to that very killing intent, he realizes that this is the same guy who tried to kill him 2 days ago. This killing intent, could he be the mysterious tier 3 who was tracking me 2 days ago? He looks at him and deduces. Surely the breeders would not come to a tier 3 dungeon like this. He is alone, so it must be a coincidence. Danin calmly meets Huang Kai's hostile glare. Not backing down, he stares right back and frowns, thinking, Lam. Even though he vanished 2 days ago for some reason, she suddenly could not help but send someone to find him. Then I heard her say he has some very powerful skills. I need to wait for him to use his ultimate first before planning my move to kill him. Right then, Danin breaks the tension by stepping forward to introduce himself. Diep Lam, early tier 3. I only take 40%, no level requirements. Looking at him, the people around start whispering. He does not have any badges, and he lacks the powerful aura of other tier 3 fighters. Another agrees. And he looks totally ordinary, not like a tier 3 at all. Even if he is cheaper, who knows how safe we would actually be with him? Huang Kai cannot help but burst into laughter, mockingly asking, Diep Lam, are you really a tier 3? I do not buy it. In this dungeon, Danin glances at him and calmly says, faking being a tier 3 here would only lead to a swift death anyway, would it not? Seeing this, a soldier turns to Duangbin and asks, Colonel, you have the highest detection capability. What level of power do you think Diep Lam is at? He says with a serious look, I cannot tell for the time being, but that blue gear he is wearing is not something an ordinary tier 2 could ever get their hands on. Besides, he is right. Only an idiot would fake being a tier 3 here. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. The dungeon will begin in 1 minute. Please prepare. Seeing this, Duangbin calls out, the quest is about to start. Everyone, hurry up and form your teams. The surrounding awakens scramble to form groups. Lord Huang Kai, please let us follow you. Master Van Min, I want to go with you. Colonel, sir, everyone has found a partner, leaving only 3 lonely figures, including Danin. He scratches his head and asks, is no one choosing me? At this, Huang Kai turns around to mock him. Tier 3, my ass. Who would believe that? He laughs out loud, pointing at the other 2, and shouts, now you are stuck with those 2 tier 2 soldiers. Do you really want to drag along those 2 pieces of trash that nobody wants? The 2 of them look a bit embarrassed, but they eventually walk over to Danin. Addressing Ye Ning, the girl spoke up first. Lord Ye Ning, my name is Li Kei, and I'm a ranged mage. Can I join your team? A man chimed in as well. I'm Jiang Bin, a willpower type user. Instead of looking down on them, Ye Ning agreed to let them tag along. All right, just follow me, Ye Ning replied. Overjoyed, they thanked him in unison. Thank you, Lord Ye Ning. Once the groups were all set, Yang Ping made an announcement. Now that the teams have been formed, each team must choose a tunnel. Ye Ning led his 2 teammates toward Tunnel 18 and told them to head inside, saying, come on, let's enter Passage 18. First, tell me what you guys are good at, Ye Ning said. And Li Kei was the first to reply. I'm a mage, and I can use my skills up to 3 times at most. But since they're only basic tier, I'm actually pretty weak. Holding his machine gun, Zhang Bin hesitated slightly before adding, even though I'm a willpower type, I have a spiritual energy sentry gun here. Suppressing a tier 1 mutant shouldn't be much of a problem. Hearing this, Ye Ning paused and said, you too, with this level of strength. Li Kei was speechless and could only apologize to Ye Ning. We are truly sorry, Lord Ye Ning. Zhang Bin also said awkwardly, well, to be honest, we didn't want to come here either. If we weren't forced by the struggles of daily life, we wouldn't have. But Ye Ning turned around to comfort and reassure them. Actually, our team isn't bad at all. Don't worry. Since I've already collected your protection fee, I'll make sure both of you make it out alive. Deeply moved, they cried, oh, Lord Ye Ning. Suddenly, a noise echoed, signaling that something was coming. He quickly warned them, they're here, get ready to fight. Looking at the oncoming horde, he noted, 473 zombies, and 2 of them are tier 1 mutants. Zhang Bin gasped in shock. How could Lord Ye Ning count the exact number of zombies so accurately? Li Ke was just as stunned. This must be the power of a Tier 3 player. Meanwhile, Ye Ning skillfully swung his sword, slaughtering all the monsters. As he fought, he analyzed the situation. This is pretty simple so far. I need to conserve as much spiritual energy as possible. Even mid-combat, he didn't forget to advise his teammates. Before we reach the 7th floor, just rely on basic skills to clear the stages. Don't use any high-tier gear or ultimate moves yet. Witnessing Ye Ning's combat prowess, Li Ke marveled. His movements are incredibly swift. Right then, Ye Ning dashed forward to slay a giant centipede. Seeing this, Zhang Bin couldn't help but wonder, how does it feel like Lord Ye Ning isn't using a single drop of spiritual energy, but is relying purely on physical combat skills? A moment later, the system's voice chimed. Floor 1 has been cleared. Please proceed to Floor 2. The battle was over, but the two of them still couldn't snap out of their daze after witnessing Ye Ning's lightning-fast combat style. Is it really over already? We didn't even get a chance to lift a finger. The system notifications kept ringing in their ears. Tier 1 mutant, crystal mining softworm, defeated. Rewarded with 170 spirit crystal shards. Tier 1 mutant, two-headed wolf, defeated. Rewarded with spirit shards. Clear reward. All party members are granted 100 spirit shards. Looking at her rewards, she was amazed. We didn't do anything on this floor, yet we got 60 spirit shards and 600 credits? Zhang Bin stood beside her, ecstatic. It looks like we didn't just show up at the right time, but we also picked the right leader. Ye Ning was also checking his earnings after the battle. 1 spirit shard is worth 10 credits. My personal income from this floor is 4,800 credits, plus commission. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, Yunming grumbled about Ye Ning's delay. We've been waiting for 5 minutes. Why hasn't that Tier 3 guy, Ye Ning, shown up yet? Huang Kai joined in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Tier 3, my foot. I told you he was a fake. Hearing that, Yang Ping frowned and countered. I doubt it. Even peak Tier 2 players would take half a day to get through. Staring at Tunnel 18, Huang Kai calculated silently. It looks like this kid can't even deal with a Tier 1 mutant without using his ultimate skill. If he faces a peak Tier 2 mutant, either he gets killed by the monster for not using his ultimate, or he'll just get destroyed by his own ultimate's backlash anyway. Just then, Ye Ning and his teammates showed up, and he led the way, saying, We've arrived. Once everyone had gathered, Yang Ping announced, Everyone is here. We've successfully cleared 7 floors. Next, we need to eliminate 5 peak Tier 2 mutants. To maximize our profits, each of the 7 Tier 3 players will form their own group, while the other small teams can band together in an alliance. He then turned to Ye Ning's team and asked, If your group is struggling, you can ask for our help at any time. You'll just need to share your loot with us. But he immediately declined. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. On their side, as Li Ke recalled what happened on the previous floors, she said to Zhang Bin anxiously, On those first few floors, Lord Ye Ning fought incredibly fast, but when facing that peak Tier 1 elite on the 6th floor, he was clearly struggling. Even though he is fast, his damage output didn't give off a high energy reading. He was worried too, but he still put his trust in you. Yeah, but that might just be to hide his true power. We have to believe in Lord Ye Lin. Suddenly, the system made an announcement, and monsters began appearing, letting out terrifying growls. 8 peak variants have been activated. Please prepare for battle. Looking at the beasts in front of him, Ye Ning smiled to himself. It seemed like the monsters were lining up in a perfect straight line. If I take advantage of everyone rushing forward and accidentally insta-kill all of them, they'll probably be completely speechless. Meanwhile, Huang Kai was plotting his revenge against Ye Ning. Ye Lin, just wait until I finish off this pack. Then, I'll deal with you when no one's looking. Quickly sizing up the situation, Ye Ning leaped into the air and headed straight for the monsters. Too bad I can't take out Huang Kai right now. To avoid accidentally hurting the military guys, I'll just have to hold back for now. With a single swing of his sword, every single monster was wiped out. Sky Rift Flash. After Ye Ning wiped out all the monsters with just one move, the crowd erupted. Did Ye Lin just kill them all with a single strike? How is that even possible? A normal Tier 3 fighter would struggle to insta-kill just one of them with a single move, let alone all of them. Watching this, Huang Kai started to panic. Damn it, Lin Lan only said his ultimate move was powerful, but she never said it was this insane. Li Ke gasped in disbelief. Oh my god, is this the true power of Lord Ye Lin? Zhang Bin was equally shocked. See? I told you he was hiding his true power when he was with us. As Ye Ning landed back on the ground, he thought to himself, this run should easily net me 50 to 60,000 credits, right? The cold, mechanical voice of the system rang out. Peak Tier 2 variant defeated. Multi-headed blood corpse killed. Obtained 680 spirit crystals. Peak Tier 2 variant. Giant rotting corpse killed. Obtained 720 spirit crystals. For clearing the wave, everyone has received 150 spirit crystals. Li Ke hugged Zhang Bin and yelled, Brother Zhang, tell me I'm not dreaming. We hit the absolute jackpot this time. He was also overjoyed and replied, you're not kidding. We just walked away with 900 credits for doing basically nothing. We would normally have to grind for half a year to make that much. Yang Ping stepped forward and said, Sir Ye Lin, you certainly kept your skills well hidden, but that was incredibly impressive. Ye Ning calmly replied, my apologies everyone. I haven't quite mastered controlling my skill's power output yet, so I went a bit overboard. Hearing this, Huang Kai sneered sarcastically. Went a bit overboard? With a stunt like that, are you trying to leave the rest of us with nothing but scraps to starve on? I don't care how strong you are. You still need to show some respect and play fair, especially in front of the military like this. Watching him, Ye Ning narrowed his eyes. This guy Huang Kai is clearly trying to make a scene. Is he trying to use the military to test me? Meanwhile, Huang Kai wore a smug, sly smirk on his face. His ultimate must be on cooldown now, so he definitely won't stand a chance against Tier 3 military officers. Let's test him out first and see. Ye Ning tried to calm things down. Everyone, please bear with me. On this floor, the waves are activated manually, and there's no way to force a bypass. That means there are still peak Tier 2 monsters around. You can all just act like I'm not here. If you trigger another wave, I won't interfere. Huang Kai refused to let it go. He pointed right at Ye Ning's face and barked, how dare you? Do you think you're above everyone else? Forget about us. Are you telling me you don't even respect Lord Wang Yangping? Yang Ping quickly cut in to stop the bickering. Shut it, both of you. In a dungeon raid, infighting is the absolute worst thing you can do. Isn't having such a powerful ally with us a great thing? Besides, Ye Lin is right. We just need to go trigger the next wave. Seeing that he was taking Ye Lin's side, Huang Kai went along with Yang Ping's words, but still couldn't help complaining. Lieutenant Colonel Wang, you have a point, but if he's not going to compensate us, he should at least take down a peak Tier 2 beast all by himself. The extra rewards for everyone can hardly count as real compensation. With no other choice, Yang Ping had to ask Ye Ning to appease the disgruntled crowd. Sir Ye Lin, would you mind taking on one more monster? In his mind, he thought, your performance just now was a complete night and day difference from before. It'll be great to see how you actually fight. He smiled and replied, sure, I don't mind. But internally, Ye Ning thought, that bastard Huang Kai couldn't turn everyone against me. So now he's trying to use a peak Tier 2 monster to force out my trump cards. I need to save my sword flow storm for the Tier 3 enemies on the 14th floor, and I have to keep my dimensional slash close to my chest. At that moment, the system announced once more, 8 peak Tier 2 variants for this wave have been fully activated. Please prepare for battle. Watching the monsters charge at him, he thought, well then, this time I'll have to rely on raw technique and my enchanted gear. Killing one monster shouldn't be a big deal. Plus, I can find a weakness in Huang Kai. Suddenly, a massive crocodile emerged. Ye Ning stared at it, sizing it up. This is a defensive mutant. With a body that massive, it's going to be extremely hard to take down. Ye Ning leaped back just in time, dodging its massive foot as it stomped down. He thought to himself, my best bet is hit and run to wear this thing down. He delivered a powerful slash to the crocodile's back, but the strike didn't leave so much as a scratch. Ye Ning gasped in shock. No way, my strength is still too low. A single slash can't even pierce its defense. I'm barely doing any damage. While busy fighting his own monster, Huang Kai kept a close eye on Ye Ning. A sinister smirk crept onto his face. I knew it. He must have burned through all his ultimate skills. Now he's just a helpless amateur. Once I wrap things up here, you're dead meat. Facing the roaring giant crocodile, Ye Ning charged forward without hesitation. Jia Yan enchantment, Yu Chang enchantment. He blazed past its legs, moving so fast he left only a streak of light in his wake. Yet, the beast remained completely unharmed. Someone yelled, damn it! The hide on this zombie crocodile is way too thick. How could a blue-grade enchanted strike not even scratch its leg? Enraged, the beast roared and swung its massive tail straight at Ye Ning. He quickly raised his arms to block the impact as the beast roared in his face. From behind, Li Ke and Zhang Bin screamed in terror. Lord Ye Ning, watch out, that's dangerous. Zhang Bin immediately unleashed a barrage of fire from his Gatling gun, targeting the crocodile. Beside him, Li Ke quickly jumped into action as well. She summoned a barrage of ice spikes, hurling them at the crocodile. But it didn't do a thing. Instead, it only enraged the beast, sending it charging straight toward them. Zhang Bin panicked. Our skills are completely useless against it. Li Ke cried out in terror. We're dead. We are totally done for. Just then, Ye Ning leaped in front of them, blocking the beast. You two, get back. I can handle this on my own. He delivered another slash, quietly assessing his dual blades. Even with these enchantments, I can't take this thing down in a single blow. Even though the results weren't quite what he hoped for, he didn't slow down for a second. But hey, the damage is still way higher than before. He kept up his relentless assault, chipping away at the beast's health. If I keep up this hit-and-run strategy, I can slowly wear it down. Meanwhile, Yang Ping had already finished off his own target, a sacred executioner. Yun Ming had also eliminated his foe with his sky-cleaving axe, while Hong Kai did the same with his golden urn hammer. Seeing that everyone else had already wrapped up their fights, Li Ke grew increasingly anxious. All the other rank 3 fighters are done. Why is Lord Ye Ning still playing hit and run? Zhang Bin agreed. Yeah, Lord Ye Ning's fighting style right now is so strange. Didn't he just one-shot 8 of them earlier? He frowned in confusion. So why is he having such a tough time dealing with just one monster now? Watching Ye Ning struggle against the giant crocodile, Yang Ping couldn't help but wonder, why is his damage output so low all of a sudden? Even without the blue-grade enchantment, his raw power should at least be at the peak of rank 2. This makes absolutely no sense. Ye Ning noticed Hong Kai hovering behind him. The others are already done, he thought. Hong Kai is definitely preparing to make his move. I need to keep my guard up. Suddenly, Huang Kai lunged forward, shouting, Ye Ning, you're taking forever. Let me give you a hand. Watching him approach, Ye Ning sneezed. Here he comes. Trying to steal my kill, are you? Crackling lightning began to surge around Ye Ning's feet. Too bad for you, I'm already about to wrap this up. In your dreams, he thought. Moving like a flash of lightning, Ye Ning activated his full enchantment set. Thunder Pierce. Lightning Walk. In an instant, he materialized right above the crocodile. Thrusting his dual blades downward, he roared, Jia Yan, Yu Chang, strike. But out of nowhere, Huang Kai materialized right behind Ye Ning, ready to strike with his golden urn hammer. Unfazed, Ye Ning instantly triggered his defense skill, conjuring a protective shield of blood soul armor. Swiftly dodging the hammer, he executed his next move. Shattered armor, blade retreat. A devastating slash tore right through the crocodile's neck. The sheer shockwave from Ye Ning's shield sent Hong Kai flying backward. He barely managed to stabilize himself, narrowly avoiding crashing into the squad behind them. Yang Ping, who had witnessed the entire clash from nearby, couldn't help but tease, Hey Hong Kai, looks like Ye Ning didn't need your help after all. Hong Kai just scoffed, refusing to waste his breath arguing. Regaining his defensive stance, he kept his eyes on Ye Ning, thinking, damn it, that's Lin Lan's gear. With Ye Ning's limited energy, there's no way he can sustain it for long. He'll probably have to pull out of the dungeon soon. I need to take care of him as quickly as possible. Maintaining his guard, Ye Ning calmly said, So, Hong Kai, are you determined to pick a fight with me today? Seeing this, Yang Ping stepped in, grabbing Hong Kai's shoulder. Come on, Hong Kai. Ye Ning already finished off the monster. Don't be so desperate to steal his kill, it's pathetic. But Hong Kai wasn't about to back down. He snapped back immediately. Colonel Vuong, this is a personal grudge between me and him. Please, stay out of it. Hearing that, Ye Ning put away his sword and spoke coldly. I have no idea what you are talking about, but since you have a personal grudge, he smirked, throwing down a challenge. Why don't we wait until the 14th floor to settle this, just to save everyone some time? Huang Kai froze for a second before asking back. Are you really not planning to back out at this stage? He frowned, trying to guess the hidden meaning behind the boy's words. His ultimate move was already spent. Relying solely on talismans and gear to get through the next round was practically suicide. Is he an idiot, or does he still have an ace up his sleeve? The two of them locked eyes in a tense stare-down, and Ye Ning continued to egg him on. Don't you worry, I am not backing out until we hit the 14th floor. Huang Kai wasn't about to back down either, retorting, You had better not. See you on the 14th floor. That is, if you can even make it there alive. Their clashing auras flared up, completely enveloping the two rivals who looked ready to tear each other to shreds. Over on the other side, Yang Ping quickly directed the group. Alright, since that is settled, pick a tunnel, and let us move on to the next stage. The soldiers shouted in unison, Understood, Colonel Wang. Soon, everyone made their way into tunnel number 9 of the 10th floor. From a dark corner, several hideous monsters quietly watched the group running for their lives. They were silently waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Inside the tunnel, hundreds, even thousands of glowing eyes stared intensely at the group from the pitch-black darkness. To these beasts, even the most glittering crystals were not nearly as appetizing as these mud-covered humans. Charging ahead at the front, Huang Kai cursed loudly. Damn it! Ever since the 8th floor, monsters have been ambushing us left and right. It is so hard to stay on guard. Keep up, or do not blame me when you end up dead. The 2 men following him quickly shouted back. Right away, Lord Huang Kai. But suddenly, a long grayish arm stretched out from behind, lunging toward the group at a terrifying speed. Its jagged, hideous claws were enough to scare anyone to death. One unfortunate soldier was caught off guard as the beast tore past, ripping off half of his arm and sending him screaming in agony. Seeing this, his partner cursed in terror and ran for his life. Fortunately, Huang Kai lunged forward just in time, slamming his shield down to block the monster's arm. He yelled to his men behind him, Damn it! It is Claw Ghouls again. With that, Huang Kai slammed his warhammer heavily onto the ground. The shockwave forced the Claw Ghoul back, but behind him, countless more of them were lunging forward at an insane speed. His soldiers could only scream in panic. My lord, watch your back. The moment Huang Kai whipped around, a Claw Ghoul's jagged nails were already inches away from his eyes. He barely managed to dodge, cursing, crap. The soldier he had just saved immediately fired a barrage of psychic bullets, blasting the monster's back. Huang Kai turned on his men, furious. Damn it, my eyes were almost gouged out. I am taking a 90% cut of everything we find from this run. If you do not like it, get the hell out of here. The 2 men stood frozen, before shouting back in anger. What? My lord, if it were not for my help just now. But Huang Kai snapped back instantly. That move just now was your final skill, was it not? And your buddy is already crippled. Who else are you going to rely on if not me? Hearing this, the man lost his temper and yelled, You are only here because you are riding on He Chao's coattails anyway. The injured man chimed in weakly, My lord, if I leave now, I will be a cripple. Without any money, I will. Huang Kai cut him off, roaring, Shut the hell up. He pointed his warhammer at them and challenged, Do you want money, or do you want to keep your lives? Think carefully before you open your mouth. With that, Huang Kai turned around and walked away, tossing a final warning over his shoulder. If you do not have a problem with that, then move it. Just like that, the 3 of them continued their arduous journey, but they had not been running for long when Huang Kai suddenly whipped around, on high alert. The moment he saw those terrifying dark figures, he caught his breath in surprise, but quickly raised his weapon, ready to fight. Meanwhile, Yang Ping's group had just slain a monster, thick smoke still billowing and filling the narrow cave. 2 soldiers behind Yang Ping cheered, The next floor is right ahead. Just 2 more floors to go and we are done. Looks like this dungeon run is going to be a breeze. But Yang Ping stayed on guard, warning them, Stay focused. Stop talking. Suddenly, a lightning-fast streak flashed by, piercing right through the head of the talkative soldier and leaving everyone frozen in shock. Looking closer, it was a bizarre, stingray-like monster, and the weapon that had just impaled him was its razor-sharp tail. Watch out, Yao Shi stingrays above us. Get out of the way. Meanwhile, in tunnel number 18 on the 12th floor, Ye Ning's trio was sprinting forward. Leading the way, he turned left, then right, before urging them on, Hurry up, do not fall behind. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed, Help me. Li Kei looked around warily, noting, It sounds like the other tunnels are a complete bloodbath, but how come we have not run into a single monster along our path? Zhang Bin agreed. Yeah, aside from getting a bit tired from all this running, this is way easier than the first 7 floors. Li Kei couldn't help but feel worried. She voiced her suspicion, saying, Could there be fewer monsters in our tunnel? He shot back immediately. That's impossible. They probably sensed Lord Yelin's aura and steered clear of us. Suddenly, Yelin stopped in his tracks. Zhang Bin asked anxiously, What's wrong? Lord Yelin's eyes flashed with light as he turned to alert everyone. Li Kei, right in front of you, there is a corpse demon on the cave ceiling at a 97-degree angle. Don't get caught, he silently calculated in his head. No matter what, there's no avoiding what's ahead, is there? Using his X-ray vision, every single hideous monster came into view. He observed and warned them, 16 meters to our left. In the second cave, a blood banshee is hiding. On the right, buried underground, is a bone-crushing worm, and it's about to head our way. Zhang Bin cried out in amazement as if he'd just had an epiphany. So, his ability isn't just perception. He can actually see everything? Li Ke was equally stunned. That's terrifying. How can such an ability even exist? Ye Lin remained cold and unfazed. He picked up his pace, instructing them as he dashed forward, "I'll charge in first and insta-kill the corpse demon. You two follow right behind me 3 seconds later. After that, I'll lure the bone-crushing worm away. In 30 seconds, we'll regroup at the third intersection on your right." Quickly executing his demon-slaying dual blades, he sliced the monster in half just as it was about to pounce, urging them on, "You two, run, fast." Even in the heat of battle, he still gave them precise instructions. "You must move at top speed. No matter what you hear, do not look back." Zhang Bin and Li Ke sprinted for their lives, shouting in unison, "Understood, Lord Ye Lin." At the level 14 convergence cave, a limping soldier helped his companion hobble back to rejoin the main legion. Seeing only the two of them, Yang Wangping quickly asked, "Where are the people you were escorting?" The blue-haired soldier reported with great difficulty, "They're all dead. Dealing with sneak attacks from low-level monsters is way harder than fighting high-level ones. I had to burn so many skills just to barely drag this agility-type user back." Hearing this, he furrowed his brows and said in frustration, "This is bad. The higher-ups ordered us to bring back enough spirit crystals, but now I'm afraid we won't be able to collect them all." A soldier behind him suggested, "If all else fails, our only option is to buy them from other Tier 3 players." Seeing Huang Kai's group arrive, a soldier announced, "Look, Yun Ming and Huang Kai are coming out." Yun Ming even brought an outsider with him. Huang Kai seemed to be severely injured. He cursed in anger, "Damn this piece of shit dungeon." Out of nowhere, another rotworm had to show up. Yang Ping, who had been silent this whole time, looked toward the entrance of Cave 18 and said, "The only team left now is Ye Lin's. If he can bring his people out, we might just have enough. But his actual combat strength is really hard to predict." Huang Kai yelled furiously, "Predict my ass. Since we're all here, let's be real, he's just a Tier 3 fraud carried by high-end gear. That mob insta-kill from earlier was nothing but a one-time ultimate skill." He pointed at his own face and declared confidently, "I bet they've been wiped out. I'll put my own face on the line." Just as the words left his mouth, Ye Lin's footsteps halted right behind him. He smirked, mocking Huang Kai. "Well, then it looks like you won't be needing that face of yours anymore." All three of them walked out, completely safe and without a single scratch. Seeing Ye Lin's team step out completely unscathed, everyone was utterly stunned. Huang Kai's eyes widened as he shrieked, "Ye Lin, you're actually still alive." Next to him, Yang Ping was equally shocked. Not only are they alive, but they don't have a single scratch? How? Yun Ming's jaw dropped in disbelief. How is this even possible? Didn't you guys get ambushed? Li Ke and Zhang Bin took turns bragging proudly. "Lord Ye Lin guided us to avoid almost all the mutated beasts. But why do all of you look so miserable? Could it be that you couldn't dodge them?" The crowd went dead silent, only able to stammer out, well. Suddenly, Ye Lin drew his dagger, pointing it right at Huang Kai's face with a provocative smirk. "Now, who was the one who bet our team would be wiped out again?" Staring at the shiny blade pressed close to his face, he broke into a cold sweat. Yet, he still tried to play it tough, stammering, You guys must have cleared this dungeon tons of times and memorized the route. You're just putting on a show." Nearby, Yang Ping immediately countered, "That's impossible. Once a hell mode dungeon is generated, the layout changes completely the moment anyone enters." With that, he couldn't help but calculate in his mind. He must have a special evasion skill. If we can recruit him, he would be an invaluable asset to the military. Huang Kai took a frustrated step back, cursing under his breath. "This is flat-out cheating. Ye Lin's power is nothing like what Lin Lan described. I can't act rashly right now. I have to wait until a Tier 3 mutant shows up to test him again." On the other side, Ye Lin continued to taunt him. "Brother Huang, talk about running away from your own actions, huh?" Wang Ping quickly changed the subject. "My dear Ye Lin, we are about to fight a Tier 3 mutant. Why don't we focus on the bigger picture first?" Surprisingly, our boy quietly went along with it. "Since Colonel Wang has spoken, let's hear what he has to say first." Wang Ping then continued to lay out the rest of the plan. There were 2 early-stage Tier 3 mutants on this floor, and his military forces would handle one of them. The rest of the hunters would team up to take down the other one, and after that, they could finally clear the dungeon. But Huang Kai wasn't having it, and immediately barked back, "I don't agree with this setup. Our military squad has 4 Tier 3 combatants and 6 peak Tier 2 fighters." He then turned and pointed straight at Ye Lin's crew, his mouth running a mile a minute. "This ragtag group only has 3 Tier 3 fighters, and one of them is probably a fraud, and out of their 5 Tier 2 members, 2 are completely useless." Not willing to take the insult, Ye Lin shot back, "Hey Huang Kai, tell me, can a fake Tier 3 effortlessly obliterate 8 Tier 2 monsters at once? At this point, if we really can't handle it, it's not too late to call in backup. We just have to pay for it." Ye Lin flashed a confident smirk and said, "Colonel Wang, we're totally fine on our end. If you guys need help, just give us a shout." Seeing how cool he was, Huang Kai couldn't help but grumble to himself. That arrogant jerk. He must be hiding another trump card. Even Yun Ming fell deep into thought, realizing that Ye Lin's true power was completely unpredictable. Wang Ping rallied the crowd and raised his hand to signal the attack. "All right, let's get moving." It was a pair of giant grave worms. The squad quickly split up, launching a 2-front assault on the monsters at both ends of the battlefield. Huang Kai, Yun Ming, and Ye Lin charged together toward one of the screeching grave worms, bombarding the beast with a barrage of powerful attacks. But then, Ye Lin noticed the military forces in the back weren't making a move yet. Before Ye Lin could even process this, the grave worm lunged straight at them. Huang Kai quickly blocked the strike with his shield and yelled at him, "Are you just gonna watch?" Ye Lin rushed in, shouting, "I'm on it." He drew his dual blades, getting into his battle stance in a split second. Yun Ming leaped high into the air, closing in on the monster's head. He unleashed his spirit battle axe, slamming the heavy weapon down onto its skull with massive force. But the beast didn't even flinch. Snarling in rage, it whipped around and sent Yun Ming flying. Undeterred, Ye Lin charged straight toward the rampaging monster. He delivered 2 devastating slashes right across the grave worm's thick hide. As the beast quickly retaliated, Ye Lin instantly activated his lightning boots, effortlessly dodging the swift and deadly counterattack. Using Huang Kai's head as a springboard, Ye Lin leaped into the air while smugly teasing, "Pardon me, brother Huang, make way." As Ye Lin vaulted away, Huang Kai was left fuming in the dust, screaming, "Damn it, Ye Lin, are you trying to get me killed?" But before he could finish, the grave worm lunged right at him. With no time to react, he cursed under his breath, "Crap," and raised his shield just in time to block the monster's razor-sharp claw. The grave worm pulled back its claw, only to swipe at him again in a blindingly fast follow-up attack. Huang Kai desperately braced himself, but the sheer force of the impact shattered his defense, sending him crashing onto the dirt. Seeing this, Ye Lin casually called out, "Hey, brother Huang, you doing okay down there?" This drove Huang Kai completely insane. "You bastard, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" Meanwhile, the rest of the hunters were still giving it their all, unleashing a flurry of skills. But their attacks barely scratched the 2 giant worms. Ye Lin's squad rushed over to cover Huang Kai, with one of them shouting, "Hang on, brother Huang, I've got your back." Ye Lin silently calculated the distance. The 2 monsters were still 200 meters apart. If he could get them within 100 meters, he could wipe them both out in one shot. Yun Ming, struggling at the front, called out, "Ye Lin, focus on this one first. I can't hold it off by myself." Ye Lin turned and ordered the fighters in the back, "All Tier 2 combatants, go support Yun Ming right now. Don't worry about us, brother Huang and I have this side covered." Just like that, the 2 of them were left running for their lives as the monster chased them down. Huang Kai's blood pressure shot through the roof. He sprinted for his life while screaming, "Ye Lin, you piece of garbage! You sent all the Tier 2 fighters over there. With no backup, how the hell are we supposed to survive this?" Ye Lin calmly replied, "Just hold it off for 3 seconds, and I'll finish it." Seeing the absolute confidence in Ye Lin's eyes, Huang Kai had no choice but to go along with it. "Fine, I'll trust you this once, but after this thing is dead, I'm going to settle the score with you." As he activated his energy shield, he muttered to himself, "This guy definitely has an ace up his sleeve. I'll let him use it first, then deal with him later." After barely blocking another heavy strike from the grave worm, he urgently yelled, "I blocked it. Now use your ultimate move. Hurry." Things were a bit off from what Ye Lin planned, but he had to take the gamble. "Only 50 meters left, I have to make my move." But as Ye Lin hesitated, Huang Kai snapped, "Ye Lin, you backstabbing jerk." But instead of attacking, Ye Lin bolted straight toward Wang Ping, screaming, "Colonel Wang, watch your back. We can't hold this thing off any longer." Wang Ping whipped his head around in shock. What? But before he could react, the grave worm rammed into him, sending him flying. Ye Lin then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, fall back! I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. Watch out for the blast." Focusing his energy, he whispered to himself, "First, I'll bait them a little more. Once they get closer, it'll be a guaranteed hit." With that, he hurled his two swords to either side, straight toward the two monsters. The red sword grazed the face of the gravedigger worm, while the blue one sliced right through the other monster's body. Duangbin's eyes widened in sheer horror. Was this instant kill completely different from the last one? Huang Kai was also stunned, crying out in disbelief. "This isn't even an ultimate move," Diep Lam shouted as he stood between the two beasts. The two gravedigger worms had Huang Kai pinned right in the middle, and at that exact moment, he unleashed his flowing wind sword storm, decapitating both monsters in one clean sweep. The sheer force of his power exploded outward, leaving everyone nearby scrambling just to stay on their feet. Van Min frowned, completely blown away by that terrifying attack. This power is terrifying. Even if he wanted to steal our kills, we couldn't say a damn thing. He could have easily wiped us all out just now. His eyes went wide as another realization hit him. It looks like he is not just tier 3, but maybe mid-tier or even high tier 3. None of us low tier 3 newbies can even hold a candle to him. Caught in the blast, Hong Kai was knocked out cold, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. Diep Lam couldn't help but sigh in annoyance. "Come on, brother Hoang. Didn't I tell you to get out of the way? Why did you just stand there?" Despite sounding worried, he didn't even bother checking on him. Instead, he sifted through the thick smoke to swipe Huang Kai's dropped gear. "Hey, you died for me, so don't you worry. I'll make sure this gear of yours is put to good use." The onlookers could only watch in stunned silence, too speechless to even say a word. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Stage cleared. Rewards distributed to all members. 300 spirit fragments. Individual rewards will be calculated separately based on performance. Would you like to proceed or exit? Duangbin quickly called out to stop him. "Lord Diep Lam, if we go any deeper, we'll run into mid-tier, tier 3 mutants." He continued, "Our squad has decided to call it a day and stop right here. But with your strength, Lord Diep Lam." Diep Lam quickly cut him off, declining the offer. "I'm exhausted today too. Let's all head back together." He thought to himself that right now, his only major skill left was Dimensional Slash, and he needed to save his ultimate trump card for an emergency. Duangbin nodded and gave the order. "All right then. Everyone, fall in. Before we log out, there's something I'd like to discuss." He made an offer to the group. "Our military division wants to buy all the spirit fragments you guys have on hand. The current market price is 10 credits per fragment, but we are willing to offer 11 credits to buy them from you." Trongban's eyes lit up, and he eagerly agreed. "That's awesome. A little extra pocket money never hurts." Van Min agreed as well. "Works for me. A sale's a sale, doesn't matter who the buyer is." Duangbin continued, "Anyone who wants to sell can trade with my men and then head out." He then turned toward Diep Lam to negotiate. "What do you say, Lord Diep Lam? You have the most spirit fragments here, and that's exactly what the military needs right now." Diep Lam didn't give a straight answer. Instead, he asked, "First, tell me why the military is so desperate to hoard all these spirit fragments." Duangbin explained, "We need a massive amount of spirit crystals. It's part of our project to level up low-tier awakened ones. We've already bought out the entire market, but we're still nowhere near our goal." Hearing this, Diep Lam began to calculate. Sure, spirit fragments could boost one's strength, but the cost-to-benefit ratio was absolutely terrible. To level up from low-tier, tier 1 to mid-tier would cost at least 10,000 fragments. And if someone wanted to reach the peak of tier 2, it would easily drain millions of credits. Seeing him lost in thought, Duangbin called out to snap him back to reality. "Lord Diep Lam?" But Diep Lam remained in his own world. The military was paying a premium for this project. Suddenly, Diep Lam spoke up. "Give me a second to do some quick math. I have a total of 27,000 spirit fragments on me. How about you round that up to 300,000 credits for me? Deal?" Duangbin smiled and nodded. "No problem at all. Honestly, I was already planning to offer you that amount anyway. By the way, Lord Diep Lam, would you be interested in running this dungeon again with us?" Diep Lam coldly rejected the offer, not interested. Running a dungeon multiple times with the same group just decreases the loot drop rate, so it's a waste of time. But Duangbin wasn't ready to give up just yet. "Lord Diep Lam, if you're willing to carry other squads through this dungeon, You'll definitely get on Captain Duong's good side. Duongbin's eyes lit up as he mentioned the captain's name. To be completely honest with you, we are gathering all these spirit fragments specifically for Captain Duong's son. He is the one who ranked 3rd on the list, and in the future, he is guaranteed to reach Tier 3. He might even break through to Tier 4. Ye Ning suddenly snapped, shouting, "Stop, finish the deal and get the hell out of here." Yang Ming was completely stunned by that outburst. Thick, black smoke continued to rise, completely engulfing his home. He sped down the road, his mind racing. He actually thought his money-making speed was fast this time, but as it turned out, compared to the resources the military provided, it was absolutely nothing. With that in mind, Ye Ning began to seriously consider Yang Ming's offers. Those chosen for the seed program are just sitting around waiting for resources to build up their strength. Their actual combat capability is totally unstable, and they will get completely crushed the second they step onto the battlefield. The way the military is doing things now, they are simply throwing resources down the drain. He thought back to his past life. Thanks to his memories of the future, he was able to secure so many resources in this life. Looking back, he was really dirt poor in his past life. Compared to the resources he has now, it was not even worth mentioning. Now, even some random third-place nobody gets way more than he ever did back then. The more he thought about it, the more pissed off Ye Ning became. This bureaucratic nonsense was unacceptable. He needed to max out his attribute points as fast as possible so he could enter the Tier 3 trial. Once he did that, he could easily claim the #1 spot on the list. Only then would he have the influence to change the status quo. Back in his luxurious home, Ye Ning sat at the table, counting the pile of spirit energy fruits scattered before him. He quickly calculated his stats, noting that excluding his willpower, all of his other attributes were currently at 26 points. If he wanted to push them any higher, he would need a lot more spirit energy fruits. Right then, the system panel popped up, displaying his stats. Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, Willpower 31. He quickly popped a spirit energy fruit into his mouth to taste it. I have to eat them all first and see if it is enough, he thought. Ye Ning's hands flew across the table, grabbing fruit after fruit, stuffing them into his mouth and swallowing them one after another. System notifications began flashing rapidly. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Strength +1, Agility +1. The more he ate, the more notifications piled up. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Strength +1, Agility +1. He ate and ate until he felt like his stomach was about to burst, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through. Damn it, I am finally down to the last one. I am so close to 30 points, I have to keep going. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he forced the final fruit down his throat. The system chimed, Constitution +1. All attribute points have reached 30. You have unlocked one lucky draw. Ye Ning was absolutely thrilled by this unexpected surprise. A lucky draw? Oh, so reaching 30 points gets me a draw? He quickly tapped the button. Let's do this. Please let it be an epic grade piece of equipment. The wheel spun faster and faster, carrying all his hopes. An epic grade sword would be amazing too. That would boost my combat power like crazy. The system notified him. You have received the epic grade equipment, the Ring of Ling-an. He stared in disbelief. He sighed, Ugh, I didn't get a weapon, just a stupid ring. But he quickly pulled himself together and began to closely examine the ring in his hand. Well, whatever. Ring-type equipment is pretty rare anyway. The Ring of Ling-an. Could this have something to do with soul willpower? The system quickly brought up the detailed stats for the epic grade Ring of Ling-an. Accessory. Equipment attributes. None. Equipment traits. None. Storage space. Storage space. 100 by 100 by 100 cubic meters. Living things can be stored inside. Ye Ning fell into silent contemplation. Even though this storage ring doesn't have any stat boosts, a storage capacity of 1 million cubic meters is still incredibly impressive. At this rate, I can carry an entire warehouse around with me. Carrying a few dozen nukes wouldn't even be an issue. The system continued to display more details. Equipment skill. Willpower conversion. You can convert your willpower attribute into other attributes, lasting for 3 seconds. Tier 2 conversion limit, 5 points. Tier 3 conversion limit, 10 points. Tier 4 conversion limit, 20 points. Tier 5 conversion limit, 100 points. He was absolutely thrilled. Willpower conversion? This skill is insanely overpowered. Right now, I'm at peak, Tier 2. Does this mean during a fight, I can pull points from my willpower attribute and dump them into my other stats whenever I want. But then, Ye Ning paused. Wait a minute. Aside from Tier 3 and Tier 4, it even lists Tier 5? Could Tier 5 be the absolute limit of humanity? Or is there actually a Tier 5 mutated world out there beyond the Tier 4 ones? Meanwhile, the system continued to display the equipment evaluation. Exclusive equipment of the Ling-An world. Wearing this ring automatically grants the user Descender status upon entering the Ling-An world. Note: this is a double S rank privilege. Please use it with extreme caution. Reading this, Ye Ning couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is the Ling-An world? In my past life, right up until humanity went extinct, I never heard a single thing about it. He took off the ring and thought to himself, this ring must be connected to some mysterious future event. I absolutely cannot sell it. Fine. With a nod, Ye Ning turned to Fugi and commanded, Li Fugi, sell that newly acquired warhammer, along with the golden shield. Sell all the other enchanting materials too, and use the money to get me some spirit fruits. Fugi quickly complied. Right away, master. At that moment, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Notice: standard spirit fruits can only sustain basic attribute enhancement. To advance to the next tier, you must acquire high-grade spirit fruits. Hearing this, Ye Ning turned back to his helper with another command. Li Fugui, use every single penny from the equipment sales to buy high-grade spirit fruits. The man happily bowed. Understood, master. Once he was finally alone, Ye Ning was lost in thought. I am so close to reaching my absolute attribute limit. I am already at 31 points for Tier 2. The beast horde outbreak at the Tianfeng safe zone is definitely going down the night after next. By then, my ultimate skill will be fully cooled down. Visualizing himself standing above tens of thousands of people, his resolve hardened. Today, I must max out my Tier 2 attributes. Then, I will unleash my ultimate first to completely awe everyone. Once that is done, I will request to take the Tier 3 trial. By then, absolutely no one will be able to say no. Suddenly, Fugi rushed back in, looking completely panicked. Master, I cannot find any genuine high-grade spirit fruits on the market. Shocked, Ye Ning stood up. What did you say? Fugi quickly explained. Word is, the military has completely bought out the entire supply. Ye Ning rested his chin in his hand, falling deep into thought. Is my only option to ask Chen Yong for help? Just as that thought crossed his mind, his phone rang. It was Chen Yong. Chen Yong eagerly greeted him. Lord Yi Lin, it is Chen Yong. Do you still remember me? Ye Ning calmly replied. Of course I do. But inside, Ye Ning was smirking. Talk about perfect timing. I was just thinking about him. And here he is calling. Is this guy a mind reader or something? Meanwhile, Chen Yong went straight to the point. The Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce has just discovered a brand new dungeon. It is a prototype of a paranormal dungeon, at least A rank. They want me to lead the raid, so I wanted to invite you to join me on this expedition. The danger is minimal, but the payoff is massive. Ye Ning raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. An A rank, you say? And it is still in its prototype phase? On the screen, Chen Yong smiled warmly and nodded. Exactly, Lord Yilin. This supernatural dungeon currently has strict boundaries, and the system quests have not officially formed yet. Gesturing with his hands, Chen Yong continued, because of that, raiding it now is infinitely safer and easier than waiting for it to fully stabilize. If anything goes sideways, we can easily retreat past the boundary. Normally, an A-rank supernatural dungeon would be crawling with paranormal entities, but right now, there is only a single paranormal entity active. The rest are still in the process of converting. Ye Ning nodded understandingly. I get the picture. Cut to the chase and tell me your terms. A wide grin spread across Chen Yong's face. Just for showing up. Even if the mission fails, I will personally guarantee you 100,000 credits. And if we succeed, not only do you keep 70% of the total loot, but the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce will also pay you an extra 300,000 credits. Ye Ning rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful, incredibly generous. I assume you guys want to use this raid as a launchpad to secure long-term business deals down the line, am I right? Chen Yong winced slightly, hesitantly looking away. You hit the nail on the head, Lord Ye Lin, he admitted. If you have any other conditions, please, lay them on the table. Without making him wait, Ye Ning spoke up. You are a smart man. In addition to everything you just offered, I have one more demand. I want 20% of the revenue generated from all subsequent runs of this dungeon. Oh, And I also need a batch of high-grade spirit fruits. The scene shifts to Beihei Village, nestled deep within rolling mountains under an orange sunset sky, creating a remarkably tranquil atmosphere. A lone gray car kicks up dust as it speeds along a winding trail, heading toward a small cluster of buildings in the distance. Staring out the window, Ye Ning was deep in thought. The massive beast horde outbreak in Zhenjiang is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. My ultimate skill is ready. Taking this opportunity to enter a dungeon that does not require physical skills is the perfect move. This way, I can maximize my returns without any waste. Upon arrival, the car screeches to a sudden halt, its tires biting hard into the dirt. A thick cloud of dust billows into the air, revealing a group of 5 people who had been waiting for them. Chen Yong, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around. "Lord Ye Lin, we are here," he announced. With that, both of them stepped out of the vehicle. The waiting group approached them. A man dressed in a green outfit placed a hand over his chest, offering a polite smile as he initiated the greeting. "You must be the famous Lord Ye Lin, right? I am Wang Zheng, the son of the vice president of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce. It is a true honor to meet you." Ye Ning gave a casual nod. "Right. Chen Yong mentioned you." Wang Zheng gestured to the man standing beside him. "This is Fang He, a dual willpower and agility awakener. He is a top-tier expert we hired at a premium. The rest are my personal subordinates." "Fang," he scoffed, crossing his arms. "I am merely a tier 2 fighter. I hardly deserve such high praise. Besides, compared to the astronomical price you commanded, Lord Ye Lin, my fee is nothing but pocket change." Ye Ning remained silent, merely observing the two with a cold gaze. Sensing the sudden tension, Wang Zheng quickly waved his hands to laugh off the awkward silence. Chuckling awkwardly, he said, "Please don't mind him, Lord Ye Lin. Brother Fang has always been a blunt guy, but he's already cleared 3 or 4 supernatural dungeons, so his reactions are basically automatic at this point." He motioned for Ye Ning to follow. "Now that we've gotten to know each other, let's head inside and check things out." Nodding, he softly agreed. "All right, I'll follow your lead." As he walked, his foot stepped right into a small puddle. "Fang," he turned around, frowning at him, and warned, "Once we get in there, you follow my lead. You need to do exactly what the system prompts tell me to do. Don't think just because you're a tier 3 that you'll be safe. If you get yourself killed, don't blame me." Hearing this, Ye Ning was taken aback and asked, "System prompts? Isn't this a prototype dungeon? I thought there weren't any system quests here?" A smug look flashed across Fang He's eyes as he pointed at himself. "That's where my talent comes in," he boasted. "Whenever I get close to a major clue, I get system prompts. It's basically the same as getting quest info." Hearing this, Ye Ning tilted his head, his eyes sharpening. He thought to himself, that kind of talent is actually pretty rare. It's basically like knowing the quest requirements without even having to accept the quest. Looks like Chen Yong and Wang Zheng put a lot of prep into this prototype dungeon. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng continued his explanation. "This village was built right along the riverbank. The villagers here make a living by selling water to the safe zone. But we noticed the tricycles they use to haul the water are completely rusted over. It means they haven't left this place in a long time." Nearby, 2 villagers were busy scooping water from the river. He continued, "See that? They don't even seem to realize they're supposed to be selling it." They walked past another villager, who was pouring water into a massive clay jar, even though the water was already spilling over the edges. His expression was completely blank and his face was deathly pale, yet his hands didn't stop moving for a second. Wang Zheng continued, "It's like they're trapped in an endless loop, constantly hauling water from the river just to dump it into a container that's already overflowing." Suddenly, a man dressed in white walked up to them. The man offered a polite greeting. "Excuse me, officers, who might you be?" Chen Yong spoke up first. "We're with the military from the Zhenjiang safe zone. Some locals reported that the water source here has been contaminated." The man's face darkened as he replied without hesitation, "I knew it. Letting that witch jump into the river to drown herself was bound to bring a curse down on us." Hearing this, Ye Ning immediately lunged forward. His face was tense, and he gritted his teeth as he demanded answers. "So the river really is contaminated? What do you mean she jumped into the river? When did this happen? Why did she jump?" Startled by his sudden outburst, the man began to tremble. No. I was just talking nonsense. The river is perfectly clean." Ye Ning glared at him coldly. "If you can't give me a straight answer, we'll have to take you with us." Terrified, the man frantically waved his hands. "Officer, please. Zhang Shui's death 7 days ago had nothing to do with us. She stole something and then threw herself into the river. Forget it. It was pouring rain that day. and the river was rushing so fast that she was swept away in the blink of an eye. After hearing his explanation, Chen Yong found it completely ridiculous. He walked up to the man and asked in a low, tense voice, "Why would she steal something only to jump into the river? Did you people force her to do this?" The man took a step back, trembling from head to toe, his voice barely holding together. "We've been wronged, officer. This really has nothing to do with us. I swear it wasn't us." Losing his temper, Chen Yong pointed straight at the man's face and pressed him through gritted teeth. "If it wasn't you, then who or what is pulling the strings?" Seeing his partner's impatience, Ye Ning stopped him. "Don't make a move." He kept his eyes locked on the man, analyzing him closely. Although the man looked completely ordinary, his hands were clearly shriveled, a sign of being submerged in water for a very long time. If there's something off about him, we'll take a major hit if we attack carelessly. Watching everything unfold from behind, Fang, he couldn't help but praise him. "I didn't expect you to react so quickly." Hearing this, Ye Ning merely glanced at him before turning back to the man and saying, "Don't worry, where is the family of the deceased? Take us there. If we find out you had nothing to do with this, we won't trouble you ever again." Helpless, the man had no choice but to agree. "All right then." The man then led the four of them to a dilapidated, abandoned house. He pointed inside, where a strangely dark and oppressive aura was emanating. "It's this house. Only her mother and her daughter, Li Ru, are left inside. Her house is freezing. Go on in by yourselves." With that, the four of them stepped inside. Wang Zheng shivered and said, "It is freezing. It feels like we just walked straight into winter." Chen Yong agreed, noting that this house clearly had some major issues. Heading deeper inside, they were met with rows of water jars. Seeing this, Ye Ning thought to himself, "Why are there so many jars filled to the brim with water?" The room fell deathly silent. Then suddenly, an old woman emerged from one of the jars, causing water to spill all over the floor. While he kept a serious expression, the other three couldn't help but scream, "Holy crap!" Quickly regaining his composure, Fang, he tried to reassure everyone, "Don't be scared. From what I can sense, she's just heavily affected, but she hasn't turned into a supernatural entity yet." The toothless old woman, with her wrinkled skin and tightly shut eyes, asked, "Who are you people?" Ye Ning calmly replied, "Grandma, we're here to investigate why your daughter jumped into the river. Did someone force her to do it? If that's the case, we will bring her justice." Hearing this, the old woman lowered her head in sorrow and replied, "My daughter is in the water. You must help me find her. In the water. You have to help me find her. You must help me find her." Seeing her state, Chen Yong whispered, "Hey, Ye Ning, she seems completely out of it. I don't think we can get any answers from her." Ignoring him, Ye Ning kept pressing, "Grandma, where is your daughter's child?" Pointing outside, the old woman muttered, "My granddaughter went to fetch water from the river. She won't be back until dark." Ye Ning abruptly turned to Fang, and asked, "Has your system given you any alerts?" He replied, "Not yet. My ability only extracts info when I'm near key characters. So, I'm guessing the granddaughter, Li Ru, is the real key here." Chen Yong suggested, "Then let's head to the riverbank and look for her right now." But Fang, he immediately objected, "No, we can't." He shot back, "Why not?" Fang, he looked away, sweat dripping from his forehead as he quickly corrected himself. "I mean, it's getting dark. We might as well wait here and see what happens first." Hearing this, Ye Ning gave him a knowing look, growing suspicious of him. It seemed like Fang, he was hiding something, a drowning with no body found, and a mother and daughter endlessly scooping water. Could the villagers' obsession with endlessly fetching water be the work of ghosts influencing them, trying to lure them into the river? Just then, a little girl in a green dress pushed the door open, carrying a water bucket with a bright smile. Turning his head, Fang, he recognized her immediately. "Li Ru, you're back?" She quickly carried the bucket closer. Pinching his nose, Ye Ning thought to himself, "The smell of blood coming from that bucket is incredibly strong." Then, his eyes lit up as his investigative instincts kicked into overdrive. Inside the girl's bucket, a crimson liquid swirled, and something bizarre began to emerge, a tongue sticking out. He screamed in his mind, "Is that a human tongue?" Night fell, and a thick fog completely blanketed the area. Standing in front of the traditional wooden house, Li Ru glared at the group of strangers with a wary, furrowed brow. "Who are you people?" Raising his hand, Fang, he shared the information. "I just got a notification from the system we must not anger her." Knowing this, Ye Ning softened his tone, dropped to one knee, and politely introduced them. "We're the military patrol from the Zhenjiang safe zone." Someone reported that your mother went missing. The little girl snapped back, her voice cold and sharp. She didn't go missing. The villagers murdered her. They spread horrible rumors about her and drove her to her death. He frowned, finally starting to piece the puzzle together. Ye Ning pressed further. I see. I'm so sorry for your loss. Do you know exactly who drove your mother to her death? We can help you catch them. Without hesitation, Li Ru pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Of course I know. I wrote down all of their names. Ye Ning gently took it and reassured her. Okay, once we find your mother, we'll go arrest them. But the little girl shook her head resolutely. My mother is already back home. There's no need to look. You can go arrest them right now. Her words left him slightly bewildered. No need to look for her? Didn't they say her body was swept away by the river? What did she mean by coming home? Li Ru stared straight into his eyes and questioned him. Are you hesitating? You just said you'd help me. You weren't lying, were you? Suddenly, Ye Ning recalled the warning from earlier. Feng Xia said not to anger her, but if they went to arrest people right now, it might be too reckless. So he smiled, waved his hands reassuringly, and said, Of course not. It's just that we need to go through some procedures first. We promise we'll get right on it tomorrow morning. At that moment, a brilliant purple light flashed in the girl's eyes, and her face turned cold, with murderous intent, as she threatened in a low voice, Fine, but if you lie to me, I'll kill you all. Hearing this, the people around them couldn't help but shudder, breaking into a cold sweat. In the end, Feng Xia made a decision. Tonight, we'll temporarily stay in this abandoned house next door. Chen Yong and Wang Zheng will share a room, while the rest of us will sleep separately. The other three agreed in unison. Ye Ning, however, was puzzled. Under these circumstances, why do the rest of us have to sleep in separate rooms? He explained with a serious expression. At night, ghosts usually prioritize attacking either the strongest or the weakest person. We must have a direct confrontation at least once to gather more clues. Hearing this, the realization hit him, and he let out a bitter laugh. Ah, so that's how it is. Did you bring me here to act as bait tonight? Chen Yong panicked and quickly tried to smooth things over. Ye Lin, you've got it all wrong, Wang Zheng chimed in. That's right, Lord Ye Lin. We mainly suggested this because we know you're quite strong, but Ye Ning didn't seem to mind. He casually waved goodbye and said, There's nothing wrong with taking money to save lives. I'll do my part. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. One of them said, Thank you for your understanding, Lord Ye Lin. In contrast, Feng Xia scowled and sneered. Save those words. It won't be too late to thank him if you actually make it to tomorrow morning. Then, he proudly continued, All right, based on the current clues, we can deduce that Zhang Shui was driven to her death by the villagers and turned into a ghost. But since she's still in the early stages, her power can only affect the villagers, while also influencing her daughter to help her exact revenge. So now, we only need to complete 2 tasks to resolve this case once and for all. Feng Xia then proposed. First, we need to find Zhang Shui's body. Tonight, I'll go to Li Ru's house to investigate. If it's not there, Ye Lin will look for it in the river. Second, we must help them get their revenge. Once we find the body, we'll arrest everyone on that list tomorrow morning and hand them over to Li Ru to deal with. Ye Ning narrowed his eyes and voiced his suspicion. Isn't that a bit too simple? It doesn't seem to match the difficulty of an A-rank supernatural dungeon, does it? He immediately shot it down. Simple? Don't forget, this is the dungeon's initial state. The crucial clues are still right in front of us. In this origin event, no one would have known Zhang Shui was the first victim, and the villagers might very well turn into ghosts too. Hearing this, both Chen Yong and Wang Zheng turned pale. If that happens, coming in here would be a death sentence. One of them whispered, We're lucky we got here early. The night gradually grew quiet. The moon hung high in the silvery gray sky, and a gentle breeze swayed the bare branches. Ye Ning lay on the bed with his arms crossed, muttering quietly. Even though Feng Xia's analysis makes some sense, something still feels off. Reflecting on what had just happened, he summarized, he was hiding some information about the riverbank earlier, yet just now, he suggested I go there to search for the body. Ye Ning sank deeper into his thoughts. Moreover, with the way he's targeting me, he's definitely hoping I die, probably for the money. If that's the case, the riverbank might be extremely dangerous. Thinking of this, he concluded, Tonight, he'll head to Li Ru's house alone to take a risk. There might be something valuable there. If I don't die and he hasn't made his move yet, that treasure will naturally be mine. Thinking about it that way, everything becomes much simpler. A glint of suspicion flashed in Ye Ning's eyes as he recalled those sinister, glowing red eyes. And then there's Li Ru. Her behavior just now didn't seem like someone who was merely influenced. Plus, there was that tongue inside that bizarre, colorful vortex. And that tongue in the bucket. Normally, a little girl wouldn't be able to pull that off, even if she wanted revenge. Suddenly, he detected a strange noise. Ye Ning immediately sat bolt upright and looked up at the wooden ceiling, where faint footsteps had just echoed. "It's here," he muttered, standing straight up and readying himself for battle. Vibrant purple energy swirled around his body, radiating a chilling aura. "Fine. Let's see who you really are. Spiritual power. Activate. Show yourself." Out of the pitch black, a demon suddenly slithers upside down from the ceiling. Its eyes burn blood red, and its long arms stretch out, clawing for its prey. "Are you Zhang Shui?" Right then, the system hands him a brilliant purple jade bracelet. The grudge bead he got from that last supernatural dungeon is finally going to pay off. Holding the jade bracelet high, Ye Ning channels a surge of powerful purple energy into it and roars. Grudge bead, channels spiritual power. The system quickly displays the stats. Grudge bead attributes. Boosts mental attack by 25%. Special effect. Automatically blocks one fatal blow from a supernatural entity, but will break after use. In a flash, he swings his sword, charging straight at the beast, and screams, "Sword morph, slash." The demon bares its fangs, letting out a horrific screech to intimidate Ye Ning, before quickly flying away. Without a second thought, he kicks the wooden door wide open and gives chase. "Where do you think you are running?" But when he reaches the yard, the demon is gone. Suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek rings out. "What is happening? Get away from me!" Ye Ning immediately whips his head toward the sound. Chen Fang and Fang, he are in the neighboring yard. Within seconds, the rest of the group rushes over. Out of breath, Wang Zheng gasps. "Who was screaming just now?" Chen Yang asks in pure panic. "Ye Ning, what is going on?" He calmly replies, "A demon was just here." Chen Fang and Fang, he might have both been attacked at the exact same time. Hearing this, everyone shudders in horror. His eyes go wide as he gasps. Attacked at the same time? That demon is nothing like what Fang, he analyzed. Its killing power is definitely not weak. Another raises a doubt. Could the demon have just gotten stronger the moment we arrived? It makes sense for Chen Fang to be targeted since he was the weakest. But why Fang he? Ye Ning frowns, ponders for a moment, and slowly speaks up. "Our previous assumptions must have been wrong. This place is extremely dangerous right now. You guys should pull back and leave the area first. I will stay behind to keep investigating. Let us meet up tomorrow morning." Hearing that, Wang Zheng and the others wave goodbye as they back away. "We will leave it to you then, Master Ye Ning. We are heading out first." Chen Yong still hesitates, deeply worried. "But Master Ye, you." Ye Ning cuts him off. "I have protective gear on me. Do not worry about me." Once the last of them finally leaves, Ye Ning frowns and looks ahead. A mystical, powerful, purple energy begins to surge around his body. "The grudge bead can only save my life once. I still need to be extremely careful." Spiritual detection. Fully activate. That energy sweeps across, focusing on the severed leg of a victim lying motionless on the ground. Chen Fang only has one leg left. Was he mind-controlled by the female ghost and then eaten? If so, the time between his scream and being eaten would have taken a while. There is no way she could have killed Fang He at the exact same time. Ye Ning's gaze shifts to a large water vat. Nearby, amidst the rubble, lies Fang, his lifeless body, completely untouched and uneaten. It is highly likely there is more than one ghost here. But what about this shovel? Was Fang He trying to dig something up in the yard before he ran into the ghost? He looks over at a deep, freshly dug hole. The clue must be hidden right beneath the soil. Spiritual detection, penetrate. Instantly, a gruesome corpse appears, floating in a pool of water. Its skin is a ghastly gray, and its hollow eye sockets stare back at him in a terrifying display. This is the corpse of the white-clothed female ghost. Suddenly, Ye Ning spots something off about her slender, clawed hand. Wait. She has 6 fingers. Polydactyly is hereditary, but Li Ru did not have 6 fingers. This proves she is not Zhang Shui. So who is she? Right then, the ghost's glowing green eyes snap wide open, sending shivers down his spine. Shoot, she noticed me. In an instant, she lunges forward to attack, but Ye Ning remains focused, scanning her features, her eyes. Those must be the rare green tier item Fang he was willing to risk his life for. As the threat closes in, Ye Ning thrusts the jade bracelet forward and commands, "Grudge bead, channel spiritual power." Huge currents of dark purple energy surge outward, catching her attention and throwing her off. But the ghost still manages to swing her arm, unleashing a toxic green counterattack as she shrieks maliciously. "My physical body's raw damage is far stronger than your puny spiritual power." Suddenly, the jade bracelet in his hand flashes with a blinding light. Just as she lunges with bared fangs, the bracelet generates a defensive barrier, shielding Ye Ning from the strike. The grudge bead has passively triggered its ultimate defense, but her strength is overwhelming. Her body swells to a massive size, and the sheer force of her blow shatters his barrier, sending him flying. "I have to get out of here right now." Ye Ning quickly activates the power of his thunder-striking boots, launching himself into the air to make a swift escape. Behind him, the ghost catches on and chases after him relentlessly. She is hot on Ye Ning's heels. Fortunately, he leaps across the barrier just in time, shutting her out. He breathes a sigh of relief, thinking, that was way too close. Even though he ended up in a different direction from Chen Yong's group, he is finally clear of the barrier. Safe from the ghost's clutches, he keeps moving at breakneck speed, starting to piece everything together. The woman in white isn't Truong Tu yet. She was probably swept down here from upstream by that heavy downpour earlier, which means she must be somewhere downstream, and might even still be alive, Danin realized, stealing his resolve. I have to make my move and search the downstream area before sunrise. Meanwhile, over on this side, Trandung spoke up. Lord Diep Lam hasn't come back all night. Vuong Tran suddenly chimed in. The barrier is messing with our comms, so we can't reach Diep Lam right now. We might as well head inside and look for him. Just then, two subordinates returned to report. One of them said, Sir, we've searched everywhere, but there's no sign of Lord Diep Lam. The other added, he isn't in Li Nu's yard either. Hearing this, Vuong Tran stroked his chin, lost in thought. Missing? How is that even possible? Suddenly, little Li Nu's voice rang out from behind them. Mister, didn't you guys say you'd help me catch them this morning? Why aren't you doing anything yet? They whirled around. Trandung quickly replied, We're on it. But the little girl glared at them with a cold, menacing look and barked an order. Drag them all to the riverbank. I'll execute them there. Vuong Tran turned to Trandung. Let's go. Helping this girl get her revenge is our only lead right now. Let's just get this over with first. Having no other choice, Trandung sighed. Phuong Ha is dead and Diep Lam is missing. We don't really have another option. Soon, the three scumbags were dragged over and tied up right in front of Li Nu. One of them spat out in protest. Trung Tuyet wanted to die herself. It had nothing to do with us. Another whined in denial. It's not true. We really didn't kill her mom. The last one joined in. Even if you're with the military, you can't just ignore the law. Boiling with rage, the little girl brandished a pair of scissors and lunged at them, screaming, It was you! You're the ones who drove my mother to her death. Without warning, Li Nu plunged the blade straight into the nearest man's heart and roared, Go to hell! The man screamed in absolute agony, You crazy little. Before he could even finish, she snarled, I'm not just going to kill you, I'm going to rip your tongues out. Watching him draw his last breath with sadistic satisfaction, Li Nu smirked. Who's next? The remaining two trembled in sheer terror, desperately begging for their lives. The brown-haired man wept. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have spread those lies. Please, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, the other tried to appeal to their past connection. Little Nu, it's me, Uncle Truong. I swear I didn't say a word. But his pleas fell on deaf ears as she shrieked. It's all your fault. You wanted to sleep with her, and when she rejected you, you started spreading those disgusting lies. Following her piercing scream, the other two also met their ends at Li Nu's hands. Trandung watched in horror, gasping, how is this really something a 10-year-old kid can do? Standing beside him, Vuong Tran let out a heavy sigh. I just hope that once she's killed them all, this nightmare will finally end. Once her bloody work was done, the girl turned to them with a blank stare. Mister, they aren't completely dead yet. Can you help me throw them into the river? Stunned, Vuong Tran could only stammer, sure. Once the bodies were disposed of, Trandung asked, Little Li Nu, now that your mom has been avenged, is it over? And about her body, if you need help. The little girl didn't even look at them, a chilling, sinister smile spreading across her face. Thank you, mister, but you don't need to worry about anything else, because my mommy is already here, and she says you have to die too. Suddenly, a terrifying demon lunged out from the river, snapping at them. The men shrieked in terror. What on earth is that? Before they could even scream for help, the demon sank its teeth into one of the men. Panic erupted as everyone scattered, running for their lives. "This is bad! Run!" Vuong Tran screamed as he fled. The demon opened its massive maw, unleashing a swirling vortex of green energy that began dragging everyone toward it. Screams echoed through the air. The force was just too powerful to fight against, and to Tran Dung's horror, even Vuong Tran was dragged into its gaping mouth. Seeing this, Tran Dung cried out, "Brother Vuong, it's better to end our own lives than to suffer such a gruesome, painful death." Barely holding on, Vuong Tran could only let out a desperate, muffled scream from deep inside the monster's throat. Suddenly, a burst of purple energy flashed, stopping Tran Dung's blade just as he was about to slit his own throat. The savior who had arrived just in the nick of time was none other than Danin. With a single, powerful palm strike, Danin blasted the demon away, rescuing the two men. Tumbling to safety, Tran Dung gasped in relief. "Master Deep Lamb, thank goodness you're here." Turning to the little girl, Danin said, "Li Nu, look who this is. Who is that in her arms?" With tears welling up in her eyes, Li Nu stared at the woman cradling a child who looked exactly like her. She whimpered, "Mommy!" Clinging to the child, Truong Tuyet sobbed, "Tio Nu!" The girl threw herself toward her mother, crying out, "Mommy!" Tears streaming down her face, the little girl looked at her mother holding her own lifeless body. "Mommy, you aren't dead? But I'm already dead." Truong Tuyet wept bitterly. "Tiu Nu, I'm so sorry. This is all Mommy's fault." Watching the heartbreaking scene unfold, Tran Dung spoke up. If Truong Tuyet is still alive, then who on earth was that female ghost in white? Standing next to him, Vuong Tran muttered, "And Li Nu is dead. Which means Li Nu is a ghost too. What is going on here?" Danin turned to them and explained, "It's a long story. First, step back. This place is still extremely dangerous." Suddenly, the female ghost, who hadn't been defeated yet, let out a deafening screech and began dragging Truong Tuyet toward her, its mouth. Li Ru shrieked in agony, "No, Mom." At that moment, the young girl's soul, possessing her physical vessel, unleashed a massive surge of power to save her mother. Ye Ning looked up and said, "Finally, Li Ru has regained her senses. We're much safer now." Her mother shrieked in agony from inside the demon's mouth. "Xiao Ru." Li Ru's spirit rushed forward to save her mother, crying out, "Mom." The young girl and the female demon clashed, slashing at each other, until she seized an opening and bit down hard on the demon's shoulder. Both sides unleashed their wraith energy at each other, igniting a fierce battle. It was at this moment that Ye Ning began to recount the entire chain of events from that day. It was pouring rain that day. Zhang Shui accidentally fell into the river, but she was swept downstream, pulled ashore, and saved. While desperately searching for her mother, Li Ru fell into the water and drowned, turning into a spirit without even realizing she had died. Driven by an overwhelming thirst for revenge, she unconsciously began to plague the villagers. Later on, Li Ru discovered a corpse dressed in white floating in the river and mistook it for her mother. That is basically what happened. The only way out is to expose the truth and let them tear each other apart. Hearing this, Wang Zheng chimed in. In other words, the villagers we captured before, aside from talking nonsense, they were actually innocent? Chen Yong voiced his own confusion. So there were two demons all along. No wonder he and Chen Fang were killed at the exact same time. Once the two demons finished their clash, Ye Ning retrieved a round object. A system notification popped up. Demon Eye, green tier item. Item effect. When equipped, the user can receive information and system alerts within their field of vision. Holding the green eye in his hand, he thought to himself, "This effect seems quite similar to Fang. His previous ability, doesn't it? Perhaps it was the lure of greater power that drove Fang He to risk his life like that." Seeing this, Wang Zheng bowed his head respectfully and said, "As promised, I will transfer all of it to you now." Beside him, Chen Yong also bowed and said, "We owe our survival to you." "Thank you so much, Lord Ye Lin." Ye Ning calmly replied, "Much appreciated." He calculated in his head earning nearly 700,000 credits. This time was a hefty payout. However, his main priority right now was still the high-grade spiritual energy fruits. With that in mind, Ye Ning turned to the two of them and asked, "By the way, have the high-grade spiritual energy fruits I requested arrived yet?" Chen Yong stammered, "Well." Beside him, Wang Zheng quickly spoke up, "Forgive us, Lord Ye Lin. As for the high-grade spiritual energy fruits, I am afraid we still have to wait a bit longer." Ye Ning frowned. "Why is that?" Chen Yong replied. To be completely honest with you, sir, right now, all high-grade spiritual energy fruits are being monopolized by top military officials in the capital. Word is, it has to do with the Seedling Initiative. Ye Ning smirked. The Seedling Initiative again? Looks like if I don't take matters into my own hands, I won't be getting past this hurdle anytime soon. Chen Yong, Wang Zheng, tonight I'm inviting you both to Tianfeng to watch a show. It would be best if you brought your fathers along too. The two asked in unison, watch a show? He nodded, a slight grin playing on his lips. That is right. A show about a zombie outbreak, starring two opposing factions in Safe Zone 199. Chen Yong scanned his surroundings and asked, Uncle Zhang, how come my dad didn't show up? Deputy Commander Zhang Tao replied with a solemn expression. Commander Chen has urgent matters to attend to and couldn't make it. I am here at Tianfeng to represent him. Hearing this, Chen Yong's mood brightened. As long as you have full authority to make decisions on my father's behalf, Lord Ye Lin probably won't mind. Let's go pick up Wang Zheng and the others first. Then we'll all head to Tianfeng together. At that very moment, inside the headquarters of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce, Wang Tian slapped Wang Zheng across the face. The boy stared back at him in sheer disbelief. Dad, what was that for? The vice president of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce. Wang Tian pointed a furious finger at his son's face. I already agreed to go all the way to Tianfeng to meet this guy named Ye Lin. That alone is more than enough respect. Who would have thought you would dare touch the spiritual energy fruits our chamber had already set aside for the capital's military division? It is a good thing I caught on early. Otherwise, we would all be paying the price right now. Wang Zheng yelled back, trying to explain. Dad, Lord Ye Lin saved my life. And yet, I still haven't kept my promise to him. The military district ordered countless spiritual energy fruits from so many chambers. Missing just a few of ours won't make a bit of difference. Wang Tian immediately roared back. Shut up! What do you know? Softening his tone slightly, Wang Tian explained to his son, Son, you just do not understand. Leaving our chamber aside, even I have the president breathing down my neck. With eyes full of worry, he said, even if he wasn't, we absolutely cannot afford to offend the military just to please some nobody named Ye Lin who popped out of nowhere. Wang Tian patted Wang Zheng's shoulder and continued, Yes, Ye Lin saved you inside the dungeon. But at the end of the day, you hired him to protect you. Besides, it is not like we are refusing to give them to him, we are just delaying it a little. As they both looked out the window, Wang Tian said, All right, Chen Yong is here. First, come with me to Tianfeng to meet Ye Lin, and then we will figure out the rest. Wang Tian's expression softened as he added, If he is truly as formidable as you boys claim, I will reconsider the psionic fruit, Wang Tian said. Wang Tran was still a bit skeptical. Really? You're not tricking me, are you, Dad? The sky turned blood red above the buildings in the Tianfeng safe zone. A system notification popped up. Commander Tu, the zombie horde will make its move tonight. Please prepare all defenses immediately. Sent from Diep Lam to Tianfeng, Commander Tu Hai. Tu Hai stared intensely at the message. A week ago, Diep Lam sent me a warning. Just to be safe, I did make some advanced preparations, but the old district has been completely quiet all week. Now, another warning arrives with a precise time. I honestly don't know what to think. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, panting. Commander Tu, there is movement in the old district. They just shattered the barrier and are heading straight for our safe zone. We are seeing a massive number of Tier 1 and Tier 2 variants, but no Tier 3 variants have been spotted yet. Hearing this, Tu Hai's heart raced. Diep Lam was actually right. Hurry! Sound the alarms and get everyone to their defensive positions. Troops quickly began to mobilize and gather at the walls. Attention, all outer district citizens, the zombie horde is approaching. Please evacuate to the inner sanctuary immediately. Attention, all outer district citizens, the zombie horde is approaching. Please evacuate to the inner sanctuary immediately. Plant a landmine every 15 meters. Arrange them in a tight triangular pattern. As they planted the explosives, the commander yelled, We need to funnel the undead into a choke point. That will give our awakened a clear path to charge in and wipe them out. They were even pouring flammable liquid into the trenches. Move, move, faster. Up in the sky, fighter jets were already circling the area. Watching quietly from a distance, Danin murmured, Tianfeng won't be so easy to defend. Fukui looked at him, puzzled. Master, they seem to be incredibly well prepared. Why do you say that? Danin kept his eyes fixed on the horizon. Sure, they have set up barricades and established crossfire zones. But while that might stop a standard horde of walkers, it is completely useless against high-level variants. Deep in thought, Danin continued, the entire sanctuary only has about 2,000 awakened and 1,000 garrison troops, with barely 600 holding the front line. Of those, only 200 have long-range combat abilities. Spreading their forces like this is practically suicide. Fu Kuai grew anxious. Master, if that is true, aren't they all doomed? Without breaking his gaze, Danin calmly replied, no, because this time, they have Diep Lam. The Horde has breached the perimeter. All units, prepare to engage. As the massive tide of undead surged forward, the soldiers sprang into action. Psionic jets launched a bombing run to suppress the advance, but the helicopters were suddenly torn apart by winged monsters. Watch out! Flying variants incoming. Long range awakened. Focus your fire. The Horde charged forward like a violent storm, instantly triggering the mines buried beneath their feet. A brutal clash began as the front lines collided. Provide cover, fire! Melee fighters, on me! Charge! High above, a group of 4 stood watching the chaos unfold. Truong Dao shook his head as he watched. That kid, Diep Lam. 2 hours ago when we arrived at Thianfong, he told us to wait here for the Horde. Now the Horde is actually here, but he is nowhere to be found. What is he trying to pull? Vuong Tian spoke in a serious tone. He is obviously waiting for the high-level variants to show up. Why else would he put on such a show for us? But we haven't even seen a single Tier 3 variant yet. I just hope he doesn't end up struggling against a Tier 2 instead of showing off. Truong Dao burst into laughter. President Vuong, you really have a great sense of humor. Vuong Thian smiled faintly. I mean it. He promised us a surprise. Let's hope he didn't mean a comedy show. Tran Dung, visibly annoyed, couldn't hide his irritation any longer. Uncle Truong, Uncle Vuong, we have a lot of respect for Diep Lam. I would appreciate it if you didn't mock him like that. Truong Dao patted his shoulder with a chuckle. Come on, little Dung. Of course I trust your judgment. Don't worry. We are going to stay right here until he is done. Whatever he has to say then, I promise I won't embarrass you. But I have watched you grow up since you were a kid. I just want to make sure you are not getting carried away. He kept smiling as he looked at Tran Dung. After all, just because someone manages to reach mid-tier 3 doesn't mean they are actually going to be useful to you. Vuong Tian chimed in. Exactly, you are still young. While a Tier 3 fighter is valuable to us, there is absolutely no need to treat them like some kind of god. Vuong Tran had heard enough. All right, Dad, let's just watch the battle. I know Diep Lam won't disappoint us. Down on the battlefield, a soldier grabbed by the Horde screamed in terror. Help me! Van Min shouted, panic written all over his face. On our left, a peak Tier 2 variant, a rotten spring zombie, has breached the line. Get word to Commander Tu immediately. The troops rallied and charged forward together. Commander Tu Hai is here. Let's move. Tu Hai raised his weapon, locking eyes with his target. Bloodblade slash. With a single, devastating strike, the massive zombie was sliced clean in half. Commander Tu is unstoppable. Keep fighting. The soldiers roared, but suddenly, the ground beneath them began to split wide open. In that instant, Tu Hai felt a cold shiver of pure danger. Damn it. This shaking. It has to be a Tier 3 variant. Maybe even 2 of them. This is way harder than any dungeon run. Dealing with 2 Tier 3 variants would require at least 6 low Tier 3 fighters. After that, he turned around and ordered a retreat. All troops, pull back. Return to the safe zone. Xiao Hai watched in horror as the ferocious beast tide broke through the trenches. He had to hold the line and wait for reinforcements. Hurry! Right then, Ye Ning unleashed his tempest of flowing swords, slicing the beast clean in half. Xiao Hai gasped in absolute shock. A single strike took down a Tier 3 monster? Who is that? Then, he recognized the newcomer. It was Ye Lin. The young man smiled and waved. Commander Xiao, long time no see. Ye Ning readied his blade for the enemy. Let me finish this one off first, then we can talk. He immediately unleashed his radiant flash strike. Instantly, a horde of beasts was completely vaporized. Xiao Hai's jaw literally dropped. It really is Ye Lin. In just 2 short weeks, he advanced to Tier 3 and is already way stronger than me? How is this even possible? Am I, Xiao Hai, destined to live in someone else's shadow for the rest of my life? Ye Ning looked at Xiao Hai with a knowing smile. Commander Xiao, I'm sure your men can handle the cleanup from here. He gently patted the older man's shoulder. Please follow me. We have some important matters to discuss. Meanwhile, the other 4 were still watching the whole scene. Chen Yong and Wang Zheng said excitedly, Did you guys see that? This is the true power of Master Ye Lin. This is my first time seeing it too. He definitely can't be compared to any ordinary tier 3, Wang Tian said, looking utterly stunned. Yes, he is truly a rare talent. Zhang Tao was equally shocked by the display. This kind of power is probably on par with Commander Chen Kai. Even among mid-tier 3 combatants, he's at the absolute top. No wonder he's so arrogant. Chen Yong smiled, checking his system screen. I just got a message from Master Ye Lin. He's waiting for us at the Tianfeng Association Hall. Let's head over. Inside the brightly lit hall of the Tianfeng Association, Xiao Hai stood with a deeply tense expression on his face. Ye Lin sat there, waiting patiently for them. Chen Yong looked surprised. Commander Xiao, you're here too? Ye Ning welcomed them warmly. I'm sure you all know each other, so there's no need for introductions. Please have a seat. We're all on the same side here, so let's speak openly. Xiao Hai scanned the room, thinking to himself, Zhang Tao, the deputy commander of Safe Zone 119, and Wang Tian, the vice president of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce. It's just as we suspected. Not only does Ye Lin have a powerful backer, but he's also connected to all these major factions. Wang Tian couldn't help but praise him. Master Ye Lin, your reputation is well-deserved. Your power is truly exceptional, even among mid-tier 3 fighters. Zhang Tao nodded in agreement. Indeed, I heard you've been a massive help to Chen Yong as well. On behalf of Safe Zone 119, thank you for inviting us. Hearing this, Xiao Hai's mind buzzed in disbelief. Master Ye Lin, did I hear that right? Or is there something wrong with my ears? Ye Ning immediately set the record straight. Before we begin, I should clear something up. My real name is Ye Ning, not Ye Lin. The announcement left everyone in the room stunned. What? So they didn't even know his real name this whole time? This meant there was no powerful backer supporting him after all. If so, how did Ye Ning manage to advance to tier 3 so quickly? Ye Ning spoke calmly. As you've all seen, my current combat strength is roughly around mid-tier 3. Commander Xiao, could you please bring me a power measuring device? I'd like to run a quick test right here. Xiao Hai immediately stood up and replied, Master Ye Ning, we've already witnessed your incredible power, firsthand. Wang Tian and Zhang Tao nodded in agreement. Exactly. We already know you're at mid-tier 3. There's no doubt about it. Do you think we don't believe you, Master Ye Ning? But the young man remained firm. Commander Xiao, please, just bring it out. Left with no choice, Xiao Hai sighed. Fine, I'll get it. The other two were starting to lose their patience. Master Ye Ning, surely you didn't call us all the way here just to show off that you're mid-tier 3? This is completely unnecessary. Chen Yong quickly chimed in. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, since we're already here, what's the harm in waiting just a moment? Ye Ning simply smiled without saying a word. Soon, Xiao Hai returned with the device and placed it in front of him. Here is the measuring device. Ye Ning nodded and smiled. Thank you for your trouble. Zhang Tao and Wang Tian scoffed inwardly. His strength was impressive, but his attitude was far too petty. Being a little arrogant isn't a bad thing, but insisting on showing off like this in front of us is a complete waste of time. Ye Ning placed his hand on the device, and the system instantly chimed. Peak Tier 2. Everyone in the room froze in absolute shock. What? Tier 2? Xiao Hai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? They all rushed over to inspect the screen. How is this even possible? The screen clearly displayed his rank. You're not Tier 3? You're really just Tier 2. Zhang Tao still couldn't wrap his head around it. If the device said he was high Tier 3, or even peak Tier 3, I wouldn't have been surprised. But Wang Tian was just as astonished. A mere Tier 2 possessing the explosive power of a mid-Tier 3? That is absolutely terrifying. Xiao Hai's head was spinning. He really isn't Tier 3. That's right, when I checked his advancement quests earlier, he's only Tier 2. But he's already completed 4 of them. He has the strength of a mid-tier level 3. These people aren't the backing force behind him. What the hell is going on? Can someone lend me a brain for a second? Chen Yong turned to Ye Ning and asked, Sir Ye Ning, what on earth is going on here? He replied to them right after. I know this is hard for you all to accept, but I really am just level 2. Half a month ago, my talent was tested as SS rank, but because it's a willpower type with no potential, so I was abandoned by the Tinder project. He asked Ye Ning in utter confusion. SS rank talent? Reaching peak level 2 in just half a month, with strength equivalent to level 3? Xiao Hai stared at him and yelled, No, potential? If this is considered having no potential, then everyone in the Tinder project might as well just go die. Ye Ning's gaze turned serious. Everyone, I invited you here today because I want to prove my potential and seek cooperation. I believe everyone here understands. Reaching level 3 will be effortless for me, and the Tinder project will definitely hold a reselection. I want to completely shatter the military's prejudice against the willpower type. The number 1 spot. I will definitely take it. Brimming with determination, he thought. As for those so-called seed geniuses, I will defeat them one by one, so everyone knows who the real Tinder is. Wang Tian was deeply impressed by this young man. Then, Sir Ye Ning, what do you need us to do for you? Also, if I may ask, what exactly is the true nature of your strength? Ye Ning did not hide anything and said, actually, my talent allows me to convert willpower into attack power. Plus, I have a backing force investing in me, but I cannot reveal who they are for now. He secretly thought, I will just make up some nonsense, as long as I do not expose the sword god system. He finally understood and muttered, so that is how it is. No wonder. Xiao Hai gritted his teeth, thinking, I knew it. There had to be a major force investing in him. Ye Ning then got straight to the plan. As for our cooperation, I want to ally with the 3 of you to form an alliance that serves me, where I have the final say. Give me your full support, and when I reclaim the number 1 spot, I will naturally reward you. Having said that, he turned to leave. I will step out first. You have 10 minutes to discuss. Ye Ning slammed the door shut and thought, Xiao Hai has been stuck at low-tier level 3 for years, with no way to break through. Wang Tian, as the vice president, has always been suppressed by the president, and Chen Yong's grandfather, the deputy commander of the Northern War Zone. Carrying that deputy title probably does not feel great either. Chen Yong was the first to speak up. Uncle Zhang, what are you hesitating for? With Ye Ning's potential, he will easily become at least a lieutenant general in the future, which is way more powerful than my grandfather. Wang Zheng chimed in as well. Dad, why don't we agree with Sir Ye Ning right now? With his potential, heck, forget the president, it is not even impossible for us to become the number 1 chamber of commerce in Huaxia in the future. Wang Tian turned to Zhang Tao and asked, Brother Zhang, what do you think about the mysterious force backing Ye Ning? He shared his thoughts. First, since he did not get any spirit energy fruits, his backer is definitely not the military or any major faction. Second, his vision is top-notch, and his experience is incredibly rich. Therefore, I am leaning toward him being backed by a supreme, powerhouse individual. Wang Tian agreed. Yeah, Brother Zhang, my thoughts exactly. Chen Yong was completely baffled. What are you two even talking about? Zhang Tao warned him gravely. Xiao Yong, even though Ye Ning has massive potential, siding with him means making enemies of many high-ranking officials in the Tinder project. For instance, right now, the father of the number 1 seed, General Zhang Meng of the 3rd Division, is at peak level 3. Wang Tian gritted his teeth in frustration. Exactly, they are a mountain of a force. Betting on Ye Ning's potential alone makes this deal way too risky. At this moment, Xiao Hai spoke up to express his belief in him. Gentlemen, you might not think much of me, but after hearing Ye Ning's vision, I have decided to gamble on him. First, I do not want to make the same mistake twice. Second, high risks bring high rewards. I have been stuck at low-tier level 3 for way too long. To be honest, I refuse to settle for this. Wang Zheng started trying to sway his father. I think Uncle Xiao is right. You always say that the bigger the storm, the more valuable the catch. Are you really content being a vice president for the rest of your life? Chen Yong also tried to convince him. Uncle Zhang, if you are representing my father and grandfather today, then you should know how they would choose if they were here. Ye Ning walked back in, right then. Have you made up your minds? They all bowed their heads. We are willing to devote our full strength to you. This pleased Ye Ning greatly. Good, my allies, here is a list of what I need. I hope you can have everything ready before tomorrow morning. Also, help me contact the military leaders in the capital. Tell them I want to begin the level 3 trial. No problem. Wang Tian held a stack of papers. Wow, he had this list prepared beforehand. He certainly does not hesitate to put people to work. He really is. He definitely has the makings of a great leader. Xiao Hai turned and left, muttering, All right, I'll head back to the capital and report this now. Ye Ning smiled and replied, Thanks, Uncle Xiao. As Xiao Hai walked away with a sigh, Ye Ning looked out over the glittering city lights, feeling highly satisfied with himself. I finally have my own faction, one in South China, one in North China, and even a merchant guild. Next, I just need to wait until I get to the capital, and then it's time for a massive showdown. Meanwhile, In the meeting room of the Tinder project in the capital, a voice boomed. Have you all finished reviewing the report? Even though it's hard to believe, it has been confirmed by Vice Commander Chen Kai from North China. The man in charge of the Tinder project, Yang Guoping, pushed his chair back, slammed his hands on the table, and continued. A double S rank genius with power, comparable to Tier 3, yet we actually missed him. If anything goes wrong this time, none of you sitting in this room will escape responsibility. One of the committee members frowned and protested loudly. General Yang, this is extremely important. We must report this immediately and seize the chance to correct our mistake. Another member chimed in. I agree. On top of that, I propose we send a Tier 3 squad directly to escort Ye Ning back to the capital and ensure his safety. As for his ranking, we can wait until he arrives and let the higher-ups evaluate him personally. Yang Guoping spoke up. At this point, that's our only option. First, let's place Ye Ning into a special sequence. With a talent like his, wasting even a single day of training is unforgivable. Hearing this, Tang Zhen, the chief of staff for the Tinder project, stood up straight, slammed his hands on the table, and shouted, General Yang, can we temporarily keep this news quiet and not report it up? Yang Guoping glared over, his face contorting in anger as he roared, Tang Zhen! When Ye Ning was first tested as double S rank, you were the one who suggested giving up on him. And now, you still dare to say something like that? Yang Guoping grew angrier as he spoke, glaring fiercely at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen, do you have a death wish? Tang Zhen frantically waved his hands in panic, stuttering, General Yang, I didn't mean we shouldn't report it. It's just, can we delay it for half a month? Even a 1-week delay would be great. Tang Zhen quickly defended himself. General Zhang Meng's son, Zhang Yang, is currently holding the top spot in the first sequence, but he hasn't reached peak Tier 2 yet. Hearing this, the entire meeting room fell dead, silent, lost in thought. Yang Guoping spoke up. With Ye Ning's current strength, advancing to Tier 3 is guaranteed. Once Ye Ning becomes a Tier 3 first, even with Zhang Yang's double S rank talent, he'll have to give up the top spot. The top resources after Tier 3 are all limited and unique, but Zhang Meng holds a high position and immense power, being one of our top leaders. Yang Guoping turned to look at Tang Zhen with a sinister smile. Chief of Staff Tang, you really are incredibly loyal and bold. A week is out of the question. 3 days. The most I can do is help you keep this a secret for 3 days. Consider that my favor to you. If your precious young master turns out to be less capable than others by then, you can't blame us, he said in a low, serious voice. Furthermore, within the next 2 days, I will arrange for Ye Ning to enter the capital. I strongly advise you not to try anything funny with him. Otherwise, not even your powerful backer will be able to save you. The scene shifts to another location. Zhang Yang stands alongside an unidentified man. He is undergoing training, with an abundant supply of growth-boosting supplements. Zhang Yang wiped his mouth, turned to the man beside him, and said, I just advanced to high Tier 2, and now you want me to reach peak Tier 2 in 3 days? Dad, you've got to be kidding me. It turned out the man standing next to Zhang Yang was indeed his father, General Zhang Meng. He replied, I am deadly serious, son. Do you remember Ye Ning, the one who was also tested as double S rank back then? With Chen Kai's backing, he has already reached peak Tier 2 and possesses Tier 3 combat power. Hearing this, Zhang Yang asked in shock, Are you saying he's coming to steal my top spot in the sequence? Zhang Meng replied instantly, Exactly. Although Chen Kai, who's backing him, is nothing to worry about, if we let him advance to Tier 3 first, you will definitely lose your first place position. He placed his hand on Zhang Yang's shoulder and said, I'll send someone to take you to a high difficulty dungeon. That's the only way to close the gap. When the Tier 3 advancement exam comes around, as long as he isn't the only one who passes, no matter how strong he is, your dad has ways to secure your ranking. Hearing this, Zhang Yang clenched his fists with determination and replied, I get it now. Don't worry, Dad. I won't let you down. Seeing this, Zhang Meng smiled and looked at his son with pride. That's my boy. Don't you worry, I'll find a way to buy you more time. After all, Ye Ning is just a rising newcomer. Things won't be as easy as he thinks. The scene shifts to the Tianfeng safe zone, where guards are keeping a strict watch outside. Inside a messy room, Ye Ning sat at a desk, staring at a pile of green fruits and a book. Having a powerful faction really makes a difference. Not only did they quickly bring me the psionic fruits, but that old man Chen Kai even gave me an A-grade swordsmanship book he had hidden away. Just this swordsmanship book alone would probably bankrupt the entire Tianfeng safe zone. He picked up a psionic fruit and took a bite, thinking, let's max out my Tier 2 attribute points first before worrying about anything else. The system interface popped up repeatedly, flashing notifications that he was consuming the psionic fruits. Using a premium spirit fruit, strength +1, explosive force increased by 3%. Using a premium spirit fruit, constitution +1, stamina increased by 6%. Using a premium spirit fruit, agility +1, speed increased by 6%. Strength 31, agility 31, constitution 31, willpower 31. A brilliant green light of spirit energy surged around Ye Ning. He smiled in pure satisfaction, realizing that this is what it feels like to have fully balanced stats. His channeling speed was incredibly fast, allowing him to utilize his attributes to their absolute limits. As he picked up the skill book, the system interface flashed again. A-rank Vanguard Swordplay. A high leap skill that deals heavy impact damage to targets, featuring suppression and execution effects. An absolute crushing ability. During skill activation, the user gains immunity to all crowd control and receives a 200% defense boost. Ye Ning smiled. As expected of an A-rank sword technique, its offense and defense were incredibly well-rounded. Even without any upgrades, it was already extremely powerful. Without wasting a second, he tossed the book into the air to activate it. As the sword technique was learned and enhanced, the book split open, revealing a miniature sword radiating a crimson glow, encased in a vibrant green aura. He roared, tensing his muscles as he absorbed the rush of new power. The A-rank skill had been successfully upgraded, evolving into the SSS rank skill. Heaven's Fall. A new system notification flashed before him. Heaven's Fall, a SSS destruction tier skill. Skill effect 1. Dash to a designated point within a 1 kilometer radius to lock onto a target. Once locked, the target will be knocked back, inflicting a rapid strike effect and causing them to freefall at extreme speeds, triggering a massive shockwave on impact, while unleashing a devastating attack on the locked target. Skill effect 2. During the skill's duration, the user is immune to all crowd control and gains a spirit energy shield that absorbs damage using stored spirit energy. As long as the enemy's willpower attribute is lower than yours, they won't even be able to target or attack you. A skill worthy of a true god. Ye Ning gasped in awe. A 1 kilometer lock-on range was absolutely insane, and while locking onto someone, they can't lock back onto you, which basically made him invincible while the skill was active. Once he returned to the capital for the Tier 3 trials, he would definitely test out this power. Looking at his stats and skill slots hovering in front of him, he sighed. What a pity. All my skill slots are full now. I can't boost my strength any further before reaching Tier 3, but that's fine. Once I break through to Tier 3, even without relying on these skills, I can unlock some seriously overpowered abilities on my own. Suddenly, another system notification popped up. Quest. Quickly collect and use 4 special materials. Material 1. Heart of the Mountain Range, Ringbreaker. Material 2. Human-faced bone, Gathering Rose. Material 3. Silent Bone Claw of the Broken Guardian. Material 4. Mutant Wraith Core. Quest Reward 1. Unlock the skill fusion function, allowing you to merge 2 current skills into 1, freeing up a skill slot. Reward 2. SSS skills can be cast with 0 cost, their cooldowns reduced to 12 hours, and a permanent boost of 1,000 spirit energy points. Ye Ning stared intently at the screen. The Sword God system rarely issued quests, and the rewards this time were incredibly generous. The only catch was these 4 materials. He rubbed his chin in thought. The Mountain Range Ringbreaker was apparently a peak Tier 3 mutant that appeared 27 years ago and was slain by a joint force of top-tier experts. As for the other 3, he had never even heard of them. They were probably ancient relics lost to time. Ye Ning fell deep into thought. The only place he could find such rare items would be the National Treasury, and to gain access, he had to reclaim the number 1 rank first. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Xiao Hai opened it and called out, Ye Ning, we've got news from the capital. Ye Ning smiled and replied, Uncle Xiao, please come in. He stepped inside, his face beaming with excitement as he announced, the higher-ups just messaged. Tomorrow, they're sending a Tier 3 team to escort you back to the capital. Ye Ning gave a calm nod. About time they showed some respect. He then asked, what about my rank? Have they put me back in the first sequence? Xiao Hai replied, there hasn't been an official announcement on that yet. They only said you'd be temporarily placed in a special sequence, and a final decision will be made once we arrive. Ye Ning's expression turned dead serious, his eyes sharp as daggers. With my current strength, the first sequence is mine by right. If the heads of the Spark Project are hesitating, they must be facing heavy pressure from those with vested interests. Xiao Hai sighed. Ye Ning, to be honest, both Commander Chen and I feel like you might be rushing things a bit too much with this ranking. The first sequence is currently held by Zhang Meng's son, and Zhang Meng holds a massive monopoly of power in the capital. Our strength is obvious anyway, and we're guaranteed a seat at the high table eventually. There's no harm in taking a step back for now. If you do, even Zhang Meng's faction will extend a hand of friendship, instead of seeing you as an enemy. Ye Ning raised a hand, cutting him off. Uncle, I know what you guys are worried about. The tallest tree always catches the strongest wind. With a solemn expression, Ye Ning continued. But I have a reason why I absolutely must fight for it. It involves a matter of grave importance that I can't reveal to you guys just yet, but I need you to trust me. Every step I take is carefully calculated, not some reckless whim of a hot-headed youth. His words left the older man completely silent. With a thought, Ye Ning summoned two swords, one glowing blue and the other crimson. He looked at Xiao Hai and said, "As for that stepping stone, I will crush it to pieces." The next afternoon, in a vast courtyard, a fleet of fighter jets materialized right before Ye Ning and his group. Everyone looked up as Xiao Hai called out, "They are here." This fleet was entirely composed of the latest generation of Spirit Energy fighter jets. Just a few of these jets could turn Tianfeng into a pile of rubble in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Fall in! Get ready to welcome them!" A group of people stepped out from the vessels, radiating an incredibly powerful aura as they marched forward with absolute confidence. Watching them, he could not help but marvel at the intense pressure they radiated. As expected of the capital's elite, even the lowest among them was at Tier 3. Xiao Hai quickly rushed over, eagerly extending his hand to greet them. "Welcome. A warm welcome to our esteemed guests, to Tianfeng. You must have had a long, tiring journey. I am Xiao Hai," but the group did not even spare him a glance. They just kept walking, completely ignoring him as they brushed right past. He turned around to watch them go, letting out an awkward, embarrassed laugh. "Well, I am just a minor commander of some insignificant safe zone. It is not like they came all this way for me anyway." Just then, Lin Rui approached Ye Ning and extended his hand in greeting. "You must be Ye Ning, right? I am Lin Rui, captain of the aerospace unit of the 27th Army in the capital. You can just call me Old Lin. We are the ones in charge of bringing you back to the capital war zone." Ye Ning reached out to shake his hand, replying briefly, "I am Ye Ning." Lin Rui smiled and said, "It is a pleasure," but looking at the young man's attitude, he could not help but wonder this kid was so calm, completely unlike someone who came from such a small town. Walking right past the group, Ye Ning waved his hand and said, "Old Lin, let us not waste any time. We should get moving." Lin Rui and his men stared after him, their faces full of sheer annoyance. Lin Rui thought to himself that with an attitude like that, the favor General Zhang asked of him might prove to be quite a challenge. He recalled Zhang Meng's instructions, "Lin Rui, when you pick up Ye Ning, find a way to stall him for me." Meanwhile, the fighter jet soared swiftly through the gloomy gray sky. Lin Rui turned to Ye Ning, trying to be hospitable. "Lord Ye Ning, we will soon be approaching the outer boundary of the capital war zone. Some high-ranking friends in the military have prepared a welcome banquet for you. We were hoping you could join us for a bit." Ye Ning's face remained stone cold, and he did not say a single word. Lin Rui kept rambling on, "Trust me, you will definitely benefit a lot from meeting them. Besides, you have traveled a long way, so you must be exhausted." This instantly made Ye Ning highly suspicious. Could someone be trying to stall me, so I missed the Tier 3 trial, he wondered. Smiling politely, Ye Ning tactfully declined. "I appreciate the gesture, Captain Lin, but as for the gathering, let us wait until after I advance to Tier 3. Lin Rui's mind raced with anxiety. General Zhang Meng had asked him to stall for time. Since the gentle approach had failed, he had no choice but to switch to Plan B. He signaled the pilot in front, thinking, "I guess I have to play dirty then." With a sudden boom, the jet which had been flying smoothly began to spew thick smoke and wobble violently in midair. The pilot shrieked, his voice piercing the quiet sky. "Oh no, there is an issue with the Spirit Energy jet. We have to make an emergency landing at the nearest spot." This made Ye Ning frown in annoyance. This is clearly intentional. That General Zhang certainly has some nerve. Moving like lightning, He pressed a dagger against the pilot's neck and threatened him. I do not think the issue with this jet is that serious. Your piloting skills are just subpar. If I let you keep flying, I am afraid you will trash the engine and get us all killed. If that happens, your superiors will definitely hold you responsible. Now, get out of the way and let me fly. Lin Rui was utterly terrified, unable to believe what was happening right before his eyes. Did this kid actually see right through us? When he mentioned the plane crashing and everyone dying, did he mean he is willing to start a fight? If we throw down right now, the jet will definitely crash, even if he is a prodigy. How does a young guy from some small-time town have the guts to pull something like this? Quickly regaining his composure, he ordered the terrified pilot, if Lord Ye Ning can fix the jet, let him try. Besides, he wanted to ease Ye Ning's suspicions. They were only supposed to stall him, so there was really no need to escalate things and cause actual trouble. Ye Ning quickly tapped the controls. As his fingers flew across the panel, he said, I am only going to show you this sequence once, so watch very closely. Steadily pulling the control lever, he added, do not mess up the steps. And more importantly, do not cross the wrong person next time. The jet quickly stabilized and zoomed forward once again. Both Lin Rui and the pilot were completely stunned by his execution. Lin Rui could not help but admire him in silence. Such decisiveness and absolute confidence. Not even many top-ranking officials possess this level of resolve. His potential is absolutely limitless. I am afraid I chose the wrong side this time, but fortunately, I can still make amends. Feeling deeply impressed, he stood at attention and saluted, saying, Lin Rui, captain of the Air Defense and Aerospace Force of the 27th Army, offers my deepest respects to Lord Ye Ning. Hearing this, Ye Ning replied politely, Captain Lin, I look forward to working with you in the future. Soon, the jet arrived and landed at the military base in the capital war zone. At facility number 2, Kwok Bin and Duong Chan quickly walked up to greet him. Kwok Bin feigned a warm smile, asking, is this our brother Dunin? I'm the head of Project Spark. Dunin politely shook his hand and replied, nice to meet you, I'm Dunin. Hello, General Duong. The general got straight to the point. Dunin, we've specially arranged a dinner for you. A lot of high-ranking officials are eager to meet you as well. But he casually waved his hand to decline and stated his real purpose. There's no need to rush. I want to start the Tier 3 trial right now. Both of them stared at him, their eyes wide with shock. What? Right now? Dunin calmly scoffed. Why else would you put me through a special procedure? Instead of making me start from the very beginning and taking it step by step, isn't it because the higher-ups haven't seen me in action yet and want to gauge my potential? So, if I just pass the Tier 3 trial right now, won't my actual strength be clear as day? Doesn't that save everyone a lot of unnecessary hassle? Kwok Bin couldn't help but frown. This kid hits the nail right on the head, not wasting a single minute. But his attitude, neither humble nor arrogant, is strangely admirable. Behind him, Duong Chan stroked his chin, lost in thought. This guy really knows how to play his cards. If he takes the trial tonight, Truong Duong is still inside the dungeon and won't make it back in time. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, Dunin, let's start the trial tomorrow instead. That way, all the high-ranking officials can watch you together. Kwok Bin quickly chimed in, exactly. Get some rest tonight to be in peak condition. Your results tomorrow are bound to be much better. Having achieved his goal, he didn't push any further and readily agreed. Tomorrow works too. Thank you for your trouble, General Duong. Inside, Dunin was absolutely thrilled. The roof dismantling effect really worked. They had to save face after all. Honestly, I wanted to take it tomorrow anyway to prepare myself, but if I had asked for tomorrow from the start, they wouldn't have agreed so easily. The tactic he just used is a well-known psychological negotiation technique called the roof dismantling effect. For example, if you claim a room is too dark and suggest installing a skylight, everyone will refuse. But if you advocate for tearing down the entire roof, they will compromise and happily agree to the skylight. As Lu Sun once wrote, meanwhile, on the other side of the base, Truong Man slammed his fist on the table in a rage. He roared, what? Aside from delaying his check-in time, you guys are stalling for another night? Where is Lam Nu? Didn't I tell him to bring Dunin straight to me? Duong Chan calmly reasoned with him. Don't even start with Lam Nu. That kid didn't even show respect to me or Duong Kwok Bin. We can't play hardball at a time like this. Truong Manhe's brow furrowed even deeper as he growled, no way. I have to inform Truong Duong. If all else fails, I'll send some tier 3 assassins to eliminate him. That's the only way to make sure they all stay buried in the dungeon forever. Inside Danin's resting quarters, he sat amidst a swarm of glowing spirits, absorbing their energy. He couldn't help but marvel. I didn't expect this temporary VIP treatment to be so luxurious. Is the government really this loaded right now? Even though these spirits barely help improve my condition, they're still great for replenishing my energy. Next to Danin was a copy of the Seed Project's benefits list. He fell back into his thoughts, reviewing the perks from the top. Not only does it offer a monthly allowance of 1 million points, his brow furrowing as he read on, but I can also get a full set of custom blue-grade gear and an epic-grade weapon. Plus, I get to visit the National Treasury twice a month to pick out any resources I want. With this level of support, I'll easily break through to Tier 4 in less than a year. The next day, thousands of people flocked to the Tier 3 trial tower to watch the spectacle, their chatter echoing throughout the massive structure. I heard someone from the Seed Project is taking the Tier 3 trial. Didn't that project just start recently? Exactly. It took me over 10 years just to reach Tier 3. As the gates below swung open, the crowd in the stands erupted in cheers, shouting, "The seeds are coming in!" But once they saw their faces clearly, the spectators grew even more surprised. Wait, why does it look like all of them are in their 30s? Watching this play out, Danin couldn't help but mock the high-ranking officials in his mind. They knew the real seeds wouldn't be able to reach Tier 3 in such a short time, so they sent 2 peak Tier 2 fighters to steal the top spot. They just want to exploit a loophole in the rules to delay my advancement to Tier 3 and steal my resources. Well, just watch how I sweep the floor with you all. Kwok Bin stepped up to announce, "Welcome, distinguished officials. We are honored to have you here to guide us. Let the Tier 3 trial begin." He then started the roll call. "Are all the participating seeds present?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Wait, there is still me." Zhang Yang, with dirt all over his face, pointed at the reporting soldier who had ranked him first. But when he saw Ye Ning appear, he instantly became on guard. He looks like he just got out of a dungeon. But at least he is stronger than the weaklings who replaced him. Though, so what if he is strong? Your #1 spot is definitely going to be mine today. Zhang Yang was burning with a fierce fighting spirit. Ye Ning, just to catch up to this trial, I lost 4 of my most loyal Tier 3 uncles in that dungeon. They died because of you. You forced them to their deaths. I will get my revenge on you sooner or later. A spatial portal quickly opened up. The host announced, "Since everyone is here, the trial will now begin. Get ready to enter the first round, the strength trial. Anyone who can reach the 10th floor will qualify for promotion. The higher you go, the greater the rewards. Not only that, but if you can make it onto the global leaderboard, you will also receive exclusive rewards." The system screen displayed the seeded program's benefits list. Number 1, Bakeway, North American Warzone. Number 2, Ivan Valen, Eastern European Warzone. Number 3, Anyosi, Soviet Warzone. Number 7, Hua An, Huaxia Warzone. The speaker kept blaring, "This is a rare opportunity, so you all better make the most of it." Ye Ning couldn't help but feel annoyed. He didn't expect Great Sha's ranking to be this low. "I am going to wipe away this humiliation today." Zhang Yang stepped forward first, volunteering. "I will go first. Strength type. I must place in the top 5 in this trial." Several others quickly joined in. "Me too. Strength agility type. I am in." "Me too." Seeing a decent number of people, the host asked, "Anyone else?" Ye Ning quickly spoke up. "And me." "Ye Ning? The willpower type?" Everyone stared at him with their jaws dropped. Guo Ping called out to remind him, "Ye Ning, this is the strength trial. Your willpower trial is later." "What's the rush? I was going to remind you when the time came." Ye Ning calmly replied, "Is there a rule that says I cannot join? If there isn't, then let's get on with it. This time, I don't just want to take on the strength trial, I want to clear the other 3 as well. Just wait, I am going to blow your minds." Zhang Meng couldn't help but smirk with disdain. He just wants to guarantee his promotion to Tier 3. Mr. Lin turned to him in confusion. "Oh? Why do you say that?" He calmly explained. "As we all know, among the Tier 3 trials, the willpower trial is the hardest. No one in history has ever passed it. With his attribute points, letting him try might actually give him a shot at passing the 10th floor." Then Zhang Meng laughed gleefully. "At worst, he will just end up being a stepping stone to make the actual strength class users look good. But in that case, it is better if he didn't try at all." Mr. Lin quickly chimed in to flatter him. "General Zhang, what you say makes perfect sense." Below them, Zhang Yang also turned to mock Ye Ning. Do you honestly think that just because we are both at tier 2, your stats can compare to mine? How naive. My talent is built for raw power. What about you? Ye Ning only coldly cut him off. Stop wasting your breath. Stepping into the teleportation portal, he provoked him. If you've got the guts, stop dragging your feet and get in here. He couldn't find a comeback, but still talked tough. Fine, let's do it. Who is scared of who? The system announced. All participants have entered the strength trial. In this trial, you will face various types of enemies. After defeating them, you will proceed to the next floor. During the strength trial, all equipment will be disabled and other attributes will be reduced. Please prepare yourselves. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. Upon entering the dungeon, he immediately began planning his strategy. All enchanted equipment has been disabled, leaving only basic functions. From the 10th to the 20th floor or higher will put me in the top 3 globally. And the 23rd floor is the absolute limit for humanity in the apocalypse. A zombie dog suddenly lunged out, but of course, he remained calm and kept planning. In that case, my goal is to break through to the 24th floor. With 2 cold, swift slashes, he put the monster down before it could even let out a growl. He remained completely unfazed. The first few floors are just warm-ups, so I can clear them quickly without breaking a sweat. The system announced, Tier 1 beginner zombie dog has been slain. Floor 1 cleared. Proceeding to the next floor in 30 seconds. Slicing a hideous, giant monster in half, he sighed in disappointment. These early floors are filled with nothing but trash mutants. How boring. The system notified again, Tier 1 beginner steel-clawed blade zombie has been slain. Guoping watched the feed through the camera, unable to hide his amazement. The first 7 floors are pretty simple. Everyone is progressing at the same speed. To really see who is who, we will have to wait until they reach the 7th to 10th floors. I wonder who will make it first. Hearing this, Zhang Meng pointed straight at the screen displaying Zhang Yang, bragging loudly. Are you guys blind, or what? What do you mean you don't know? My son is already on the 10th floor. After bragging, he turned to mock the others again. And look at that Ye Ning guy, he is still struggling on the 8th floor. Mr. Lin immediately brown-nosed. Exactly. Congratulations, General Zhang. It seems Ye Ning isn't as formidable as the rumors say. If he keeps trying to rush after clearing the first 7 floors, he will definitely run out of gas. He will run out of juice soon enough. Ye Ning stayed dead calm, silently mocking the crowd while baiting the monster behind him. Those idiots will probably never learn that he who laughs last, laughs best. We will see who gets the last laugh in this competition. Outside, everyone watched each contestant's every move with bated breath. The moment Zhang Yang's feed cut out, Guoping quickly reassured the audience. Due to the interference from the powerful mutant's energy field, they could not broadcast any footage past floor 10. Hearing this, Zhang Meng let out an arrogant laugh. Well, my son was the first to make his screen go green. Mr. Lin, standing next to him, did not miss his chance to kiss some serious ass. 10 floors cleared in 10 minutes, talk about a total blitz. Ye Ning entering this strength trial is basically begging for humiliation. The more praise Zhang Meng received, the louder he bragged. Exactly. After all, my son is still in first place. Guoping completely ignored him and calmly made the announcement. Wang Kai is the 11th to clear floor 10, Ye Ning is the 18th to clear floor 10, and Zhang Yang is currently on floor 13. Zhang Meng grinned from ear to ear. 18th place? A snail could move faster than that. Haha. One is barely scraping through floor 10, while the other is already on 13. General Yang, you had better keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. Guoping did not bother wasting his breath on that loudmouth. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Even though Ye Ning is not a strength class, based on the power he reported, he should not be struggling this much. Back inside the dungeon, Ye Ning leaped into the air, racking his brain to recall his memories. I remember from my past life's trial, its weak spot is on its back. Before the monster could even turn around, he delivered a fatal slash to its back, sending it straight to the afterlife in a split second. He smiled to himself. Just as I thought, landing gracefully, he quickly did the math. I have reached floor 12, and I have not even had to use stat conversion yet. My mana and stamina are still completely full. The system chimed, floor 12 cleared. 10 seconds until the next battle begins. Please prepare yourself. Seeing this, he quickly mapped out his strategy. Alright, next, I can start gradually converting my attribute points to unleash my mana and physical strength. I will push hard all the way to the 21st floor before unleashing my ultimate moves. Meanwhile, on floor 17, Zhang Yang grinned cockily after finally clearing floor 16. I am definitely in first place. Even so, he remained on high alert. But I have to keep pushing. If I can clear a few more floors and climb the leaderboard, I will blow everyone's minds. I am going to leave Ye Ning in the absolute dust. Outside the dungeon, a group of candidates had already tapped out. Exhausted and panting for air, they could not stop complaining. Damn it. Why does the difficulty spike so crazy fast? Seriously. Are the people who cleared past floor 20 on the leaderboard even human? Count me out. Pushing to floor 14 nearly killed me. Whatever. As long as we cleared floor 10, we technically finished the job. The monitoring screens were now filled with red check marks and crosses, with only a handful of candidates still pushing through the deeper floors. Guoping announced, most of the strength trial participants have exited, but Ye Ning is still going strong inside, holding his ground on floor 15. For a willpower class player, that is already an impressive feat. Hearing this, Zhang Meng scoffed and sneered to Mr. Lin. I bet floor 15 is his absolute limit. Unlike my son, who has already made it to floor 17, just 3 more floors, and he will break into the global top 10. Mr. Lin, ever the brown-noser, chimed in, absolutely. Zhang Yang is truly in a league of his own. Guoping looked over, sighing silently. But after floor 15, Zhang Yang's speed has visibly slowed down, and Ye Ning is acting really strange. Not only is he not slowing down, he is actually speeding up. Am I seeing things? Suddenly, the screen updated to show Ye Ning on floor 16, making his eyes widen with a mix of shock and delight. Ye Ning is on floor 16. It is not an illusion, he is actually picking up the pace. Zhang Meng's jaw dropped in sheer panic. He yelled, he is catching up to my son? How the hell is that possible? Mr. Lin quickly tried to pacify him. It is probably just a fluke, or maybe he is burning through his life force. Dying on this floor is not out of the question either. The crowd below erupted into a frenzy. Floor 17. Ye Ning just reached floor 17 as well. A willpower class clearing floor 17? What kind of crazy sorcery is this? Zhang Meng's brows furrowed deeply. Clenching his fists, he cheered silently for his son. Come on, son. You cannot let Ye Ning pass you. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was putting everything he had into hacking at the monster in front of him. Get the hell away from me. But the beast did not even flinch. Instead, it countered with a devastating punch that sent him flying backward. He barely managed to steady himself. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, full of frustration. Damn it. I am afraid clearing this floor is my absolute limit. I jumped straight into this trial right after finishing another dungeon, so I am nowhere near peak condition. He quickly came to a decision. Whatever. I am already in first place anyway. There is no point in risking my life for this. Living here. Zhang Yang focused his energy into the axe in his hand, channeling all his spiritual energy into the weapon. In a flash, he leaped up, swinging his battle axe to deliver the ultimate finishing blow. Sky. Cleaving axe strike. That single strike shredded the beast into 100 pieces. Exhausted and barely able to catch his breath, he panted, "Whew, finally. I'm out of that trial." The system quickly teleported Zhang Yang out of the dungeon. Zhang Meng rushed over to check on him, helping him to his feet. Seeing his father, he hugged him tightly, overjoyed. Dad, I did it. I cleared the 18th floor. I'm the first one. He gently hugged his son back, but joy is often fleeting. Seeing his father stay silent after his great achievement, Zhang Yang pulled back and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Then, he quickly noticed something was off. He turned to the judges above and questioned, I cleared the 18th floor. This is the best record in the Wuxia war zone over the last 2 years. I'm the first one. Why isn't anyone congratulating me? The announcement screen coldly displayed, Ye Ning, 19th floor. Zhang Yang panicked and yelled, Wait. Ye Ning is on the 19th floor? Zhang Meng added. Right before you exited. He cleared the 19th floor in just 3 seconds. Zhang Yang was so furious, his vision blurred, clutching his chest as he coughed violently. He shouted, How is that even possible? How could he have cleared the 19th floor? I don't believe it. The system must be broken. You guys must have seen it wrong. Zhang Meng calmly tried to reason with his son. Ye Ning has indeed reached the 19th floor. Although everyone is shocked, it has been officially confirmed. In fact, from the 15th floor onward, he's been clearing nearly 1 floor per minute, just like how you did in the first 10 floors. Zhang Yang muttered dejectedly. No, that's impossible. How could I lose? I have a strength type class and a double S-tier talent. Are you telling me that the people who sacrificed themselves for me were just a joke? Seeing his son like this, he couldn't help but soften his voice to comfort him. Son, don't be like that. Jiang Meng placed his hands on his son's shoulders and offered some gentle encouragement. Son, never doubt your own potential. This time, you were just pressed for time. A single setback means nothing, and besides, you aren't necessarily weaker than Ye Ning. As long as we prepare thoroughly, you can definitely clear the 19th floor too. Meanwhile, the crowd in the stands erupted in chatter once again. Ye Ning, he cleared the 20th floor. The 20th floor, doesn't that mean he just made it into the global top 10? Seeing this, Yang Guoping quickly ordered, Hurry, go notify the vice commander of Great Xia. The subordinate immediately saluted and rushed off. Yes, General Yang, he announced loudly. For a genius like this, for a miracle like this, the high-ranking leaders of Great Xia must be present. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Ye Ning was facing off against a hideous, gigantic beast. He calculated silently in his mind. Past the 20th floor, everything is a Tier 3, Level 3 variant. Without using enchanted gear or tapping into my strongest skills, dealing with variants of this level alone is still a bit of a challenge. Gaining momentum, he charged forward while activating his system, converting 5 points of willpower into agility for flexible movement. The monster spewed out a massive cloud of toxic gas, completely blocking his view. Ye Ning nimbly dived and dodged the attacks, thinking to himself, even though it can't keep up with my speed after the conversion, I can't just keep running without attacking. Defeating it without taking a single scratch might be impossible. Leaping into the air, he quickly made a decision. First, I need to find a way to stop it from spewing poison. Activating the system once more, Ye Ning focused energy into his sword, preparing to strike, converting 5 points of willpower into strength. A powerful slash cleanly severed the monster's tentacle, but it didn't seem to be enough. Converting 5 points of willpower is still too little. I can't maximize my strength, agility, and constitution all at once. This is getting a bit troublesome. He quickly leaped up to dodge the boss's counterattack. Fortunately, it was temporarily unable to spew any more poison. Ye Ning summoned the system again to gather spiritual energy. He unleashed a skill, converting his stats to strength, and delivered a powerful slash across the monster's head. With another swift leap, the boss's head was severed from its neck, but he didn't stop there. He followed up with a relentless flurry of strikes, hacking the beast's body to shreds. Ye Ning landed without a single scratch, leaving behind the mangled remains of the boss, scattered all over the ground. Right after, the system announced, 21st floor cleared successfully. The next battle will begin in 1 minute. Please prepare yourself. Hearing this, his fighting spirit burned even brighter. Whew, finally did it. For the next round, I can just use my ultimate skill to finish it instantly. Suddenly, someone reported. Vice Commander Fang and Commissioner Hu have arrived. They were Great Xia's Vice Commander, Fang Hao, and the Director of the Political Committee, Hu Jibing. Seeing Fang Hao and Hu Jibing approach, Yang Guoping ran over to greet them. Commander Fang, you're finally here, he asked. What's the situation right now? As they looked up at the screen, Yang Guoping gestured toward it and said with a warm smile, he just cleared the 21st floor a minute ago, and he hasn't exited yet. Hearing this, Fang Hao's face lit up with joy. Incredible, he can actually keep going. Great Xia has truly been blessed. Before he could even finish his sentence, the leaderboard suddenly updated, showing Ye Ning had cleared the 22nd floor. Qi Ping immediately pointed at the board and gasped in shock. President Fang, Ye Ning cleared it again, the 22nd floor. Hearing this, the president was so ecstatic that a powerful aura began to leak from his body. The 22nd floor. That puts him in the global top 3. Seeing this, Guoping quickly said, Commander Fang, please calm down. Otherwise, your energy waves will be too much for everyone else to handle. Only then did Fang Hao realize what he was doing. Embarrassed, he pulled back his aura, cleared his throat, and replied, My apologies, I lost my composure. Back in my day, I was considered one of Great Xia's elite, and I gave it everything I had for half an hour. I barely scraped past the 21st floor, yet Ye Ning cleared the 22nd in just 1 minute. How on earth is he doing this? He continued, It is actually quite strange. Before the 15th floor, Ye Ning's performance was completely average, but from the 15th floor onward, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. He was clearing almost a floor a minute. It only slowed down at the 21st floor, taking him about 10 minutes. Yet, the 22nd floor was wiped out in an instant. This is completely abnormal. Qi Ping's expression turned serious as he pondered for a moment before sharing his theory. I heard he belongs to the willpower type, Could there be something wrong with his registered data? Having said that, he suddenly glared at the nearby contestants, crossing his arms in mockery. After all, in the struggle for power and status, some people will stop at nothing, even using dirty tricks. His words made them feel so guilty that they dared not look back, desperately avoiding eye contact. Fang Hao suddenly lost his temper, scowling as he barked. Playing minor tricks daily is one thing and can be overlooked, but if anyone dares to undermine our nation, they will pay a heavy price. This made Zhang Yang hang his head in shame, while Zhang Meng turned pale with fear. Panicking, Zhang Meng thought to himself, "President Fang, are you implying me? Even though I did have Tang Zhen pull a few strings behind the scenes, but I would never dare to manipulate the data, let alone fake it." Just then, Guo Ping spoke up. "It has been almost a minute, and Ye Ning still hasn't exited. Is he going to keep going?" Qi Ping replied, "I heard that after the 22nd floor, you have to face Tier 3 variants all by yourself. The trial is nothing like a real battlefield. You cannot use any equipment, talismans, or skills outside of your own raw abilities." Inside, Ye Ning was still unleashing his skills to tear through the monsters, shouting, "Rift of Heavenly Light!" The leaderboard flashed with new updates. Seeing it, he cried out in sheer disbelief. Ye Ning has cleared the 23rd floor. Fang Hao was absolutely thrilled. He clenched his fists, grinning from ear to ear as he shouted, "The 23rd floor is cleared!" Qi Ping eagerly chimed in. Before this, the global rank 1 had only reached the 23rd floor. At Ye Ning's current pace, is he about to break the record? Zhang Meng and his son were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Zhang Meng said nervously, "That's right, Ye Ning has now firmly secured the global #1 spot." Beside them, Mr. Lin could only facepalm, sighing in utter defeat. Well, it seems his spot in the first sequence is absolutely guaranteed now. Tears of joy welled up in Fang Hao's eyes. "We originally planned to have everyone advance to Tier 3 just to make Ye Ning look like a sidekick, but now, the joke is entirely on us. If I remember correctly, it has been 37 years. North America's top power type, Wayne, has held that top spot for 37 years straight." Qi Ping added, "As for us in Huaxia, the last time we even made it into the top 10 was over a decade ago." Fang Hao turned to Guo Ping, absolutely beaming. "That's right. Our great Xia can finally hold its head high. Excellent. Report this to the Supreme Commander immediately. Ye Ning deserves our highest level of treatment. We must prepare everything. Once Ye Ning comes out, we will have a proper, thorough talk." He immediately saluted. "Yes, Commander Fang." Everyone gathered near the entrance, waiting for him to step out. After waiting for a while with no sign of movement, Qi Ping spoke up. "Has it been almost another minute? Ye Ning still hasn't come out. Could he really be planning to keep going? Even if he is this strong, once the next floor starts, he won't be able to exit." Fang Hao stroked his chin in deep thought, saying, "The next floor will likely spawn mid-grade Tier 3 variants. When that happens, it won't be just a simple challenge anymore." Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had just realized something terrifying. He whipped around and shouted to Guo Ping, "Yang Guo Ping, quick, find a way to contact Ye Ning. Tell him to get out of there right now. There is no need to push any further. Also, get a medical team over here immediately, but the trial tower blocks all external signals. We cannot reach him." Hearing this, Fang Hao grew incredibly anxious. He clasped his hands in prayer. "Oh, my sweet ancestor, please, I beg of you, don't do anything reckless. Do not keep pushing forward. Otherwise, if a single thing goes wrong, it's all over." As the timer counted down second by second, everyone grew tense, their faces drenched in sweat. The system screen flashed a new notification. Challenger Ye Ning has completed the strength trial. Seeing the notification, all three of them let out a massive sigh of relief, absolutely overjoyed. Fang Hao gasped. He stopped. He finally stopped. Then he glanced over at Guo Ping and asked, "But wait, where is he? Why hasn't he come out? The trial is over, so why hasn't the global announcement gone off yet?" Guo Ping hurriedly explained, "It seems he chose not to leave. Instead, he immediately entered the portal for the next trial, the speed trial. The global announcement won't trigger until he fully exits the trial grounds." Whoosh! The system interface suddenly flashes a new notification. The speed trial portal is now open. All contestants, get ready. Ye Ning approaches the portal. Although he really wanted to push through a few more floors in the strength trial, floor 23 is already enough to secure the top spot. I'll leave it at that. It's better to save my dimensional slash and fallen heaven skills for the upcoming trials to play it safe. He reaches his hand through the portal. Little did everyone know, there is a hidden rule in this 3-tier trial. For Awakeners, if they take on the trials back-to-back, their scores will stack. But if they leave halfway through, they lose all the bonus rewards. I am definitely claiming this reward. Just then, a new notification pops up on the system screen. The Agility Trial, Monster Maze, will open in 1 minute. Performance will be evaluated based on completion time. Monsters inside will attack you. You cannot fight back, and must rely entirely on your agility to get through. As long as you reach the exit, the trial is complete. The faster you are, the better the rewards. Standing in the maze, he stares intensely at the leaderboard. It displays the global strength trial rankings. Number 1 is Miyamoto Fujiyama from the Japan region, followed by ID 95, Gauss, from the Great Britain server. Ye Ning mutters to himself, Miyamoto. His innate talent is a rare form of physical assimilation. By merging with the walls, he can keep charging forward completely unhindered. As for Gauss, besides his innate speed, he possesses incredible analytical skills. He can calculate the perfect path to dodge anything. The top 10 are mostly SS rankers. Relying solely on my willpower conversion and a few extra speed points definitely won't be enough to compete. Meanwhile, Ling Yu is also staring intently at the leaderboard. She says, right now, all eyes are on Ye Ning. Even though it's annoying, it might not be a bad thing. After all, Doxia's top prodigies have gathered here. Not to mention Zhang Yang was just utterly crushed by Ye Ning. The agility trial is starting. Please proceed to the exit immediately. Hearing this, she bolts forward. If I can beat Ye Ning in this trial, I'll at least secure a spot on the secondary list. A top finish like that would bring so much honor to our Xingyao safe zone. Ling Yu analyzes the situation. This maze is incredibly complex, and the walls are completely indestructible. With my skill set, the optimal strategy is to hug the right wall. It might take a bit longer, but it's the safest and fastest way for me. Suddenly, she leaps up and kicks down hard on a purple serpent monster's head. Caught off guard, the mutant screeches in pain and spits green venom right at her. She quickly dodges it. Thanks to her S-rank agility talent, Ling Yu stays aware of her surroundings while running. Keeping ahead of them shouldn't be an issue. Over on Ye Ning's side, he is being pursued by 2 massive mutated beasts. He runs while analyzing his surroundings. Although the maze looks complex, judging by the record times on the leaderboard, the area itself can't be that large. His gaze sharpens. If I sprint at full speed to the center of the maze, I can use my dimensional slash to teleport straight to the exit. However, as he nears his target, 2 other mutants block his path. They charge at him with savage fury. Damn it. The closer I get to the center, the more mutants there are. Ye Ning leaps to dodge the green monster's swipe, while striking down the purple one with his sword. Fortunately, relying on muscle memory alone is enough to dodge most of these attacks. He scans his surroundings. After all, the brutal battles of my past life have engraved these reflexes deep into my bones. Meanwhile, Ling Yu suddenly runs into a colossal, fierce-looking octopus monster. Frustrated, she grunts. What the hell? These mutants are getting harder and harder to deal with. Gale. Using her signature move, she slips past the monster, but the moment she escapes, another one jumps out. Ling Yu panics. Oh no, there is another one. She yells, Gale. The creature clips her, and though she takes a minor hit, she manages to slip away. My energy is running low. I have to push harder, faster. The exit must be just ahead. I have to beat Ye Ning. Back on the other side, Ye Ning has reached the center of the maze, only to find himself completely surrounded by monsters. Facing down the horde, he finally makes his stand at the center. It's absolute chaos here. Ye Ning immediately activates his skill. Dimensional slash. I need to get to that exit now. Outside, Feng Hao and the other 2 watch the screen intently. He remarks, we can't see a single thing from the outside during this agility trial. Guo Ping turns to him and replies, don't worry, Chairman Fang. The agility trial ends very quickly. It'll only take 3 to 5 minutes at most to get the results. Ji Ping chimes in. Judging by how Ye Ning stopped right where he did in the strength trial, he clearly has incredible self-control. He suddenly glances at Zhang Meng and his son, adding, my only worry is that the greater the genius, the higher their pride, and when faced with failure or setbacks, the more easily they. Talk about a bruised ego. Look, everyone, Zhang Yang over there is a perfect example. It feels like his whole world is about to crumble. Hearing this, he spoke up. Ye Ning is a spirit type, so it probably won't go that far. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang spoke to his father in a depressed tone. Dad, Is he going to lose this time? Will he? Will he really lose? He turned to him with a smirk and replied, he'll lose. He'll absolutely lose. He's definitely going to embarrass himself big time this time. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey, looks like we got a signal. Wow, someone cleared it already? Could it be my Huang Lingyu? She's the most talented one in this trial, clearing it in just 1 minute. Doesn't that mean another name is going on the list? The bulletin board flashed a message. When Zhang Meng and his son saw it, one was so shocked he almost coughed up blood, while the other stood there, with his jaw dropping to the floor. Guo Ping cried out in disbelief. It's Ye Ning again. This is insane. Xi Ping was just as shocked. 1 minute and 8 seconds. He took the global #1 spot again. Fang Hao grinned with excitement. That kid is unbelievable. What other surprises are you hiding from us? Lingyu limped out, clutching her injury. Seeing the crowd in front of her, she cheered excitedly. No other candidate is out yet. Not even Ye Ning. I'm the first one. 2 minutes and 1 second. I actually did it. Her face beamed with pride. Even though my performance wasn't mind-blowing, this should at least put me in the global top 20, right? But then she looked up at the leaderboard and froze in terror. Ye Ning is first. I lost. And the gap between us is even bigger than the one between him and Zhang Yang. The shock sent Lingyu's world spinning as she collapsed to the ground, prompting her father to rush over to her side. Suddenly, someone yelled, "Look! The commander-in-chief is here. Oh my god. This is my first time seeing him in person." Li Shuangguo, the supreme commander of Daxia, entered with a powerful presence. This time, the waves Ye Ning made were just too massive to ignore. Fang Hao immediately stepped forward and saluted. "Commander, Ye Ning just secured first place globally in the agility trial." He asked, "Where is he now?" Fang Hao replied, "He chose to immediately move on to the physical trial." Shuangguo's face darkened as he barked, "Foolish! Shut down the system right now and pull him out." His outburst sent a wave of panic through the room, but then his expression softened and he let out a hearty laugh. "I see everyone is looking a bit too tense. I was just pulling your leg. Haha, Ye Ning is an absolute monster. Let's just sit back and watch how he does." The crowd could only force a dry laugh, thinking to themselves, "Commander, there's a time and place for jokes. We're already on edge, and your humor is only making our hearts beat faster." The system screen flashed, displaying the leaderboard for the physical trial. First place in Southeast Asia Yapu, with a physical endurance rating of 1.4 T. Second place in South America with an endurance rating of 0.7 T. Third place. Ye Ning studied the screen closely. The leader's endurance rating was almost double that of the runner-up. He probably has a skill that basically gives him a second life. The screen updated. Entering the physical trial. The battleground for this challenge was a regional war zone. The tier of the mutated monsters scales with the city zones. In this trial, you can only defend. Attacks are strictly forbidden. The more damage you take within a set time frame, the higher your final rating will be. The time limit is 10 minutes, and you can choose to pull out midway. However, leaving early counts as an automatic failure. The starting areas are packed with low-level mobs, but the monsters get stronger the deeper you go. With a 10-minute limit and 0 offense allowed, defense is everything. Ye Ning watched the swarm of monsters surging toward him. "So, if I want to score big, I'll have to head straight into the high difficulty zones," he muttered, shifting spirit stats to agility, "as long as I can dodge those incoming attacks." With that, he drew his dual blades and dashed straight into the fray. "I'm heading straight for the Tier 3 mutated monsters zone." Ye Ning moved like lightning, charging deep into the monster horde. Then, "I'll trigger Fallen Heaven for a few seconds of defense, and my endurance rating will easily skyrocket." Outside, Shuangguo crossed his arms and spoke. "Fang Hao, do you think Ye Ning can take first place in the physical trial too?" Fang Hao quickly waved his hands. "Commander, while I'd love to witness such a perfect miracle, speaking realistically, it's highly unlikely. As you know, a physical talent isn't like other types. You can usually spot it just by looking at someone's build take. Generals Qin Feng and Zhang Hai, for example. Both of them have incredibly bulky, muscular builds, whereas Ye Ning doesn't really fit that mold at all. In contrast, look at Wang Kai, who's taking the trial alongside him. Shuangguo glanced at him with a grin. "Howzy, you've always been way too cautious. Haha, going by theories, did you ever expect Ye Ning to rank first in both strength and agility?" Fang Hao stood there, completely stumped for an answer. Shuangguo patted him on the shoulder and continued, "Let me show you how it's done." I'm willing to bet that not only will Ye Ning take first place, but he'll also be our very first purple rank seed. And hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. A little egg on my face never hurt anyone. Hao got even more flustered. He reached out his hand, hesitating as he said, Commander, please stop hitting me. Cutting to the peak of the second floor, a mutant monster was frantically attacking Ye Ning, but he quickly dodged it, almost there. But this area is looking pretty tough to pass. The monster grew even more frenzied, channeling all its strength into its arm. Taking advantage of a moment when his guard was down, it slammed into him, sending him flying. Ye Ning dropped to one knee, digging his feet into the ground to keep his balance. That punch hurt so bad he coughed up blood. Giving him no time to rest, the monster lunged with its massive foot, continuing its onslaught. Fortunately, Ye Ning managed to muster enough strength to dodge to the side, barely avoiding that giant foot by a hair. Thick dust filled the air, forcing him to cover his eyes. Suddenly, a tentacle whipped out from the dust cloud, slamming hard against his arm. Knocking his sword right out of his hand, Ye Ning immediately ran. Grimacing, he grunted, "Damn it. My left arm is completely out of commission. I need to get out of this second-floor peak area first before I figure something else out." He then summoned Fugui. "Li Fugi, help me get my sword back." Fugi emerged from the void. He replied, "Right away, master." Through the thick smoke of the second-floor peak, a massive elephant materialized up ahead. Being a heavy power-type beast, its trunk served as its main weapon. With that in mind, Ye Ning brandished his sword and leaped high into the air. Maybe I can use its own force to cross this area. His eyes turned cold and sharp. If I can target its weak spot, I can use the recoil to launch myself right across. Charging straight at the elephant monster, he took a defensive stance and yelled, "Physical conversion, defense." Just as planned, the elephant monster's trunk slammed into him, blasting him away. Rocketing all the way to the third-floor peak, Ye Ning looked down and cheered. It worked. Then, a massive crash echoed. He crashed hard onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sitting up, Ye Ning muttered, "My physical stats are still too weak. If I go any higher, I'm a dead man, no doubt about it." Suddenly, a monster burst out of the ground. He thought to himself, "Next, let's see what fallen heaven is made of. If I really can't hold on, I'll have to retreat." The monster bared its razor-sharp teeth, lunging right at Ye Ning. Raising his sword, he unleashed his skill. Energy maxed, fallen heaven defense. A protective barrier immediately formed, blocking those razor-sharp teeth. Suddenly, Ye Ning's gaze sharpened. Smiling, he said, "This barrier is insanely thick. I can always count on the system's triple S tier sword skill." The system interface flashed. Endurance value, 1.03 T. Endurance value, 1 T. Endurance value, 1.3 T. This endurance value completely crushes the previous global record. Man, why are these 10 minutes taking forever? The monster bit right through the protective barrier. Ye Ning did everything he could to hold on. Grimacing, he realized his energy was completely drained. The barrier can't hold any longer. I'll have to use all my jump and speed strike effects, but I still can't damage these mutant beasts. The shield shattered, blasting the monster back. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Ning leaped high, soaring right above the beast. The system interface notified him. 10-minute trial has ended. Would you like to withdraw? Seeing this, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. Finally, 10 minutes is up. Ye Ning immediately selected yes. Outside, the crowd was staring intently at the scoreboard. Suddenly, new information flashed, and Jiping cried out, "Ye Ning, endurance value, 174 T. Guoping added, "Ye Ning is ranked #1 globally in the physical class. He beats Arnoff by 30%. Seeing this, Fang Hao gasped. This is a slaughter. Absolute domination. Shuangguo suddenly put on a serious face and said, "Ranked #1 in 3 classes. This is a miracle. Honestly, I'm starting to suspect something's off with Ye Ning." He then grinned, changing his tone. "Maybe he's not even human, but a god. Haha, I was just joking because you guys looked way too tense. Haha." Fang Hao and the others could only force a helpless smile. "Commander, you're doing it again." Meanwhile, Ye Ning was on his knees. In front of him was the notification panel. Only the final willpower trial remains. I need to make the most of this time to recover my condition. Even though my left arm is temporarily out of action, luckily, the willpower trial doesn't require actual combat. The notification panel displayed, "Please finish reading and prepare for the trial within 1 minute. Failure to do so will be treated as forfeiture." 59 seconds. 58 seconds. 57 seconds. 7 seconds. After scanning it, Ye Ning muttered, "Looks like the system isn't going to let me rest if I want that hidden reward." He then broke into a confident smile. "Then let's get this trial started, no matter what. This is my home turf." The notification panel popped up. "Please select your trial method, Standard Willpower Trial. In this mode, you will have standard access to your combat skills. Your performance will be evaluated based on your clear time for eliminating enemy units. Successfully clearing 7 rounds is required to pass. Special Willpower Trial. In this mode, you cannot use any skills except for your innate talents. All enemies you face will be manifested from your memories. Completing 7 rounds is the only way to pass the trial." Seeing this, Ye Ning muttered to himself, "First up is the most popular trial in the willpower department, which is also the exact same method I used to level up in my past life. But right now, all my skills are on cooldown, and I can't even fight with my left hand. It looks like my only choice is the special trial." With that, Ye Ning tapped the screen to select it. In an instant, as the system announced the start of the special trial, he was warped into a different space, where he saw Xiao Hai rushing toward him in a panic. Looking around, Ye Ning thought to himself, "The memory locked in the first round is the Tianfeng safe zone. The atmosphere in here feels incredibly real." Just then, Xiao Hai ran up to him. Out of breath, he said, "Ye Ning, thank goodness you're here. Hurry, we need to move. The Tianfeng beast horde is running wild. Come with me to fight them outside the city walls." But the moment Xiao Hai reached his arm out, Ye Ning instantly dodged to the side and said, "I'm really sorry, Uncle Xiao." Taken aback, Xiao Hai whipped around and demanded to know what he meant, but Ye Ning's face remained completely cold and expressionless. Without hesitating, Ye Ning threw a hard punch straight into Xiao Hai's stomach. He muttered coldly, "Even though it's almost impossible to tell real from fake, in a special trial like this, I have to keep my guard up. And my guess is, you're just a monster created from my own memories." Staring down at the figure of Uncle Xiao collapsed on the ground, Ye Ning wondered, "The monster isn't even going to show its true form? Are you trying to make me feel guilty to test my mental fortitude?" Reeling from the heavy blow, the fake Xiao Hai groaned, "I can't believe you would actually." But Ye Ning only offered a final whisper, "Uncle Xiao, I'm truly sorry." Although his heart wavered slightly, he knew he couldn't afford to hesitate here. He stepped right into the teleportation portal opening before him. A cold voice announced, "Next round." In an instant, Ye Ning was warped into a chaotic battlefield where Chen Jiao and Chen Yong were desperately fighting off thousands of giant alien creatures. Trapped in the tight grip of a massive tentacled monster, Chen Jiao cried out, "Brother, help me." Hearing her screams, Chen Yong panicked and yelled, "Chen Jiao, hang on." He then turned to Ye Ning and begged for help. "Ye Ning, please, help me. Chen Jiao is trapped by that beast. I've never begged anyone in my life, but I'm begging you now. Take my sister and get out of here. I'll hold off this mutated monster." But Ye Ning simply replied, "I'm on it," and charged forward, ruthlessly striking down Chen Jiao while she was still trapped in the monster's grasp. Witnessing this shocking scene, Chen Yong's face turned pale as paper, and he screamed in horror, "Ye Ning, why did you do that?" Before Chen Yong could even process what was happening, Ye Ning swung his sword like a flash of lightning, sending Chen Yong to reunite with his sister in the afterlife. He then said coldly, "Your sibling bond is touching, but it's not enough to make me hesitate." With eyes as sharp as daggers, Ye Ning didn't waste any time and muttered, "Sorry about that." Entering the next round, he found himself standing before Lin Lan, who was sitting on the ground. She sneered, "Come here, you bastard. Didn't you say you wanted me?" Giving him a highly suggestive look in her inviting posture, Lin Lan teased, "I can't resist right now anyway, and my protective barrier is down. I'll give you a free chance." Suddenly, Ye Ning raised his sword high and said, "Maybe this level would be incredibly difficult for most people in the willpower department." Without a shred of hesitation, he plunged his sword straight down into her, adding, "But for me, this is actually much easier than the first 2 rounds. After all, killing Lin Lan gives me a completely clear conscience." Leaving her with only enough time to let out a brief gasp, Ye Ning calmly turned around and walked away, leaving her corpse behind. He muttered, "The system really underestimated me in this round," as he commanded the system to start the next round. This time, Ye Ning faced his 4th trial, Wu Qing. Standing before him in a loose bathrobe, she blushed and said, "Ye Ning, Even though I usually act wild and easygoing, I only do that to piss off my dad. Right before his eyes, she let her bathrobe slip off and whispered shyly, "This is my very first time. I hope it's you." Watching this unfold, Ye Ning's expression didn't waver for a second. He gently covered her eyes and said, "Yan Wuqing, I appreciate the gesture, but please close your eyes. This is the utmost respect I can show you." With that, he swiftly finished her off in the blink of an eye and requested the next round. The scene shifts to a high school where students are huddled together. It looks like the school has been attacked by some unknown force. The students are in a complete panic as the glass windows shatter into pieces, showing that the building has just taken a massive impact. Loud, violent pounding echoes from the door, even though the students in the classroom have already barricaded it with desks and chairs. Standing at the front, their teacher bravely grabs a weapon, trying to reassure his students. "Don't be scared, class. I'm here, and I promise I'll get you all out of here safely." Meanwhile, Ye Ning, now wearing a high school uniform, looks around with a hint of surprise and wonders to himself, "Is this really my classroom from when I was 14? The banging on the door only grows louder. Only then does the shocking truth hit him. Back then, his teacher and classmates all died, and he was the only survivor. Looking at the terrified girl crying next to him, he remembers that this was the very last time he ever saw his desk mate, Wang Zhen. Fond memories of Wang Zhen begin to flash before his eyes. Ye Ning remembers how, back then, she somehow found a piece of cake and gave him half. She didn't even eat any herself. She just gave it all to him. Snapping him out of his memories, Wang Zhen suddenly grabs his hand, sobbing, "Ye Ning, you'll protect me, right? Please? You're going to get me to safety, aren't you?" With pain in his eyes, Ye Ning replies, "I want to take you with me so badly. I want to save everyone." But then, his face darkens. He firmly pulls his hand away and says, "But regrets are just regrets, and I don't have a real chance to change the past. If I take you with me today, the mission will fail, and you won't ever truly be brought back to life." Leaving Wang Zhen completely confused. "Ye Ning, what are you talking about?" Suddenly, Ye Ning pins her down. He chokes her, his eyes welling with tears as he repeatedly mutters, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Even as Wang Zhen struggles, desperately choking out his name, "Ye Ning." Once Wang Zhen goes completely limp, Ye Ning clutches his head in absolute agony and screams, "Damn this system. If you're going to kill me, don't use my own emotions as a weapon." At that moment, panicked voices erupt all around him. Ye Ning just strangled Wang Zhen. He's mutated too. Everyone, run. Ignoring them, Ye Ning activates his ability, levitating the shattered glass on the floor as he issues a cold command. "Telekinesis, leave no one alive." Leaving behind a classroom piled with corpses, Ye Ning simply whispers, "I'm sorry, everyone. No matter how cruel I have to be, I have to keep moving forward. If there's a next life." Once again, the familiar voice echoes, "Next round." Now, inside a house, Ye Ning is forced to face his little sister, Xiao An, who is sobbing, "Mom. Mom, what's wrong with you?" After enduring trial after trial, Ye Ning's mind is completely broken. Exhausted, he thinks to himself, "Friendship, love. Is this sixth round really about my family? How cruel does this test have to be before it finally ends?" With tears streaming down her face, his little sister Xiao An looks up and says, "Big brother, you're back?" Mom. Terrified, Xiao An runs and hugs him. Surprising Ye Ning, she whimpers, "Brother, I'm so scared." Now utterly drained, Ye Ning gently pats her head and whispers, "Xiao An, don't be scared. I'm right here. Mom is going to be." In an instant, the little girl's face distorts. Filled with murderous intent, she lunges at him, saying, "With you here, I'm not scared anymore." Xiao An stabs her bare hand straight through Ye Ning's chest, suddenly snapping him back to reality. Still wearing an innocent look, Xiao An steps closer and asks, "Brother, why aren't you hugging me? Did Xiao An do something wrong? Did I make you mad?" Fighting through the pain and regret, Ye Ning forces himself to strike her down without hesitation, pleading, "I'm sorry, Xiao An. It's my fault. Please don't hate me." Seeing Ye Ning approach her, his mother trembles and cries out, "Xiao An, my baby. Ning, why did you do that?" But offering no explanation, he only whispers, "Mom, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." And with a heavy heart, he raises his sword. Afterward, he collapses to his knees, tears of grief streaming down his face. Ye Ning groans, "I've even killed my own family. There is only one final round left." Still filled with rage, he screams, "System, what other sick tricks do you have? Bring them all on. But suddenly, an excruciating pain shoots through Ye Ning's entire body, and he blacks out as a mysterious surge of energy erupts. Floating in a deep, dark ocean, he wonders, am I dead? But then, distant voices begin to call out, Ye Ning, Ye Ning, please wake up, you succeeded. Weakly opening his eyes, the voices grow clearer. Come on, wake up, we need you. Surrounded by a crowd of people, Ye Ning slowly opens his eyes in a daze. Seeing this, everyone around him cheers with joy. He's awake. He's finally waking up. Confused, Ye Ning mutters, where is this? What happened to me? Wasn't I just in the third stage willpower trial? Someone standing nearby speaks up excitedly. Ye Ning, you did it. You fell into a coma right after breaking through to the fourth stage. We were worried sick about you. Thank goodness you're awake. Now we finally have hope. Hearing this, Ye Ning is stunned. Fourth stage? Coma? He wonders, could I have actually returned to my past life, right before the capital fell? At the exact same time, bright, mysterious currents of energy begin to flow through Ye Ning's body. He looks down in disbelief, thinking, my left hand is completely healed, and the wound on my stomach is totally gone. Not only that, but the power surging within him feels stronger than ever before. In an instant, the entire hospital room is flooded with the brilliant blue glow of this energy. Witnessing this, Li Yan, who is standing nearby, can't help but gasp in shock. Gasping, he said, is this really the power of a 4-star? Even someone at the absolute peak of level 3 wouldn't stand a chance against this. We finally have hope. But suddenly, another soldier rushed in, panting. General Li Yan, the front line is about to collapse. That level 4 mutant is tearing right through our defenses. Hearing this, Li Yan anxiously turned to him. Ye Ning, how are you holding up? Can you fight? If you need to rest, we will fight to the death to buy you some time. But facing this massive new power, Ye Ning was still in utter shock, wondering, what is going on with me? What is all this? He tried to remember what happened before. Didn't I die while fighting that level 4 mutant? He pictured the moment his comrades risked everything to save him. No, that can't be right. I must have survived. A few level 3 warriors risked their lives to drag me out of there. He remembered that after getting back. I forced myself to shatter my own core of will, to force a breakthrough to level 4. And then I blacked out. But why don't I remember any of this? No matter how hard he tried to think, his head throbbed. Ye Ning groaned, ugh. He wondered if this was a side effect of forcing a level 4 breakthrough. But then, a sudden realization hit him. Could the whole reincarnation thing have just been a dream while I was unconscious? A dream that completely messed up my memories? The more he thought about it, the more his mind spiraled. Ye Ning screamed, what on earth is real? Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure erupted from his body. Seeing this, Li Yan immediately conjured a barrier to contain it and urged, Ye Ning, calm down. You can't control this new power yet. Stop trying to force it and just rest. As long as you can get back to full strength, we still have a fighting chance. Gritting his teeth against Ye Ning's raw power, Li Yan barked out an order. Everyone, follow me to the front line. We have to buy Ye Ning enough time to recover. Realizing he had lost control, Ye Ning forced himself up from the bed, trying to steady his breathing. Calm down, he muttered, taking slow, deep breaths, forcing himself to stay focused. Even though he had just woken up after being hospitalized, he desperately needed to understand what had happened. To find out the truth, he knew that at the very least, he had to get out of this room first. Outside, the world had already descended into absolute darkness and chaos. In the sky, massive flocks of mutated, bizarre birds swarmed the air, accompanied by terrified screams from below. The front line is falling. The underground shelter is the only safe place left, under the relentless assault of these bloodthirsty beasts, who were looking for an easy meal. Citizens shoved and trampled one another, desperate to get inside and save their own skins. They shrieked in panic, let me through. I have an elderly mother and young kids to feed. Those flying mutants could be here any second. The unlucky souls left outside were constantly being mauled by the birds. They cried out in absolute terror, help me, out of my way, let me in first. Nearby, a mother desperately shielded her child, even as a ruthless man heartlessly trampled right over her. The man snarled viciously, get the hell out of my way. I am an awakened. Anyone who blocks my path dies. He did not care that she was holding a baby. Showing absolutely no humanity, he kept pushing forward, shouting, I worked way too hard to become an awakened, to die here. Right next to him, a gang of armed thugs joined in, violently shoving the crowd aside while shouting, You pathetic weaklings dare block the path of an awakened? You must want to die. Move it. Showing no mercy, they drew their blades and began slashing at the innocent citizens around them, claiming they were elites. You garbage need to make way. The awakened are humanity's only hope. Normal humans are completely useless anyway. Suddenly, a devastating shockwave of energy blasted toward the two thugs who were slaughtering the innocent civilians. In an instant, the sheer force tore both of them to shreds. Witnessing this terrifying display, the crowd froze, staring in absolute shock. Looking up, they saw Ye Ning clad in combat gear, radiating a majestic aura as he looked down from above. Seeing him, the crowd cried out in relief. "It is Lord Ye Ning." He gave a stern command. "File in orderly. Anyone caught hurting others will be put down like a monster." Spotting the swarm of mutated birds charging from the distance, Ye Ning quietly whispered his technique, soul-gathering sword, summoning a massive, glowing blade in his hand. Ready to wipe out these pests, he swung the blade once, unleashing a strike that completely vaporized the entire flock of birds. Nothing was left but a shower of feathers drifting through the air. Feeling the power of his first real strike, Ye Ning thought, "This level 4 power feels so real and so incredibly strong. I feel like there is absolutely nothing I can't do now. It is time to return to the front line and face that level 4 mutant once more." Although the sky was cleared, the danger was far from over. On the ground, the citizens were still in grave danger, running frantically in all directions to escape the carnage. A squad of fully armed soldiers was tasked with holding off the beasts on the ground. One of them charged ahead with fierce determination. He roared, "Men, follow me. We have to seal this breach." But before he could make any real progress, in the blink of an eye, the monster lunged forward, pinning him to the ground. Even pinned down and completely unable to move, he still fought with everything he had. Defiantly, he spat out, "Don't think you bastards are the only ones who know how to bite. Even if we lose our arms and legs, we still have our teeth." Without hesitation, he sunk his teeth deep into the monster's flesh, mocking them even in his final moments. "Damn, your flesh tastes like pure rot." But overwhelmed by their sheer numbers, he was quickly torn apart by the ravenous beasts. Yet with an unyielding spirit, the soldier screamed his final words, "Humanity will never fall." Witnessing their comrades' brutal sacrifice, the remaining soldiers were fueled by rage, charging forward as they rallied one another. "Brothers, our commander is gone, but we must follow his lead. If we are to die, we die charging the front lines." High in the skies, miles away, the top-ranking officers were charging directly toward the monster to engage in battle. Led by Tuyen Kwok, he spoke up, "Everyone, we only have one shot at this. If we can kill this level 4 monster, or even just heavily injure it, we'll still have hope of returning to fight off the massive undead horde. If we fail," before he could even finish, Chi Bin cut in, "Commander, even if we fail, we still have Da Nin. Humanity still has hope." Hearing this, Li Wiem sighed deeply. "Unfortunately, Da Nin still hasn't mastered his powers." Fuang Hao added, "It's our fault for not finding and training Da Nin sooner." Trying to lift their spirits, Tuyen Kwok just laughed and replied, "If regret were a pill you could buy, I'd have a house full of grandkids by now. All right, let's stop overthinking. We're close to the monster. Prepare to strike." Approaching the level 4 beast, he ordered, "Form up now, aim for its head." Seeing the squad of high-ranking officers, the soldiers below slowly began to regain hope. They said excitedly, "With Great Xia's 7 strongest fighters working together, moving mountains and parting seas would be a piece of cake. If we kill that level 4, we actually stand a chance." High above, the 7 officers raised their weapons, seizing the perfect moment to strike. Everyone channeled their full strength, shouting out in unison, "Sun-piercing arrow, chaos slash, heaven-splitting drill, die." But then, from its eye, a massive surge of energy was rapidly gathering in the chest of the level 4 monster. In an instant, all the attacks from the high-ranking officers were deflected. Seeing this, Li Shuangguo gritted his teeth and growled, "It dodged." Before they could react, the monster's tentacles wrapped tightly around the officers, pinning them down. Fang Hao cried out in disbelief, "Damn it, how is the power gap this massive?" With just a single remaining tentacle, the beast obliterated a veteran officer, leaving behind nothing but a bare skull. Witnessing this horrific sight, the soldiers below panicked instantly, crying out, "We are doomed! It has not even been 3 seconds and everyone is dead. We are really going to die. Why? Why is this happening?" At the command center, the entire battle was being broadcast across all the screens. Staring at the feed, Chu Tian could not hide his shock. He believed Li Shuangguo and all of his generals had already perished in battle. He immediately contacted Ye Ning, ordering him to lead the final group to break through the encirclement, retreat, and protect the last spark of humanity. With a heavy heart, he made a final decision. We will broadcast our last message to the world, and then we will end it all. But his assistant stopped him immediately, shouting, "Wait, Commander, look, it is Ye Ning. I see Ye Ning." On the front lines, Ye Ning charged straight toward the beast with overwhelming power. With a razor-sharp gaze, he said with absolute confidence, "We meet again, level 4 mutant." Standing before a massive horde of zombies rushing toward him, Ye Ning stood tall as a raging aura of energy erupted from his body. Spotting him, the crowd erupted into cheers. "He is here. Ye Ning has finally arrived." Down below, even the zombie horde began to shrink back in fear. Seeing this, the armed soldiers immediately rallied one another, shouting, "Look, even the zombie horde is retreating under Ye Ning's pressure. Let's go, brothers, charge." Meanwhile, the level 4 monster stood absolutely still, not moving an inch. Staring at the scene, Ye Ning muttered to himself, "The horde is retreating, but this level 4 mutant is just standing there. Even with my level 4 power, it shouldn't trigger a reaction like this, right?" Ye Ning realized that if this was all just an illusion, and if this was the level 3 trial after his regression, what exactly did he have to do to pass it? Would killing this level 4 monster finally put an end to the regrets of his past life? Just then, a soldier shouted from below, "Lord Ye Ning, please strike. Take it down before it makes its move. You are our absolute last hope." Hearing their pleas, he gripped his sword tightly. "So, as long as I want to, I can end this nightmare right now, and bring back the peaceful days, right? Regardless of whether this is a trial, as long as I can slay this level 4 beast in a single strike, the lingering regrets in my heart will finally be laid to rest." But before he could finish his thought, a voice suddenly called out, "Ninger," causing Ye Ning's eyes to widen in shock. Then, a sweet, childlike voice echoed, "Big brother." Looking toward the sound, two faint, blurry figures materialized in the air. It was Xiaoan and his mother. Ye Ning's mother urged him anxiously, "Ninger, what are you waiting for? Kill it quickly, and our family will never be separated again." Standing beside her, Xiaoan chimed in, "Yeah, big brother, kill that monster so we can finally live happily ever after." But there was something incredibly off about their expressions. Suddenly, Wang Zhen's figure appeared out of nowhere, staring at him with a soft gaze as she promised, "Ye Ning, if you can slay this beast, I will come back to you." Hearing this, Ye Ning shook his head, violently, trying to clear his mind of the illusions the system was trying to force into his head. He scoffed inwardly, realizing the system was going to extreme lengths just to force him to make a move. Tightening his grip on his sword, he muttered, "I think I finally understand what the final phase of this willpower trial is. If everyone wants to end this so badly, then let's end it once and for all." Back at the control center, the high-ranking officers were closely monitoring the situation. Guoping frowned and asked, "It is almost 9 o'clock. Why hasn't Ye Ning come out yet?" Fang Hao chimed in, "That makes no sense. He has always cleared these trials at lightning speed before." Feeling anxious, he mumbled, "Do you think something went wrong?" But Ji Ping shook his head, saying, "I highly doubt it. If Ye Ning had chosen the first trial path, he would have cleared it easily without losing a single skill. But since he chose the second path, he must rely entirely on his own absolute strength of will to pull through." The elder reasoned that regardless of his choice, everything should be fine, unless the previous 3 rounds had drained too much of his energy. Hearing this, Li Shuangguo advised, "Let's just keep waiting and see how it plays out." Suddenly, a loud slam echoed from the back. Zhang Meng, with a grim expression, spoke up, "Everyone, if Ye Ning is taking this long, there might be another explanation." Intrigued, the officer immediately asked, "Zhang Meng, what are you getting at? Just speak your mind." Zhang Meng replied, "Commander, my theory is extremely critical and concerns our national security. I urge you to issue a maximum security order to sever all external communications immediately. We must make sure no information leaks out." Trongman believed that wasn't all. He insisted that everyone present at that location must also be put under level 1 quarantine. Fuang Hao immediately shot back, "Trongman, what on earth are you trying to say? Do you have any idea what it costs to lock down that many people?" But he completely ignored him and kept pressing, "Commander, if what I'm saying turns out to be trivial, then I, Truong Man, will gladly accept my punishment and resign." Facing this situation, Vien Quoc found himself in a tough spot. Seeing Vien Quoc hesitate, Truong Man raised his voice, "Commander." Left with no choice, he had to give the order, "Pass down my command." seal off the perimeter immediately, and initiate level 1 security clearance. Instantly, a protective barrier was activated, completely enveloping the control center. An announcement blared, "Defense barrier online." He argued, "Commander, I believe Ye Ning only managed to top the global leaderboards in 3 classes because he found a loophole in the system. Besides, no matter how powerful someone's talent is, there's no way they could pass those trials purely on their own raw strength or physical stats." Fuang Hao immediately countered, "So you think this is the only way? We can explain why the will trial, which should have been the easiest, is proving so difficult? Truong Man, you're literally making threats here." But Truong Man reminded him, "Don't think that's impossible. Have you forgotten what happened 16 years ago? There was once an awakened in North America. With his talent to temporarily copy system items, even though the copied items had no real effect, they were still recognized by the dungeon NPCs." He continued. With that ability, he practically milked all the major dungeons for everything they were worth, securing an astronomical amount of resources. It wasn't until he accidentally exposed his true power within the system itself that he was finally detected and eliminated. Truong Duong chimed in. "Since then, we realized that even these godlike systems can make mistakes. My father is absolutely right. Ye Ning must have found a loophole." Hearing this, Truong Man grew incredibly confident in his theory. He asserted, "Commander, if Ye Ning makes it out alive, I suggest we interrogate him directly. If we can replicate his ability, our Wuxia military zone will achieve an unimaginable leap forward." He tried to stop him. "Commander, isn't it way too early to jump to conclusions? We don't even know if Ye Ning is dead or alive in there. Are you saying that after he fights tooth and nail to make it out, we're just going to arrest and torture him? That would completely destroy everyone's trust in us. There's no way." Putting an end to the argument, Vian Kwok spoke up. "Stop bickering. I've already made my decision. First, let's just wait for Ye Ning to get out safely." Back on the battlefield, voices kept echoing in his ears. "Lord Ye Ning killed it. Big Brother killed it. Ninger killed it." Standing before the 3 figures that had haunted him for so long, he simply replied, "I'm sorry, but I don't think we should stay trapped in past failures, constantly dreaming about how to make things right. No matter how beautiful the past or the future may seem, I refuse to live in a lie." With that, Ye Ning immediately ran his own sword straight through his chest. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain, he forced himself to stand tall. With determination burning in his eyes, Ye Ning said firmly, "No matter how cruel and brutal reality gets, I will face it head-on and change it. Because truth only lies in moving forward." Yanking the sword out of his body with absolute resolve, Ye Ning added, "There's no denying I lost miserably in my past life, and I've always been terrified of failing again." Raising his sword high, he gathered every ounce of his strength and roared, "But in this life, I'm going to tear you to pieces." In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Blown back by the shockwave and utterly exhausted, Ye Ning began free-falling through the air. At that moment, system notifications began flashing rapidly. The will trial has concluded. Current rank, number 1, globally. With the trials completed, you receive a special reward. Global announcement of attribute calculations is now broadcasting. For ranking first in the strength trial, you receive +3 strength points, which doubles upon advancing to tier 3, bringing the total to 68 points. For ranking first in the strength trial, you receive +3 strength points, which doubles upon advancing to tier 3 for a total of 68 points. For ranking first in the agility trial, you receive +3 agility points, which doubles upon advancing to tier 3 for a total of 68 points. For ranking first in the will trial, you receive +3 will points, which doubles upon advancing to tier 3 for a total of 68 points. Combining all rewards, for an overall ranking of number 1, you have received a 10-point bonus to all attributes, raising all attributes to 78 points. Received Strength Talent Upgrade. Berserk. Received Agility Talent Upgrade. Overload. Received Constitution Talent Upgrade. Indomitable. Received Will Talent Upgrade. Willpower Pressure. System Announcement. Calculation of equipment rewards complete. Hidden Trial cleared. You have received 4,000 reputation points and obtained the honorary title, the Perfect One, upon equipping it. Furthermore, you are granted an A-rank system transaction waiver. A stream of notifications pops up. Calculating equipment rewards. You can choose any 4-star blue gear or trade that choice for an epic tier item. For the 1-star clear, you receive a special item, an epic grade regeneration potion. You also receive another special item, an epic grade time key. Calculating talent rewards. Your current SSS rank willpower talent is now upgraded to Psychic Storm. Within 3 seconds, Psychic Storm grants a 100% boost to all attributes, along with telekinetic control. You also gain a Psychic Defense Barrier and the Chaos Mind skill. The talent has a 24-hour cooldown. Right at that moment, he emerged from the dimensional portal. Seeing Ye Ning, Xuan Guo and the others cheered in excitement. He's out. Ye Ning, honey. I successfully Cao. Ayer of the world's #1 remains undefeated, and he is the only pure willpower type user to ever pass the Tier 3 trial. But on his end, Ye Ning was in agonizing pain, silently thinking, I can't hold on much longer. The global announcement will be made any second now. Right on cue, a worldwide notification rings out. Global announcement. The trial tower rankings have been updated. Current standings. Strength trial, Huaxia region, Ye Ning, rank 1. Agility trial, Huaxia region, Ye Ning, rank 1. Physique trial, Huaxia region, Ye Ning, rank 1. Willpower trial, Huaxia region, Ye Ning. The words, Huaxia's Ye Ning, global #1 continuously echo all over the earth. Only now could he finally let his guard down. Ye Ning collapsed straight onto the ground, his face deathly pale as he muttered weakly, at least that damn system made putting my life on the line worth it. Luckily, Fang Hao and the medical team rushed over just in time. He anxiously barked out orders. Ye Ning, where's the medical team? Don't just stand there dazed, get over here and save him, hurry. After examining him, the doctor quickly reassured them, Commander, Vice Commander, please relax, it's nothing fatal. His left arm is broken, and his physical energy and willpower are severely depleted. A few days of rest is all he needs to fully recover. Hearing that, he breathed a huge sigh of relief, saying, thank goodness, you almost gave me a heart attack. Standing nearby, Zhang Meng thought to himself, the world's #1 only got minor injuries? Bullshit. He immediately spoke up. Commander, you really need to carefully reconsider my previous theory. I suggest we use mental force to forcefully wake Ye Ning up and interrogate him right now. Unable to hold back anymore, Fang Hao snapped, Zhang Meng, you're going way too far. You want to lay a finger on Ye Ning? You'll have to go through me first. Not backing down, he shot back. Is Vice Commander Fang really letting personal emotions get in the way of national duty? If my theory is correct, Ye Ning is nothing but a scapegoat. This drove Fang Hao insane. Old Ji Ping then spoke up, Commander, I don't recommend this. Even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance of error, the consequences would be catastrophic. Chu Tian agreed. Exactly, Commander. If we go through with this, we won't just alienate Ye Ning, we'll crush the entire future of Huaxia. Xuan Guo fell silent, deep in thought, before making a decision. 3 days. Let's wait 3 days and see if he wakes up. He then ordered, take him to the ward and give him the best treatment. We cannot afford any mistakes. Watching him get loaded into the ambulance, Zhang Meng plotted with a sly look in eyes. 3 days? Let's see if you even dare to wake up, Ye Ning. Now, all the high-ranking officers were gathered around Ye Ning's hospital bed. Zhang Meng asked, Commander, over 117 countries have reached out to ask about Ye Ning. How should we respond? Hearing this, Xuan Guo muttered thoughtfully, it's already been 3 days. What is going on with you, kid? Zhang Meng immediately chimed in, Commander, the top doctors in Huaxia present here have confirmed that Ye Ning's vital signs are perfectly normal and all his wounds have fully healed. He's refusing to wake up, so there's an 80% chance he's just faking it out of guilt. I suggest we subject Ye Ning to a direct mental interrogation right now. Hearing this, Fang Hao immediately objected. I don't agree. To that, Zhang Meng retorted. The 3 days are up. Can't Vice Commander Fang tell right from wrong? He couldn't take the bickering anymore and growled, enough. Doing this will only create a massive misunderstanding. Seeing this, he didn't dare say another word, but Zhang Meng quickly ordered, guards, set up the machine. We're going to conduct a mental interrogation on Ye Ning. The staff immediately wheeled in the equipment. Even as they set up the procedure on him, Fang Hao still desperately protested, no, Commander, we cannot do this to Ye Ning. Standing to the side, Zhang Meng sneered, Vice Commander Fang, are you trying to start a mutiny here? But Xuan Guo only said coldly, Hao Zi, I don't want to do this either, but this concerns national security. Hearing this, Fang Hao fell silent, and just like that, the procedure began. Zhang Meng barked, everyone, back off. The staff began attaching brainwave sensors all over Ye Ning's body. Just as Zhang Meng was gloating, thinking that once he put the helmet on him, he would finally uncover all of Ye Ning's secrets, the boy suddenly opened his eyes. Ye Ning sat straight up, accidentally ripping the connected wires out as he wondered, "Where on earth am I?" Seeing him wake up, Guoping shouted in excitement, "He's awake! He's finally awake!" Standing nearby, he looked absolutely thrilled, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Thank heaven, he's finally awake." He immediately ordered with a look of relief, "Great, he's awake. Stop this nonsense right now." Still completely lost, Ye Ning asked in confusion, Who are you guys?" Fang Hao rushed over, tossing his device aside, and introduced himself with excitement. "I'm Fang Hao, Deputy Commander of Great Xia." He then eagerly pointed to the man beside him. "Ye Ning, you probably haven't met him yet, but this is Li Shuangguo, the Supreme Commander of Great Xia. And this is Commissioner Zhang, General Zhang Meng, whom you've already met." Clenching the metallic helmet in his hand, Ye Ning spoke up. "But I have to ask, what is this thing? It doesn't look like any medical gear to me." Sensing the awkward tension, Jiping quickly chimed in to break the ice. "Ye Ning, now that you're awake, there are a few things we need to clear up. What exactly is your talent? Would you mind opening your system panel so we can take a look?" Hearing this, Ye Ning merely replied, "Oh, I see. But deep down," he thought, "these guys didn't even bother to reward me for my achievements. Instead, the first thing they do is interrogate me. They even wanted to force it out of me? How pathetic. But too bad for them, my sword god system can never be exposed. If it is, I'll be completely wiped out." Ye Ning immediately shot back, "Commissioner Zhang, doesn't the military already have my talent on file? What's going on here? Since when does the military force an awakened to expose their private system panel?" At those words, the old man fell dead silent, while Jiping could only stammer, "Well, about that." Frustrated that his plans had been ruined, Zhang Meng stepped up and growled, "Ye Ning, we highly suspect there's something wrong with your trial results. Did you exploit some kind of glitch or loophole to win the trial? This is a matter of national security. You'd better cooperate and stop trying to hide the truth, or else you will regret it." Before Zhang Meng could even finish his sentence, Ye Ning cut him off, asking, "A loophole? You guys are doubting me? You think I cheated?" His sharp words left Zhang Meng completely speechless. Fang Hao quickly tried to defuse the situation, saying, "Ye Ning, that's not it at all. Just let us explain." But he was immediately cut off by the Supreme Commander. "Haozi, we cannot afford to be careless here. Ye Ning, I apologize. We only assumed you found a loophole because, frankly, your achievements are simply too unbelievable." Looking directly at Ye Ning, Shuangguo said politely, "First, let me be clear. We are all incredibly proud of you for bringing such honor to Wuxia. Secondly, I hope you realize that even if you did exploit a loophole, that knowledge itself is priceless to our country. As the Supreme Commander, I give you my word. If you just come clean, you will still retain your title as the top ranker." Hearing this, Zhang Meng spoke up in panic, "Supreme Commander, we can't just let Ye Ning off that easily. If foreign awakened get to him first, the consequences will be catastrophic." But the Supreme Commander shut him down with a cold glare. "That is enough, Zhang Meng. You talk too much. Can't you even keep your own tail hidden?" His sharp warning silenced the general instantly. Furious, Zhang Meng gritted his teeth and thought, Ye Ning is clearly hiding something. His refusal to show his system panel proves he has a guilty conscience. Yet, the commander still wants to hand him first place on a silver platter. Does that mean all my efforts were completely useless? Ye Ning realized that while Zhang Meng was clearly the root of the problem, the leaders were just doing their job. Still, he couldn't help but feel incredibly disappointed in them. Today, they suspect I used a loophole because of my talent. Who knows what they'll accuse me of next time? I won't let the same tragedy from my past life repeat itself. Making up his mind, Ye Ning nodded. Fine, I'll show you exactly what this loophole is. Deputy Commander Fang, please bring me a talent testing crystal, and make sure it's the absolute highest grade. Hearing this, Fang Hao immediately volunteered, on it, I'll get it right away. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng was secretly gloating. He thought to himself, it only takes a couple of seconds to open a system panel, yet he wants a testing crystal instead? Is he trying to prove he's some kind of ultimate genius? Even if he's a double S rank, there's no way he could pull off such godlike feats. No matter what the crystal shows, it won't prove you didn't cheat. But little did the general know, Ye Ning. Suddenly, With a cold glare, Ye Ning turned his attention directly to him. Zhang Meng. Commander Zhang, is it? Once I'm done with this test, if you still have any doubts, you and I can have a little chat. Right on cue, Fang Hao wheeled in a massive glowing crystal block on a cart. Here it is, Fang Hao announced. The absolute highest grade testing crystal in existence. Standing before the giant crystal, Ye Ning spoke up. You all wanted to know about the loophole, right? Then keep your eyes wide open. Placing his hand on the cold surface, Ye Ning immediately began to channel an overwhelming surge of energy. Feeling the sheer destructive pressure radiating from the crystal, everyone in the room let out a collective gasp of utter shock. Under the overwhelming pressure of Ye Ning's power, the crystal orb begins to crack, allowing his energy to seep deep inside. In the blink of an eye, the crystal completely shatters. Suddenly, a system notification rings out. Ding! Current test results. Willpower type, SSS rank talent. Hearing this, everyone is absolutely speechless. SSS? Ye Ning then asks, are you all satisfied with this result now? Witnessing this incredible display, Xuan Guo exclaims, brilliant. Standing beside him, Fang Hao adds with delight. I told you I wasn't wrong about him. Even Zhaiping gasps in disbelief. SSS rank. Does such a level actually exist in this world? Hasn't that always been completely unheard of? Xuan Guo can't hide his shock, muttering, this energy fluctuation. It's God tier. As for Zhang Meng, his face turns pale as a sheet. He thinks to himself, oh no, it's over. I've completely lost this time. Ye Ning calmly replies, it's fine. I can understand. But I heard that for the top spot, besides the test, they also need to compare performance against mutated species to evaluate combat potential. The commander speaks up. Ye Ning, there's no need for that. You've already performed exceptionally well. Didn't I already say you're ranked first? You can rest completely easy about this. But Ye Ning walks straight up to Zhang Meng and proposes, Commander Zhang, I heard your son, Zhang Yang, was previously ranked first. I'm a guy who values fairness and hates relying on special privileges. Zhang Yang is clearly outstanding, so it wouldn't be fair to him at all if we don't settle this in actual combat. Hearing this, he can only let out a tense gasp. Ye Ning then respectfully addresses all the leaders present. Commander, according to the regulations, a lower-ranked individual has the right to challenge a higher-ranked one. I don't want to just be handed the first-place spot. I want to register for a life-and-death battle to challenge the current number one. Hearing this, Zhang Meng loses his cool and panics. Ye Ning, what is the meaning of this? Although his face remains thoughtful, the commander secretly thinks to himself, well played, kid. You're ruthless enough. I offered to compensate you, but you went and lit a fire right behind my back. Sure, Zhang Meng went a bit too far, but killing his son is taking things a bit too far. Backed into a corner, Zhang Meng can only swallow his anger, repeatedly telling himself, I have to endure this. I can't lose my temper, or the commander will completely abandon me. Right now, my only option is to swallow my pride and give both the commander and this low-born brat an out. Forcefully squeezing out a smile, Zhang Meng speaks up, Ye Ning, the number one spot is yours. Your talent far surpasses my son Zhang Yang's. So, on his behalf, I willingly forfeit the top rank. I apologize for what happened earlier. I only said those things because I was worried about your safety. It was all just a misunderstanding. Staring at his fake, two-faced smile, Ye Ning replies coldly, you flatter me, Commander Zhang, but let's stick to the rules. After all, I wouldn't want anyone saying that I, Ye Ning, am an arrogant, power-tripping guy who ruins the rules. He continues, Zhang Yang is so outstanding, so we have to fight to truly know who is stronger and who is weaker, right? Wouldn't you agree, Commander? By this point, every drop of color drains from Zhang Meng's face. Zhaiping chimes in to support him. Commander, since Ye Ning wants to follow the rules, let's go with the rules. However, Ye Ning has just leveled up to Tier 3 and needs some time to adapt to his new abilities. How about we announce the final rankings and rewards in 3 days, right after we get the battle results? Xuan Guo suddenly realizes that Old Hu is indeed a cautious, sly old fox. Old Hu never speaks without a reason, so there must be a motive behind him stepping forward to express his stance. After thinking it over, Xuan Guo knows he must have a solid reason for doing this. Fortunately, this buys us 3 days, and so, he makes his decision. Very well, let's do as Old Hu suggests. Hearing this, Zhang Meng can't hold back his fury. Gritting his teeth, he thinks, are my son and I being cast aside? Ye Ning, I will never let you lay a hand on my son. If you dare to kill him, I'll make sure you die first." On the contrary, Ye Ning remains completely calm, a faint smirk playing on his lips. They say a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes 10 years. No, waiting even a single day is disrespectful to your enemies. Zhang Meng, you don't need to rush. It won't be long before you and your son are reunited. Up on the building's rooftop, two figures can be seen quietly discussing. With his hands clasped behind his back, Xuan Guo speaks thoughtfully. "Old Hu, now that it's just the two of us, tell me straight. Why did we have to agree to Ye Ning's request?" Standing beside him, Zhiping quietly responds, "Commander, have you forgotten about the Intercontinental Dungeon starting 10 days from now?" Gazing into the distance, he continues, "Our previous failures have severely drained our strategic reserves. So this upcoming run is absolutely critical for us. If we fail to secure enough psionic crystals for distribution this time, a massive number of our fighter jets will soon be reduced to nothing but scrap metal." Turning back to Zhiping, Xuan Guo asks, "Do you want to have Ye Ning participate?" The old man replies as if it's the most obvious thing, "Exactly. Besides dealing with the variants, the Intercontinental Dungeon will also require us to face Tier 3 awakened from other nations." Then he continued his analysis, saying, "In that case, we should let this battle happen to see if Ye Ning actually has the guts to take a life. After all, killing a human and killing a mutant are two completely different things." Xuan Guo asked with concern, "But old Hu, if Zhang Yang dies, Zhang Meng might go completely insane. I am afraid it will cause a civil war." Zhiping frowned, responding with a thoughtful expression. "That is why I proposed a 3-day delay. Once Zhang Meng arrives, he will definitely make sure his son is fully prepared. Second, it also gives us enough time to draft 2 backup plans and respond flexibly, depending on how things play out." Hearing this, Xuan Guo happily clapped old Hu on the shoulder and praised him. "You sly old fox. No matter the situation, you always think of everything." Receiving the praise, he replied with concern, "Commander, aside from this, we should announce to the outside world that Ye Ning is a double S rank. Otherwise, I am afraid he will put a target on his back." Xuan Guo reassured Zhiping, replying, "Go ahead and do as you suggested. Make sure all other information is completely classified." The scene shifts to a room where a young man is huddled on the floor. Suddenly, the door creaks open, and a figure walks in behind him. Zhang Yang turns to look at the person behind him, his face exhausted, and cries out in joy, "Dad, you are back. Did you find out what that brat's talent is? Is he cheating?" Zhang Meng stands as still as a statue, remaining dead silent, ignoring his son, who keeps pressing, "Dad, did that kid find some kind of loophole? He must be locked up by now, right? I am still number 1, aren't I?" Zhang Meng still does not answer, letting his son ask frantically, as if on the verge of a breakdown, "What on earth is going on? Dad, tell me already." Only then does Zhang Meng speak in a low voice. "We checked. There is nothing wrong with Ye Ning. In fact, he is preparing to challenge you to a death match in 3 days. Hearing this, Zhang Yang panics. "What? How could there be nothing wrong with him? Dad, are you sure about this?" As if hit by a bombshell, his voice begins to tremble as he asks, "Wait, what do you mean by a death match? Me against him? No, I am not doing it. Can't I just give up the number 1 spot? I am not going. If he wants the number 1 spot, he can have it. I will give him everything." Zhang Meng looks at his son, speaking in frustration. "I already proposed that, but the kid is dead set on fighting you." Zhang Yang asks in sheer disbelief, "He refused? He wants to kill me?" Hearing this, his fear turns into pure rage as he snarls, "Dad, then kill him. Kill him before the match. If he wants me dead, then you need to go and kill him right now." Hearing his son's outburst, he simply says, in a heavy tone, "I want to, but killing him right now is practically impossible. He is currently protected by a team of Tier 3 experts." Hearing this, he asks in confusion, "Who are they?" Zhang Meng replies with a dark look, "The Highway Guards." Zhang Yang seems utterly shocked to hear that name, his face instantly tightening with tension. The military has already sent them for his protection. "We are running out of time," he continues to reassure his son. Zhang Yang cries out in terror, "So I am dead meat?" Zhang Meng says gently, "Younger, you are my son. I will never let you die. I have already contacted several Tier 3 experts. When the time is right, they will step in to help." Hearing his father's words, he feels as if he just struck gold and asks eagerly, "You have served the country for so many years, Dad. No matter how much the higher-ups favor Ye Ning, they will probably just turn a blind eye to this." So, is there any way for me to win? What about using some special items or gear? Although he is comforting his son, his face turns sinister as he says, those are useless, because using items or gear is strictly forbidden in a deathmatch. But even if you cannot rely on external help, it doesn't mean we are completely out of options. Zhang Yang looks at his father with a knowing grin and says confidently, Ye Ning keeps lecturing everyone about the rules, so we can definitely use those very rules to crush him. With a cunning look in his eyes, Zhang Meng whispers, when the time comes, we won't just stop there. We still have our sacrificial warriors. With an equally devious look on his face, he chuckles and sneers. Ye Ning, no matter how strong you are, even a mighty dragon is no match for a local snake. Let's see how you're going to survive this. 3 days later, at the dueling arena of the capital military district, the spectator stands are completely packed. High above the arena, Jiping respectfully addresses Xuan Guo, Commander. Everything has been arranged. 3 Tier 3 referees have taken their positions to guard the death arena and are ready to start the match at any moment. Hearing this, he replies, good. Let it begin then. Announce the start. From the tunnel, a silver-white figure walks out, radiating an overwhelming aura. Suddenly, whispers break out among the crowd. Is this the Ye Ning who has been causing all that trouble lately? They say he is incredibly vicious. But why does he look like such a weakling? He looks so skinny. I feel like I could poke him to death with just one finger. Unbelievable. He looks like he is only 17 or 18 years old. Ye Ning walks out proudly, standing before the 3 referees. Right in front of him is the head referee, Lu Wanzhou. He handed Ye Ning a list and said, Ye Ning, this is the match lineup for this death battle. Take a look. If there are no issues, you can start preparing for the match. Finding this strange, Ye Ning asked in confusion, wait, aren't I supposed to be fighting Zhang Yang? Why is there a whole list? Having said that, he grabbed the list, scanned it briefly, and said, aside from Zhang Yang, there are 9 newly promoted Tier 3 fighters challenging me, and Zhang Yang is actually placed at the very bottom. Hearing this, Wanzhou quickly explained, Sir Ye Ning, this list has already been approved by the higher-ups. According to the regulations, since you can challenge Zhang Yang, other seed players are allowed to challenge you as well. He continued, those first 9 rounds will completely drain you if you can't hold your ground. Without waiting for Wanzhou to finish, Ye Ning just smirked and said, got it. Let's start. Before anyone could process what was happening, he held the list up high and declared defiantly, everyone on this list, come at me together. I want to fight all 10 of you at once. The crowd immediately erupted into a storm of whispers. What? Did I hear that right? No matter how gifted he is, this is pure madness. Fighting 10 people at the same time? Is he on a death wish? If they all land just one hit, even a mid-stage Tier 3 fighter wouldn't survive. Hearing such a crazy demand, Wanzhou thought in disbelief. The higher-ups approved this list just to save Zhang Yang's life. But they never anticipated this. We can't let anything happen to Zhang Yang, and we definitely can't let anything happen to Ye Ning. What are we supposed to do now? Guo Ping rushed over in a panic to stop him, shouting, Ye Ning, don't do anything rash. If you don't agree to this death match, you can just refuse. And besides, this death match won't affect your first place ranking anyway. Ye Ning confidently gripped his twin swords and spoke up, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Is there any rule that forbids me from fighting everyone at once? If not, then let's get on with it. After all, trash is still trash, no matter how many you group together. Up in the VIP stands, Fang Hao grinned with excitement and said, what an arrogant brat. But damn, I like him. The old man next to him sighed and grumbled. All you see is the hype. Can't you see the massive headache this is causing? At that moment, Xuanguo gave his order. Since Ye Ning asked for it, let's do exactly as he wishes. The referee will be keeping a close eye on the match to ensure things don't go too far anyway. But in his mind, he was secretly thinking, this cheeky brat is the spitting image of me when I was young. As much as I like his style, standing out too much and drawing all that heat isn't a good thing. I learned that the hard way back in my day. So, this might actually be the perfect chance to teach him a much-needed lesson. Down below, Wanzhou thought to himself, the commander's last words were a clear signal for us to protect Ye Ning. Turning back, he announced to start the match. Since the commander has given the order, let all 10 seed players, including Zhang Yang, enter the ring together. Hearing this, Zhang Yang couldn't contain his rage. He gripped his weapon, ready to charge, roaring furiously. He's making a mockery of me. I'm going to rip him apart. I have to kill him. Standing beside him, Jiang Meng held him back while whispering a calculated strategy to his son. Young heir, this is a good thing. The more reckless he is, the higher your chances of winning. Let the others wear him down first. Once his energy is drained, you can sweep in and deliver the finishing blow. Standing before Ye Ning were 10 opponents, weapons drawn, glaring at him with pure hostility. Then, the announcer's voice echoed through the arena. The deathmatch is about to begin. All fighters, prepare yourselves. No external items allowed. All gear enchantments have been deactivated. Countdown starts now. In the stands, the crowd buzzed with intense excitement. A spectacle like this had never been seen in all of Daxia before. Someone asked, "How many seconds do you think this'll last?" Another replied, "Maybe 3 to 5. Or, honestly, maybe just 2 seconds. Another piped up, "I'm betting 10 seconds. Ye Ning's agility and stamina are top tier, so my money is on him holding out a bit longer." The countdown hit 0, and the match officially began. The challengers roared and lunged forward, yelling, "Kill him! Drain his energy!" But Ye Ning simply unleashed a swift tempest slash. Before they could even lay a finger on him, they were blasted back several yards, completely unable to dodge or block the strike. Over on his side, Zhang Yang turned pale and shrieked, "Save me! Death soldiers! Charge!" Before Zhang Yang could even finish his sentence, a young guy wielding a sledgehammer charged in, screaming, "Ye Ning, I'm taking you down with me." He leaped into the air with his hammer, diving straight at Ye Ning. In front of Ye Ning, a swelling crimson energy, burning like wildfire, was rapidly expanding. Looking up, Ye Ning simply smirked and said, "Well, look at that, a Suicide Squad member carrying a miniature nuclear bomb. Too bad for you, you won't get the chance to put on a show." Cowering in absolute terror, he could only whimper, "Help! Help!" Meanwhile, a voice roared right in front of Zhang Yang. "What the hell is the referee panel doing just standing there? What are you waiting for? Follow me and save him." Lu Yuanzhou and 3 members of the referee panel appeared in front of him, barely able to summon defensive shields to withstand the overwhelming pressure of this power. Struggling to hold his ground, Yuanzhou gasped, "This speed, this energy, is this really something a Tier 3 beginner can do?" The referee next to him also panicked and shouted, "Heads up. It didn't matter if we failed to save the others in time before, but Zhang Yang must be saved at all costs, or we're all going to lose our jobs." Seeing this terrifying scene, Zhang Yang turned on his heels and bolted. He screamed in terror as he ran, "Dad, save me! Save me! I quit! I don't want to fight anymore!" Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from right behind Zhang Yang. "It's all right, Zhang Yang." As he turned around in sheer terror, his head was already clean off his shoulders. "Wait." The referee nearby gasped in disbelief, thinking, "Zhang Yang? Is he dead? No way." Up in the VIP stands, the organizers couldn't keep their seats anymore. One of them muttered in sheer disbelief, "Holy crap, a single strike wiped out the entire arena. This level of combat power, this ruthless, decisive killing intent." The person next to him asked, "Did anyone see that? How on earth did Zhang Yang get killed?" Guo Ping, standing nearby, replied, "No, I didn't see a thing." He was clearly under protection. Old Hu, who was close by, also wondered, "Just now, I felt like time stood still for a second. Was I hallucinating?" Back on the battlefield, after using his power to execute Zhang Yang, his eyes gleamed with a cold, murderous intent. He sneered with disdain, "The person I want dead, none of you can protect. With my void potential, I'll make sure you all realize just how powerful I am now." Clutching his son's head in utter despair, he let out a gut-wrenching scream, "Young heir, no!" Fuming with raw rage, Zhang Meng channeled his power and marched toward Ye Ning, roaring, "You little bastard, I'll tear you apart." Standing to the side, Ye Ning remained completely unfazed, responding with cold contempt. "Perfect timing. I was actually worried you'd manage to hold yourself back." Unleashing his power, he charged forward with a deafening roar, Tiger Force Fist, and screamed at him, "Die." Facing the onslaught, Ye Ning calmly thought to himself, "Even though your strength has reached the peak of Tier 3, you're honestly not much stronger than me, and I bet not only will you fail to kill me, but you'll also end up dying right here." Suddenly, Fang Hao's voice boomed from afar, "Zhang Meng, stop." He rushed in front of Ye Ning, powerfully blocking the attack with his Tyrant Emperor Dragon Fist, forcing Zhang Meng to stumble back several steps. After being pushed back, he glared at Fang Hao with absolute hatred, gritting his teeth. "Fang Hao, get out of my way. If I don't avenge my son's death, I don't deserve to be a father," Fang Hao firmly warned, Zhang Meng, if you stop right now, the commander will take your grief into account and let this slide. But if you don't, then don't blame me for getting rough with you. But in his mind, he secretly thought, even though I want to protect this kid, I still have to follow the proper protocol first. Zhang Meng was so furious he was speechless. Seeing this, Ye Ning schemed in his mind. You want to stop? That's not going to happen. Standing behind Fang Hao, he repeatedly flipped Zhang Meng off, flashing a mocking smile and provoking him. A life and death challenge means life or death. Your son was a useless piece of trash, but as his father, you're just an old piece of trash yourself. You two really are a dog of a father and a worthless pup of a son. Gritting his teeth in sheer rage, he roared, out of my way. I'm going to kill this bastard. Before Zhang Meng could even react, Fang Hao unleashed his divine dragon aura, blasting him away with a sharp shout. Zhang Meng, do you have a death wish? He was blasted back several yards, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Unwilling to back down, Zhang Meng propped himself up, gasping for breath. Commander, that's my son, my only child. Please, look at my years of service to this country. Look at how I, Zhang Meng, have risked my life time and time again for our nation. Commander, I beg you, give me justice. Xuan Guo fell into deep thought. Zhang Meng has already conceded. Is this really necessary? Behind him, Ye Ning's sarcastic voice chimed in again. You old dog, what right do you have to demand justice? You're too weak to win, so now you want to play the pity card? Are you trying to throw a tantrum? Meanwhile, he continued to plot in his head. Even in a perfect ambush, you're supposed to leave an escape route. But not this time. I am going to drive this dog straight into a corner. Ye Ning stepped forward right in front of him again, provoking him. You want to kill me? I gave you a chance, but you blew it. Now, I'm standing right here for you to kill. Do you even have the guts? Believe me, if you so much as scratch a single finger of mine, I will make your entire family pay with their lives. I won't even spare the dogs and chickens in your house. Driven completely insane by his words, Zhang Meng roared in absolute fury. You little bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'll tear you to pieces. Standing behind him, Fang Hao silently approved. Ye Ning, this kid is pretty good. Since you've given me a perfect excuse, I definitely won't let you down. The moment Zhang Meng lunged at Ye Ning, Fang Hao was already in position to strike back, unleashing an earth-shattering punch straight at Zhang Meng as he declared, Today, I'm going to show you the difference between a real peak power and a fake one. Seeing this, Ye Ning thought to himself, as expected, the gap between ranks is not just about numbers. Right now, I can easily one-shot someone of the same rank, or even jump ranks to kill a mid-tier tier 3. But if I were to face a peak tier 3, or even just a high-tier tier 3, I'm afraid I'd only find death. After beating him to his heart's content, he turned around and reported to the marshal. Marshal, Ye Ning really was in danger just now. It was an emergency, so I wasn't careful enough. Hearing this, Xuanguo calmly said, Vice Marshal Fang only did what he had to do. Have someone arrange a proper burial for General Zhang Meng. Sitting on his high seat, he silently gritted his teeth and thought, Howsy, oh Howsy, do you take this old man for a fool? Do you and Ye Ning think I'm blind, playing along with each other like that? Whatever. Luckily, old Hu already prepared a backup plan. Ye Ning cupped his hands and sincerely thanked the marshal. The vice marshal saved my life and gave me justice. I am deeply grateful for this great favor and swear to serve our country to the death. Seeing this, Xuanguo locked his sharp gaze onto Ye Ning. What a smooth talker. This brat is definitely not simple. Since you want to make a name for yourself and establish authority, then I will grant your wish. With that thought, he gave the order. Tomorrow, at the Capitol Square, the first award ceremony for the Seed Project will begin. The crowd immediately burst into a flurry of whispers. Oh my god, Ye Ning just one-shotted a whole group of seeds. Before I could even blink, Zhang Meng was dead too. One shock after another. I feel like my heart is about to stop beating. This guy Ye Ning is way too ruthless. We must never offend him in the future. An award ceremony held at the Capitol Square. That's a national-level event. Great Xia is really about to change. Zhang Meng's two subordinates, Tang Zhen and Lin Rui, were also shaking in fear. Tang Zhen thought with a terrified face, General Zhang Meng is dead. I'm afraid I won't survive this either. Beside him, Lin Rui tried to calm himself down. Thank goodness I was quick-witted earlier, or else I would have met a gruesome end. On the other side, the marshal turned and instructed, Old Hu, I'm leaving the ceremony to you. Make sure it's as grand as possible. Also, All results of today's deathmatch, including Ye Ning's combat power and talent, are to be classified. Anyone who leaks it without authorization will be charged with treason. Jiping took the order seriously and replied, "Understood, Marshal." The next day, at the capital square, the atmosphere was lively as the representative began his speech. With the unanimous approval of the Great Xia military, Ye Ning will be the #1 candidate in the Spark project. Due to Comrade Ye Ning's outstanding performance in the global trial, the original rewards have been specially upgraded as follows. He continued to announce while the Marshal pinned the medal on him. The original A+ level authority has been upgraded to S level. The original A-level resource quota has been increased to unlimited. The original credit points of 1 million has been increased to 3 million credit points per month, with an additional special approval quota of 10 million points per year. The option to choose epic grade equipment has been upgraded to legendary grade. The medal pinned on him was made of gold, with 3 stars gleaming in the center. He continued his introduction. Additionally, his division-level privileges are upgraded to deputy army level, and his military rank of colonel is promoted to general. At the same time, Ye Ning has been specially appointed as an honorary member of the Standing Committee, Wang Tian said with a joyful face. A 21-gun salute. This award ceremony is so grand, it's almost like he's about to replace the Marshal, Xiao Hai chimed in. Just a month ago, the incident of Ye Ning breaking into the Tianfeng testing ground was still fresh in my mind. To everyone's surprise, Kei Lai beside them also chimed in. Yesterday, I received my promotion notice, and it's all thanks to Ye Ning. On the stage, Shuangguo smiled and asked, "Ye Ning, do you have any other requests?" Hearing this, Ye Ning's face grew serious. His rewards were already insanely massive. Asking for more now would seem too greedy. But if he didn't speak up now, he might never get another chance. Ye Ning politely replied to him, "Marshal, I hope to attend the military conference held once every 3 years over the next 2 days." Hearing this, Shuangguo broke into a cold sweat and thought, "This little brat sure knows how to throw me a hard curveball." Beside him, Old Hu was also silently observing. Ye Ning is only 18. What does he even know at his age? What's his goal in attending this conference? Fang Hao, standing nearby, sighed with emotion. This kid is incredibly gifted. He should be focusing on battle, so why on earth does he want to attend a political meeting? On this side, the Marshal patted his shoulder and said cheerfully, "No problem. Since you're now an honorary committee member, you naturally have the right to attend as an observer. Of course, if you have any good proposals, the military is more than willing to look into them." Ye Ning politely replied, "Thank you, Marshal." When night fell, as he sat resting in his cabin, he pondered, "Look into them? No, what I want is absolute execution. After all, stopping a disaster like that in the East Sea would require mobilizing the strength of at least one entire military district. But for now, I'll just accept things as they are, and play it by ear later." Suddenly, he walked over and said, "Ye Ning, follow me." Ye Ning stood there completely clueless. Meanwhile, at the military headquarters, a massive armored vehicle was slowly rolling in. Once they reached the front gate, Fang Hao turned to him and said, "Ye Ning, starting today, you'll be living here. This place isn't just heavily guarded, it's also surrounded by lush greenery, absolutely top-tier treatment. And this fully sealed metal room, it's their most top-secret conference room." After bringing Ye Ning inside, he continued, "The reason I personally brought you here today is because I have a secret mission for you. Even though, theoretically, you've just reached Tier 3 and shouldn't be doing this. But honestly, we couldn't find anyone more qualified than you." Ye Ning calmly replied, "Uncle Fang, please, just tell me straight." Fang Hao looked at him seriously and explained, "The Intercontinental Dungeon, Zombie Nation, has an A-rank difficulty. Each country is only allowed to send in a maximum of 2 mid-level Tier 3 and 8 low-level Tier 3 fighters. Aside from dealing with mutants and completing the main quest, you'll also have to battle awakened ones from other countries to harvest spiritual energy crystals." Hearing this, Ye Ning quickly did the math in his head. "I ran this dungeon in my past life, but back then, it wasn't an intercontinental zone, and there certainly weren't any spiritual energy crystals." Right then, a system screen popped up with a new notification. Mandatory quest. Objective: enter the Zombie Nation dungeon and seize absolute control of it. Reward upon completion: N S-rank strategic weapon blueprint, the aerospace carrier. He seriously advised him, "Ye Ning, even though this mission is highly risky, the combat squad will always make your safety their absolute priority, even if the mission fails." Before Fang Hao could even finish, Ye Ning snapped a sharp military salute and cut in. Uncle Feng, I'm in. I'm not afraid of danger. Besides, I don't plan on letting this mission fail anyway. He let out a hearty laugh and said, That's my boy. I love that attitude. We knew we could count on you. Before you set off, head over to the National Vault and grab whatever you need. Once outside, Ye Ning thought to himself, setting aside the fact that this is a mandatory quest, risking my neck for a sky carrier blueprint is definitely worth it. According to the description, the ship is 17,000 meters long, 34,100 meters wide, with a carrying capacity of 10,100 tons. It can carry 64 Spirit Energy fighter jets, 26 Spirit Energy cannons on its underbelly, and 2 main cannons at the bow and stern. On top of that, it can transport 7,000 personnel and comes equipped with Spirit Energy towers, shields, and an automated offensive grid. Ye Ning thought excitedly, This is absolutely insane. Just reading the basic stats is giving me goosebumps. If I can actually build something like this, wouldn't I dominate the entire world? I have to get it. No matter what, I must have it, he thought as he walked. Since I've advanced to Tier 3, the system has unlocked 2 more skill slots. I still have a few days to prepare, so I need to boost my power as much as possible. Now that I have the top spot, I should head to the National Vault, pick out 2 S-rank sword skill books, and go from there. Suddenly, he felt a powerful aura locking onto him. It was the presence of someone near the peak of Tier 3, and the way they were rushing toward him didn't feel friendly at all. Ye Ning snapped his head back, on high alert, and shouted, Who's there? Suddenly, Feng Feng, sporting pink hair and a skin-tight suit, leaped out of nowhere. Personal Guard 009, reporting for duty. She lunged forward to hug him tightly, whispering, I'm specifically assigned to protect you, Lord Ye Ning. Ye Ning pushed her back with a cold expression. 009. Who assigned you as my personal guard? And since when does personal guard mean getting this physical? Fang Fang blinked innocently and replied, Deputy Commander Feng Hao sent me. As for the close-up part, I just learned that from my training database today. Baffled, he asked, What kind of database were you reading? The moment he asked, Fang Fang immediately struck a sultry pose, turning her curvy backside toward him and giving it a wiggle. Just like this. She didn't stop there. She dropped to her knees, looking up at him seductively while puckering her lips as if begging for a kiss. Flustered, Ye Ning waved his hands frantically and shouted, Stop! Stop right there! She blinked, letting out an innocent, Huh? Ye Ning could only sigh and grumble under his breath. What are those higher-ups thinking? Aren't they worried about my blood pumping too hard on the road? Why on earth would they do this? If she's actually a real person, they seriously underestimated how dangerous this is. With that thought, he activated his mental scan skill to inspect her. A detailed anatomical scan of her body materialized before his eyes, showing an external antenna, which was connected to a microchip in her brain. There were countless circuits woven through her physical body. Her original brain had shriveled and died. Every single thought and action was now driven by that microchip. She was less of a human and more of an android. Finishing his scan, he reached out a hand and asked, 009, how did you end up like this? Suddenly, she grabbed his wrist and guided his hand to her forehead, murmuring, Please use your index finger to activate me. As the successful fingerprint scan beeped, Ye Ning's eyes widened in shock. Then, another system notification rang out. Access officially granted. Update command complete. Suddenly, her memories flashed before his eyes. Inside a hospital room, Feng Hao was tightly holding his daughter's hand, looking completely devastated. Fang Fang, pale and weak, forced a comforting smile for her father. Dad, please don't cry. I'm going to die soon anyway. Instead of letting my life go to waste and dying for nothing, let me donate my body to this armor before I go. If it succeeds, I might still be able to serve our country. I've always believed in what you said about humanity's future, even in this cruel, apocalyptic world. Squeezing his daughter's hand, Fang Hao broke down, crying out, But Fang Fang, this experiment is 1,000 times more painful than death itself, and it has never even succeeded. Even if it does, your soul, your mind, it will be completely gone. You'll just be a heartless machine. How could I ever do that to you? How could I bear to watch that happen? She gently reached up to wipe away his tears, softly reassuring him, Dad, remember that story you told me about the spirits of fallen heroes? Their bodies were destroyed, but their warrior spirits lived on. So why can't I do the opposite? My soul might fade away, but my body will keep fighting. She smiled warmly and continued, Compared to fading away without leaving a trace, what's a little pain? Holding back his tears, Fang Hao silently held on, feeling the fading warmth of his daughter's hand for the very last time. Tears streamed down Fang Fang's face even as she smiled, whispering, "Becoming a machine isn't so bad. I know that whatever orders you program into me, they will always be the right ones." As the memory probe ended, Ye Ning stood there in utter disbelief. He turned away, lost in thought. Vice Commander Fang Hao. "Uncle Fang, what did I ever do to deserve this kind of trust and sacrifice from you? What was going through your mind when you sent her to protect me? Did you give her the name 009 just now? Was it to force yourself to bury your grief and block out your own emotions?" Having figured it out, he turned back with absolute resolve and gave his command. 009, stand by for orders. She instantly replied, awaiting orders. Ye Ning instructed her, his voice firm and serious. 009, wipe all so-called personal learning data. From this moment on, your sole mission is to stay close, protect me, and follow my direct commands. Mechanically, she responded. Understood. Turning back, Ye Ning said, now, follow me to the military's first research institute. We're going to retrieve some S-tier sword techniques. Understood. She complied. As they walked, Ye Ning's mind raced. Uncle Fang, with our grand mission still unfinished, there's no room for personal desires. Though I don't entirely agree with your methods, I still owe you a great debt, and a favor given must be returned, since you've put your faith in my future. I, Ye Ning, swear I will never let any of you down. Ye Ning arrived at the research institute with Fang Fang. The moment they reached the gates, someone hurried out to greet them. Greetings, Ye Ning. Welcome to the first research institute. The man gave a crisp military salute before speaking warmly. I'm Wang Xiaotian, the deputy director. It's an honor to meet you. Ye Ning gave a polite nod in return. Hello, Deputy Director Wang. I'm here to select 2 S-tier sword techniques. Is that going to be an issue? Wang Xiao smiled warmly. Not at all. Right this way, please. Ye Ning turned to Fang Fang and said, 009, wait for me out here. I'll be right back. Understood, she replied softly. As he led Ye Ning inside, the deputy director said excitedly, Sir Ye Ning, we actually only have 4 S-tier sword techniques left in stock. We have plenty of A-tier techniques though. Would you like to take a look at those first? Ye Ning replied with a flat, cold tone. No need. Just show me the S-tier ones. The deputy director hesitated as if he wanted to say something, but Ye Ning cut straight to the chase. Speak your mind, Deputy Director Wang. Hearing this, Wang Xiao answered cautiously. Sir Ye Ning, please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to hold you back. But as you know, there are many Tier 3 fighters in the capital military district. The fact that only these specific S-tier techniques are left means they must have some major drawbacks. Ye Ning cut him off, replying dismissively, I understand. It's fine. Let's just go take a look first. Staring at him in surprise, the deputy director replied, Understood. Moments later, 4 thick, dusty brown books were laid out in front of Ye Ning. Instantly, his analysis skill activated, displaying the details of the 4 manuals. The first one was Hellfire, which consumed 6,000 spiritual energy points. When plunged into a weak spot in the Earth's crust, it triggers a massive volcanic eruption after 10 seconds. Next was Desperate Slash, consuming 5,500 spiritual energy points. Once the user is in critical danger, specifically with health falling below 10%, they can trigger Desperate Slash once, dealing 100% lethal damage. Securing a kill also restores 30% of the user's health. The third manual was Death Eulogy, consuming 1,800 spiritual energy points. It unleashes a poison-infused decapitating strike. Once the target dies, their soul is captured and imprisoned, only to be released within 3 seconds to temporarily fight with the exact same combat power they had in life. And finally, there was Nirvana. It consumed 8,000 spiritual energy points, continuously channeling power to inflict devastating, scaling damage on the target after 10 seconds. While channeling this skill, you cannot move or cast other skills. Ye Ning looked at the 4 books in front of him, understanding why only these were left. Desperate Strike can only be used when near death, while Hellfire requires a specific location. As for Death's Requiem, it consumes 18,000 spirit energy points. No ordinary person has that much mana. And Annihilation requires staying completely still for 10 seconds, which basically makes you a sitting duck. Hearing him say that, Wang Xiao broke into a cold sweat and cautiously asked, "With that in mind, Mr. Ye Ning, would you like to take a look at the A-rank sword skills instead? Their power isn't that far off. We have over 800 types available here." Suddenly, he reached his hand toward the books, casting a skill to instantly absorb the knowledge from the two closest ones. Standing nearby, Wang Xiao stared in utter disbelief, thinking, "Holy crap, did he just learn both Death's Requiem and Annihilation?" He couldn't help but blurt out, "Mr. Ye Ning, what are you doing?" Ye Ning turned to him with a smirk and replied, "Sorry, I'm in a rush, so I'm honestly too lazy to check out A-rank skills." Wang Xiao was left completely speechless. Having finished his business, Ye Ning casually waved goodbye. While Wang Xiao was still trying to process what happened, Ye Ning said, "Thanks for your help, Director Wang. I'll take my leave now." He stood there completely frozen, thinking, what does he mean, in a rush and too lazy to look? He was utterly baffled. Aren't there strict limits on learning and using skills at Tier 3? Could he be an exception? Otherwise, how could he be so incredibly reckless? As soon as he walked out, he began calculating his next move. No matter how massive their drawbacks are, they are still rated as S-rank skills by the system. That alone proves their destructive power is absolutely terrifying. Death's Requiem lets me harvest souls during battle, while Annihilation allows me to fight enemies way above my tier. Now that my spirit energy is fully charged and I have the Sword God system, if I don't take this gamble now, when will I? The system panel flashed before his eyes. Sword skill successfully enhanced. S. Rank skill, Death's Requiem, enhanced into triple S rank skill. Yama's Descent. S rank skill, Annihilation, enhanced into triple S rank skill. Divine Wrath. Yama's Descent can be cast with 0 cost, with a cooldown of 48 hours. Normal activation of the skill effect consumes 20,000 spirit energy points. Upon killing a target, you can lock onto and seize the souls of the deceased within a 100-meter radius, turning them into puppets for 10 seconds. The combat power of these spirits is identical to when they were alive. System evaluation. Ruling over the life and death of spirits, you are Yama himself walking the mortal realm. Divine Wrath. Cooldown for 0 cost casting is 48 hours. Normal activation consumes 20,000 spirit energy points. Summons a Tier 4 illusion for 10 seconds, dealing massive damage to the target. System evaluation. The Wrath of God is absolutely terrifying. Looking at the system's breakdown, he couldn't help but marvel. The Sword God system never disappoints. Tempest Storm gives me area of effect damage, Heavenly Rift Light Strike to take down elites, Extreme Origin Slash for assassination and survival, and Heaven Severer for defense and counterattacks. And now, with Yama's Descent, I can raise an army of souls. Even if I get surrounded by a massive zombie horde, I can instantly turn my enemies into my allies. Not to mention Divine Wrath summons a Tier 4 illusion. Even a peak Tier 3 powerhouse would be left completely helpless. As he walked, Ye Ning reasoned that besides the free cast every 48 hours, he could also spend his own spirit energy to cast them whenever he wanted. Essentially, these act as independent skills outside of the main system's constraints. I'm dying to test them out right now, but I have to head to the cross-continental dungeon in 2 days. I'll just have to hold back for now. Suddenly, someone blocked him at the door. It was Wan Ru and 2 of her lackeys. She immediately confronted him, demanding in a condescending tone, "Ye Ning, the system flagged that you just learned 2 S-rank sword skills." He smirked, replying casually, "Yeah, what about it? Am I not allowed to use them?" Her face twisted into a scowl as she snapped, "You can use them, but you must register your combat data before you leave." Ye Ning coldly shot back, "Is there actually such a rule? Is it mandatory?" She glared at him and spat. "Yes, it is." Suddenly, Wang Xiao rushed over in a panic, trying to diffuse the tension. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Ye Ning. This is our director, Director Wan Ru. She likely just wants you to register your combat data for these 2 skills as a future reference for the military. It's not exactly mandatory. It's completely voluntary. Think of it as a contribution to national research." She aggressively cut him off. "Nonsense. Rules are rules. Not only must he log these 2 skills, but Ye Ning must also fully cooperate with our research to test his entire combat capacity." Hearing her words, Wang Xiao was internally cursing this absolute lunatic. Since her previous research had been a complete failure, and her son was a useless willpower user, she was getting desperate. If she wanted to pick a fight and get herself killed, she shouldn't drag him down with her. Ye Ning ignored her completely and coldly said, "I refuse." Hearing that, Wanru gritted her teeth and demanded, "If you accept military resources, you're obligated to undergo testing. Blood work, bone density, and muscle response checks are all absolutely necessary. I don't care how famous you've become. Are you really daring to defy a direct military order?" Looking at her with a cold, impatient glare, Ye Ning thought, "Don't give me that high and mighty talk. In your eyes, everyone is just a lab rat. You wrap yourself in the flag, but this is nothing but pure, selfish greed. Who knows how many awakened ones have already been crushed under your thumb. Even without the Sword God system's restrictions, there is no way I'm letting you off easily today." Without another word, he pulled his sword from his spatial storage and readied himself. "If I refuse to cooperate today, does Director Wan really think she can force me to stay?" She shrieked in absolute fury. "Ye Ning, how dare you?" Beside her, Wang Xiao desperately tried to play peacemaker. "Lord Ye Ning, Director Wan didn't mean it that way. Please, you should leave first." But she wasn't having it. Pointing right at Ye Ning's face, she roared, "Get out of the way! Ye Ning is not leaving here today. He's in direct violation of military orders. Even if I have him locked up right now, it would be entirely legal. Even if the commander-in-chief finds out, I wouldn't be afraid one bit." He raised his sword, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "It seems you're threatening me, Director Wan. In that case, don't blame me if I use you as a guinea pig." Suddenly, she gasped, "Wait, what is this?" before a foot slammed squarely onto her face. Looking closely, it was Fang Fang, stepping on her face with a freezing expression. She asked, "The threat has been neutralized. Should I eliminate her?" Fang Fang, currently grinding her heel into Wanru's face, calmly asked, "Do you want me to kill her?" With her face slammed against the dirt, Wanru begged in sheer terror, "Please don't kill me. No, please, I beg of you. Don't kill me." Beside her, Wang Xiao desperately pleaded for her life as well. "Lord Ye Ning, please let Director Wan go. She knows she was wrong. I apologize on her behalf. Please spare her." Ye Ning didn't answer right away. He thought to himself that while he really wanted to end her right here, he had just killed Zhang Meng 2 days ago. Going all the way today might end up causing too much panic. So, he gave Fang Fang a new order. "Forget it. Don't kill her yet. Just kick her out of the way. She's blocking my path." Fang Fang immediately acknowledged. Without hesitation, Fang Fang kicked Director Wan so hard, she spun through the air like a top, slamming her head violently against the wall before spitting out a mouthful of blood. She slumped to the ground, choked on her blood, and stopped breathing. Seeing this, Wang Xiao could only stammer in absolute terror, "Director Wan. She is." Even Ye Ning was caught off guard. Fang Fang, completely unfazed, calmly apologized, "My bad. I underestimated how far she would fly, and vastly overestimated her durability." Ye Ning quickly composed himself and turned to Wang Xiao, saying, "Director Wang, you saw that, right? This was purely a tragic accident." Wang Xiao forced a strained, terrified smile. Yes. Director Wan was careless and accidentally slammed her head against the wall. "It has absolutely nothing to do with you." Inwardly, he was screaming, "Holy crap, this guy is terrifyingly ruthless. I must never, ever get on his bad side." With that, Ye Ning turned to leave, casually throwing back a polite remark. "I'll leave the cleanup to you then, Director Wang. We'll be taking our leave now." Wang Xiao could only force a helpless smile, waving goodbye. "Lord Ye Ning, please don't worry about it. Safe travels." As they walked away, Fang Fang asked with a hint of worry, "Did I cause any trouble for you?" Ye Ning immediately reassured her, "Don't worry about it. She wasn't a good person anyway, so putting her down is no big deal. Honestly, I wanted to get rid of her anyway. If the higher-ups want to hate me for it, let them." 2 days later, at the National Commissioner Conference Hall. Inside, the seats were almost entirely filled. That was when Ye Ning slowly made his entrance. The crowd immediately began whispering and gossiping when they saw him. "Holy crap, that kid Ye Ning actually showed up. He's probably just here to watch the drama unfold." Another sneered, "Actually, look closely. He's holding a proposal folder. Could he actually be planning to submit a proposal?" Someone else scoffed, "Give me a break. What could a mere kid possibly propose? He's probably just putting on a show to look important." Ignoring them, Ye Ning walked to his assigned seat. As he pulled out his chair to sit down, the man next to him in military uniform glared with an extremely dark expression. It was Fang Deng, the Minister of the Armed Forces for the East Sea region. The moment he saw Ye Ning, rage boiled inside him. "Ye Ning, you killed Wanru, my wife." Even if I can't get you killed over today's proposal, I will personally strip away every single one of your privileges. Just then, a female staff member walked over to hand Ye Ning his documents. Mr. Ye Ning, your seat number is 119, as a special honorary member. This is the agenda for today's conference. Please read it carefully. She also reminded him that all communication devices must be turned off during the session. Leaking any of the proposed drafts is strictly forbidden. Ye Ning thought to himself, in my past life, by the third year, I had already run dozens of these conferences, so I know the drill by heart. But now I have to pretend it's my very first time. It's honestly a pain. The staff member continued her instructions. For today's conference, you will have the right to vote once the main proposal concludes. If you wish to voice your opinion, you can press the button right next to you. But please think twice before pressing it. Ye Ning gave a faint smile, waved at her, and said, I get it. Don't worry. I won't go around pressing random buttons unless it's to submit my proposal. You don't need to worry. Go ahead and get back to your work. The girl replied, All right, Mr. Ye Ning. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she blurted out, Wait. Did you say a proposal? Do you actually have one? Terrified, sweat dripping down her face, she thought, Oh my God. My boss warned me to explain everything to him so he wouldn't cause trouble during the meeting. She rushed off, warning bells ringing in her head. No, I have to go report this to the boss right away. Watching her run off in such a hurry, Ye Ning wondered, Am I some kind of monster? Feng Hao arrived just in time to witness this scene. He sat down and laughed, teasing Ye Ning. What's the matter, kid? Did you fall for the receptionist? Is Ju not enough to satisfy you anymore? Seeing who it was, Ye Ning greeted him, Uncle Fang. Then he looked straight into Feng Hao's eyes and replied, Uncle Fang, Ju is wonderful. She is truly the best in the world and treats me with all her heart. I just mentioned my proposal, and that receptionist bolted. Feng Hao let out a surprised, oh, then turned away and chuckled. No wonder they seated me next to you. Are you really planning to cause trouble, kid? Come on, tell me, what are you trying to bring up? Ye Ning casually replied, You'll find out once this meeting is over. And I promise you, it's definitely not to start trouble. Feng Hao laughed and said, Look at you. Keeping secrets now, huh? Then his expression grew serious as he advised him, Ye Ning, as someone who has been through this before, I advise you that no matter what you want to bring up, it's best to hold back. After all, military and political matters always have their checks and balances. He calmly reassured him, I know, Uncle Fang. You can rest easy. Despite Ye Ning's words, Feng Hao still couldn't shake his worry. He rested his fist against his mouth, lost in thought. Ye Ning, I trust someone who dared to close the ruined battlefield and bring our veterans home. You would never do anything to harm the country, right? And you are someone Fang Fang can trust, too. Li Kuangguo stood at the podium in the hall and projected his voice. I officially declare the 13th Survivor Assembly open. The agenda will now be announced. Behind him, the screen projected the conference agenda. 1. Neighboring countries are showing signs of encroaching on our borders and plundering rare resources. In recent years, the military has been preparing to mobilize 3 major legions for deployment. 2. The divide between the descendants of the awakened and ordinary survivors is gradually growing wider. 3. The North American war zone stationed on the C-shaped island chain is preparing to rebuild. 6 hours later, Ye Ning sat with his fingers interlaced at his desk, lost in thought. There were a total of 9 proposals, 6 of which involved other nations. No wonder Huaxia was strangely weak before the disaster in my past life. No wonder people like me had to rush into those intercontinental dungeons. Li Kuangguo spoke into the microphone. It is now time for the members to submit their proposals. Each member may speak independently. Once a proposal passes the vote, the review process will begin. Suddenly, the screen behind him lit up with 2 profiles. Number 119. Honorary Commissioner Ye Ning submits a proposal. Number 23. Donghai Armed Forces Minister Fang Deng submits a proposal. Seeing Ye Ning's name pop up on the main screen, Fang Deng shot him an angry glare. The crowd behind him started whispering in disdain. Ye Ning actually wants to submit a proposal? What a joke. Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because of his privileges? He's way too young and naive. With a dark expression, Fang Deng sneered. Ye Ning, did you press the wrong button by mistake? If you did, then sit your butt down. Don't delay my impeachment of you. Unfazed, Ye Ning shot back. Impeach me? What was this guy even talking about? Still, Ye Ning felt a pang of worry that his proposal regarding Donghai hadn't been brought up yet. Did they somehow prepare for this? He had personally and secretly gathered all this evidence over the past 2 days. There was no way it could have leaked. Ignoring him, Fang Deng turned to face Li Guangguo and reported, Commander-in-Chief and fellow committee members, 2 days ago, Ye Ning barged into the first research institute and ruthlessly murdered Director Wan, who was also my wife, Wan Ru. This is a complete outrage. He thinks he's above the law. He clenched his fists and roared in fury. No matter how much talent someone has, they are not above the law. I demand that we strip Ye Ning of all his resources and privileges immediately. Ye Ning listened to the accusations without a single trace of fear. Instead, he shot him a cold, indifferent look, thinking, oh, so he's that dog director's husband. That explains it. Hearing the accusation, Li Guangguo turned to him and asked, Ye Ning, is there any truth to this? Not breaking a sweat, Ye Ning calmly replied, I'm afraid Minister Fang has completely misunderstood. 2 days ago, I went to the academy to learn 2 new sword skills, but I didn't kill anyone. Director Wan just got a little too excited when she saw them. She was staring at me instead of looking at the road, crashed her car into a tree, and died. Hearing this, Fang Deng cursed in rage and roared, You bastard! What did you just say? Say that again. I dare you. Ye Ning kept pushing his buttons on purpose. I mean, when your wife laid eyes on a handsome young hunk like me, she just couldn't control herself, crashed into a tree, and died. Such a pity, really. She went her entire life without ever getting a taste of the good stuff. Hearing this, the crowd around them immediately erupted into whispers again. Is this real or fake? Since when did a serious conference turn into cuckold territory? Talk about airing dirty laundry. I can't believe Fang Deng actually brought something so embarrassing out in the open. Li Guangguo cleared his throat to remind everyone to respect the venue's rules. Minister Fang, this domestic nonsense should be dealt with in private. Fang Deng pointed an angry, trembling finger at Ye Ning and protested. Commander, things are not the way Ye Ning says. He is just a smug lowlife who abuses his privileges. He deserves to be executed. Unable to take it anymore, Fang Hao stood up and snapped. Fang Deng, how dare you? Ye Ning patted Fang Hao on the shoulder and said, Uncle Fang, let me handle this myself. If Minister Fang doesn't believe me, he can go ask Director Wang at the Research Institute. Then he turned away, completely ignoring him, and said, Besides, your proposal doesn't even qualify for discussion here, so now it's my turn. Coincidentally, my proposal is actually related to you. I, Ye Ning, propose the immediate removal of Fang Deng from his position as the Minister of the East Sea War Zone. Standing at attention, he looked straight at Li Guangguo and delivered his report clearly, requesting the full mobilization of all combat-ready forces in the East Sea War Zone, and the immediate evacuation of 67 million survivors in Safe Zone 239 away from the coast, because in about 17 to 23 days, a massive sea beast tide will erupt along the coast, and this invasion is rated as a Class A threat. The crowd behind them erupted into a frenzy of skepticism. Is this a joke? Does this kid even know what he's talking about? Where is he even getting these rumors? Has he ever even been to the East Sea? This is even more ridiculous than Fang Deng's proposal. Hearing his report, Fang Deng sneered, You brat, you're just spewing absolute nonsense. Over 40 years have passed, and we've never had a Class A beast tide break out in the East Sea. Are you sleepwalking or what? Li Guangguo slammed his hand on the table in fury, knocking the microphone right over as he barked, Silence! No disruptions are allowed while a proposal is being presented. Then he turned a warning gaze toward Ye Ning. Ye Ning, if you have the guts to make such a proposal, you'd better back it up with solid facts. Unfazed, Ye Ning picked up his report and began to read, East Sea War Zone, Sea Area C13. Over the last 2 months, the spiritual energy levels in the water have spiked by 1.9%, the highest recorded in 40 years. In Sea Area D51, 43 submarine earthquakes were recorded in the first half of this year alone, peaking at a B+ level, the highest frequency in 40 years. At Resource Port Number 2, the underwater energy detectors have malfunctioned 13 times since the start of the year. During maintenance operations, 3 entire combat squads vanished without a trace. Furthermore, 23 engineers were killed in Class D accidents, and the cause of those failures remains completely unknown. As Fang Deng's face grew increasingly pale with panic, Ye Ning pressed on. The frequency of sea beast attacks in the East Sea War Zone has seen a year-over-year surge of 195.7%, the highest in 40 years. And that is not all. Terrified, Fang Deng thought to himself, how the hell does this kid know so much about the East Sea? Ye Ning slammed his report onto the table and said firmly, All this data is taken directly from the East Sea safe zone. If the military has any doubts, they are more than welcome to go and verify it themselves in the East Sea. If any of my findings are proven to be fabricated, I, Ye Ning, am fully prepared to face the consequences. Li Kuangguo turned his gaze to Fang Deng. Minister Fang of the East Sea War Zone. Is this data accurate? Fang Deng stood there, scratching his head in a panic, his face completely drenched in sweat from pure rage and anxiety. He realized that whether he admitted to the data or denied it, he was going to be stripped of his rank and dragged in front of a court-martial anyway. He quickly made up his mind. No matter what I do, I'm finished. I might as well kill Ye Ning first and get my revenge. Utterly humiliated and enraged by Ye Ning's exposure, Fang Deng lunged forward, aiming to kill him with a single strike, roaring, "Ye Ning, I'm going to rip you apart." Fortunately, Ye Ning reacted in the blink of an eye, raising his arms to shield himself. The force of the blow threw him back, but he escaped without any serious injuries. But Fang Deng wasn't done yet. He lunged forward again, determined to land a finishing blow, while Ye Ning was still sliding backward across the floor. Right at that critical second, Fang Hao threw himself in front of Ye Ning, using his own arms to intercept Fang Deng's furious assault. "Fang Deng, have you lost your mind?" Fang Hao bellowed. But Fang Deng had completely lost his sanity, screaming like a madman. "I'm going down anyway, so I'm taking this brat with me today." Witnessing this chaotic scene, Li Kuangguo was absolutely furious. He pointed directly at the brawl and roared, "You bastard! How dare you start a fight at a national assembly? Are you trying to start a rebellion? Guards, apprehend Fang Deng. Kill him on the spot if necessary." Receiving the order, Fang immediately closed in on the brawling crowd. Threat level 1. On this side, Fuang Bang and Fuang Hao refused to back down, both channeling power into their hands, ready to strike a devastating blow. Danin watched with growing anxiety, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Uncle Fuang, stand back. I can handle this myself." Hearing this, Fuang Hao quickly replied, "No need. A single punch from me is more than enough to take him down." He then charged at Fuang Bang, preparing to shatter his ice with roaring flames. Without a shred of mercy, Fuang Hao threw a direct punch at Fuang Bang. The impact was so powerful that Fuang Bang was sent flying backward. At the exact same time, Fuang Hao barked out an order, 009, "Catch him!" Fuang sprang into action, instantly appearing right where Fuang Bang was about to land. Glaring at him with sharp, piercing eyes, she replied, "I am here." Without a second thought, Fuang whipped her leg up, delivering a brutal kick straight to Fuang Bang's back. The agonizing pain made his eyes roll back as a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. Fuang pulled her leg back, coldly staring down at Fuang Bang as he collapsed onto the ground. She said in a deadpan voice, "Threat eliminated. Threat cleared." With the situation under control, Fuang Hao turned to Danin and asked with concern, "Danin, are you okay?" Danin could only offer a polite smile and reply, "I am fine. It is just that you guys moved so fast, I did not even get a chance to show what I can do." Only then did the crowd in the room snap back to reality, erupting into gasps of shock. Holy crap, a level 3 general was taken out in under 5 seconds? No duh. Deputy Commander Fuang is at the peak of level 3. And even that female guard is almost at peak combat strength. Besides, did Commander Kwang not order Fuang Bang to be executed on the spot anyway? That goes without saying. Danin is basically a national treasure now. We have to protect him at all costs. Fuang Bang has seriously lost his mind. Just then, Tuyen Kwok spoke up to restore order. "Quiet down. Order in the room. The assembly will now resume. Regarding Danin's proposal, it holds extreme importance. All committee members are free to discuss it. Voting will begin in 3 minutes." Hearing this, the crowd gradually settled down. But instead of gossiping about Danin, they turned their murmurs toward Fuang Bang. Judging by Fuang Bang's wild reaction, the evidence Danin presented must be real. But even if the data is correct, it does not guarantee a beasttide will definitely happen. Acting rashly when there is no actual disaster would lead to massive losses. But then again, what if the disaster really does strike? The 3 minutes quickly passed. Tuyen Kwok spoke up again. "Time is up. We will now begin voting." Once the votes were cast, the results flashed on the hall's giant screen. 14 votes in favor, 1 opposed, and 104 abstentions. Checking the final count, Tuyen Kwok announced to everyone, "The proposal is passed. Once this assembly adjourns, dispatch specialists to the Eastern Sea immediately and prepare the evacuation plan. Do not delay." With the meeting concluded, the scene shifts to the next day at the military compound where Danin lives. Currently, Fuang Hao was standing there, chatting with him. Danin, you will be heading to the Intercontinental Dungeon this afternoon. Anyone at mid-level, level 3 or higher, is barred from entering the dungeon. He cast a brief glance at Fuang and explained, which means 009 will not be able to accompany you. Hearing this, Danin gave a friendly smile and replied, "Do not worry, Uncle Fuang, I know the rules." Then, he pointed to a box sitting a short distance away, saying, "Inside this box is the legendary gear the country promised to reward you with. It contains the rank A materials you previously requested from the National Treasury, the Heart of Mountain Destruction, and the corpse-shattering bone mace." Danin let out an appreciative hum, acknowledging it. He asked, "What about the human-faced bone fluid and the mutated fruit core?" Fuang Hao turned back to face Danin directly, explaining in a calm voice, "Those two items are far too rare. The National Treasury does not have them." As Fuang Hao spoke, the image of a creature with a bird-like body and razor-sharp eyes slowly materialized. About 27 years ago, the human-faced beast claimed the lives of 60,000 people in the South China war zone. I heard that 4 high-level level 3 seniors stepped in back then, but the monster still managed to escape. He paused for a moment before describing another entity shaped like a skull, surrounded by storm clouds swirling around it. As for the mutated fruit core, word is that it was created by a supernatural entity. Glancing at Danin, he added, "I have already notified the 7th Research Institute, which is responsible for investigating those 3 major incidents, but they will need some time." Hearing this, Danin felt incredibly grateful. He waved his hand with a friendly smile and replied, "I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle. Please have everything moved inside. I will familiarize myself with these first. As for the rest, we can talk about them after I get out of the Intercontinental Dungeon." After that, Danin opened the box, reaching in to grab the red and blue heart inside while muttering to himself, "I will just have to take my time searching for the remaining materials. I guess I won't be able to upgrade the Sword God system anytime soon." Clutching the heart in his hand, Ye Ning quickly activated his ability, slowly absorbing it. Right then, a system notification rang out. Special material used. Upgrade progress is now 2 out of 4. Material 1, the Heart of the Mountain Destroyer, 1 out of 1. Material 2, Facial Bone Fluid, 0 out of 1. Material 3, the Corpse Shredder's Bone-Chasing Bead, 1 out of 1. Material 4, the White-Hearted Spectre, 0 out of 1. Done with that, he reached for another chest, saying with a grin, "As for legendary grade gear, what's inside this box is special enough." Once the box successfully scanned Ye Ning's fingerprint, an unlocking notification rang out. Ding. Identity verification successful. User, honorary committee member with A+ clearance, Ye Ning. Item acquired. The mechanical voice of the system chimed in. Legendary gear obtained, paralyzer gloves. Legendary gear obtained, elemental wind blade. From inside the chest, a pair of reddish-brown gloves slowly appeared before him. Along with them came the system description, paralyzer gloves, gear stats, agility +12. Gear skills, unscathed bones and blood explosion, consumes 500 to 700 mana points. Gear rating, blood rain corpse explosion, excellent. Next up was a sharp sword with a blue gem embedded in its hilt. Elemental wind blade. Gear stats, strength and agility +9. Gear skills, raging flames and absolute frost, along with a wind blade effect. Raging flames consumes 700 mana points. Attacks come with a burn effect, dealing an extra 75% damage and leaving a wall of fire in front of enemies that lasts for 10 seconds. Absolute frost consumes 900 mana points, inflicting slow and freeze effects upon attack. Once the sword is driven into the ground, the surrounding area freezes instantly, triggering a chain of ice explosions. Gear rating, summoning the power of the elements. Hearing the system description, Ye Ning immediately picked up the sword and said with satisfaction, "This weapon gets my blood pumping. It is like fire and ice clashing in the heavens. It is a bit too powerful. I will need to get used to it." Ye Ning thrust the sword hard into the ground. Instantly, the earth around the tip glowed red-hot as if melted. In less than 2 seconds, the ground around the blade turned into a boiling mix of lava and stone. Seeing this, Ye Ning could not help but marvel. A simple thrust of raging flames can unleash magma-level heat? Then, he slammed the sword tip into the ground again and shouted, "Switch, absolute frost, on command." In the blink of an eye, the ground beneath the blade completely froze over. Ye Ning was extremely satisfied with his new weapon. Holding it in his hand, he admired it, laughing in delight. If I combine this gear together, it can easily rival a SSS ultimate skill. Counting the 6 ultimates I already had, I can now unleash 7 or 8 ultimates in a single go. Compared to this, my old exploding flame sword was nothing more than a heated sword. Then, Ye Ning opened the system interface, planning to spin the built-in lucky wheel. Last time, I ranked first overall, and the sword god system rewarded me with a lucky draw. Let us see what I can get today. Right now, my attack damage is off the charts, and I have plenty of strength, agility, and willpower. My only weaknesses are physical stamina and defense. Otherwise, I would have been fast enough to dodge Fang Dang's punch today. Watching the wheel spin rapidly in front of him, Ye Ning could not help but shout, "Come on, give me some defensive gear." Next up is the Intercontinental Dungeon, so survival is my top priority. Not making him wait long, the rolled gear appeared, along with a system notification. Epic gear acquired, experimental personal combat uniform, 3-form demon modified. Seeing this gear, Ye Ning was a bit skeptical. He raised an eyebrow and muttered, "This is supposed to be an epic grade combat suit? It is not even metal armor. It looks like it is made of fabric. Is this system messing with me?" Responding to Ye Ning's doubts, the system displayed a detailed description of the experimental personal combat uniform, 3-form demon modified. Gear stats, stamina +7, speed +3. Rule grade effects, bulletproof, blast-proof, fire-resistant up to 3000 degrees, and cold-resistant down to -95 degrees. Reduces blunt weapon damage by 33%, sharp weapon damage by 33%, and ranged attack damage by 33%. Indestructible suit, underwater operation, and radiation immunity. After reading this, Ye Ning was absolutely thrilled. He chuckled. "This lightweight combat suit is basically a walking fortress." With a smug smile and a look of absolute determination in his eyes, he said, "An immunity that functions on a rule grade level? That is unbelievable. Even if I combine all the high-grade gear I had in my past and present lives, none of them come close to this." As he finished speaking, the system continued to explain the gear's skills. Gear skill, Infinite Purgatory. After neutralizing a target, you can imprison their soul inside the combat uniform and actively release them whenever needed to deal damage. The damage intensity depends on the target's strength when they were alive. This effect stacks infinitely. Gear rating. It is one of the divine gears belonging to the gods of the Lingan world. By absorbing the blood of countless high-level creatures, what was once a standard combat uniform has transformed into a legendary piece of gear. Warning: it might trigger hostility toward creatures of other worlds, sparking a relentless urge to hunt them down. The blood can strike fear into other living creatures and trigger unique opportunities. Looking at the ring on his hand, Ye Ning is amazed by how perfectly compatible his items are. The attributes of his ultimate skill, Infinite Purgatory, combined with Mortal Yama, are a match made in heaven. One absorbs souls to tank damage, while the other harvests souls to attack. But is this Lingan world the same one from the Lingan ring? Where on earth is it, anyway? It seems the gods worshipped in that world must be at least tier 5. If its original owner finds out I took his gear, will he hunt me down? Ye Ning quickly equips the new gear, granted by the system. "Looking cool," he says. "Whatever, I will take it one step at a time. It is not like I stole it anyway." If he wants to settle the score, he can go complain to the sword god system. Now that he is fully prepared, it is almost time to head out to the Intercontinental Dungeon. The scene shifts to another location. This is the Capital Military District Air Base, where a giant fighter jet is parked. Inside the jet, 2 rows of people are sitting along the walls. One of them speaks up to their captain. "Captain, it is almost 11 o'clock. Why is that kid Ye Ning still not here yet? It will take us 4 hours to reach the dungeon entrance. If he doesn't show up soon, we will miss the opening time." Hearing his teammates worry, he reassures them, "Just wait a bit longer. He should be here soon." Ming Luo then warns them, "When he arrives, you all better watch your mouths. No more calling him that kid. Address him as Commissioner or Your Excellency. After all, his current rank is much higher than ours." Hearing this, Qiming speaks up, "Captain Ming Luo, as your team member, I, Zhang Qiming, didn't mean it that way, but look at him, he didn't even show up early, let alone train with us." Huang Yun, another team member sitting nearby, chimes in upon hearing this. "Train for what? Didn't the higher-ups already make it clear? That is just our secondary objective. Keeping him safe is our top priority." Qiming is completely taken aback. "What? It changed again? Lin Bin, sitting on the opposite bench, joins the conversation with a dissatisfied tone. Then why are we even entering the intercontinental dungeon? Isn't it supposed to be for gathering resources? If he is so afraid of danger, he shouldn't enter the dungeon in the first place. He wants to go, wants to be protected, and yet wants to take all the credit. While they are in the middle of their heated discussion, someone else pipes up to warn them, Vice Captain Zheng Cheng, he is here. And wow, he sure is making a grand entrance. Seeing Ye Ning walk in with 6 other people, Zheng Cheng cannot help but mutter, holy crap, 6 advanced Tier 3 guards protecting him? Isn't this a bit too overkill? It is even more exaggerated than the rumors. Ming Luo is the first to react. He quickly stands up and salutes, Your Excellency Ye Ning, I am the captain leading this squad. I am Ming Luo. Why don't I introduce everyone to you? Ye Ning does not hold back. He replies with a friendly smile, Captain Ming Luo, no need to be so formal. Just call me Ye Ning. Please, introduce the team. Ming Luo then continues his report. There are 10 of us in total for this operation. Vice Captain Zheng Cheng and I are both intermediate Tier 3, while the rest are beginner Tier 3. Among us, 3 are ranged attackers and 4 are melee fighters. I am a dual system user of strength and agility, responsible for assault. Guan Cheng has a super rare dual system of agility and willpower, in charge of scouting. He also flashes a friendly smile at Ye Ning. Let me briefly outline the mission for you. Our main objective is to bring back as much spirit energy ore as possible. Of course, it would be ideal if we can also take out the awakened from other war zones. Ye Ning slowly sits down and replies, I see. Could you give me the profiles on the awakened from the other war zones? Ming Luo quickly agrees. Of course. But didn't you read the relevant information about the dungeon beforehand? Hearing the question, he casually replies, Oh, I looked into that before. Ming Luo then pulls out a folder, handing it to Ye Ning as he says, We will be facing many war zones this time, including Country H, Country R, Country C, and Southeast Asia, totaling 6 nations. It is safe to say this will be the most brutal clash in recent years. Ye Ning skims through the information in the documents. Frowning in dissatisfaction, he mutters, Yamato, Loco, Dongji Feng, Jin Wu Wufa. What kind of absolute garbage is this? I haven't heard of a single one of them. Standing next to the captain, Qiming witnesses Ye Ning's reaction and silently mutters to himself, a newborn calf who doesn't fear the tiger? Or do all big shots just love to show off? Ming Luo also speaks up to explain, Your Excellency Ye Ning, I know you are extremely powerful, but we still can't underestimate them. We've clashed with these guys quite a few times. Even in our previous team, many of our mid-tier 3 fighters ended up dead at their hands. Hearing this, Ye Ning grew absolutely furious, crumpling the document in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he growled, Are you saying they slaughtered so many of our people? Then this time, I'm going to make them pay in blood. The portal swung wide open, waiting for everyone to step through. Meanwhile, the crowd up front was arguing fiercely. The woman standing in the center demanded coldly, For this operation's rewards, our L Country war zone gets 40%. The man beside her snapped back in anger. 40%? We'll give you 30% at best. Another joined the argument, saying, In our H Country war zone, besides our 2 mid-tier 3 fighters, everyone else is at peak tier 1. At this moment, Yamato, the warzone captain, stepped forward to stop the bickering crowd. Stop bickering. The split doesn't matter, just stick to the original ratio. The real issue is that we cannot let the Huaxia warzone lay their hands on a single resource this time. He then flashed a reassuring smile to the crowd. As long as we lock down their spirit energy resources, we can just send in the bombers and wait for their air defenses to crumble. By then, won't the entire Huaxia safe zone basically become our personal livestock farm? The crowd chimed in, ecstatic. Yamato continued, Exactly. Once we beat them into submission, they won't dare send another soul. Only then can we sit back and enjoy a peaceful life. Still, one cautious voice chimed in, We need to be careful this time. After all, Huaxia has suffered consecutive defeats, so they might deploy their strongest lineup. Another person scoffed arrogantly at this. Their old captains all died at our hands. It's 6 against 1, and you're still acting like a coward? What is there to fear? The others chimed in with laughter. Exactly, they're not like us. They have a vast territory and a massive population, but their strongest are stuck guarding the borders and protecting the citizens. Those with real talent and potential all come from powerful factions, so how many of them would actually dare to step in here? At that moment, Jinzu Du, the captain of the H Country war zone, stepped forward with a smug grin. They're just a bunch of A-rank talents. I could wipe them all out on my own. The girl following him chimed in flatteringly. Well, obviously, our Lord Jinzu Du is practically on par with a high tier 3 powerhouse. Seeing how arrogant Jinzu Du was, Xiao Li spoke up. But what about the global announcement from a few days ago? Huaxia just birthed their #1 quad element user, Ye Ning. Jinzu Du didn't care at all, replying with utter contempt. So what? Not only would Huaxia never risk sending him in here, but even if they did, he's just a newly ascended tier 3 awakened. What difference could he possibly make? Dong Yefeng marched over aggressively and said, Exactly. If Ye Ning actually dares to show his face, I won't hesitate to take his head as a trophy. The crowd around him scrambled to get out of his way. Someone whispered a warning. Stay away from that psycho. He specializes in space assassination. He'll slit your throat if you even look at him wrong. He flashed a terrifying grin, boasting about his record. Among my trophies, I already have 6 pig heads. The global #1 would make a perfect addition to my collection. The system announcement echoed. The Huaxia war zone has entered the intercontinental dungeon, Zombie Kingdom. The dungeon will begin in 60 seconds. Please enter within 60 seconds. System introduction for the Zombie Kingdom. An A-rank, non-resetting intercontinental dungeon. Dungeon description. A parallel future world boasting a highly advanced scientific and technological civilization. Its social order and hierarchy are nearly identical to those of the real world. The NPCs in this kingdom have not yet awakened, but their technology is extremely advanced. Various types of armor and machinery possessing tier 3 power have already been developed. While no major zombie horde has broken out yet, a minor outbreak has already begun. Yamato took the lead, waving to the crowd behind him. Let's move, head inside. The man next to him sneered, slaughter them all. Meanwhile, Ye Ning's team had also teleported into the dungeon. The others around him had collapsed, completely knocked out. Ye Ning clutched his head, struggling to keep his footing. Ye Ning looked around with difficulty and muttered to himself, Are we in? He then thought, no wonder this is an intercontinental dungeon. Even with my high willpower, the teleportation still made my head spin. Once his vision cleared, he was stunned to see numerous glowing barriers, enclosing different areas, slowly closing in on each other. Everyone inside them was completely unconscious. Bewildered, he asked, What is this? Immediately, the system voice announced, The area ahead is a temporary staging zone used to confirm the number of entrants. Attacks are disabled during this phase. After a 30-second confirmation period, teams will enter the zombie kingdom sequentially, based on their overall power levels. Hearing the announcement, Ye Ning whispered under his breath, Enter. Wait, we still haven't entered yet? Looking back at my past life, there weren't any of these rules when I went into this dungeon. There wasn't even anyone fighting yet. They're all still knocked out. Suddenly, someone in the adjacent circle spoke up. A new face in the Huaxia sector? He woke up pretty early, didn't he? Then, that person thought to himself in shock. I woke up incredibly fast myself. But why do I feel like he woke up even faster than me? That's impossible. Based on my judgment, that kid is only an early stage 3, and his aura doesn't even seem stable yet. Just then, Zheng Cheng woke up as well, speaking with great difficulty. With a double S willpower, I guess I now know why you woke up so fast. Seeing him regain consciousness, Ye Ning asked, Are you awake? Then, Ye Ning asked Zheng Cheng about what had been puzzling him. Zheng Cheng, what's the deal with this temporary battle zone? Having composed himself, Zheng Cheng stood up straight to answer Ye Ning's question. This is the time advantage we mentioned to you earlier. The dungeon compensates for the weaknesses of those entering. The team with the lowest power ranking gets to enter the dungeon first. Just then, the people around them also began to wake up. Still feeling unsteady, they stood up shakily and complained. The side effects of this teleportation are killer. My head is pounding. On Higashino Feng's side, his group had also regained consciousness, and someone called out mockingly, Has the Huaxia sector completely given up this time? How the hell did they even let a rookie in? Another guy sneered in contempt. Aside from Captain Ming, everyone else on their team is just straight up trash. Higashino Feng declared arrogantly, This time, I'm taking Ming Luo's head to use as an ornament. Yamato quickly marched over to the Huaxia sector. He said to the people behind him, Come on, let's go pay them a little visit. He approached their area, slamming his hand hard against the barrier and calling out, You losers actually dared to show up? What's the matter? Didn't enough of you die last time? He raised his fist, laughing arrogantly as he jeered. A bunch of trash like you isn't even worthy of kissing my ass. but your former captain's flesh was actually quite delicious. I had to stew it for a long time just to get the flavor out. Higashino Feng, standing nearby, picked his teeth with his fingernail and chimed in. You useless trash only deserve to be thrown into the latrine and used as fertilizer. Enraged, the people on Ye Ning's side rushed forward, screaming, You fat piece of garbage. This time, we're definitely going to kill you and avenge our captain. Unfazed, Yamato sneered back. You motherfuckers better wash up clean and wait for us. I can't wait to turn you into soup, too. At that moment, Ming Luo stepped forward to hold back his raging teammates. Don't lose your cool. Calm down and ignore them. They know we'll be the first ones to enter, so they're intentionally trying to provoke us. Don't fall for it. Watching from the side, Ye Ning smiled and silently approved. This captain knows how to handle things. Just then, Jindu walked over, talking as he casually stepped right through the barrier separating the areas. Your new captain really has no fire in him. And let's not forget, if your former captain hadn't died trying to save him last time, he wouldn't even be dead right now. Then, pointing arrogantly at himself, he continued, But it doesn't matter. Today, whether you losers have any skills or not, you're all going to die. And I'll be more than happy to let you know exactly why you're dying. You get what I'm saying? Seeing Jindu pass through the barrier, Ming Luo gasped in shock. What the hell? There's no barrier between their teams? Before, their alliance was just verbal. But this time, they must have used an extremely rare joint force item. Ye Ning thought with growing concern. Then what about our previous intel? Ming Luo immediately voiced his troubling thoughts. There's something seriously wrong with our intel. We're in deep trouble this time. Yamato burst into laughter, continuing his verbal assault. Have you pigs finally realized you're walking straight to your graves? Then he sneered mockingly. Didn't your higher-ups warn you? Oh right, I forgot. You're all just worthless trash. Even your intel is completely wrong. But Ye Ning remained completely unfazed, thinking, let them team up all they want. As long as they don't have a high-tier Stage 3, their numbers mean absolutely nothing to me. 60 Stage 3 fighters might be quite a lot, but no matter how many pieces of garbage you gather, they're still just garbage. Still, this leak proves there's a spy among us, or even worse, within the high-level leadership. Meanwhile, Yamato kept throwing insults at Ye Ning's group. Kneel down and beg for mercy right now, and maybe I'll leave your corpses intact instead of turning you into a pile of crap. Then, he suddenly pointed his finger at Huang Yun and shouted, Or, you could trade that girl over there to keep your bodies in one piece. He then leered at her provocatively. My skills are top-notch. I promise she'll be screaming in ecstasy. Hearing his disgusting words, Huang Yun lunged forward in a rage. You motherfucker, I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Behind her, Ming Luo quickly grabbed her arm, holding her back. Don't fall for it. Meanwhile, in the Sector F Uki, a bunch of men chimed in, laughing. Don't you guys want the ore? Then hand over the girl in exchange. Over in Sector Y, it was even more disgusting. A man pressed his face against the barrier, sticking his tongue out as he said, That's not a bad idea. Seriously though, how disgusting. A man pressed his face flat against the barrier, sticking his tongue out and saying, That's not a bad idea at all. I've got to admit, the awakened women in your war zone are seriously juicy, Yamato said, his eyes lighting up with a perverted grin. Do you guys still remember Zhang Wei from your last squad? I heard she was the top beauty in your military too. Do you have any idea how long we tortured her after we captured her? He continued to taunt. You really liked her, didn't you, Ming Lang? She was the most outstanding awakened in your group in recent years. With her gorgeous looks, she had so many admirers. You didn't even dare to touch a single finger of hers, did you? Hearing his words and thinking of that gentle, beautiful girl, Ming Lang gritted his teeth, shaking with pure rage. With a despicable smirk, Yamato continued. But what a pity. Do you have any idea how many guys she was forced to sleep with? Just think about how she begged us before she was tortured to death. Even I felt a little bad for her. She was still waiting for you to save her, but too bad you cowards abandoned her and ran away like rats. Higashino Feng let out a creepy laugh, licked the skull in his hand, and said, That taste. The scent of her lips and teeth. Unable to take it anymore, Ming Lang roared in anger. Shut up, I'll slaughter you beasts. He lunged forward, punching the barrier in front of them as he screamed, Don't touch her. Give her back to me. Huang Yun and the others immediately rushed forward, and she shouted angrily, Captain, we aren't making it out of here alive anyway. The others also agreed, saying they would risk their lives to fight them in this dungeon. At that moment, Ye Ning snapped at the group, yelling, All of you, shut up! Ming Lang, calm down and use your head for a second. Ye Ning pointed out, A third tier awakened can self-destruct and explode at any moment, so how could she have let others abuse her like that? Hearing this, Yamato's expression turned serious as he thought, this kid isn't simple. He's absolutely right. Is it because he doesn't know Zhang Wei that he can analyze this so calmly? Meanwhile, Ming Lang had also calmed down. He stood in front of Ye Ning and said, I know it's not true either, but instead of continuing, he changed the subject. But don't worry, Ye Ning, I know what's most important right now. We will protect you no matter what happens. If there's any danger, just use the supplies provided by the military, and when you face them, avenge us. Seeing how determined they were to die, Ye Ning sighed and thought, the battle hasn't even started, and they're already planning to die? Whatever, I'm too lazy to explain it to them. I'll just slaughter everyone later. Yamato turned to Higashino Feng and asked, you have sharp ears. Did Ming Lang just call that guy Ye Ning? Higashino Feng sneered and replied, who would have thought? But the brain of this world number one still belongs to me. Just then, a system announcement rang out. The prep phase has ended. Will the Huaxia Warzone squad please enter the dungeon? Other war zones will enter 6 hours later. Hearing the announcement, Ming Lang said excitedly, entering 6 hours early? We actually might have a chance to turn things around this time. Meanwhile, Ye Ning had a blank expression and said, this dungeon is surprisingly merciful to the weak, but it's also pretty embarrassing. Ye Ning and his group began to step into the teleportation portal. Before leaving, Ye Ning turned his head back and said, hey, you fat pig, you love eating shit, don't you? Just wait until you get in here. I'm gonna shove your face right up an ass so you can get your fill. Ye Ning flipped them off, taunting the remaining crowd. As for you other beasts, even if you beg for mercy on your knees, I won't leave your corpses in one piece. At the very least, your little junk is getting fed to the dogs. The surrounding crowd heard this and instantly broke into an uproar, shouting, is that brat seriously threatening us? Where does a third-tier newbie get that kind of confidence? Newbies always love talking big, Yamato countered, standing still as he watched Ye Ning walk away. No, that's not it. That kid is unbelievably calm. Jinzu Du spoke up anxiously. Captain Yamato, compared to them, we're going in way later than expected. More importantly, with a 6-hour head start, they could hide absolutely anywhere. With a terrifying expression, Higashino Feng licked the dagger in his hand and said, I think you guys are overthinking this. Even if that Ye Ning brat hides in a crack in the ground, I, Higashino Feng, am confident I can snap his neck. An announcement chimed, you have entered the Intercontinental Zombie Realm dungeon. Time elapsed since entry compared to other war zones. 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 32 seconds. Quest 1. Head to the Genetic Research Institute to retrieve abnormal data from the past 3 months. Quest 2. Obtain a minimum of 1,000 kilograms of spiritual energy ore. Promotion evaluation will be based on the amount collected. Quest 3. Once the main objective of this world is found, you can choose to begin the next Stage 1 quest. Note, after completing 3 quests, you can choose to leave the dungeon or kill enemy awakened. Each kill will increase your quest evaluation by 1.2% and grant a special reward. Bye. Ye Ning's team had already teleported inside the dungeon, and he immediately ordered them. Everyone, hurry up. Find a system connected to the internet to pinpoint the coordinates of the NPCs for this quest. We have to complete all the quests and escape before they get here. Suddenly, someone called out, paused for a moment, and then screamed, Ye Ning, what on earth are you doing? If you do that, the NPCs are going to put a bounty on us. But Ye Ning just swung his sword and told them, from now on, I'm the one calling the shots. I'll get everyone through this dungeon in one piece. Alarms blared repeatedly. Warning, security breach. Warning, security breach. Ye Ning leaped into the air, ordering the team behind him to go find the quest NPCs. Weren't we supposed to avoid provoking the factions of this world? No. First, we must fight our way through this world and seize ultimate authority. By then, Ye Ning had already leaped right into the core of the system. The people outside cried out in terror. They won't even need to kill us. If the Alliance forces surround us, not a single one of us will escape. Clutching the glowing blue sphere in his hands, Ye Ning smirked and replied, then that will be the exact moment my slaughter begins. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Password accepted. Access granted. You may now operate the vehicle. Seeing this, Huang Yun muttered in confusion. Wait, the alarm stopped? Ming Luo frowned slightly and asked, Ye Ning, did you just hijack this vehicle? How on earth did he do that? Ye Ning replied coldly, that's a military secret. We're running out of time. Everyone get in. He hesitated for a second, stammering. But, wait. Ye Ning immediately flashed his badge and declared, Special Ops Ming Luo, I am taking over as commander. From now on, everyone follows my orders. Ming Luo gasped in utter shock. A Special Forces command token? He didn't bother explaining, simply muttering, What's the matter? You planning to disobey a direct order? Knowing better, he quickly submitted, I wouldn't dare. Everyone, get in the car. Watching all of this unfold, Qi Ming couldn't help but complain. This is insane. They sent us here to protect him, but he's literally driving us straight into a death trap. Meanwhile, Huang Yun remained surprisingly optimistic, joking, don't worry about it. It's not like we were going to make it out of here alive anyway. The navigation system chimed. Current destination, Route 91, Lawson's Champs, Elaziz Manor. The vehicle shot forward like a rocket. Inside, Ming Luo watched him closely and thought, his driving maneuvers are incredibly familiar. What is going on with him? At the same time, Ye Ning was also deep in thought, calculating his next moves. Compared to the Apocalyptic system quests, completing the Sword God system quest is far more important. That's the only way I can secure the blueprints for the Sky Carrier. This is critical if humanity is going to turn the tide in the apocalypse. After all, no matter how strong my individual power is, facing a global zombie horde on my own is just a drop in the bucket. As he was lost in his thoughts, a notification suddenly popped up. Quest, updated. Seize supreme authority over the dungeon. Alter the future timeline of this world. The greater the deviation from the original timeline, the more privileges you will receive. Warning, avoid being killed by the protagonist of this dungeon, Lin Rui. Reading the notification, Ye Ning began to strategize. Since the protagonist can't die, the fastest way to alter the timeline is to seize political power. Besides, once I have total control, it'll be much easier to keep the Six-Nation Alliance in check. According to the intel on the system provided by the hacker outside Demon Eye, going straight to the governor's mansion is probably the fastest way. Nearby, Ming Luo started to catch on to his plan. Ye Ning, are you planning to take control of the high-ranking officials here and use their authority to help us wipe out that other squad? Ye Ning gave a firm nod. Exactly. That's the plan. Hearing this, Ming Luo pointed out the flaws. That's way too unrealistic. There's no way it'll work. We're talking about 60 Tier 3 combatants here, and that's not even counting whether we can control the military. We don't even know where they'll spawn. Setting up an ambush is completely out of the question. Unshaken by the obstacles Ming Luo mentioned, Ye Ning calmly explained. Why would that be hard? A simple triangulation is all it takes. First off, this system won't spawn us too far from our enemies. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a competitive dungeon. Second, neither side can be too far from the quest objective. Otherwise, we'd spend the entire run just traveling. His hands flew across the controls as he continued. Using our position as the center, we take an Awaken's maximum speed and multiply it by 3. That basically gives us the radius of their spawn zone. Ye Ning pointed to a spot on the screen, declaring with absolute certainty, by overlapping the circular ranges, we can narrow it down to a very small area. But his logic still didn't seem enough to convince Ming Luo, who frowned and asked, but that area is still way too massive. Besides, we can only strike them the exact moment they show up. Only then can we actually pose a real threat to them. Ye Ning didn't mind the trouble at all, and patiently explained it to him in full detail. The two main NPCs in this quest are Professor Clark and Lin Rui. The professor is currently in the lab, while Lin Rui, judging by his name, is likely in Chinatown. If we take the midpoint between those two locations and map out the overlapping area, we get this zone right here. The system will do everything it can to prevent the locals from spotting any awakened. So, they'll most likely appear in the suburbs, on the highways, or in the parks within this region. Listening to his endless explanation, Ming Lang couldn't help but admire his incredibly sharp analysis. It turned out this wasn't an impulsive decision at all. Standing nearby, Huang Yun was also completely blown away by his thorough preparation. This guy was just on another level. I totally underestimated him, she thought. Meanwhile, Ye Ning smirked to himself, thinking, of course it's not going to be that simple. The main reason he could be so sure was all thanks to a tip from the Devil Eye hacker. An hour later, Ye Ning pulled up in front of an incredibly luxurious mansion and coldly ordered, "We're here, get out of the car." The moment Ye Ning's group approached, the enemy's security system went wild, shouting, "Intruder alert! Intruder alert!" One of the guards rushed out, aiming his weapon as he demanded, "Who are you? Don't move." But suddenly, a strange, powerful aura began radiating from Ye Ning's body. Staring straight ahead, Ye Ning calmly gave the order, "Take them down. Knock them all out. But no killing. Don't worry about them calling for help. I've already severed all their communication networks with my psychic power." The moment he spoke, Ming Lang's team rushed forward like lightning. Leading the charge, Ming Lang unleashed his skill. Gale Slash. Terrified by the sudden onslaught, the guards panicked and screamed, "Monsters! Open fire immediately! Shoot! To kill!" On Ye Ning's side, everyone unleashed a barrage of devastating skills, shouting, "Winter Frost! Mind Fire!" Winter Frost instantly froze the guards, solid, stripping away their ability to fight. Mind Fire was equally formidable, relentlessly blasting back the guards and keeping them at bay. Not wanting to be outdone, Huang Yun joined the fray, chanting, "Too much righteousness is boring. Let's spice it up with a bit of curse energy." Someone yelled out in pure excitement, "Man, using tier 3 skills on ordinary humans is just bullying. It's been ages since I had this much fun. If only fighting the Six-Nation Alliance was this easy." Hearing this, Ye Ning calmly replied, "Are you dreaming?" He then smiled and taunted the guards. "Perfect. I'll use your electromagnetic guns to test out the defense of my new battle cloak." Countless laser beams blasted directly onto Ye Ning's body, but he just smirked and said, "Not bad. Feels like a massage." The guards stared in absolute horror. "He's immune to electromagnetic rounds. How is that even possible?" Then, Ye Ning made a statement that sent shivers down their spines. "All right, I'm in a bit of a rush today, so I don't have time to play with you guys anymore. Extreme Frost Wind Blades. But of course, let's not make it too cold."